What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back to day number 3 of the major here in Sweden. My name is Jess and I'm joined by Fresh Goat, and it is a high-stake day here in the very last day of the group stages. There are some teams locked into the playoffs, but there is a heck of a lot of other teams who are not, and that is what we are here to bring you today. I know that it is warmed up a little bit outside, and I can't tell if it's the players warming up getting in those playoffs or whether or not the weather's just being nice to us recently.
It's the energy
The energy.
The energy.
The electricity.
The electricity in the air.
Not all the cameras, the computers, no?
No.
No, okay, my bad.
No, it's not all the equipment.
No, not at all.
The energy of all the players, and it's the anxiousness of a whole region wondering whether an NA team is going to get into playoffs today.
We have had 30 seconds on the pre-show.
I've gone for it already.
Already managed to bring in an NA dig before we can even get down to the nitty-gritty of things. So, well done. I will say, however, there was a lot of things that happened yesterday and a lot of surprises from the North American region who we thought were down and out. So you can't really take a dig at them when they did some impressive things yesterday. They were able to net some points. And speaking of yesterday, I'm sure we have some really cute little replays to give you guys to show you exactly what did occur yesterday. If you missed out on the group stages thus far, that is a big shame, because I tell you what, there has been so many matches thus far that have surprised me, and it is a very big pleasure of mine to say that every single region in the world still has an opportunity to make the playoffs, and we do not get to say that very often.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We've got 2 teams through. We've got 2 teams out. There are still 12 teams that can play for a place in the playoffs. Obviously, it's harder for some. Obviously, some would need lady luck on their side to win every game and their opponents to lose every game. We'll go through those scenarios later.
Yep.
But there are 12 teams with stuff to play for coming into day 3.
I mean, we're not just meaning like stuff, like, oh, you might get a nice little medal, you might get a nice little...
No, playoffs of the major, right?
Okay, there we go, thank you. The man gets to the point eventually. You know what, it was because he didn't have his baked beans this morning. The man looked at him, walked past them, and to all the British people out there, I'm so sorry that he has betrayed you. But I do want to point out the teams on your screen right now. Team 1 was the major champions from Mexico. They had a slow start to the groups, but they did as well in Mexico. I just feel like they're slow to warm up into LAN events, so maybe this is just their opportunity now. Yeah,
and you don't need to be good in the group stages. I know that's going to seem very strange. You just need to be in the top 2. You just need to get out of the groups, do enough, and your best siege needs to happen in the playoffs. It's all right if you look amazing through group stages, but then you lose that form going into playoffs, and then you lose the best 3, you're out. You want to be warming up and carrying that momentum right through to the end of the tournament.
Well, the Russian machines are, I'm going to say, mediocrely oiled at the moment. They're not running at full capacity. They're not quite cold and turned off and put into the shed for later. They're running at what I would consider to be optimal for now. However, today is the last day that they can accrue the points to solidify their playoff spot. There are 2 games, 6 points left. So for Empire, they say they play best under pressure. Looking down the barrel of, being knocked out of a tournament, is now the time.
And they certainly did as well, because they lost the first 2 games and they went 4 rounds down in the 3rd game, and it's like they're going to get 0 points out of 3 games here. They came back 7 rounds in a row, and then they won the 2nd game of the day, 100% on the day from Empire, and it's a very similar story. It's quiet day 1, good day 2, get through on day 3, and we'll see you in playoffs, hopefully, for us EU shills, shall we say.
Speaking of EU shields, there was a couple of those Rogue players on the screen. Vitality as well, both doing quite well so far. Rogue was the very first team locked into the playoffs in any group, so that was a great achievement for them. But also we saw the Chiefs featured just before, and they themselves flying all the way from Australia. Being an Australian myself, I know it takes about 30 hours of flights, and that's several of them in a row. So they have flown a long way, and it would be a pity, knowing full well that they can't make it, that they're going to have to get back on a plane very shortly to do the whole thing all the way back. So shout out to my Australian brethren who put up a very good fight.
I wonder how much they're going to be kicking themselves, because they lost in overtime against Rogue. How much that, because they could have had a full regulation win. They should have had a full regulation win. And we'd be talking about them having a much easier path to get to the playoffs today. As it is, they're staring down the barrel of exit in this tournament at the group stage, and they really will have to learn some lessons from that performance in particular.
Well, there are 16 teams here at the major. They have been partitioned into 4 different groups, and in each of those groups, of course, is 4 teams. These are the first 2 groups, A and B, and as you can see on your screen, they will tell you the full standings for those groups as they currently exist. Rogue, the very first team in Group A to get on to the playoffs, they have 10 points, and it's not because they accrued a mass amount of points. I mean, okay, they were unbeaten, but they had overtime wins, which, diminished the amount of points they could have got. It was because Oxygen eSports and Chiefs didn't accrue enough in time to be able to chase their tail, and that's how they got locked in. FaZe is a hot favorite too.
FaZe is a hot favorite to go through. So just to set the lay of the land for Group A, the Chiefs would have to win both of their games today, and then rely on Rogue to beat FaZe. So Chiefs would go up in 6 points, and basically FaZe would need to lose against the Chiefs, and then lose against Rogue, and stay on 9 points. So it's slim pickings. It's very possible,
Absolutely.
but it's slim pickings for the Chiefs.
Absolutely. And when I said before that 30-hour flight back, they don't want that. You want to avoid that, boys. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
See, I've taught my British friend here exactly how it goes here. That's Group A. That's Group B on your screen as well. Team 1, the reigning Mexico major champion. SANDBOX, the ex-Cloud9 and Mantis FPS doing well. North America taking a bit of a hit. It would take an absolute miracle for DarkZero, and it is completely out of their hands. But let's move through to the last 2 groups. They were being touted as some of the groups of death, and that's Group C and D. I think the bears waiting in hibernation of ninjas in pajamas since the World Championships have come out and they are swinging.
And that was the conversation before this tournament, is how our ninjas in pajamas are going to perform.
Yep.
They arguably shouldn't be here. They finished 9th in BR6 in the regular domestic season in stage 3, and they come out here and they show us why they are world champions. BDS hot on their tails. It's going to be between BDS and Soniqs today.
Yes.
Again, it's a very similar scenario. Soniqs would need to achieve 5 points, with BDS not achieving any today, or 6 points if BDS achieve 1.
And then there's Group D, the group of death. DWG KIA, I never would have put them at the tippity top there, but after learning their lesson and getting valuable experience at the Mexico Major, they are the top of their group. Spacestation Gaming and Team Empire very, very close behind them. And unfortunately for FURIA, one of the lower rated Latin American teams, still one of the strongest in the entire region. Really, it's not looking like a good time for them there. So they are putting up an excellent fight throughout these groups, but today will solidify who moves forward. 8 teams, and out of the 16, that's half just completely chopped out. It's like a really brutal cooking show where it's like 5 of you will make it, 5 of you won't. Chopping block.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. The British are very good at cooking shows. So are Australians, but...
Yeah. Well, let's not talk about cooking again, because, you know, after the whole Sunday dinner debacle the other day.
Oh, God, I know. Speaking of debacles, you have to work out which stream you want to watch, because there is a mass amount of games going on multiple streams today. This is the last day of our dual stream setup. You're currently listening to us on the A stream, which is twitch.tv/Rainbow6. The times on your screen are a fixed schedule. So if your team, aka DWG KIA, is playing at 2:30 p.m. CET, you can be rest assured that if you put your watch to that time, it will start at that time. So no problems, you won't miss anything. But if you want to farm those drops, please do not close the stream. And if you want to watch the B stream games, it's twitch.tv/Rainbow6 Bravo. A lot of games going on today, a lot of very important ones. But we have one more important thing that we need to show everyone. I'm saying it's important. I'm sure no one cares what we really think. We wanted to show you guys our predictions, because we didn't do predictions any other days, and we thought, you know what? Let's put up exactly what every single talent here in the group stage thinks about who is going to win their matches today.
We're actually being held accountable now. They're forcing us to make predictions, and, you know, we've got Pengu there. He thinks Soniqs are going to be...
He is the odd one out there.
He is the odd one out. We fully agree on FaZe against Rogue. None of us supporting our EU brethren over there.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that some of us had to go one-sided, but with how the games have gone thus far, sometimes you have to take the more statistical pick, regardless of what your feelings say. We're a little bit, you know, tied on whether FURIA will win their match, whether SANDBOX will win theirs, and then a little bit of DWG KIA, SSG at the bottom there. So I would love to know whether or not you guys out there have predictions. You can get us on social media. Go into the R6 eSports Twitter. You can tag them, or even better, do the hashtag 6Major on your Twitter. Let us know what your predictions are for the games today, or even predict who you think is going to make it out of each group. We would love to hear from you, and that's exactly where you can do it. Our predictions for the playoffs might be a little bit more slick, but for now, this is what we've got for this last day of group stage.
Yeah, and can I just say how excited I am, particularly for the penultimate game of the day, BDS against NIP.
Oh, yeah.
And it's split on predictions. You see happening Tero going there for NIP, the rest of us going for BDS. And honestly, yesterday it was a bit of a whitewash for NIP. They played very well. Coming into it today, because I think BDS could be good enough to be world champions against our current world champions. And you're going to have to wait a whole 7 games before we get there, but that is one to watch out for.
Well, that means you're going to have to keep the stream open and listen to us throughout the day, and make sure you farm your drops, because that's exactly what I am doing on my tablet right now. So that is it for our pre-show here at the Rainbow Six Major in Sweden, and we're in very chilly Gävle. Wherever you guys are, buckle up, because we've got a day full of excellent high-stake games. We'll be back very shortly with game number 1. Welcome back to the desk, and we are going to be going straight into things here with our first roster. I know my name is Jess Goat. It's fresh. We can do all the nice little pleasantries, but I want to get straight into the actions. It's team number 1, and it's also called Team 1, someone who we know is doing mass amount of things in the Latin American scene, and they are also our reigning victors from the very last major. Looks like they're also keeping the victor spot hot in their group.
They're going very strong. They're going deep into this tournament. I'm going to call it now, Jess. They need a win in this game to go through to the playoffs, and I think when they do, they'll go deep into this tournament.
Well, there you go. You've heard it from the man himself, but the team on the other side ready to play, I guess, spoiler for a lot of the teams in their group is DarkZero. They started off very, very shaky. They've amassed some points, but isn't it almost impossible for them now to make playoffs?
It's almost impossible. They need to win both games and rely on a whole host of other results that will keep you updated as the day goes on. But they're playing for pride at this point, Jess.
Well, where will the battleground be for that pride battle? Let's get those map vetoes up when they are ready, because I know for a fact that these two teams don't have the smallest of map pools. I mean, maybe DZ has shown a little bit of rigidity recently, but Team 1 has shown that they don't mind going to a few different maps here and there, yeah?
What I love about these double round robin best of 1 fixtures in the groups that we've got is these two teams have already played. So they played on bank. And we always say it in EUL, Jess. We say, is it worth running it back? It's never worth running it back, right? So we're hoping for no bank when the veto comes up.
Yeah, exactly right. It looks like Team 1 is in absolute good spirits. Their coach Chubbs, award nominated by the way, the man himself, is standing behind them, ready and raring to go. And our battleground will be Oregon to kick things off. A rather strategic map here, I would say, favors the defense for the most part, at least over the past 6 months that we've been seeing. But, I mean, depending who starts attack, they might have to work their way into this match. What are you predicting before we shoot ourselves into this match?
I predict Team 1, they're very strong on attack and they're very strong on defense on this map in particular.
Well, that's all we've got for you here, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy game number 1 and day number 3 here at the Rainbow Six Sweden Major. It's Team 1 versus DarkZero.
And hello everyone, welcome to the opener on Stream A. I am Fluke.
And I'm Hap. There we go. Finally get to introduce myself, indeed. And the match, a very important match.
It is. What is in that can?
What is in that can? Is that I don't know.
I don't know. Well, what we do know is that there's versus between these two teams, and I guess we'll see what you lot thought as to who's going to take it as the cool growly voice comes through. 71-29. Okay, that is sort of in line with what we expected to see.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at the rankings as well, of course. Team 1 currently one of the favorites in this group. And they're looking to continue that as well. Of course, up here against DarkZero. I believe DarkZero need to win absolutely every single game. They need the other games to go their way as well. If they want to be making it out of the groups, it is going to be a tall ask. But, you know, they have some stuff they can do themselves, and that is win these next 2 games they play outright. 3 points.
I mean, you just have to be perfect. It's a low bar. They need it because of where things went wrong for them earlier on. We'll talk about these bans when it's all come through.
Yep.
You're looking at a team that only really showed up in their most recent game, their closeout yesterday. DZ had a lot of power and presence, and they brought it. Finally, a lot of DarkZero fans out there sort of had a moment, but you're still on the edge of your seats for now. Team 1, who have had a firmer and pretty more solid ride up here, I believe they just need a win here.
They need a point.
They need a point.
I'm quickly
They just need OT.
I'm going to be checking that as well as we go, of course, like I usually do.
Get them numbers.
I'm going to get those numbers. Just need to verify myself on the internet first. There we go.
I just got to quickly do some tech. I just got to quickly
fix the issues.
You know, put an email in that's 100% legit email, so you don't get spam emails about it. All right, let's, as I said, we'll talk about the bans. We find ourselves here on Oregon. It can be a short, sharp break on a push. The removal of the Ying is probably the most specific and targeted towards the way that we see. Obviously, these teams have already hit heads once throughout this tournament alone. They've had a bit of experience against each other. And what you'll get from DarkZero on their day is really sharp executes. They've driven with the Ying before. They know if they want to take a big bout of space, if they're looking for a line and a break, and they want to push their way through, which they have the confidence to do under the mantle and the IGL voice of Canadian, that is something that you can limit by removing that Ying. It hurts DarkZero's particular way of pushing at points.
I'm quickly trying to figure it out, but I think that if Team 1 pick up a point, normally they would be confirmed. However, if SANDBOX, Vitality, and the other stream goes to an overtime, we would have them on 8 and 7 points. Vitality have the head-to-head currently over Team 1, so if they would win, and then SANDBOX win their next game as well, then Team 1 would still be out. 2 points is what they need. Quickly calculated here. So an overtime win is indeed on the board, or at least what they need. And, well, the other game as well will be a very important one in that. Hyper. This is a very curious way to lie down. Of course, just to watch underneath that door, see if anybody would be running past. And, well, he's playing in a bit of a do-or-die position here in the small tower. There's no way he will get out alive, but there's a lot of utility there to try and protect him. Shields, ADSs, and even mute jammers as well. It'll be up to Team 1, though, to try and take care of that as soon as possible.
He was waiting to see as much pressure that comes through, and here it is. It's followed up by a Flores drone that forces him back to a shield. They didn't quite get the rotation, but he now loses protection. There's one on either window. He's going to have to make a choice here to stick it or leave it or lump it. The fight is going to be on every single swing and a slight angle as he gets clipped just on the edge of one of the 2 frames. Alamau wants to drive himself into the fight here, but he almost gets caught out with a flash. It's Levy that actually opens up Canadian elsewhere, potentially coming as a modicum or a line of support here. They are still trapped. Hyper is still buying time. Everything is exploding. Team 1 need this territory, and, well, now they've found themselves losing out. Neskin's gotten the sledge to do some damage here. Finally, Alamau gets the lockdown on Hyper. A valiant effort, but still, what are Team 1 going to do now?
Full blind was there indeed. 90 seconds is basically what was wasted, but there is a 2-man advantage. Well, 1-man advantage, 2 down on the side of DZ. There's also 2 of the nitro cells that could potentially have been there, and GR is the only one left. Currently has the opportunity to toss one in. Of course, Eclipse always there still with those yokais. However, on the roam, on the prowl, could be a bit dangerous, because if Levy just suddenly turns around here, as he seems to be aware of something happening, you know, you might just as well lose the echo there.
They're trying to piece together their next approach here. Obviously, they've lost Neskin. The sledge would have offered them some of the openings above that are quite necessary, but they still have Alamau with those Flores drones. I believe he has at least, yep, 1 left in pocket after the 3 that have been used, 2 of them above. But with the damage that him and KDS suffered from the wide swings of Hyper, it means that their next approach is going to have to be a little bit more cautious. And more cautious than that, NJR shuts the door and says hello to Alamau in a way with an English shotgun. Now as Levy tries to creep his way up the stairs, takes the pre-fire fight, can't quite get the connection, and they pull back into Armory, but look at the time. 25 seconds. Team 1 know they have to try and drive themselves into the site itself at this point, and they can't quite get the catch on any of the DZ players. KDS with a hot drop almost gets the lockdown on the fight around the chassis and does. Finds a very important kill, but 10 seconds. Lagonis needs to try and get that diffuser down and in, and now it's suddenly a 3 versus 1. Pamba is all that's left. He's in the isolated shower situation. Couldn't get the swing to the right location on the single player that's on this far side. They found him though. Team 1 just pulls out the execute.
They just managed to pull it off indeed, and they ran deep because the diffuser was first in that dining hall. That could have been quite a dangerous position to plant it, especially with the players still being left in the showers. So they went for the deep kitchen plant. Successfully did so as well, just going for the cleanup right after. Team 1, they were effective with clearing out the very first 2 kills. They have lost someone on the way, that is true, but it's always going to be that advantage that really helps them. And don't forget, DarkZero tried to pull a tertiary side as the very first one, and that is a bit of a gamble. It might work, it might not work. If it works, you don't have to worry about it for the next couple of rounds. If it doesn't, well, at some point you would have to play it anyway.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
So, Team 1, you pulled that out, and to be fair, that really sort of was DarkZero's round to lock out. In my opinion, they'd done some good groundwork, and okay, there was a bit of a scrappy fight. We didn't see the initial opener that went away from them, but they got a bit of revenge for it, which is a very important moment to try and at least find something back. An untraded kill is absolutely devastating between teams like this when you're going for such an intricate map that Oregon can be. Here, though, it was also a bit of a gambit site. They pushed themselves to what is a tertiary. Now they're going back to a round 1 for a lot of teams, which is up here in dorms. Is this something where DZ are going to be a little bit more comfortable? Was that a bit of a gamble? Let's start at the wall, see what sticks. Unfortunately, it was mainly their innards that stuck to the walls.
Attackers' objective is
Yeah,
to
for sure,
locate a bomb.
up to the top floor. And the question here is, how heavy are we seeing the bottom floor defense? You do see some of these reinforcements to come out. Eclipse is currently still out there as well. Just like Canadian is making sure that there's going to be no jump in from the window, the bedroom window, that is. LMA on the drone, however, KDS already quite far in and will be guided in to potentially hunt down a Canadian as well. There's little to no support for him. He's basically on his own right here for now, at least it seems like. At the same time, people are ready to jump in from the armory window and start pushing through the trophy site. This could be a very quick round here for Team 1 if they do manage to find their entries.
Well, they've got themselves stacked up quite quickly onto the potential jump in here. 3 bodies, or at least 2, around on that big double window side is the sort of overlook that they want to set themselves up. Alamau again driving the drones in to cause some of the destruction, opens the rotation up, which gives them the possibility of putting some pressure from underneath. There is a single body and a player, and it's KDS that's going to see if they can dig out the pressure here with the grenade from under. Doesn't quite get the full catch, but the second one sure does. They doubled it down, and Alamau's helped his way in. There's the connection round to the server side. The fight up the white stairs as they flee, but they can't quite get all the holders. Neskin's able to at least battle one back, and another 2 fall either side, and suddenly Canadian is the last one left. Not for very long, the opposite side of the stairs this time, but still, what a strike by Team 1.
What a good strike it was indeed. Very effective, and I said it, they just need to find their picks, and at that moment they can start exploding onto the site. They were already at many different of these angles. They realized that they could just start and try and push through the defenses here of DarkZero, who have now decided that it is time to go to the basement. Laundry and supply, according to many, a very defensible side, especially, you know, back in the day during the old Oregon when Mira was still often on the board, of course banned now, so we will not see it. The small pantry box would always be mirrored off. So the default laundry plant was so hard to deal with. You first had to open up the hatch, and then the mirror window could actually challenge you through the hatch as you needed to get that mirror window down. It's the box that is currently in the center of your screen. However, the map has significantly changed since release. You can no longer plant on top of that laundry machine. That used to be able to be done before. So this now needs to be in that room, in the A-bomb site room. It limits the positions where you can plant by quite a bit, and that's why very often now you actually see a B take. It goes down from the E box together with the blue hallway and the back stairs. It's a bit more safe ground there. Nitro could still fly over, so can Smokes. However, you are safe from direct gunfire.
DZ, it was a better first round than the second, and the second was just sudden. But I think the read there from Team 1 was brilliant. Obviously, we saw the combo grenade package that was delivered post-haste to the backline player of NJR, and then the swing round to disturb the player that was in server underneath. It forced DarkZero into an uncomfortable situation. Combined with the explosion of Alamau on the top through the double window at the same time, it was a sudden strike built around intel, and that was almost one there too. Alamau was just so close to being gifted a panda that was as sleepy as the Pamba that he's named after. That was the wrong way around. He's Pamba, they're pandas. but he's still standing.
He's still standing. That is the important
It's
part.
early.
He didn't get picked up. It's definitely early here. Not as cold as it was yesterday when it was snowing. So it's quite crazy how the weather shifts like that. Either way, currently for Team 1, their attack so far going quite strongly. Is Eclipse here on the freezer stairs, looking to challenge with that English shotgun. We all know the hits, the shots that it can pull off, especially yesterday if you watched the SSG game, just sniping people from across the map there. KDS is looking to be challenging it. EMP coming out to get rid of the Cade Electroclaw, and that means that hatch will be opened up. Suddenly Eclipse not really feeling that safe anymore as he's popping up a smoke canister before they're trying to fall back, and Jura is there to support, but both of them will fall back.
That was it. It could not hold that territory. As soon as that hatch gets popped open, if a player is on the wrong side of it, you are as good as dead. It is just impossible. And that's why Team 1 put a lot of focus on it. They dedicated a lot of utility and players, but now they've got to pick up sticks and go for an alternate location. They're going to see if they can try and put the pressure down here onto Blue and the tower stairs and see if they can dig out Hyper, playing around that pillar in the Harry Potter corner. He's still being a little bit aggro, and he has Pamper on the rotation. Eclipse keeping the lockdown on that elbow swing, but with that locked out and no more reinforcements, it means that that elbow is going to fall and not be reinforced. So they've got to stick it a little bit heftier. KDS is eyeing up the fight on Pamba, has the potential to go for some destruction with grenades, which have already been well played and placed by them before, but it's actually KDS that loses out as Canadian suffers over the top. The canister and another grenade buys a little bit more pressure in time. They try and get closer to the swing here onto the shield, but you assume no ADS. The spray misses, and it's a lot of trains and trucks going by in the night.
And they're going to have to start dropping soon, though. 30 seconds. The blue area is not under control yet. Lagonis is getting rid of one of the Surya laser gates. Elamau gets the kill. The push is coming in from the freezer at the very same time. Elamau picks up 3. Lagonis just runs in as well as Eclipse, the last one standing now. Needs to find 3 more. There's 16 seconds. They could go for a plant, or they could try and go for the kills as Levy, the one with the diffuser, manages to sprint past. It's Eclipse now with the SMG, but he will not last. It's Elamau that really jumped in from the freezer and got a quad kill as a result, single-handedly opening up this side, really allowing them to go for those plants.
It becomes this moment where you look towards where things are sort of disconnecting from DarkZero, and it's that unfortunate story of gunfights. At this moment in time, Alamau is obviously stepping in with a huge confidence. Everybody knows the weight of this game. Everybody knows the importance that it's, well, more important for DarkZero, and that it's this with a full 3, you're gone. And for Team 1, it's you just need a little bit. You just need to get there to that finish line, at least on an even spot. And it weighs on you. It weighs on the confidence. Every decision has this extra weight, this ghoul that lurks over you and makes you doubt those moments and those movements. You can see DarkZero trying to play into the game that was so successful for them last night. But last night, they opened up on their success with attacks. They could drive the pace. Here, they're trying to control the pace of Team 1, and Team 1's pace is 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye.
That's it, right? For a long time, they managed to stall them out. They managed to exactly force them to go for certain actions, but then at some point, work needs to be done, and that is when Team 1 just explodes into the side. Alamau walks through the freezer, picks up 1, picks up 2, picks up 3, cleans it up in the end there, whereas Lagonis just decides to push as well. Suddenly there's no fear anymore in any of these players. They know what needs to be done. They know where the DarkZero players are most likely situated, and they just take them down one by one. And now 3-0 is the current scoreline, and mind you, if Team 1 wins this one all out, they are also confirmed first seed of their group. They cannot be kicked down to second. So for them, this is definitely going to be a very good and important matchup, which alleviates a lot of the pressure of that last game they have today.
Okay, DarkZero, a team talk, and back to the top floor to see if you can try and stop the onslaught that came through. Built from the start of a grenades paired with the push of Alamau through a big double window. He got 1 before being traded out, but what you have to pay attention to is that movement that happens at exactly the same time.
Yep.
It isn't just Alamau throwing himself into sight and finding kills, it's the combination of what the other players are doing to either build behind that and after that, as we saw in that round, or in this case of the most recent round, what they do just before. They draw focus. They play around with the idea of, what are you looking at, DarkZero? Now I'm over here, and now this pressure's over here. And it's such a good game from Team 1. They never stop moving.
Never do stop moving. And as preparation work is being done here to attack the top floor yet once again, you will see the windows being opened. You see KDS trying to go for some bottom floor control here with Alamau, who seems to be aware of the fact that one is in the kitchen. It's Canadian, who gets spotted out and put under heavy pressure now. Signs that he wants to stay inside that kitchen, wants to stand his ground, wants to stick in there for as long as he possibly can. But Eclipse, in the meantime, pushing up from the back stairs, could be going for a bit of a flank here as Canadian is pushing his attention towards him as well. No one could be around. He might want to try and go for a bit of a pinch here.
Has some curiosities, but it's a caution that sometimes you can't entirely throw to the wind because, well, if you lean and find yourself isolated on this map, a lot of what you have to hold is power positions, and one of them goes and suddenly you're entirely surrounded. Levy's putting the pressure here onto a slightly different side as before, but they're reimagining some of the holds. You can see the ADSs are moving, that grenade rolls in close, and it gives them a little bit more of a, I guess, conceited hold towards the side of Attic. With the singular opening as well into the swing on walk-in, they have to see if they can keep themselves a bit mobile, and the spray actually comes through. Canadian takes the head off of Alamau, dug in on the server stack. There's two more bodies that are trying to find a way in for revenge. They're going to go for the split push and at least try and take a trade. The spray is there, and the attention's drawn from KDS. Fineskin to get the pickup on the back, but still, it's a good change of pace for DarkZero to find themselves on that entry.
It is a good change of pace indeed, as one of the serial laser gates is going to be repositioned here to stop anybody to move in from the actual armory side. It's just a small change, nothing too major, as the Gemini here will be given away. That, well, it seems quite clear actually in the bunk beds itself, so we do not really have to worry about a player being there. You instantly see one of the Team 1 players going up to the roof. Lagone is ready to go for a jump in as well, and well, that one is quite safe. It is just Hyper here on the position that is within the game's area. That is a threat here for the potential plan to come through.
Eclipse is waiting for some attention to be paid to these windows on the far side again. Obviously, it started with that, and Lagonis is there with a diffuser, and if he's able to pinch off Lagonis from the wall, that's a huge take. But they're going for the hop in there, and it's dropped by Pamba from the swing round. He's going to pull himself back now. Look at the time of 15 seconds. They've got to try and flood in, and it's entirely slipping through their fingers. Doesn't need the confirm because they have one more, and DarkZero. Attack timeout comes through. They get their first round.
They have it indeed. The first round is on the board. Leads them into 3-1. So at least there's something they can work with. We said it before, you want to get at least one of your rounds, even if you do not really have it under control, because it gives you the opportunity to turn it around in the second half. And DarkZero, they cannot afford to lose points right now. Them losing points will mean that they're eliminated from the opportunity to make it to the playoffs. Of course, the other game needs to go their way. I have no clue how that one is currently going, but sure of the fact that it will be a very good one as well. Round 5, soon to start. Team 1, they still have a lead, a 2-round lead, and we'll want to build on that. It's a new site to be brought out here by DarkZero. It's going to be the meeting and the kitchen, not going to be the dining that we had seen before with the heavy small tower hold. We also saw that was, of course, being dealt with by Team 1 with quite a bit of utility, but with relative little loss. Just a small amount of HP onto Alamau. But it's a different site now, and it's often a different kind of take. The kitchen rarely really is the focus point here for the attack, because the stage just offers an easier way in. You do not need to clear as much of the building if you want to take that. There is not as much verticality that can really mess you up, and well, you really only need to get right behind the sandbags or right behind the table to get that plan down safely. Of course, hatches will be opened up. There is the opportunity for the defenders to go from below, toss those C4s up and over, potentially get kills like that. So there's plenty of, well, counters up for the counters, etc. So it turns a bit of a game of chess like usual.
Steady is the approach here as Team 1 try to weigh up the hold on the backside. Now they've got to see if they can drive themselves in to a site that was obviously a bit of an approach in terms of how they went from small tower, but again, it's still a slightly different site because obviously you pick up one site and you move it onto stage. Now, I guess it's that way up decision here. Team 1 has instead taken that, and they've gone, well, we're still not going to go for the kitchen side. We are going to put our attention towards the tower. We're going to see if we can get the lock off, but NGR is curious about the possibility of somebody getting in a bit close. Team 1 didn't drift close enough, however, and again, look at this, another pick up sticks. Another entirely changed rotation. They've pulled off the tower strategy that was theirs 20 seconds ago and gone, well, actually, let's now try a main take.
You can also go for the main lobby. It's not something we have seen quite often. It requires that small opening up in the right panel towards the meeting room. That also is in a position where you can plant relatively safe, so maybe that is what Team 1 currently want to go for. Of course, you have to be careful for the amount of players that are on that top floor. There could be some verticalities coming into play here as Team 1 is looking to put up the pressure here. EMP's coming in. KDS as well, starting to move up. The Banshee will give away his plan here. Snetskin and him will be trying to hunt one down, and Eclipse will be found.
They comboed for the attack and the push there. They thought that they might go for the swing as soon as the Banshee started screaming, but at the same time, Eclipse did the right decision and tried to focus on a firefight. Lost the one, and Pamba's going to have to drop back before the pressure gets too hot. Hyper at least stems the flow and is able to find one of their own. But now, Team 1 have the verticality over the kitchen. They're eyeing that up as the potential for the plant spot. Canadian has the swing round, just droned out, and he's going to actually pull back just a little to some safety. You do have rotation options. You can try and pull yourself into a new location. To be fair with Team 1, when you're looking at 40 seconds left, you know that they're probably going to hit the site or go for you hard. They don't really do half measures, so keeping yourself safe and keeping them guessing is probably the better idea.
One player in security there, a crucial player. I believe it's Pembazoo that is in sight there. Yes, he is. There's going to be some pressure here. He gets caught, and that means there's now an opening. Halamau also will be able to find one as NGR tries to rotate back towards the kitchen because DarkZero well aware of what's currently happening, but the kills just keep flowing in here for Team 1. It's only up to Hyper now, and he gets shut down as one takes this site. And with that, it is yet another round here for Team 1, 4-1. After a loss, after a resurgence that DarkZero was able to put up for that singular round, it's Team 1 that strike back twice as hard.
That was all 4 different players of Team 1 getting a kill.
Yeah.
In that final flood of the fight. And if anything exemplifies what they do as a team, it's that. It's that all of them had a different man to mark. All of them had a different position and a different fight to take as a 1 versus 1 in that situation. Sure, when you're limited on the time, you're either going to, as I said, direct line focus onto the site or go for something sharp, bold, and brilliant. Every single one of them went, I'm comfortable with this 1v1. Like, we can do this. We can have this as our go. All across the entire floor.
Now, you gotta say they weren't really 50-50 1v1s because the first one was a man being flushed out of security, forced into the hallway, which was already being watched. The one who holds the angle has the advantage there. Alamau, the second one, holding an angle as well, spots NGR, who tries to panically rotate back towards the site because it is starting to fall. Also, the advantage there. Then, for example, Hyper is the one I saw after that. He was being pushed by 2 different guys. It was a trade situation nonetheless. So, yes, they are 1v1s, but they're not 50-50 1v1s, and that's the important part. They're not just taking a fight head-on. They're trying to outplay them. They're putting up the pressure. They force the enemy to make mistakes. And DarkZero, well, they were forced out. There's not much they could do there, and Team 1 just capitalized on top of that.
DarkZero, can you find a second round to at least give yourself a bit of a buff before you head over to your attacks, which, to be fair, was your shining entrance into the game that you won yesterday. Here, Team 1 still seem like they're on a path for a course, but to be fair, it only takes 1, maybe 2 of those fights to go away from them, and suddenly DarkZero are looking much better with a chance of pulling it around. Alamau is wasting no time at all and finding an early engagement here, as you can see the blue bodies all over this top and middle floor, steadily clearing, steadily making their way across, and steadily shepherding the DarkZero players.
Yeah, they're all back onto the site now. Need to hold off to the final push that will come through. We've seen it happen once before. It was Team 1 that was basically at the time, didn't really have an entry point in, so they just created one. Alamau from the Fraser suddenly rips it all apart, and Team 1 is a little bit quicker now in opening up these hatches and not really having to challenge the Fraser, as Eclipse was, of course, aggressive there the last time around. That leaves them with more time to get Hyper out of his current position. That was an issue the last time around. He was able to pick up a kill. He was able to pose a threat up until, of course, the very last seconds. And As the X-Cards are being used now, they need to take those out. It's just small angles being opened up, but at least keeps Hyper well shut right behind his barrel.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Patient, holding the angles. They just listen to the blitz that is happening above them and hoping that one of these players doesn't suddenly fall onto their bunker. It is that positioning that has been a play here and was a bit of a back and forth, but we remember this round started to go into DarkZero's favor before suddenly Alamau hopped in for the quad. Is that going to be another story here? Do they think they have a response and an answer? There's two bodies that are inside Freezer with the drone getting some intel. There's a lot of waiting, and finally we have the first steadily making their way down towards this ground floor. It's Levy flirting with the danger and the idea of this. Aruni Gate is going to try and pull a bit of a blow of focus here, but is also waiting for some of the clarity to come through from the rest of the team. DarkZero is reimagining themselves. They're stacked up for the hold, but suddenly Alamau's down at the bottom of the stairs and down much further as Pamba gets the first KDS. Battles back, gets the revenge. He's able to take a little bit more pressure inside the freezer, but as they're slowed down, it's Levy. Gets one, gets dropped, gets swung, and suddenly everything's popping off. 30 seconds and a 3 versus nobody. And Team 1, another 5-pronged execute that just tore the roof off.
That's it, right? They know exactly what to do. They know exactly how they should be moving, how they move and cut the angles one by one. As a result, they win, well, most of their gunfights. Of course, Alamau lost the very first one, but it didn't matter in the end. A 5-1 scoreline will, well, mark the end of the first half. And now it's Team 1 onto the defense. DarkZero, can they make a difference on their attack as well? Are they going to be able to pull in 5 rounds here to secure themselves OT? But that's not enough, because they need 6 in the next 6 if they want to be making it to playoffs. And even then, it's not confirmed yet. Even then, it's out of their hands at this point. All they can do is just get 6 points today, and they might have an opportunity to. Anything less, and they eliminate themselves. If the other game goes, well, not to OT, it's also over for them. So that is something they are currently hoping for. Of course, they don't get any of that information now. They're all just focused on their own game. They'll figure it out after their game is ended, whether or not Vitality has managed to get a OT win against Team 1, as I believe that is what was necessary.
Time will tell, DarkZero, but play like you mean it, and play like one round is the difference between life and death, because it may well be. You are so close.
Attackers objective to locate
But unfortunately to the wrong end of that. You are so close to going onto the plane. 6 rounds.
6 rounds in a row they need. In Team 1, they only need 2 to confirm themselves, and with that confirm themselves for the first seed at the very same time. That means there's a whole lot less pressure on them. And that will definitely be felt. Team 1 is already a team that plays quite freely, you would say. They rotate around quite a lot. They just take their gunfights if they cannot get through strategically. And they manage to win it on the back of it. Imagine if that's a team that is suddenly, well, relieved of any pressure, of any worries.
Canadian is able to survive the side of an explosion. I'm not entirely sure what that was. I think there was just a little bit of side cursory damage that came through. It wasn't a used explosive. As they listen to the fun, funky music.
I was going to say, it's like nice music in the background there, right away.
Cowboy Bebop. As they're waiting. And that's it. It's waiting. It's patience. It's weighing things up. It's the stress of the importance of this round. They're leading their opener to what has to be a flawless strike. If any round is going to be the toughest, it's this. Nobody has the tougher job than the first on the stage. And here, as they set themselves up for their own sake, they're going to go for the pace attempt. The Kaid Claw is ready to be juggled. It's a handheld throw. That does just catch the pellets.
And that one too. That is a big mistake here from DarkZero. You need to double EMP if you want to be opening up these hatches. Of course, you cannot do that twice. And yes, okay, that one just popped off in time. I was going to say, are they going to be tricking every single one of them and make sure there is no EMPs left to try and stop, well, them from actively tricking it with the Electric Claws? In the end, they managed to open up one of them. Hyper now needs to make sure that they get rid of the Electric Claw. Grenade will be tossed in. I'm not sure. No, that's meant for the player. That's not meant for the Electric Claw itself, and that means that that hatch will stay closed for now as Canadian takes a lot of damage on the laundry stairs.
Tried to find his way down here, but at this point he's trying to draw attention. 45 seconds now, and they're going to see if they can set themselves up for the same sort of take they suffered in the most recent rounds. 2 bodies dabbling and dancing with the danger of this swing, but that on that core pillar point is the danger. It's not just the play around the freezer, but it's Levy who's dancing between the angle towards Canadian on one side, and then the 2 players that are pushing inside on the freezer on the other. Hyper's able to stack up with Canadian, but he goes down right in front of the man as Eclipse is trying to make moves on the far side, has to pick up sticks because Pamba's suffered just on the shoulder too. Levy finds himself a double, 15 seconds, finds us ticking closer and closer. It's all locked off, and now it's Team 1. 6-1. It may be over for DarkZero based on other results.
It is over for DarkZero on other results. It doesn't matter what they do anymore. They needed 6 points, and the other games to go their way. Anything less would have not been enough. And now, well, DarkZero, they can book their tickets home, so to say, after their games have been played here today. But there's still something to play for here. Don't get it wrong. Team 1 still has the opportunity to lock out their first place position here. And that is what they're looking to do. They just need 1 of the next 5 rounds. And surely DarkZero, well, they know it. They have been beaten. Now it is the question are they disappointed or are they playing carefree?
I mean, from the round that was the most pressure in their entire tournament that they've played so far, to now a round that is technically the least amount of pressure, but it's still disappointing. For context, they are the 3rd team now, depending on what's going on in the other stream, should be eliminated. No chance of making playoffs. The other 2 from the start of this day, OXG
and
Invictus.
Gaming, yeah.
So that's 2 NA teams and 1 APAC team are unfortunately not going to be joining us on the grand stage. Team 1 is still fighting for the lock-in, but on a 6-1 lead, and with the energy that they've brought, it's looking pretty likely.
It's starting to look pretty good indeed.
5 seconds to go.
The opportunity here to, again, lock themselves in. First seed here. And after they won the Mexico Major, they will be more than happy. Or rather, you know, it's a job well done for them. That they make it back to the group, to the playoffs, because I think everybody would have expected them to do so after they have won Mexico, which was a miracle run. One of the best stories we've ever had inside of Siege, you can dare to say. Now they're looking to beat up DarkZero yet again. 6-1 currently. Just need to lock it off here. Just a singular round is all they need to find, and well, they're on the defense. DarkZero is the one that needs to bring the pressure. DarkZero is the one that's currently fighting 5 versus 6, considering time is always in the favor of the defenders.
Well, there's a very wide run, and Alamau shouldn't win that, but he does! Okay, it was a spread fire between KDS, who decided to go for an adventure with a C4 in hand, but Alamau on the cover and the swing. Oh, that was filthy, and oh, that is just a testament to the game that we have had before us. Hyper and Canadian are going to see if they can get some control over Trophy in the top of Armory as the 3 blue bodies are stacked up on Attic. They still have some utility they can lob over the top of that danger hole and hold off, but it's just waiting now for Lagonas.
It really hurts that they need to use RC Retiros to start opening up their default rotations because they lost NJR. And, well, you cannot really say it's his fault. He maybe should have picked up the kill onto KDS, but Alamau just deciding to swing to save his teammate there, really coming in clutch for the side of Team 1. That might just as well be a decisive factor at the end of the round here. You do not know it. Not yet, at least. And as time keeps on ticking down, there is a Nitro Cell ready and prepped from Lagonas. He's just waiting until he hears the noise that someone is inside of the trophy area. And it will be Canadian to be the first one to move in, or Eclipse, depending on where they want to plant from. They're opening up into games, but there is default holes that, you know, you need to have that verticality if you want to use them.
A bomb has been located.
And all that Team 1 is just waiting for right now is just that final call. Where are you coming from?
They're going to see if they can get an idea of where they can drive this plant, potentially towards the foosball table, but you'll see the openings are underneath, and Neskin's still on the prowl. That default is going to be exceptionally dangerous, so they might try and deep dive it towards the closed trophy wall. Hey, there's a C4, and there's Hyper catching on his head. Canadian somehow survives, and they at least finish off KDS from earlier on in the meantime, but now that's a huge bout of pressure as they find themselves still on the downtick on the body balance. A rotation round from Alamau to throw show. Another smoke towards the entrance means that Eclipse cannot quite get it clean, but does take Lagonis. Will the firefight? 15 seconds. Alamau for a bit of revenge here. He is trying to take bodies. Neskin puts them into the 2 versus 1, and Team 1 put themselves, I believe, onto the grand playoff stage.
Yeah, they have indeed already qualified themselves, and not just qualified themselves, but in the first seed of their group as well, with still a game to spare. So, well played by Team 1. The Mexico major winner will be able to give it yet one more go here on the playoffs that will start, of course, on the Friday. They still have another match to play. There's no pressure at all on that one.
It was just an exceptional game from T1. DarkZero have had an unfortunate tournament, there's no denying. They weren't able to play to their pace, but to be fair, they came into this saying we just want to try and do better than we did before. About the same is the tough answer, but at the same time, against this Team 1 and how they struck today, a lot of teams would have suffered.
It is definitely a tough game they've had here against Team 1, and they've managed to get a win out last play day. Maybe they were going to be able to find more. Maybe they still are going to be able to find more, because they could be the gatekeepers for the second spot. But before more about that is being told to you by our analysts, let's toss it to a quick break.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back to the desk here at the Rainbow Six Sweden Major. My name is Jess Goat, and I'm back with Fresh to talk about what I'm considering to be a speed run by the team of Team 1.
Yep.
Okay, they didn't do what their Latin American brethren of FaZe did in 7-0'd. They got, the nice 7-1, but it's close enough.
I'm disappointed, Jess.
Do
Do you know why? Because you was with me. We walked back to the green room and
We did.
We sat down and then we got back up again to come do the desk because the game was over.
I made a coffee, I looked at the screen, oops, I gotta go back to the desk all of a sudden.
Like, we love being here with you, but, coffee as well. So.
I mean, there are priorities in the world, I'm not going to lie to you, and with a scoreline like that,
Yep.
that confirms two things to me. Or at least one.
Confirms at least one thing.
What does it confirm?
Team 1 are in the playoffs.
Okay, good. I love Parker so much. That is him across the room, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But what else does that confirm for DarkZero?
Well, I believe it confirms DarkZero are going to be going home.
So NA stands for near airport.
Near airport, yeah.
Okay.
And I believe what we're hearing is DarkZero, we're waiting for the result from the next game, or the other game in the group that's going on, because if SANDBOX win that game, they will be confirmed for playoffs, and also Vitality go home as well.
Whoa.
So
Latin America,
this group is
APAC
just
supremacy?
decided. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, at least we know Team 1 is locked in for the playoffs, so don't worry, your reigning major champions are still ready to go for yet another major. It confirms that North America has had a little bit of a trip and a stumble so far, but there are other teams out there ready to go in other groups, so whilst DarkZero has had a little bit of a fall and a stumble here, they're going to be able to collect themselves for next year.
It's really disappointing. Really disappointing from DarkZero, because the organization puts a lot of time and investment into this roster, into Rainbow Six, and into the whole ecosystem, artists, everything. So it's disappointing that they're not getting the return on investment of at least making the main stage.
Well, they brought in Big Bad Nadian, and unfortunately they didn't get the big bad results they were looking for. And speaking of, the man had I want to say something very nice because I love Troy very dearly, but there is a lot of words that can't describe the rating that he has at the very least. So I'm going to skip over. I'm going to glaze over it very kindly.
Got 0.21, Jess. I'm not skipping over it.
You have
one of the
been
most
dunking.
decorated players in NA. No, I know. And I'm not deliberately trying to dunk on NA, right? But I had high expectations out of some of these NA teams.
Yes.
Oxygen, not so much. I'll give them a pass.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the other three NA teams that are here, and DarkZero just really have not turned up in this tournament whatsoever.
Well, that has solidified Team 1's position in their group and in the playoffs. So let's bring up the group standings to work out exactly how that looks visually. If you're a visual learner out there, don't worry, we got you. This is Group A and B as it currently exists. You can glaze over AA so far. No games have been played, so we don't know any results for today. We don't know who's locked in alongside Rogue, but Group B, that's for the games that are going on right now. You just saw Team 1 go up against DarkZero and SANDBOX going up against Vitality. You're pointing out the screen, you're doing, nice little gestures. What are you seeing?
So it does confirm it. Team 1 and SANDBOX Gaming will be the two teams that advance from playoffs. You may be thinking...
Why? What happened?
You may... Because SANDBOX won against Vitality just
Oh,
then.
spoiler
the result is
alert!
confirmed.
We did the spoiler alert
Well,
after the spoiler.
Yeah, but it's
That's
already
not
up
how it
on the
works.
screen.
I mean, oh, you're right. Okay,
It's
whoa.
already up on the screen. The results are already up on the screen. So Vitality are 3 points behind SANDBOX, so they can get level on point, but they lose the head-to-head, having lost to them twice.
So that is it. Group B, known as Group Best. For the best regions in the world, baby. That's right. Latin American supremacy, APAC North supremacy. For those who aren't sure what SANDBOX Gaming is, X-Mantis, X-Cloud9. And if you're Cloud9 watching this, you dropped a heck of a team. They're making playoffs, baby, and that's on you. You got anything to say?
I've got nothing to say.
This man just do it. Just throw it. Just
SANDBOX. Well, no.
Go.
Bad for Cloud9. Good for SANDBOX. They've picked up a winning team.
There you go. All right, you gonna throw it with me? You gonna throw it to a break?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We're gonna throw it to a break real quick, and when we get back, it's game number 2 here on the A stream. Let's go.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Our days are getting shorter. It's now or no way. 'Cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending. It's not in our course at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe. Mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Yeah.
Welcome back to the desk here on the A stream for the Rainbow Six Sweden Major. My name is Jess Goat, and I'm back again with Fresh as we are bringing you game number 2 here on the main stream. And the biggest thing for me right now to alert everyone, I don't think there's a need for a spoiler at this point because everyone knows that there are lots of stakes at hand. There have been some developments before we kick into the rosters. 1, Team Vitality cannot make the playoffs anymore. 2, DarkZero cannot make the playoffs anymore. So those are the 2 teams knocked out yet. You're sending a prayer. Thank you for your time here, those. However, that means Team 1 and SANDBOX Gaming are locked in for the playoffs. So you guys know, you can keep up to date. That is the developments thus far. But let's kick into match number 1. Let's bring up our first roster.
Yes.
It's going to be Oxygen eSports. Go on. Kick off.
Oxygen, I give them a free pass for an A.
As you should.
At this point, this is not their team. It's so easy to see. You see the 2 silhouettes, they're playing from the hotel at the airport.
Yep.
Because unfortunately, Fox A could not attend due to testing positive before flying. He's over in America, which means you will see Coach Hopes, who's on the right there, standing in. There's only 3 of them here at the venue. They are knocked out of the tournament, you know, as you might expect, because there's not 5 people here for one.
Yeah.
And they're playing with a coach and, you know, different... It interrupts things so much.
Well, speaking of interruption, disruption, and being one of the first teams qualified for the playoffs here at the Rainbow Six Sweden Major, it's your team Rogue. And you and I are a bit of EU shills for this team since they caught our hearts in Stage 3 of EUL and lit the servers alight.
I'm a big EU shill, I'm a somewhat big Rogue shill, and I am a massive Crying shill.
Damn,
Because
okay.
so my first week when I joined G2 was when they kicked Goga and picked up Crying. So I worked with him on G2. Obviously, it did not particularly end well there for either of us. And then I worked with him on Chaos, where, again, it didn't work well for either of us. But he's now on a roster that's winning, and they are going far. They are already in the playoffs.
Well, as the map ban comes up on your screen, it's important to note that this analysis that we're about to give you is going to be a little bit surface level because we actually consider this match to only be a seeding match. There are not a lot of other stakes like the last match had. This one is going to have a lot less stakes, and Rogue, if they don't show everything, even if Oxygen beat them, nothing really changes for them outside of seeding.
A seeding match for you, maybe a show match is how I might consider it.
Nice, okay.
But I did speak to Leon yesterday. I did quickly catch up with him. They're still using this as an opportunity to practice aim, to practice team play, to practice cohesion, crossfires, communication, all those things that need to be on point going into the playoffs. Sure, they might not show strats, they might play different maps, but they're still using it to practice ready for the finals on Friday.
Well, whether you consider it a show match or whether you consider it a seeding match or whether you're just here for the good old vibes here on the A stream, it doesn't really matter because the boys are in the server and ready to kick it off. It's Oxygen eSports versus Rogue, game 2 of day 3.
And welcome back to the B stream. I realised I couldn't hear myself then. Now I'm all good and I can hear myself. Now I know how all you poor tortured souls at home, as well as Tim, of course, feel about my voice ringing through your eardrums. Tim, we're into game number 2 of the day. Oxygen versus Rogue coming into this event. I said it last time we cast them on this game that it was going to be a banger. I was really excited about these two teams matching up, but for Oxygen, it hasn't been a great performance so far. For Rogue here, like Jess said, it's a little bit of a show match, but a good way to strike a bit of fear into the hearts of your opponents ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. From Oxygen's point of view, you know, it's been talked about plenty, but we've got, you know, it hasn't been the best performance, but there's been very good reason for it. It's been unfortunate for it. Is this full strength Oxygen? Is the best that they can deliver? Absolutely not. And this is, you know, why we were looking forward to this game so much. I think, you know, on the day with everybody present, this is a hell of a game. But, like you say, unfortunately, circumstances prevail and we are where we are. But Rogue, they're going to come in here, I'm sure, looking to stay hot. That's the key for Rogue here, Des. They're going into playoffs They're already there. But you got to remember how important playoffs are for Rogue. Winning's a mentality. Winning is a habit, and they're going to want to make sure that can.
No,
they are. They're going to make. Sure that it continues.
You're starting one of those Instagram accounts where every day they post some really cringy saying. Winning. Is a
I mean, you know that I
mentality.
am Mr. Inspirational.
Yeah, but there's a very fine line between
I love to pep you
inspirational
up.
and cringy. Come on.
But it's true. Rogue need to get to the semi-finals. If Rogue get to the semi-finals, they get to the 6th Invitational. It's big for them. So, you know, they're not going to want to come in here and sort of mess about. There's a job to be done. Professionalism, bang. I'm sure that they're going to come out and go full force at this. Oxygen are going to have the work cut out.
We saw him in the hotel lobby this morning, actually, Rogue, didn't we? The boys were all standing around. Crying was like posing for like the next picture of his like Greek god Adonis sort of thing, you know, flexing his muscles as he always does. And after about 5 minutes, he did finally come over and go, "So, you wanted to see me?" I'm like, "No, just wanted to have a chat, mate." He's like, "You sure you didn't want to see the muscles?" And I was like, "No, I really didn't want to see the muscles crying."
In this picture of Crying, bless him. Crying's the nicest guy. Like,
I'm definitely not giving him a very good service.
Crying really is the nicest guy. And Des is painting this picture of him stood in a hotel lobby just like flexing, just like for all the passers-by. He's not like that at all.
There he is. What are you on about? Nah, so I had a good chat with Mifi before we came out here, and he said to me, you know, Crying is the balance in the team. He is the discipline. He's the guy else. He goes off to the gym. He's very controlled in game. When the rest of the team gets a little bit excited, as you can imagine, Aces and Leon are like two kids in a sweet shop when they start winning. He's the one who says, "Right, boys, calm it down. We've still got the job to do here. Let's get on with it." And then they go back to playing as they were. So he is the balance on that team.
Certainly is. Now, we're going to be looking at the balance of this one as we get into it. Action phase almost underway on round one. We're going to be getting into things. It's going to be kitchen and service to begin with. Oxygen starters out on the defence, and it will be, of course, on Cafe. Our operator bans, which we almost completely skimmed over, Des, or we did completely skim over.
I was talking about Crying's muscles.
Crying flexing. Thatcher, Blackbeard, Mirror, Valkyrie. So 3 out of 4 completely expected. Blackbeard, a little bit of a curveball from Rogue there. You know, we did see Yoga bringing the Blackbeard along on Chalet.
Like one round,
you
two
know,
rounds.
Yeah, they've obviously seen that. It's a target ban.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a straight up target ban. Getting rid of the Blackbeard.
It shows you what transformation we've had to go through the last 12 months when in APAC North. We actually got used to seeing it for a time. I think it was Talon eSports used to run it quite a bit. He used to have, I think it was PMW, would just run around on Cafe playing Blackbeard. So I saw it and I was like, yeah, that's reasonable. Whereas 18 months ago, I'd have gone, what the ever-loving hell is going on in this game? So maybe it's a bit of balance. Round one playing out. We've got them setting up on the basement down, so not in the basement, sorry, inside of the kitchen. Clearly they are hungry. Laxing looking for more food than he can manage inside one belly full down in this site. But a little bit of a setup going on the upstairs as well. Likely to try and impede Rogue, slow them down, burn through a bit of time to make them a bit more panicked in the dying moments of the round.
I don't think Laxing's going to be looking for any more food, Des. He's been posting up some real breakfast on the timeline.
Did you see his Winnie the Pooh picture earlier? Oh, mate, I died looking at it.
Absolutely feasting on the breakfasts here in Sweden.
Oh, and then Aces came in and was like, yeah, that's me all the time. And I was like, bro, don't do yourself like that. Don't do yourself like that.
Laxing looking to get aggressive here, going straight onto that main door. He's just going to dip away for the time being, though. Kino's going to take his place, looking for that aggression. Oxygen just trying to get up in the faces of Rogue here, looking to play the game. They've got Frost in there. They're making it difficult. I think they're presuming that they might see this Rogue rush that we've seen a couple of times, just trying to get in there, get aggro and mix things up. So the Frost mats come out, the deployable shields come out, basically everything to try and slow Rogue down.
You got Kino holding up on white stairs, so they are trying to be quite aggressive in greeting Rogue on the entry into the building. Leon finding one, but traded out a second later by Vertical. Brings us into a 4 versus 4. Nice and early in the round as well, 55 seconds in. Not to be unexpected given how high up we've seen Oxygen holding at the start of this round.
Absolutely not. We've got Oxygen now pretty much bunkering down into sight. There's just one unaccounted for, and that is Kino up on that mid-floor. I'm not sure if Rogue are aware of him, but he's absolutely herring round at the minute. Shooting out that barricade is probably going to give away his location a little bit, and I think there was a drone buzzing round as well. So Rogue will likely be aware of him. The thing is, they can just cut him off from here.
Oh, honestly.
There's always one. There's always one, Des. And this time, it has been Kino. He's put one of his alibi decoys outside. It'll continually flash up that warning that there is an identity-hidden enemy outside for Oxygen. Sorry, for Rogue, unless they go and clear it up. So it's just a little bit of gamesmanship. It just obscures the screen a little bit.
Kino's been lurking off towards White Stairs for much of the round as well, and then obviously ran up towards that snow door to get the Prisma outside, so they know that he's around that side of the map. It's why you saw the drone coming in up top. Vert finds one, finds three. It's Aces, walks into the end of the tip of his spear. Falls down all too easily. Crying left in a 1 versus 3. I don't see him walking away as the winner in this round, even though he's got all this time to play with. But we spoke about him. Mr. Flex himself and what he can achieve, both in operator and in muscle. Not quite able to muscle his way through the bar here. Peeked onto by Laxing and finds one. Down to 50 HP and has got quite a bit of work to do, but has the time to make this play work.
He does. He's 1 versus 2, and he can just take his time here. He can see what information comes his way. He's a little bit unfortunate not to get that first kill on the challenge down here towards kitchen doorway, to be fair. Both in sight, Vertical. Going to find him on the long angle. 4 on the round for him, and a good start for Oxygen.
I mean, sees his shoulder peeking out there just to the side as well. The game of perspectives, being a little bit closer to the angle, means he sees him before he is seen, and it's a freebie pick up at the end. Good from Oxygen to get out in the map and be willing to challenge onto Rogue, mind you. Vert finding a 3k in the round, make it a 4 actually, with that closing kill coming in. Huge round for him to get things started, and for Oxygen, a small glimmer of hope that maybe they get something out of this game.
It's an interesting point that you raised there, Des. It's one that we see discussed occasionally, but I think, you know, maybe a lot of people don't sort of take into account is that perspective element. You know, we see quite often, he saw me first, how does he see me first there? And people forget about the angles, the maths and the perspective. If you are a different distance away from the object that you're peeking round, then you will see the person at a different time. It would happen IRL, it happens in game, and that's what we've just seen there.
That's why you've got to swing angles as wide as you can, hopefully. Swing or be swung, as we tend to say in Europe. Going to see Mining and Fireplace being our second site for Oxygen. Quite uncommon to see this one being not even a first, second or third priority. Often it would go to be in the fourth and more brought out for some crazy, interesting castle-bearing stats. I would have expected to see us head up to Bar and Cocktail in this round, but I'll take something a little bit different, something to try and throw Rogue off Oxygen's scent and keep something a little bit different in the mix. You've got Vert here, now looking to commit to being off-site playing on this vigil, and I know there is a certain Nordic caster somewhere. Suraleif is living life right now in seeing the Doc and the Rook coming together, or the Duck combo, as he once coined it.
Got them both inside a Piano at the minute, working in tandem. Going to be defending Mining, so trying to keep hold of Piano, no doubt, for as long as possible. Both on those windows there, both looking for anything they can get. But Rogue, they are alerted as they're going in. They're watching the windows. They know exactly what they might be facing up to. They're ready and prepared for this Oxygen aggression. Leon goes on to the rappel on the south side. I don't think he's going to have any major challenge there. He's not got anybody in a position at the minute from Oxygen who will be able to run or jump out onto him. Gets himself up onto the rooftop, so he's going to be found in safety anyway. Vertical could be the danger here for a run out. He's just waiting on that double door. He has gotten... No, he's run out of impact nades, so he can't open it in one blast from the impact nade. He's been seen by a drone. Now then, that's a cardinal sin for the Vigil there, Des. Obviously, his gadget would keep him off the drones. He can't see it up on the top there, and that's going to give Prano and Crying all the information they need. They've got to get a freebie here. Leon finds Kino, and surely the challenge comes in. It does, but somehow Vertical survives. Yoga, however, does not, as Leon finds him, and that's 5 versus 3 for Rogue now.
Not going easy on the new kids, is he here? Leon, 2 kills to kick out the round. Vertical eventually collapsed on by Aces as well. It's as simple as 1, 2, 3 for the side of Rogue in this round. We're only 75 seconds in, and they're already chewing their way through, as Hopes finds himself blasted hopelessly through a wall, eventually picked out by Prano, and it's Laxing left in a 1 versus 5. Playing a little bit of kiss chase by the looks of it. Coming up behind where Rogue were about 30 seconds prior. The problem is they have full control of the site. Prano getting the diffuser down, and a lot of work to be done.
Prano doing what Prano does best, getting in there and playing that objective, as you say. Laxing, awful lot of work to do here. He's on the echo, so his mobility is a little bit limited. He does have some information, but he's not going to have too much to work off. Finds one and a kill. Nice long range effort onto Rips there for Laxing. Goes to the second, but he's challenged from 2 angles at once. Aces finishes it off, and that was a pretty solid round for Rogue. Interesting to see the mechanic that we often forget about, Des, in line with those air jabs. We very rarely see it in pro play, but that is that you can be punched straight through a soft wall with it.
You can. You very rarely see it, like you say.
Very rarely see it.
When it does happen. One of those, the thing I observed there at the very end, that I asked Pengu about this actually the day when we were sat just talking, and I said to him, these fist bumps that you see players doing at the end of rounds, you know, how do you feel about it? And he was like, well, back on G2, you know, Shas was quite hands-off. He wouldn't normally air quotes, interfere and, fist bump us as we were going through. Because, like, especially for Pengu, who was saying, I like to just be in the zone, don't drag me out my zone, I'm focusing on the game, whatever. For other teams, it's very much a reset at the end of the round. And for the coach to indicate, I am still here, of course, the support's there, whatever. It's very kind of player preference is what Pengu said. So while you'll see some teams doing it, some teams, and I'm pretty sure Lycan from SSG doesn't do it, he won't fist bump his players at the end of a round. It's a very, very small thing, and I think ultimately not massively important for us as viewers or as casters to see, but for some players, the massive mental boon that it could give them is really interesting.
You say there about Pengu being in the zone, Des, I think fair to mention at this point as well. I'd like to shout out Pengu and how in the zone he's been for his casting. It's been absolutely fantastic listening to him alongside Parker for the last couple of days. I know that chat and the wider community have been loving it as well, so great job from Pengu so far.
It's been alright, I guess. It's not too bad. We'd like to give him a few lessons on the game, teach him a few operator names along the way.
He's going to be sat there absolutely killing himself listening to this now, thinking, what is Silver Des going to teach me?
True story, was locked in Silver for much of the last season. Tell you what, wild experience, mate.
I bet it was.
Wild experience. And then Jacob fell into the same trap as well, and he was
this
like...
This is what happens once you get there, you're stuck. It's like you're in a swamp.
I need to call in the troops, I don't know what's going on. I was like, I know you feel, buddy. I know that feel. Laxin finds one onto Aces early in the round. It's the Finker taken off the board, so those heals very quickly removed as well. Of course, the frag grenades that were being stacked up in abundance. There were 4 on side for Rogue, now down to just the 2. Cryin, the only sole remainder with those on side. A C4 prep by Yoga for the hatch. Now, it's like playing a bit of, come on, take the trap. Mousetrap! And off it goes. Cryin goes down, 2 kills to start for Oxygen. Much better than the previous round where they found themselves in a 1 versus 5.
I love that we're seeing Oxygen come out here and be competitive, Des. They're not doing anything silly. They're getting out into the map and they're finding their kills. As we said, coming into it, there's the limit. There's nothing really on the line as such for these two teams here. But I think Oxygen, it's a bit of a pride thing. It's wanting to take a win away from the major, whatever the circumstances. And they're actually playing pretty well on the whole. They're managing to keep it competitive. It's still 4 versus 3. Rogue have managed to get one back, but this round continues.
Well, I'd hope so. It'd be really weird if it just suddenly stopped at 1 minute 45 seconds, wouldn't it?
It depends. Has there been 5 kills?
Oh, no, not yet.
If there was,
I mean...
wouldn't be that weird then, would it?
I mean, there's been 4. Now there's been 5, and the round's still going.
There you go.
So you might want to rethink your logic there, Ace. Good thing you're not a game developer, eh?
This is why I don't like you. So, we're going to go into the second half of the game. We've got Oxygen finishing it off. There we go. See, it just stopped, Des. All of a sudden, just got 1 kill there from Laxing.
That was 6 kills, though, not 5.
The round just stopped. The round just stopped.
That was 6. Math not your strong point, apparently, Tim.
It's really not.
That's why we use spreadsheets so much. They do the hard work for us.
Exactly that.
Yeah, it's a good round for Oxygen to get on the board. And I mean, at this point, it's so early in the game, it's 2-1, right? No one's going to be crying over spilt milk at this point.
No one's going to be crying over spilt milk?
Hey! Got him! We actually stood out back and said, this is not, it's not so much that it's not an important game, because every game at the major, of course, is important. And it's fun to watch international competition. But we said on a scale of 1 to 10, how memey is this game going to get? And you said about 7 or 8 you kind of put it at. I'm not saying the players aren't going to take it seriously, because they are playing pretty well.
I see that they are.
But look at our last 2 games yesterday you and I covered. Things were going downhill on the B stream very quickly.
This is what happens towards the end of the day, especially towards the end of the day on group stages. Like, we're here, people might not know, we're here from, what time do we start?
I mean, the poor guys that were on the first game were here at 7:10.
Yeah, well, you set up about 7, we've been setting off about 7:30, I think. So by the time we're getting up to like 9, 10 o'clock at night, it's a long day,
A little bit delirious.
Yeah, those last couple of games, we do try to avoid it. It's very rare that people are on the first and the last, we do try to avoid that. But, yeah, you've generally had a long day. And
Tell you what, one of the funnest things I had was when Fresh first became an analyst, I remember saying to him something like, oh, what do you think? And he was saying like, because he always used to rib on me being like, oh, you casters, you do a few hours day at work and get paid loads for it. What's this all about? And I was just like, Fresh, trust me, when you try casting, you'll see. And then he tried it. He was like, you know what? Newfound respect.
That's it. Keeping the energies up, not always easy. And sometimes
that's not us saying, oh, woe is me. It's
not at all.
Being energetic.
We absolutely love what we do, but having a bit of fun along with it helps us keep yourself full of beans, keep the energy up there.
Full of beans.
Got to get the beans.
Tell you what, he's rattled a few people sourdough toast and beans for breakfast in the morning. Milos was just like, what the hell is wrong with British people? I was like, trust me, that's the first of many problems that we've got. In this round, no problems yet discovered though for Rogue on their pathway through the building. They've got the control they're looking for, at least upstairs on the roof, and starting to think about how they can get a push going on to this top floor. That setup work done. Everyone safely inside the building, even with Yoga looking to cause a little bit of trouble once more with the dock.
Prono just going to be opening up that top hatch there, looking to get some access into red stairs. Pretty standard take from Rogue so far, I would expect. It's going to be looking to get control over Piano and then move forward from there. Vertical's just waiting underneath with that Nitro out. It goes there. It's not going to catch his man as Prono, I think it is just safely tucked away there whilst using his drone. So he's going to keep his life. Nice little effort from Vertical, but just can't find the opener. It's pretty static here on the whole from Oxygen. Just one underneath, but you see that yellow ping coming out again. So I think that, again, Rogue are aware of Laxing's presence. Something they've been doing very well so far has just been monitoring those positions, having a good idea over where Oxygen are playing, particularly with the roamers, keeping on top of them. We saw Vertical, if you remember, on the Vigil, completely shut down out of Bakery. Laxing needs to be careful. His days could be numbered if he's been spotted.
To some level, yeah, but I guess for Rogue, they're still focusing on getting full control of Piano here, you know, being contested up on the roof. As we saw, the Thunderbird earlier on was stood underneath the skylight. Now it's turned to other members to watch that out for them. They're only just about getting this pixel clear, roughly 2 minutes into the round. So there's going to be a point where they go, okay, now it is go time. Vertical is waiting to see when Aces steps a bit too close to that window and finds itself blasted out. They've got a C4 on side. Kino starting off the fragging, traded back out immediately after by Rips. Good trade play coming out for Rogue across the last few rounds.
It has been. They've kept on top of the man count. They've kept themselves active in the rounds. But what I'm loving to see from Oxygen is generally it's them that seem to be taking the initiative over these last couple of rounds and getting themselves that advantage, forcing the trades out of Rogue. Now then, Rip's going to take the upside down rappel. Not going to need it as Aces is able to push through Pixel Spot. What's Laxing going to do here, though? He's got an opportunity to push up White Stairs potentially, but it depends if Rogue knows that he is coming from there. Hopes is going to be down. Aces and Crying getting the job done. I think they've pretty much got this top floor locked down now. Going to be very difficult for Laxing to do anything here. He's heading up the red stairs instead, but he's 1 versus 4 now. Needs to start finding kills. Can't get near any of those corner stations to help him. Prano putting the diffuser down. Won't have time. Final kill comes in for Rogue. 2-2.
Oh, classic Laxing, just baiting out his team as you do. Now, clearly I think there was a little bit of a slip up on the side of Oxygen. Laxing was there really to prevent this push coming up white, but instead was dipping away down red rather than looking to push his way up towards white. Rogue got 2 or 3 members pushing up there, caught the Thunderbird by surprise and stepped forward and closed out the round from there.
Thing is, as soon as you've got Aces on Thinker pushing the top of White Stairs and he's at Lumber, there's not really much Laxing can do at that point. Like you say, it's just a little bit too late there. I think Rogue caught them out, got down White Corridor too quickly for them, and once they're in behind, you know that White Stairs are going to be watched. If you come up there, bang, you're going to lose your life. You've no option but to rotate to red. So, you know, right decision from Laxing. Unfortunately, just a little bit off on the timing, I think, of that flank.
Ever so slightly, and you'll forgive it, right? You'll forgive it happening once every now and again. It's still 2-2. Oxygen are still staying square. You and I, you know, got into the studio or into the green room earlier on to go into makeup and hair and all that kind of stuff we have to do to look even mildly presentable on this day.
Go into hair. It takes me a while.
Just a fair while. Just to draw on all that fake hair that you've got there, Ace, absolutely. But we came in and the games were both ending and we were like, wait, well, what's happened? Both games in the first round.
Absolutely rapid.
What the hell is that all about?
I mean, it's probably fair to point out, Des, as well, that I predicted both of them correctly.
Yeah, that is very true. I was distraught that I
think there was only me and Parker. I think there was me and Parker.
Only you two predicted SANDBOX in that game, yeah. It's very interesting.
Had a feeling this morning. Had a feeling. I know DarkZero had a better performance yesterday, but it's been a struggle overall, and I just wasn't sure that it was going to stick. Now then, it's going to be Oxygen versus Rogue. 2-2 on the scoreboard. Round 5, going to be a kitchen defense here as we see Rogue once again mounting their attack. Not done too badly so far, but Oxygen certainly putting up a lot of resistance for them. I like the mobility that we're seeing out of Oxygen. Every single round, as we've seen players like Kino, players like Laxing, just out there on their own. Vertical as well on the Vigil, just getting around the map and trying to burn time, trying to make Rogue's life difficult, Des. This time it's Yoga going to take down Leon, going to take down Rips. Here come Oxygen on that roam game once again. Actually, Yoga in from behind the Bakery counter as well as he moves through, gets himself another, but it gets flipped on his head. 3 trades effectively come in, and it's 2 versus 2 in what is just an absolute flurry of violence in the early round.
Reminds me of BDS's game yesterday when they came up against, remind me which NA team it was that we cast. I forget who it was. Who was it, Tim? The game that we cast.
One of the best games of the day that we cast, Des.
Yeah, which one was it? BDS
I know you know.
I don't, I forgot.
Soniqs.
That's the one. Soniqs had 3 players walk away with 3Ks or 4Ks in several rounds, and things just kept on getting slipped back onto their head. Now here, great closing play coming out for Oxygen to get them the round over and done. So it's not all looking too miserable. There's still work to be done, of course. This is on their defensive side, and I always hate talking about like round splits on maps as well. You know, these days maps feel relatively balanced out with the rebalancing in the game recently.
The thing
is pretty good.
I've said this for the longest time, Des. You know, we often talk about attacker, defender set. The percentages are small. When we talk about attacker favoured, it would be unusual to see a map that is 60% win rate for attackers. That is a big number in terms of, you know, we're usually talking 55 to 45%. You know, we're not talking...
It's such a minor swing.
We're talking about small differences. We're talking about 4-2 rather than 3-3. You know, we're talking about 1 round going, you know, in favour. It's very, very small differences. Oxygen, 3-2 on the defence now. Going to be coming into their final round defensively. If they can get this one locked down, you know what? They might just be feeling pretty good about getting onto the attack and being able to maybe take something here. They're going to be attacking onto... Sorry, Rogue are going to be attacking onto Mining Room this time. Now then, Des, we've got an interesting setup here.
Do we really?
We've got a Tachanka. We've got deployable shields up on the top floor. We've got all sorts going on here.
Yeah, I mean, Chanka, a viable alternative to smoke for some players and for some teams especially. I think about Brede on BDS, he can alternate between the two. Whenever he's had smoke target banned away against him, he just brings along the Chanka. It's no issue at all. And where your team might normally lack a shotgun, well, now you've got an LMG that tears through walls like paper. Really good for the site transformation, opening up rotates and so on and so forth. So I don't think it's like completely alien as a setup coming in here. What I am most interested by is on the other side, looking at the lineup coming out of Rogue. No single hard breacher in sight. The only hard breach they've got is on Prano, who would normally be playing those hard breach roles, but he's of course brought along the hard breach gadgets here. So 2 of those in back pocket, thanks to the recent patch, and has plenty of ability to help the team execute with those fire bolts, the smoke bolts, so on. Very nice aggressive setup that we're very used to seeing coming out of Rogue.
Leon Gage just working on the windows here, trying to find himself an early pick. Not going to find anything just as of yet. Aces as well. Just going to open up the hatches now. We can see Rogue trying to get themselves set for this top-down clearance. They're going to be attacking onto Mining, so they're going to want to get Crying in there on the sledge to start opening things up. But they're going to have to deal with Kino first, and they're going to have to deal with Yoga as well. This is actually a really aggressive top-floor hold coming out from Oxygen. You usually see it more over to the cocktail side of things, over on the east side of the map, but they're right up in the faces here, potentially. Laxing joining on that top-floor roam as well. The Tachanka of Yoga is going to drop away under the pressure. He's going to decide that it's better to keep those Shumika launchers active for later in the round, but Leon just focuses in on Laxing like an absolute laser beam as he drops through the skylight there, knowing exactly where the Echo is, and gets himself a nice opener. He's been a little bit quiet since those couple of first rounds where he got the openers, Des, but back with a bang there.
Quiet in general, I'd wager as well, where, you know, Leon across this tournament, a lot of the focus has been on Prano, who's like top in stats, most of them at the minute, or at least near the top. You've got Aces, who's been having a lights-out tournament and Crying a couple of big games throughout the group stage as well. But remembering, of course, this is only game 5. There's still 1 more to go, so it'll be really interesting to see how the team squares up when we get towards the end. Yoga! Oh my god, he's doing it, but fun at this point. Finds 2 heads with a couple of clicks. Can't quite get the Nexus. Prano trades it back. Kino contributing 2, but this is what I was saying about Prano. Doesn't matter what you stick him on, he can be a godly fragger in the right situation.
Limited resources now could be the problem for Rogue. They've lost Crying on the sledge, so they don't have the option necessarily to open up those vertical angles quite as easily. 2 hard breach charges available on Capitao that could do the job, and some explosive rounds for Leon that I believe could do the job as well. So they're going to have to use those smartly because they're limited to 4 locations, whereas your sledge might sometimes go in if you want those verticals and just start opening absolutely everything up, going wild, but they're not going to have that option for the time being. Prano just using that hatch for his vertical. As I say, Leon gets in there, starts opening up, but needs to be very strategic about exactly where he does that now. Hopes he's going to be holding down this angle, doesn't quite catch the head of the man, knows there's somebody on red, sees him now, you know he's there, Hopes, you know the fight's coming, and he wins it, takes Leon down, in comes Prano, so close to them lining up, but Vertical able to find that final kill, and Oxygen take the half 4-2.
Not bad at all. I mean, Yoga's having a round. A good couple of head clicks coming through. Beautiful stuff. Vert, of course, with the 4K in one of the earlier rounds too. And for Rogue, they've showed a bit of sharpness themselves on the way through. Prano in that last round, almost on the way to winning that closing 1v1. And Rogue taking themselves attack pause. They know that they're obviously in a spot here where they are guaranteed to make it through to playoffs. Oxygen are guaranteed to go home. What they've still got to worry about playing for is first or second seed. Let's not forget, you finish first, you play against a second place team from another group. You winning here is still important.
And they don't, the thing is, exactly that, for, you know, thinking about your matchup in the quarters, but also, as I said at the beginning, you don't want to go into playoffs, for argument's sake, having lost your last 2 games. You know, you just don't want to do it. You want to keep that momentum. You want to keep rolling. You want to keep the buzz in the team. And whilst it won't be the end of the world, you don't need that little niggle in the back of your mind that actually we lost to, you know, like a half-strength Oxygen, you know, and then we struggled in the final game and lost that one. You don't want to be going in there like that, especially not for a Rogue team that need to win one best of 3, Des. One best of 3 will take them to the 6th Invitational. That's the reality for them. So the last thing they want to do is lose to Oxygen here. But Oxygen, I love what I'm seeing. They're coming out here, like I said, playing for pride. They want that win. You know, they're not going to get through to the playoffs. It's been a tough tournament for them. But imagine these guys taking a win away. They're going to be absolutely ecstatic with that. They come out to Sweden. They get the job done in at least one of the games. You know, what a result for them. And against top of the table, nonetheless. And one of the, let's be honest, best performing teams that we've probably seen so far at the Major.
Yeah, there were a lot of doubters against Rogue coming in as well as like, oh, how will that playstyle ever fly? You know, this team doesn't really deliver. Well, they've delivered so far, so silence to the haters. See what they can do when we get into playoffs. One thing I do want to obviously comment on, and I'm not trying to take away from Oxygen here in the slightest, or say that Rogue is some god tier team. They know they've qualified at this point as well. There is no reason for you to go and show things that you could be employing in a grand final, a semi-final, a quarter-final. Like, Cafe doesn't strike me as a map we'd see them playing on a ton. It's not really been in their wheelhouse for the longest time. And I'm not saying they've deliberately gone here because they never play it and just think, you know what, we'll do whatever we can. But
it's a difficult spot. It's a difficult spot, isn't it? You want to win, you want to keep the momentum, you want to keep the positivity, but you don't want to give anything away now.
That's it.
It's like, it's a really difficult spot. I think, you know, qualifying early, yes, you're going to take it every single day of the week. You know, if you can get yourself qualified and locked in, you're going to do it. But I think it just puts you in a weird spot for that last couple of games.
And a fair criticism that does get levied against Rogue a fair amount is, you know, they're a best of 1 team. They haven't played in a best of 3 format for a long time, and they kind of ride on playing the less than desirable map for any given team by going to the decider map while having 3 bans each. Best of 3s could be a very, very different story for Rogue, and I'm not at all here to say, they're going home in quarterfinals, but I wouldn't be shocked if we see them struggle when it comes to a best of 3.
Straight up onto the roof then go Oxygen. They're going to be attacking onto the top floor. Rogue choosing to defend Bar and Cocktail first. Now, it's interesting, Des, because we've commented a couple of times about this top floor site, and we've said it's the EU teams that seem to lean towards it being their primary choice. A lot of the other teams will pick up Kitchen as their first. We saw Oxygen do it straight down to that bottom level, but Rogue going for the top floor. It concerns me a little bit sometimes because I think actually Arcath asked me about this, you know, one of the staff members over in EU, and he said, like, what's the hate on Bar and Gaming? Like, we sort of like that site, it's fine.
Bar Cocktail, sorry, you mean?
Sorry, yes, Bar Cocktail, I'm thinking to shower. Bar and Cocktail, and he said, like, what's the hate there? And I said, honestly, the defensive win rate isn't very good up there. And he was like, right, okay, you know, fair enough. But Rogue doing a good job of it so far. And I must say, Rogue are one of the better teams when it comes to defending this top side.
Very much get to be in your bonnet, Ace, but this site, I feel, is one of them. Scan coming through, at least onto one of the roamers, who they'll find out very quickly is over towards White Stairs. And for those of you who are particularly eagle-eyed, you will see, looking across the map, all those outlines, that all 4 members of Rogue are very far tucked into the east side. You very often see this on Cafe, where there's kind of like a diagonal split down the map, where you've got a line being formed by the defenders, a line being formed by the attackers, and then it becomes a game of trying to poke a hole in the other's defense or attack to give yourself a new opportunity. And here at the very least, you've got Rogue holding up towards White. They're inside a Cocktail. Laxin looking to see what he can do from below, and wouldn't be surprised if he's going to play that old tried and tested true role for him of trying to hit Rogue on the flank once his team start the execute.
Laxin just trying to hold on to that angle for the time being. Up onto Cocktail, see if he can catch anybody out, and he's going to find Rips there that'll just get them 1 back, so that now leaves them 4 versus 3. And I'll look to get a nade in there as well from Vertical. Not going to have any success on that one. Going to be pushing through, knows that there's men inside of there, knows there's kills to be found, is able to just work through the rotate hole there, and Laxin moving up to the top floor, nade about to come out as well. And Oxygen being allowed to play really high inside of sight here, Des. Vertical getting the nade kill, Yoga with a kill onto Leon as well, and 3 versus 2, they've completely swung the man count around.
I'm very surprised they managed to push up into bar when normally you'll have a player inside of deep storage, but that man not being there, not doing his role, means Vert can just walk through and slap them silly. Laxing with yet another. Oxygen at 5 and 2, and my word, are you going to be feeling a little bit nervous if you're Rogue? Again, not a game that you're coming in needing to win, but you want to finish first place. You do not want to be the second seed coming out of this, else you're against the strongest from another group.
Oxygen then 5-2 up, and I'm not going to say starting to run away with this one because it's not been that straightforward. Rogue are, you know, certainly giving them a run for the money. We saw them there taking the advantage early on in that round, but Oxygen able to just get really aggressive into sight. There's Rogue sat quite far back there. We had Oxygen players playing underneath Skylight there, just sort of sitting around, being able to try and find those kills, dumping the explosive utility in there in the form of nades, and Rogue just pushed about a little bit up on the top floor. So 5-2 now to Oxygen. They're going to look to try and get this one onto match point, I would imagine.
Think about what we always say about Rogue, right? Attacking team, not really defending team. That sort of went to show me there. When Vert can hot drop down through the Skylight, push the guy inside a cocktail without being challenged from storage, without being challenged from, well, anywhere else, really. It was kind of a, well, why have you given away so much free ground? Small little things like that is what we need to keep a very close eye on when it comes to the playoffs. Because I am nervous about their possibilities of winning defensive games where, you know, it's a, say, a 5-1 defensive half for one side. Are you always faithful that Rogue can step across and repeat the same? Not me personally.
We'll see them as we get into round 8. Going to be the second defensive round for Rogue. They're going to be trying again up on the top floor, Des. They're going to give it another whirl. I'd like to see them this time, you know, what we're going to do differently, how we're going to change that up. I don't want to see Oxygen necessarily getting quite as much access to sites as they did that time, being able to play in and around that bomb chassis, not really needing to worry too much about Piano, just flooding in under Skylight and being able to find kills, from pillars. You know, Rogue just overexposing themselves a little bit on that Maestro spot, maybe not aware of where all the attackers are coming from now. Rips playing in a little bit of a different position this time. It was Laxin who caught him out in the Maestro spot previously, so he's just a little bit further over. Yog, as you say, taking a chunk of damage there from the Nitro.
What he's tried to go for there is what so many players do when they can get that cheese off, is you're locked in the animation of trying to rappel over the wall. You can't get out the way in time, and it is normally a freebie for the C4 to come through. But I think there he was just about to rappel over, but didn't, which is why he's managed to keep himself alive. A nice attempt coming out from Rogue, but ultimately not giving them what they were looking for.
Crying on the white stairs window. I think Oxygen aware of his position there, but he's not going to try and peek it, I don't think. He's just going to keep himself nice and patient. He doesn't need to get too aggressive there. He's got Laxing sat watching. Laxing just trying to use these sort of semi-vertical angles a couple of times so far on the attack for Oxygen. Kino going to drop onto red stairs, clearing out that utility. This time Oxygen looking to get themselves established inside of Piano and push across, and you can see why they're going to have to, although Kino removes the problem. Takes down Leon with a headshot, and that facilitates them now getting into Cigar, and they could even try to aggress into sight again as they did last time.
They completely ignored what's going on the Piano wall as well. Like, forget about getting it open. What's the bother? Just keep on pushing forwards. They found themselves 2 kills. You can see the player in deep freeze this time round who should be able to challenge into bar and stop Echo, who's playing in cocktail, from being freely shot at. But this swing, this kind of aggression is what makes me a little bit nervous. They've already lost out 2 critical members that would have helped keep this defense intact, but the shape, it's broken apart. For Oxygen, they can now look to start capitalizing.
This is just going to look to make a challenge from Lumber. He's just dancing side to side. He knows that the pressure's coming. Crime manages to find Laxing, and Rogue could do with another kill in the next sort of 15-20 seconds, really, just to take the pressure off. Out comes the nade. Crime has to dip away, but does do some damage. Can't find the killers. Kino gets aggressive, immediately traded by Aces, though. And again, Rogue continuing that trend of being able to find trades. And again, Aces now 1v2, flips to the shotgun. Can he win it from the bar back storage? He's being pushed from both sides. Doesn't quite catch a glimpse there. Does get the kill though. The nade manages to evade it. He knows where the last one is. He's got the information that he needs. It's 1v1. Yoga's low health. 25 seconds left to go. This is going to be close, but Aces manages to lock it down in a 1v2 on the top floor.
What a shot at range as well. The damage from there must be like nothing. But it's enough to get the round win. 2 very close rounds back-to-back, where it's come down to a 1v1, where it's come, not back-to-back, sorry, more towards the back end of the defensive half for Oxygen. The 1v1 in that round where Prano lost out. This one coming down to another 1v1, but it's Aces clutching out big. I thought he was dead to rights with that grenade rolling through, but beautiful play.
Absolute beauty. Aces has just won him that round.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah,
He's just,
literally, yeah.
Yeah, he's just won him that round. He got the trades, his movement was great in bar back storage. Not just his movement, but his understanding of what was going on the other side of those doors, knowing that he was being pushed from both and knowing which side to aggress onto first. I think there was obviously a camera, there was some information that was being fed because he was getting the red ping on the guy in Cigar. So there's some good information coming in from his team there to say, you're not being pushed from Cigar yet. So he knows, right, I can focus on the one in bar. Does exactly that. Great play from Aces.
I think it was a Yokai that was still standing. They didn't have any bulletproof cams. There was obviously no Maestro on side, so it must have been one of those Yokais being left intact and feeding information back and forth. You and I spoke about this yesterday, about what we're seeing Yokais mainly being used for these days. For those that maybe haven't played in a good while, Yokais are no longer invisible when planting on a roof. They are permanently visible. Now, the difference there being for a lot of players, they'll tuck them away under little like shelving units. For Empire on this map down in Kitchen, they'll always throw them up into the rafters. It's a really interesting place to put them. But what we saw come through in the reveal panel on Monday was that cameras outside the building are now normalized and living for 10 seconds before they die. Whether it's drones, whether it's Yokais, whether it's bulletproofs, evil eyes, black eyes, like you name it, it's all going to be included. So there's a world now where Yokais can, you know, go out a drone hole for 5 seconds, look around, feed information on who's on rappel, what they're up to, and then come back inside the building. I think we'll see that added as an extended use case outside of what we've just seen like Rips using it for in the previous round.
Just a little bit of a duel there onto the piano window. Not going to be any damage done on either side, but it just might make Oxygen think twice about any sort of aggression in this round, knowing that Rogue are sort of playing that game themselves, getting up to the windows, knocking them out, having a little look. Going to open that top floor up, attacking this time onto Reading. So again, top floor is going to be important, but we can see that Oxygen are just being forced to take a focus onto that bottom floor as well. I don't know if they've picked up on a Roma down there. I'm sure that, yes, they have indeed. There is one inside of Kitchen. Crying, he's going to be lurking around trying to get a kill, but Oxygen obviously aware of his position here, Des, but not completely.
It's hungry. Got to get his protein hitting for the day. That's what he's looking for, but Law looking towards a hit for a couple of kills. Some of the meat bags to pick up on the way back up towards Psyche, you know. Going to find Prana looking to rotate down, I imagine, to come and give some assistance. Gets stung for it. Now Crying's out on the move. EE1D rings out. A ping coming through upstairs will, of course, take some attention away from where Crying is. But the more time he can waste down here, of course, the slower Oxygen are going to be, the less time they'll have to actually think about their execute.
Exactly that. Yoga just trying to hold Crying in place now. The drones are going in. They know exactly where he is. There you go. The information is there. He's going to try and come and win the fight, but will not be able to. Yoga using the F2, getting the headshot onto Crying, and now Oxygen, they are sailing here in round 9, really kicking it up a gear, finding those opening kills and starting to run roughshod over Rogue here on Cafe. Could well find themselves 6-3 up if this continues. Aces, though, once again, Des steps into the breach, finds a headshot onto Kino and starts that ball rolling for Rogue. Oxygen, it must be playing in the back of the mind what happened in round 8, that Aces was able to pretty much single-handedly come back in and rescue that round for them. Rips misses his shots on the long angle. Aces shut down here. That could be the final hope for Rogue as things are starting to sort of break apart here. 4 versus 1 now as Yoga finds Rips.
Just find one more as well. One man left standing, Leon. Shift key can be let go of sometimes, you know. Sprint straight forward, face forward into his death. And for Oxygen, they move up to match point. Again, there is no way that Oxygen can stay in the competition. They are already out, and Rogue are already through to playoffs. The only thing worth noting for them is the position in which they finish. Rogue will be looking for that first place, unless they're eyeing up other groups and thinking, you know what, actually, we quite fancy a dig at one of those first place teams and they want to finish in second. You just don't know. But you're ideally playing here for the win, of course, to pick up as many points as you can. Their potential last defense is going to take place inside of Fireplace and Mining, a site that we saw back in, I think it was round 2, and I said, we've seen a good number of really interesting castle holds on this site lately. This could be another one of those, because again, so, I've got to update you guys on what's just happened off camera, because you need to understand
because
this.
I did it the other day as well, and you laughed at me for it then as well.
Yeah, and I'm going to laugh at you again now. So, in our little casting booth that we're in, we've got 2 kind of black boxes on the ground. They're probably about, would you say about 1 meter by 70 centimeters or so?
Somewhere around.
They're not super massive either way, and we stand on these to give ourselves a slightly elevated position so you guys can see us better on camera. Now, Jess has an orange box that is slightly smaller and goes on top of the black box because she's that small and needs a bit of a boost. Ace has been dancing between the black box and the orange box that has been moved to the side, and has basically nearly just fell backwards off the orange box.
For about the third time.
For about the third time.
There's a couple of videos out there that have been done at other events, like a bit of behind the scenes where I'm casting, and I think it's quite well known that I'm pretty mobile when I'm casting. It keeps the energy up.
You were playing Dance Dance Revolution yesterday.
I'm excited, and I'm moving around, and so I'm sort of stepping from one box to the other, and yeah, it's been a bit of a hazard for me.
What's the one sentence I've said to you on every single walk here from the green room?
Don't fall over.
No, there's ice there. There's ice there.
Don't fall over. Yeah. Falling over though is Kino. Leon's going to take him down with a headshot. Rogue fighting their way into this one with the start that they need. They've been losing a lot of those opening battles, and here we go. The kills are raining in on both sides. Prono manages. Oh, Yogs rips with a beautiful angle down onto Yoga and a headshot. 4 versus 2. Rogue running away with this one quickly. We're only 30 seconds in, Des.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds where everything's kind of been decided this early on. But the remaining 2 members are Laxing and Vert, the 2, well, not quite 2 top fraggers. Laxing's nearly there, but Yogg just slightly ahead of him with 1 more kill. Either way, 2 absolute gunners remain. Leon on a slither of HP, a very winnable fight to come in for Oxygen to start things on their White Stairs push. The question is where they look to go from there. That would make it a 2 versus 3, assuming they lose no one, and then they need to start making something happen. But 2 minutes is a lot of time to play with.
Certainly is, like you say, there is an age of time where what they can do here is try to break these down a little bit. They can try and find players that they can isolate. If they work together,
they've got drones.
Exactly that. They've got drones, they've got E1D scans. They can try to isolate players a little bit and pick up a kill. I tell you what, they get 1 kill and it's 2 versus 3 with plenty of time left on the clock, and nothing is simple for Rogue anymore. So that needs to be really the sort of first focus for Oxygen is, right, let's try and locate somebody who we can just pin down and get a kill onto, and then we can start worrying about the rest.
Yes. That's exactly it. They are taking it very, very slow here. I know we've said, at this point, Laxing is doing his best gargoyle imitation. I don't think he's moved for the last 60 seconds or so, whilst everything else has exploded around him. Vert, the one looking to push him from an alternative place, going to drop himself here through the skylight and look to try and make a challenge onto a member of Rogue who may be lurking, but they've already got out of dodge. They've vaulted back over. The diffuser, cold at the top of half stairs, means that all Rogue have got to do is hold a cheeky spot or 2, wait for him to come pushing in and swing. It's going to be as simple as that. Laxing still a great gargoyle. I might stick him on eBay at this point. It looks like a pretty good piece of garden furniture.
You may be thinking to yourself, Mozzie, swing him! But he doesn't need to. That's the point. In come the kills. They were just waiting patiently. Mozzie was the key member of that because he had the line of sight onto the diffuser Des. He knew that it needed collecting at some point, so he is not going to swing out of that location, because why throw your life away when you know they're going to have to come into your line of sight? It was nice from Oxygen. They did what they could. As I said, they were trying to isolate that one member. They found Mozzie up on the top floor, tried to nade him out. It wasn't possible for them. They didn't get the kill, so unfortunately for them, it didn't really ever get started, didn't the 2 versus 4. Oxygen still 6-4 up on the scoreboard. 2 more rounds to go for Rogue if they want to get themselves into overtime here. It's going to be Bar and Cocktail back up to that top floor again.
Absolutely.
Lost 1-1-1, so not a bad ratio up there.
Yeah, it's all right so far. I'm just looking at it and thinking, can Rogue bring this back through to overtime? And I'm not at all...
I believe they can.
I'm not at all trying to say it would be annoying if they do, but again, it's one of those games where the impact then matters even less than it would do normally. Oxygen pick up a point. Again, it's kind of irrelevant, assuming they, of course, lose. They get 2, Rogue get 1. It's just kind of non-impactful, so I would like to see Oxygen close this one out here, at least go home with a win.
Something to cheer about. Let's have something for Oxygen to cheer about.
Exactly, because NA are struggling for wins right now. They're on like 3 of how many games? 18 this would be? It's not been a good tournament.
I just want everybody who's watching at some point to be able to have that moment where they're like, yes, my team. And so let's, I'd love to see it from Oxygen.
There'll be one person that writes NA greater than EU somewhere.
Immediately. Yeah, absolutely immediately. Well, we said NA were better.
I already saw one person saying Rogue should go home. Ignore the last 4 games where they've got themselves 10 points. Let's just write those off and just say from 1 game, go home.
Struggling against Oxygen, go on.
Oh, go home, see you later, bye. Can't even beat a team with the coach standing. Lol. How bad are you?
Up to the top floor they go then. Rogue on the defense here. Oxygen straight onto the rappel, straight up to the top floor as we would expect. Going to get onto the white rappel as well. Ooh, Mute just needs to be careful there, playing just outside of the washroom as that barricade gets shot out. Leon, you can to be careful, not wanting to overexpose himself. He will survive. We're going to have Oxygen opening up the top of red stairs now. Crying is the interesting factor. Again, he's the unknown. He's out on the roam. He's looking to see if he can find any bodies on their way in. Rip's just a little bit late with the eagle eye there. Just trying to take out that drone opportunistically as it passed. But once again, look at what's happening. Crying has been spotted out downstairs. They know that he's there, and they're going in with numbers to try and close him down.
Just one of those. I mean, for Crying, we know what he likes doing here. He does want to be the troublemaker around the map. The rest of Rogue dug in ever so slightly. Oxygen now have control of Piano. This one taken quite quickly. It's kind of surprising to see that Rogue aren't going for the usual setup where half of the storage wall is left soft so you can challenge into Piano and slow down the attackers. Because here, they've freely walked up to the wall. They've started opening things up, and really, once that Evil Eye is cleared away, Bag's plant probably isn't a million miles away if they chose to try and go for that. That's a very cheeky step out.
Whew. Hopes needs to be careful. He's been picked up a couple of times like that on the Maverick, if you remember. He's been challenged on the holes that he's been burning. So just being cautious there to make sure it doesn't happen again. He's getting zapped. Absolutely no patience for the Maverick whatsoever. He just cannot catch a break when he's burning those holes open. But this time, at least, he survives. As you say, that gives access into trash bags. So there's going to be an opportunity potentially to get the diffuser down. But there's going to need to be a little bit of work before they can do that. And that starts in the shape of Vertical and Kino. This could happen here, Des, but Rogue, they say no. Slam the brakes on. Crying and Prano get one apiece. 3 versus 3. Laxing is coming up the white stairs on a flank here, but the barbed wire will sound out for him, so needs to be careful, needs to time it. We've seen a couple of fights taken like this and lost.
The thing is, they know that Laxing likes to play this kind of gameplay. They know what's coming here, but he's got to pull the trigger. His team are pressuring Rogue. If he doesn't move now, then he's not going to have an impact.
Waits for the noise. He waits for the noise.
Waits for the noise, and in he goes. Crying goes down. A great flank finally comes through successful. Rips with a massive 2K, ripping a new one through Oxygen. Laxing in a 1 versus 2. Can he end this here and now, or can Rogue give us yet another round between these teams?
What a roller coaster this round has been, just up and down. Laxing, he needs to swing round. He knows there's one playing inside a freezer. Does he get it? No, he doesn't. It's actually Prano who finishes that kill, not the Maestro, but he was just walking straight into a crossfire. Nicely set up by Rogue, and they continue fighting. Take us all the way to 12. I want to give a shout to Laxing for his patience on those white stairs. We got excited about it at the time. We've got the kill now in front of us on the replay, and what I love, he was just waiting for his moment, and as soon as that fight kicked off, it wouldn't surprise me if it was in the comms, make some noise, get into some gunfights. As soon as that noise erupts, bang, I'm into that barbed wire, because he's not going to get picked up by Crying coming through, and he wins his fight. Well played. Just, it's such a little thing. It's just such a little thing, but just that sort of game sense to think, right, now is the moment. It just worked really nicely.
It did, just unfortunately his team had been decimated by Rips by that point, and unfortunately a 1 versus 2 wasn't quite on the cards. Rogue could send us careering through to overtime here. We step down onto that second floor once more. The cap can being brought along. We have spoke about this to no end over the last few days, Ace. The change that came in, many looked at it and went, oh, you can start cat can traps on doors? Oh, that's for the casual play. You're not going to see that in competitive. And me and you both said, well, we're seeing a lot more of it in professional play than arguably we've seen elsewhere. For now, a number of lethal, in fact, 2 kills coming in against Rogue with the same 2 cat cans strapped on a single door on Bank. Just goes to show you just how deadly they can be.
I'm pretty sure Crying's eyes are going to be peeled wide open for those Capcan traps, as you said, Des, losing a couple of operators to the same doorway earlier in the tournament, so I'm sure they're going to be switched on to that. It's going to be a reading room defense for Rogue's last stand here. They need to get this round, otherwise it is all over. This one will take them through to overtime and keep them fighting into those additional 3 rounds, though. Oxygen, they've had the chances. It was 6-3 at a point. They've burnt a couple of them. Now or never, they need to get this done.
So I think our other game concluded as well. FaZe were victorious. They have now progressed through to playoffs as well, so we now know it's FaZe and Rogue from this group. Now it's going to be about the war for positioning between FaZe and Rogue as to who's first place, who's second place.
Absolutely, I'm sure FaZe are going to be watching on intently. If you are watching, well done, guys. You've had a great tournament so far. Looking forward to seeing you through in the playoffs.
I like actually that means we now have 5 teams in playoffs and 5 teams out. So for those that are curious, we will cover it back towards the end of the game, or the analysts will break it down for you a little bit further. It's interesting to know that already we're starting to see things wrapped up, and we're only 2 days into day number 3. EE1D coming out, Yogg holding on the side angle, in comes the swing from Leon. That is the aces special, it feels like, but it's Leon channeling his inner aces and pulling out a big kill. Kino getting one back onto Prano elsewhere around the map. A 4 versus 4 ensues here, and there's still 2 minutes to play.
Ryan just on that top floor, continuing to try and make a nuisance of himself. Rips getting aggressive, but shut down by Kino. Can he get the second? No! Aces hits him with a spray down, 3 versus 3, and this one just continues back and forth, rubber banding all over the place here, Des, and I don't mean in the game, I mean in terms of the man count. It is back and forward at this point, and we've got a little bit of a lull here as Oxygen to take their foot off the gas again. Laxing, challenging Crying onto a staircase. Where have we seen this before?
Oh, just a few times. You know, pretty much every single round when Laxing goes to these late flanks, we know it's what he likes to do. We know that's his go-to play style. But we'll see what impact he can have as the round progresses into that final 60 seconds. We are coming towards the end game, ladies and gents, where we start thinking about what this execute can look like. Vertical, rotating himself around the map. Hopes, who has found himself 3 kills in this game, not maybe the one you'd want in a situation coming up against some names like Aces, Leon, and Crying. 3 players that have been having a bit of a game here. All 3 currently sat on 9 kills.
Oxygen just stalled out a little bit here. They've got themselves 2 established in that middle floor, but without top floor control, it's going to be difficult from here. Crying just can't find the angle onto his man, but he's going to be happy to try and just keep himself up on that top floor for the time being. As you can see, just continuing those challenges. Freebie onto half stairs, and he gets it. Takes down Vertical, 3 versus 2. Can he find Laxing as well? The challenge this time goes in Crying's favour. He gets himself the kill on the revenge tour. 3 versus 1 now. It's all up to Hope, shut down by Leon. We're going to overtime, Des.
Of course we are. Why wouldn't we be going through to overtime, Ace? You get to see another 3 rounds between these teams, both walking away with at least 1 point in this game. The winner, of course, walking away with 2. And although between these 2 teams is not going to change the outcome of the group stage, Oxygen still 100% going home, Rogue still 100% going through to playoffs. It can again change where Rogue finish in this group. Every point does matter because FaZe, having won their game, are now that much closer to where Rogue currently sit.
We're going to be heading down to Kitchen then. It's going to be Oxygen on the defense this time around. And if we have a look at how it went, Oxygen 4-2. Both defensive halves have been 4-2. So you could make an argument that Oxygen get a little bit of an advantage here coming in on the defensive half because we are best of 3 in overtime, best of 3 rounds. So that's going to be 2 defensive rounds for Oxygen and 1 for Rogue because we switch every round now rather than after a bulk of rounds. So Oxygen do have a little bit of an advantage, arguably, given the scores that we've seen through regulation time. They're going to be taking Kitchen to begin with. It was a site that they defended twice, and they won it twice there. So obviously, a bit of confidence down there. They want to get themselves another match point advantage, but that's been the problem for them, has been clinching this one.
Getting themselves back on the roam. You'll have Kino trying to cause a bit of trouble. Currently upstairs, getting the hatches reinforced because everyone knows the pain of a round where you're like, have we got all the hatches? And someone's like, wait, no one got meeting hatch. Oh no. Too many painful moments in Oregon for me to remember on that one. Here you've got the cat-can traps going down onto that front door. A couple of double stacks going in as well. I believe it's the same inside a coat check. Can we take a look there? Is it just the one? Just the one on there. Okay, so a little bit of a tickle, but not enough to kill someone. That's what you'll see coming in on the front door. In fact, there's the other double coming in on that bakery into prep door. Leon finding Kino early on. Not the greatest start for Kino, who was looking to have an early impact, but already has found himself shot out. Where is the body? I'm looking for the icon as well. Don't worry, I just can't see it. Where is it?
Not 100% sure. We'll see as we scan.
He's dead. That's what matters.
He's dead, and that's what matters. Laxing looking to get aggressive on to the small bakery window there, but going to be shut down by Rips. Rogue getting themselves a real advantage here and feeling like they can get aggressive. Leon does exactly that with a kill onto Vertical, but then just dips back, takes down his can trap, still playing his due diligence there, getting the Claymore down, preventing any run out or rotation from that.
Oh, what a nade.
What a view of that nade that we got coming in, and that's going to be a down there with Yogg behind the bar. Hopes is his last hope, really, to try and keep him alive for the time being, but it's unlikely that Yogg gets picked up here. We are now effectively in a 5 versus 1. You got to feel for Hopes. I'm not sure this is what he signed up for.
I'm being flashed. I can't do anything, guys. Help. as everyone else around him has already fallen by the wayside. Aces and Rips being tickled down by one of those claymores, but Aces collecting the closer. A flawless round for Rogue, and they move up to match point.
It feels over the last few rounds, Des, like Rogue have just sort of switched it on a little bit. It's been like, right, we want to get this win. We need to get it done now. Let's, you know, come back from this. When they were 6-3 down, they haven't lost a round since, so they've won the last 4 in a row, got themselves on to 7-6 now. Match point opportunity. Let's see if they can lock this down at the first time of trying.
Hopefully so. I mean, Oxygen here maybe going towards desperation measures with the Monty being brought along. Not so much that Monty always indicates desperation, but for a team that wouldn't normally play Monty to then look at bringing that along says something. However, it is Vert currently hovering. I would expect a 6-pick to come in. You don't really want your best fragger in the game to be going onto something like a Monty, and sure enough, they'll change away from it. Enough that it scares Cryin away from the Aruni and onto the Legion. Of course, very good at impeding a Monty, and instead, we've got an Amaru coming in. Tim, we haven't seen one of those for a good while. That's actually a lie. We saw it... What was the map we were on? It was a useless site to have it on, but it was used for very, very quick.
It was a
control
basement
of the top
site.
floor. It was.
We saw it on a basement.
What map
site.
was it?
I can't remember which. We've only seen 4 maps. I think we
haven't seen Villa. We haven't seen
Oregon. I think it was either Bank or Clubhouse.
I think it was Bank here, and he got inside a CEO nice and quick.
Yeah, it was for CCTV, but you know, you're looking for a top floor clearance. May well be the same here, trying to zip in. I think at this point, Oxygen are looking at a little bit of a Hail Mary. Why not? You know, let's bring the Amaru along. Let's just zip in, see what we can get. I'd love to see it from vertical, to be honest. It may well not be the case, but for me, I think give it a whirl. Get yourself up onto roof, drop skylight, see if you can get a couple of kills. You know, let's have a bit of fun with it.
Absolutely. So we do have all these castle barricades going down as well. Let's not forget. You got one on the double through cigar into piano. There was one, I believe, inside the left door in storage too. So a couple have gone down. One still in back pocket. Not sure where the third is just yet, but we'll keep a close eye on it. In fact, there's the fourth one going down onto reading door. And here comes Vertical looking to see what he can do. Now, if he wants to go sinking into one of these windows up towards the top floor, my God, they best have a plan. So information is going to be critical. I guess the nice thing is, though, there's no one currently really holding up here and being aggressive on their hold. They're all out towards the west side rather than the east. But if Vert can hit them hard, get in on the east side and swing his way across, he could do a lot of damage that Rogue simply aren't expecting.
He's going to take out the default cam. There's the ping, and now he's going straight in. Let's see if he catches himself anybody. Look at this aggression coming in from Vertical, straight in to Cocktail Balk, straight established. Going to be challenged by the Mozzie. He has no idea. He has no idea whatsoever, but neither did Rips.
Yeah.
He just manages to turn on him and get the kill there. Unfortunate for Vert. That's going to be 5-4, and the opener goes to Rogue.
As casual as you'd like, it's just like, hey, freebie, I guess, and I'll carry on about my business. Unfortunate, because that could have been a huge double kill coming in for Vert that would have kept Oxygen in the round. Laxin doing his best here and bringing it back to a 4 versus 4, but that surprise factor, the top fragger, has been removed from this lineup.
Rips, he's going to be struggling here. He's pinned down. He's got multiple pushing him. He gets one there. Surely he can't get the second. Aggressor's on. He doesn't need to. He's got Cryin on the cover, who has his man's back. Laxing once again going in, doing the business. Finds a kill onto Prano. Slaps down an EE1D scan, but at 2 versus 3, it might be too little too late. He finds an absolute freebie onto Leon, who survives somehow.
Those are gunfights that should have been won by Oxygen in this round, but it's Rogue coming out on top. It's a 3 versus 1. Yoga, the last hope, will find one as Leon running blindly into his line of fire was not what was planned. Here's another gunfight to be won though for Yog. Might find himself flanked off towards the right here. Man up high, gets the down. No way does he clutch this out. Cryin comes through on the swing, pistol in hand. Can he find the head? Sprays through the wall, can't find the man. Down to our HP. No way! As he just found him through the wall. Yog keeps on going. We're going to 15.
I'm stunned, Des.
I never see you stunned normally.
I'd put my glasses back on. I thought that was done, but somehow Yoga just absolutely turns it out with the pistol there. It's all laughs on the side of Oxygen. They can't believe that they're still going. 1v3. Watch this. Gets the first flips to the pistol and fires through the wall. Absolutely amazing from Yoga. You love to see it.
You do, you do. I love how you never like your gesture with your facial expression, with hand gestures that you think a game is done. It's when you reach for the glasses, I'm like, all right, Tim's checked out. We're done.
If I think it's over, I start putting because I don't wear. I've said it before, but also I don't wear my glasses while I'm casting. I don't need them for the screens, and I get a headache if I wear them for too long at this sort of distance. But generally, you know, otherwise I do wear them. So I take them off a lot of the times whilst I'm casting. So yeah, if I get to the point there and I'm like 1v3, right, Rogue should have this done. So yeah, get ready to be back on camera.
I love me a little bit of Tim trivia at lunchtime in the day. Wonderful. 7-7 between these two teams. It has been back and forth throughout the entire game. And we got gifted that wonderful clutch by Yaga at the very end of the last round. Laxing off screen. Did call him John Wick. Not quite bending bullets around walls and stuff yet, but ain't also a million miles away.
It wasn't too far away, was it?
No, absolutely not. Let's see then how this defense goes with Reading and Fireplace. It will be our last sight. It's Oxygen on the defense. Quite a dug-in setup they've got. You're not going to see the Vigil coming in this time around for Kino, going across instead to playing on the Ella. So likely going to play at least a little more defensively.
So it looks that way. Kino's going to be holding on to the pixel angle. So, you know, I've commented on this before again. Quite aggressive, up into Piano, not wanting to give any ground to Rogue to begin with. They don't want them getting in there and getting established on the top floor. Leon's going to pressure that south rappel as he goes past it, but straight up onto the rooftop, checking his pre-placed drone. See if he can spot anybody out inside of the little utility area there. Not going to get anybody at the minute, but the Legion is playing in and out of there. So Yoga needs to be careful because they may be well aware of his location. Still a little bit of site setup going on, really, opening the rotation up.
A little bit late, but you're not going to cry too much over spilt milk there. Everything's back to the way it should be. Shields are down and deployed. They've got the Yokais out where they need them. All the secondary utility bar. One of those Gridmarks coming out for Kino still in the back pocket. So everything is set and ready for Rogue to start pushing their way in. We hit that 2-minute mark remaining, and this is where you should start seeing the push coming in. Leon at least looking out towards Snowdor, looking for his entry, and the drone work being done by several members of the team. Look at it, 4 members all on drones as we hit that mark where everyone's near the building or on the building in some fashion, and is now looking for the next step. I spoke about those multiple phases you step into yesterday, where it's the kind of get to the building, set up for the execute, do the execute, and between all three there is a phase of droning that we step into. Again, 4 members back on drone.
Hopes gets aces though. That's a big start for Oxygen here because Rogue, they've not really gone for that top floor clearance. They've not played into it. They were sending aces in, sending aces in through the mid-level there, trying to find kills. Leon is going to get a very late trade there to level things out 4 versus 4. You can just see exactly where aces was stopped in his tracks as he tried to push.
He knows what's
Fireplace.
coming.
Vert knows what's coming, but do they know where he is? No, they don't. Vert manages to get one. Laxing onto Leon. Rips. He manages to find a little shred of hope for Rogue here as he shuts down Vertical. 7-7 on the scoreboard. It all comes down to this final minute. 2 versus 3. Can Rogue get this over the line? They had the opportunity. They were 3v1 des, but Oxygen somehow fought back. Can they finish the job?
It feels like it's absolutely possible after you saw the kind of plays that came out in the previous round and throughout the match. Let's not forget as well, Vertical's 4K earlier on in the game. There is every possibility they still win this out, and they have the numbers advantage. But equally, we've seen Rips and Prano do some wonders throughout the tournament. Either way, it's going to be a bloodbath. So stepping around into the red 90 here as well, looking to push the man, holding halfway up onto white. The slight step comes through on the quick peek, but back into cover. That's why it's called a quick peek. Not yet finding himself down. No one is. Plant going to be attempted from Rogue as Prano steps into the corner. Nade into hallway. A shotgun to the side of the wall. Down he goes to Kino. Oxygen have done enough. They're going to find themselves a win. It's a win that isn't going to change the outcome. They are still going home, but a win that at least they can take away from the major.
Exactly that, Des. I don't think anybody can begrudge them that. Oxygen have come here in difficult circumstances. Hats off to them. They have put the effort in. We've seen them really fighting hard in these games, and they've finally got the reward for it. They've come in here. They've got a good result against Rogue. 8-7 win, and they can at least take 1 dub away with them from Sweden.
You can kind of see the contribution across all sides there as well. 8 players on 10 or more kills into double digits. A great and entertaining game. We said from the start it really didn't mean all that much, but ultimately for Oxygen it's a win that they can take back into NA. Let's go to a quick break, and when we come back, our analysts will break down what we've just bore witness to.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Desk here on the A stream. My name is Jess Goat, and I'm joined by Fresh. And, well, we had a nice narrow victory there for Oxygen eSports over Rogue, and that's what we want to see for the NA boys, who have had a pretty damn bad set of cards drawn for them here at the Major.
And it is, and we spoke about how Oxygen have got the quality.
Yeah,
even despite the fact they're playing with a coach, there are 4 players around them. And we saw Yoga with a huge 1v3 clutch that actually kept them in the game itself.
Is that not the best round you've seen throughout the group stages thus far? Like, just pure mechanical excitement?
Just
that
knowing,
for me,
yeah.
That was awesome.
It was when Ace said, I've got to put my glasses, I've got to take my glasses off.
I've got to take my glasses straight off. I mean, shout out to him. The man's trying to look at the screens, you know, as best he can.
Yeah.
But I will say that even though Oxygen was able to get those 2 points, it doesn't mean anything overall, really, for the standings. But it actually means things for Rogue later down the line in this desk. When we get to the standings, we will talk through exactly what that means. But as the replays splash across your screen, the best thing to remember is that both teams took that as an opportunity to learn. And that is something that you and I, especially back when we were coaches, when you jump into a game that is, quote unquote, not, you know, really having any stakes outside of seeding, that is something you really try and instill in players. And it looked like they had fun.
Yeah, they had fun. And Rogue learned that if you let if you let, what's the word?
Oh, we're doing the word thing. This used to happen to me.
Focus, I've lost it.
Wow.
If you let your
need
focus
my friend.
slip during a round or a game, you can lose it.
Yep.
This is a team that they should have put to bed comfortably.
Yeah.
So that's the lesson they've learned. Going into Friday, they need to know that they need to be focused in every single round. That's still not the word that I'm looking for.
He knows it too. He knows he's looking for another word. If you know the word that Fresh is looking for, please do.
Concentration.
Oh my goodness.
Concentration.
They weren't concentrated. And whilst I am for you here, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, one of the analysts on the desk can concentrate for you. I want all the viewers at home to concentrate on the match summary here. Why? Well, because there were a couple of really nice clutches, we'll call them here, especially from Yoga. These will be players that are walking away from the Major with pretty good stats overall. My man Hope standing in for FaZe, those are some really big shoes to fill, and I think he'll be happy with some of the stuff he was able to do. Entry kill with the Vector on one of the closing rounds as well. So
onto Aces, no doubt, as well.
Onto Aces as well, over towards Fireplace. So that was a cool little kicker. But this match summary overall and all these ratings, whilst it's fun to look at them, just please do take stock in the fact that they don't mean anything for Oxygen outside of let's have some fun, let's, you know, enjoy essentially a free scrim while we're here. And for Rogue, not getting the full 3 points does mean something. So there was a little bit to play with, even though we were downplaying it a little bit. I think if we bring up the standings, you might be able to talk us through why that does change things, because, spoiler alert, on your screen right now.
Spoiler alert, so FaZe Clan won. That means that
Be more excited, mate. Do do it again.
FaZe Clan won. Woo!
Latin American
But-
supremacy, baby. Let's go.
The koalas are going home.
Oh, well, that's not
That's why I was disappointed.
Well, oh,
That's why
okay,
I was
whoa. All right,
'Cause,
yeah.
you know, I know you claim you're a European, Jess, but you are also Australian as well.
I'm very
and
Australian.
your boys, unfortunately, they couldn't beat FaZe Clan. They are going home. The Rogue loss means that Rogue is currently sitting in second place.
Yep.
So it was a seeding match that prefaces a seeding match that will take place later today between FaZe and Rogue.
Yeah, exactly right. So do watch out for the FaZe v Rogue game later on today, because that will be the one that determines who finishes first or second in that group. That will be important for seeding in some way, shape or form, which we will allude to at the end of the day. And then, of course, Group B has not begun yet. So don't worry, we will get there throughout the day. But thus far, we have solidified our Group A playoffs teams. It's your team FaZe from Latin America and our European team Rogue, who will move forward as one of the 8 teams into those quarterfinals. Will they make it further? Well, you get to find that out on the 12th of November when we come back to you guys with what I hear is a very, very exciting stage. So that is exactly what I'm looking for. But I don't want to get too ahead of myself. We're still in the last day of groups now. And of course, we still have many games to go, so that we can go back, sit back, get our notes ready for you guys, and bring you the next match. Make sure you sit tight, get those drops, and we'll be back to you very shortly.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
see how far we've gone, and it's breaking me. I've held onto the stone, and it's taking me down. Trouble childless turns to pain and suffering. It's just a way of preparing you for the cold realities of everyday's life. It's just a way of pervading you with this sense of serving and way of life.
Welcome back to the A stream here at the Rainbow Six Major here in Sweden. My name is Jess Goat and I'm joined by Fresh yet again. I can't seem to get rid of him even though I keep desperately asking to replace him.
You actually called me Fresh Goat earlier, Jess.
That is what everyone is touting as our duo nickname is Fresh Goat. Usually it's a mixture of both, but we've managed to get like most of our names into it.
Yeah,
it's a long one.
Pretty good, yeah.
It could use a little bit of work. If you guys have a different duo name, please do at us so that we can work out a better duo name. Since it's seeming like I can't get rid of him. So speaking of things I can't get rid of the fact that we have a very important game coming up in this third match. The last match didn't quite have as much stakes as this one will. And of course, we'll bring up roster number 1 for you so we can start talking about these stakes and the teams at hand for our game number 3. You can hear Emmy yelling very loudly in the background. Why? Because on both streams, there's a lot of stakes. And Soniqs, they still have a very good opportunity to be North America's last chance, well not last chance, one of them.
Second to last chance, penultimate chance.
To make it into the playoffs.
And I've done a lot of dunking on the NA region.
You
but
have.
I believe, Jess, I believe Oxygen can do this.
Oh my god, Yeti, you are the epitome of like sex appeal. Look at him.
Really?
Look at that. I mean,
Whatever floats your boat, Jess.
This man has never looked more like he is about to absolutely destroy another team.
If you want to look at a man that deals with pressure well, they are up against it. Soniqs are up against it, on the brink of being eliminated from this tournament, and yet he's just there, cool as out, with the sunglasses on, headset over. Wow.
You know what, they do say that the blue light glasses are very effective. I myself have them because I have bad eyesight and I just don't wear my glasses. You wear your glasses like the good person you are. And Yeti is showing us that under the right conditions, if you wear the right protection going in.
It's like he's got Siege at 10 and skiing at 12. You know what I mean?
Yo, when you've got Siege at 10 or Scrims at 10 and a ski lesson at 12, you got to dress like the man
He's
Yeti.
prepared.
I mean, he's a snow Yeti.
Snow Yeti,
It
there we
makes
go.
total sense.
There we go.
Well,
Makes sense.
that is your team of Soniqs, one of the last hopes for North America. And they all look very seriously ready to go because they know the stakes of this match. They know that they could poise themselves to make it into the quarterfinals of playoffs on the 12th of November. But on the other side are their opponents, and they are unbeaten in their group. They were the world champions and still are the world champions for now. It's your team from Latin America, Ninjas in Pyjamas.
And I've seen some debate on Twitter about whether they should be here at all. Remember, they finished 9th out of 10th in the Stage 3 domestic season. They are a benefactor of the LATAM system and the points format and the way that works. But that doesn't change the fact that you have to go through Copa Elite 6, win the playoffs to get here, and you have to get here and turn up in groups, which is exactly what NIP have done. They are already in playoffs. They are looking sharp, they are looking good, and I know Ace talked about it. He said they've been sleeping for a while. They have awoken, Jess.
They are the only team throughout the entire group stage to go undefeated in any group currently existing.
Yeah, because Rogue lost recently, yeah.
Absolutely. They just won. They just lost their match in overtime to Oxygen. So the big thing for me now, they've made a statement in the group stage thus far. Still got this match, of course, still have other matches, so things could change today, and teams are looking very much to do that. Soniqs to start off with, of course. And as we're looking into this match, I wanted to pick your brain, because I know we have a little bit of extra time as the players are clearly loading in, getting everything set up to their needs. What do you think is their weakness? What kind of manipulative kind of stuff can Soniqs do to go, I'm going to manipulate all your mistakes here and be able to win? Because they have to do this.
It was time, and during BR6, it was difficult for NIP to... They kind of got stuck in the mid-round, and then when it came to late round, they were struggling for time. So it's about time management for them, really. We've seen it well out of them so far, how they can increase the speed of their attacks and then slow things down and not over-aggress. But during the regular season, that was their big kind of Achilles heel.
So Clubhouse will be the map. And speaking of time management, it's an actual map, except for maybe the bottom floor, that you can do pretty good time management on your attacks with. It is a staple map throughout the entire world of Rainbow Six in every region. Both of these teams know very well how to play it. And whilst Yeti decides that he needs to take the glasses off for now, I want you to put your thinking cap on for me, as they would say when I went to school in Australia, and tell me exactly whether or not you think this benefits Soniqs map-wise, or Ninjas in Pyjamas?
It benefits Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Okay.
And it was the same justification as when we saw Soniqs on day one, if you go back all the way. And I said that at that point in time, is when Yeti plays a secondary hard breacher. So they have Super who plays hard breach, right? He can do a job on Clubhouse. He doesn't need to get the stats. But then when Yeti has to play it, and he plays a lot of Maverick on this map, when he plays that, he also can't turn up in terms of the frag department either. And we saw that when they played Clubhouse on day one. So it relies on the other 3 players on the team to go up big. If they don't do that, and bear in mind, that means them getting multi-kills against the world champions. If they don't do that, then Soniqs just simply aren't going to win rounds.
Well, that is the lowdown from my main man Fresh, who has used every single brain cell he can to give you the low. I'm gonna say not all of them. I'm gonna have to go back.
I only got 4.
Yeah, look, I didn't want to point it out to everyone that you've only got 4 to work with, and you used all 4 of them right now. Speaking of 4, we will have our 4th game after this game. It will be FURIA going up against DWG KIA. Stakes there, but not as high as this game. Although, for DWG KIA, they're in a very, very tight group. So for now, the players have loaded into the lobby. It is Soniqs going up against Ninjas in Pyjamas. And when I say this game means business, keep your eyes glued to that scoreboard, because there is a lot at stake here. Let's get straight into it.
All right, everybody, it's time to get underway with Soniqs versus Ninjas in Pyjamas, the undefeated NIP. Right now, control the destiny of the Soniqs. BDS will be going up against Invictus Gaming. Unless the greatest tragedy since Macbeth happens in front of our very eyes, well, then BDS is probably going to get some points.
Yeah, Parker. So last time these two teams, they scored it all. There was a 2-7 for NIP on Bank, but that was day one Soniqs. You look at the stats right now, 18 to Soniqs, 82 to NIP, but I'm gonna tell you guys a little secret here. Day one Soniqs weren't a very good team, but day 2 of group stage Soniqs looked like a potentially great team. They ended up picking up some W's. And yeah, there was a 7-4 against IG on Chalet, and they picked up a 6-8 loss to BDS on Coastline, so a very close match indeed. I want to see if Soniqs can keep doing that. They've been banning Thatcher Kite pretty much every single map, so they're hopefully will be following up that pattern for consistency. NIP though, show us the money, the Maverick of the board. That's gonna play a big factor, and now the question for the Thatcher comes in as well. Those are the 2 most key operators for the map of Clubhouse, which is the map that we are about to enter. Sophia gets picked off instead, leaving the Thatcher open in what I believe is the first time for Soniqs at this entire event. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, I don't have that number, I don't have that data in front of me. Here's another interesting ban. A bandit.
Bandit. So, okay, so this is actually interesting. So the bandit is how you typically want to go about juggling the walls when the Maverick is being banned. That's now taken off the board, and the Kai gets followed up as well, which means the only form of deny for the defenders will be the mute. And the Thatcher is open. So this is actually, with a very high potential, going to be an attacker-favored Clubhouse, as you can shred through any bomb site. There's not going to be that many obstacles for you, and I would say CCTV and Gym are probably going to be your 2 strongest bomb sites, but NIP does not care about those passable facts. They are just opinions in this point in time. They will go down the basement, but they will bring out the mirror, which I think is a great choice, especially seeing as you can bunker down and sit tight. Valkyrie is open, and the IQ does get shown from Gurxer, but chooses to go onto the grenade grenades, which makes perfect sense seeing as they have no other explosives if he didn't.
Now, what's at stake in this matchup was discussed briefly by other caster pairs and the analysts as well, but why don't we break it down for you for just a second here. Ninjas in Pyjamas undefeated. They have made it into the playoffs. They will play on Friday. BDS are the team currently in second. Ninjas in Pyjamas play them later. BDS has never been able to beat Ninjas in Pyjamas, so assuming that BDS loses that one, their matchup against Invictus is a must-win. Now, Invictus is 0 points. They have not looked like a strong team, and BDS should be able to cut through them like a knife through butter, a hot knife through butter even. It can be dull, it can be a cold knife, and they'll probably still cut through the butter of Invictus. Which means that if BDS wins in regulation, it doesn't matter what the Soniqs do, they're out. Because at this point, the Soniqs come into today with 4 points on the board. 4 points. They need all of the 6 that are remaining in order to get 10 points to jump over top of BDS. If BDS gets 3 points, or because BDS has the tiebreaker over the Soniqs, if BDS goes to overtime and wins against Invictus, that is still enough as well. BDS must lose against Invictus in order for something here to happen for the Soniqs. And hey, what is this? Okay, Kansan gets the first kill, but that is a big brain play that we just saw happen from Kamikaze.
Oh, I love that construction wall. You can make so many shenanigans happen, especially towards the roof, which normally attackers, they're safe up there, especially on that rappel, but that will be changed this time around. Grixer gets shot in the back, and that's a nice pick for NIP to bring it back to an even man count. Early aggression and early roam from them, jammers up above. We've seen this many times before. We call this the SSG roam. However, it's not as hard committed as typically. There is no Mussy, there is no castle. It'll just be a mini version of that, but it'll do a lot of damage, especially on that timer.
We're already halfway through the round now. Looking downstairs as defense, Mira is available for both teams, and she will likely have a high presence and a high pick rate in this matchup.
Yeah, the Mira is gonna be one of your key elements for some of these bomb sites, just because you don't have many other win conditions outside of that. Of course, with the Maverick being gone, breaching certain walls will be hard, you think, but we have this very unique situation where the Bandit and the Kaid are both banned while the Thatcher is left open. So, as I said earlier, I do think this plays in the hands of the attackers, but it all comes down to execution, which Clubhouse as a map is typically all about regardless of the operator bans. You have the tools in your arsenal to deal with pretty much every single bomb set, but you gotta do it the right way, otherwise you're not gonna win.
So SQ obviously didn't like what they were thinking, so they'll change some things around. And now the assault begins on the bottom floor bomb site. They're down Grixer, so those grenades that you talked about were removed. Gone 6 also unavailable. And they'll look longingly towards the basement bomb site. Ninjas in Pyjamas have only given up the Melusi. Nothing really terrible. Mute Jammer stopping those X-Kairos from going off on the Black Mirror as we now get toward the final moments of this round, and it's incumbent upon the Soniqs to be quick enough to get in and do some damage. Right now, they don't really know where they're going to go. Assault that church wall, but you haven't been able to open it up. Pino's Nitro Cell connects on Moto, but Super's in. Sidearm out. He needs to plant, but he doesn't know if he's good to do it. Kamikaze coming in, and he'll be able to take out Super. No! The sidearm master! Rexon needs to stop Pino. Pino's all by his own, but where are you looking? They had no idea, and it's very easy for Nip to collect onto Super. A valiant effort from the IGL, but it doesn't go anywhere near far enough.
Super pick up some kills with that 5.7 pistol in hand. I actually do like what Soniqs are doing towards the back end of the round, but not the beginning of that execute. I don't think there's any reason to drop that motor hatch, go down to the bottom main stairs, open up the wall in back B where Super entered from, and just get in. You can keep a man above on the vertical holes, holding the mirror window and holding the motor flank, and that flank was crucial as both the last 2 remaining players of NIP came from that direction. Sure, Super made work of the first person, but the second one ended up finishing the round in favor of the opposing team, which of course Soniqs would have liked it to go the other way around. So it seemed a bit indecisive, it was a bit rushed, they were low on time, and that was due to the early roam game from NIP doing a good job at stalling it out and making Soniqs work really hard for that execute.
taking him word for every single kill. And, well, Super's 2-0 tally is, I kind of surprised. He must have been downed, by the way, which is what would have stopped him. Either that or he got off at the last second because the kill didn't actually come out. So, I mean, close enough, I suppose, but either way, the Soniqs forfeit the round. The next defense from Ninjas in Pyjamas goes to the bomb site upstairs in gym and bedroom. This is widely seen by most teams as the tertiary bomb site, the third bomb site. It is not always a go-to. So the fact that NiP is going here on their second defensive attempt is quite telling.
Yeah, I think this definitely speaks into the point of the operator bans. When you don't have the bandit and the kite is off the board, the Thatcher is open, the only way to stop that server wall from going kaboom in the first 10 seconds is a single mute jammer, and that single mute jammer will be met with multiple EMPs if needed. Hopefully only one should be required. So I actually like this gym pick from NIP. You understand the operator situation at hand, and I also do think it's nice that they're not bringing the mirror, as you tend to just play really passive behind them, and we've seen so many grenade kills from below in other games this tournament so far, just eliminating those players, and it's basically just a free kill. So NIP working with the map control and the movement that allow them to seek out the gunfights that they want.
And that jacuzzi wall's already been opened up. Super taking charge here in this matchup, as now the CCTV wall will be opened as well. Allows for smoother sailing from the attackers to be able to get on in. Are we about to see a repeat, by the way? Checking that jacuzzi balk is Pino with the ACOG on the TCSG. Ninjas in Pyjamas very narrowly won, but they lost, but they almost won a world championship on this map in particular against Space Station in 2020, relying on that TCSG firepower from both Goyo and Kaid. You're only going to see one of them though, because Kaid is banned out, but boy oh boy, it is nice to see that re-emerge.
I like this from Soniqs. They've chosen to go for a more direct approach, not wanting to contest the roam clear from NIP. They're gonna open up the wall between the master bedroom and gym. It got shut down, I believe it got shot, but they can still work their way in towards the bathroom angle. There is no jammers available and there is no EMPs left, which means the last Selma charge from Yeti should go through and bring them some nice value. It's up for Soniqs now to figure out what do they want to breach. They only have one choice, one option. They do not have any window presence. Psycho's position could be crucial for NIP. If the Selma charge goes out, you could swing up, shoot it, and therefore shut down the entire push from Soniqs. They will have to find their way in. It is going to be difficult, and it's going to end up being a split take. Off his hatch, there's going to be a guy dropping down that. Two guys on the breach, and the fourth guy should be in the window. That's Rixon going in super quick.
Oh my goodness, and now an opportunity inside of inside of construction. They've got a ping on the Super, and he takes a tiny bit of damage before falling off. Rexon doing cleanup, Kansan dropped, Super attempting the plant yet again. Ninjas in Pyjamas trails in a 2v4, but the objective for the Soniqs is good. Julio swings on out of logistics. He has won. A second unavailable as Yeti is there. A little bit too hard to outduel him on Jacuzzi. Is Yeti good enough for more than one? No. Musi silences him. Diffuser down. Crickster has a good angle on it and a spot as well. Allows them to know that Musi's going to be coming through. But Super, the fragging machine, the genetic freak himself, he takes matters into his own hands. 2 kills in the previous round, almost a plant. A plant this time, and a big kill from him at the end puts Soniqs on the board. Both teams tied at 1 apiece.
It's a very good round from Soniqs. It was telegraphed. I spoke about it as the execute went down. They had one guy on that server side holding it so that Rexon could go safely on the windows. One guy was up on the hatch on office that could drop down and create some chaos. And 2 guys from the breach. One of them, of course, Super with that diffuser. And they worked together. The important part of that attack was that Rexon initiated by getting the opening kill onto NIP, which then allowed Soniqs to walk into the building, get gym control, and they made a wise decision. The spot came out from the bulletproof, they got off the plant, and they moved deep into master bedroom, took full map control, and then they planted again. They didn't want to risk the biscuit, which I respect. It was the right choice, and it was a beautifully executed round, I will say, indeed, especially for a North American team.
Oh, you just have to get that in there, don't you?
I mean, it's not my fault, it's not my decision that they are doing what they are doing, but Soniqs looking like the second best North American team in the world. But of course, I will also say that Oxygen did not have all their 5 players, so it's not completely fair to say that.
Absolutely. Like we said, Soniqs, if they want to make it out of this group, their fate is not in their hands. They need BDS to lose in regulation to Invictus. Or, I mean, if BDS makes it into overtime and loses, there is still potential there as well. The thing that cannot happen is BDS cannot accrue 2 points in their matchup. How do you get 2 points? Well, you do it by either winning in overtime or getting 3 by winning in regulation. So that's the win condition right now for BDS to make it.
I'll certainly say, I think for Soniqs here, I don't think they care that much whether this is in their hands or not. I think they want to prove a point. They want to make a statement. There's been a lot of eyes on them as a team, and they want to shut those people up. They want to prove that they are a good team, a worthy team. And speaking of worthy, Gurkser, top 4 all 3 stages of the NAL this year, finds the opening kill onto Pino, breaches the wall and goes back up on the roof to get back with his team.
Julio roaming downstairs, showing off one of the changes that was made to Clubhouse when the 3 maps were tweaked in the most recent seasons. You remember there was light touch-ups, 3 in particular. Clubhouse was one of them. So, hoo boy. This is a CCTV defense upstairs. Julio still roaming down below as that Mozzie. He's a real pest, if you know what I mean. Psycho watching the breach as the Selmas will go off onto the wall inside of garage, and as the deployable shield goes down, Kamikaze takes a chance to swing out on it.
3 guys on it. You can't swing that.
I mean, I don't know why he did, but Psycho's next one up, and he loses as well. Nip do not care at all about this. They are probably having a jolly good time. Undefeated. It's still possible that BDS can take first in the group, though it is unlikely. The Soniqs just being fed kills and a flawless is very much on the board. It's just what the doctor ordered, right? We'll see if they can fill the prescription, and they do. A flawless round for the Soniqs. They're up 2-1.
Very nice, and again, this is a similar fashion as to what they were doing yesterday against BDS on Coastline. Soniqs are choosing to opt for a more direct approach. They want to have as many guns in the same direction against the possible aggression from these teams. And when you're playing against NIP, I think it's very, very wise to have multiple people because you're going to need backup. Just look at how NIP swung that server breach once that was opened up. Normally, you would have 1 guy there, meaning that NIP swinging into that makes sense. It's a 50-50 gunfight. They get 2 of those, and if you know the players of NIP, a 50-50 gunfight is never truly a 50-50 gunfight because they win those. So, Soniqs have 3 guys out there and basically become a, well, 1 in 100 if anything for NIP.
One rarity that we're looking at right now is every single player in the lobby is actually on the board already. 3 rounds of action and nobody will be searching for their first kill. It's been accomplished. At this point, the top-rated player on the Soniqs is none other than Super himself. We've highlighted his contributions off of the field today. This is one that's happening directly on the field and in the server. He's a good leader that the team is able to bounce off of, and he emboldens and betters those 4 players on his team. While he himself might not be there and active in the fragging department today, he's shown up. I don't know what he ate. I don't know if he had a good breakfast. Maybe he ate his Wheaties. I'm not quite sure. But Super's here, and Super is performing quite well. 4-0. 4th round, by the way, and we are still here on the NIP defense. Down below, they're going to have another attempt at Church. The first time, it was quite successful. The Soniqs got picked off early. They struggled to open up that Church wall. They didn't know how to deal with the denial that was there, and NIP just simply pounced upon it. But if you recall, NIP trailed, but because of the poor coverage of Super as he was trying to get that diffuser down, the Soniqs lost the round.
Yep. It was very close and it was a valiant effort. Now, Soniqs have to make it up. They seem to start off the same way, which tells me they have a plan. Either it's a bait or they're gonna stick with it, but I don't think they're baiting anybody this time around. They want to clear out this map, gain the control, maybe find a kill or 2 of their own, but what matters the most is that sub 30-second execute. Last time it was a bit messy. Things did not go as planned, so this time they'll have to dot their I's and cross their T's. But first comes the unclear. Musi making rotations, moving back around. Psycho with assistance from Blue, and Yeti spots out both players from NIP looking to fall back. Now, the engagement might come out here as Yeti might take the swing. All 3 players from NIP. We spoke about that. Now Yeti gets 10 of it, but he says no, but Pino says yes. Takes out his head, and the opening kill for the first time this match so far goes in favor of NIP, as Soniqs has found all 3 in the previous rounds.
Bit of sloppiness there from Yeti as well to re-engage, knowing that he didn't have the perspective advantage with the way that you are on that rappel. Your body is going to show up through that open panel, which the defenders will see before your line of sight then emerges. Yeti knows this. He's an experienced player. That's a bit of a rookie mistake. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he thought that they had been chased away. But I don't think he was expecting 3 players to be there either, so...
Perspective, it really matters how you hold the angle, whether you're close to the wall or far away, especially because in Siege, you can lean. Default keybinds are Q and E on your keyboard. Of course, some people use the mouse. Those people we call freaks. Normal people, smart people like myself, and hopefully Parker as well.
I lean on my mouse. So does Gio. So does Gio on
Gio isn't even here. That he will not defend you, he will not have to get a word in this discussion, but Grixer will get a word to his team that there is a mute creeping around inside of church. I think SSG should opt for a kitchen hatch scenario, all that soft wall and back B, because this mirror window is going to be trouble. They have the EMPs, the Selma charge comes out, they're gonna get rid of it. C4 from Pino might hit the mark, or it might just miss. He chooses to wait. It's not his opportunity yet, but if he finds the right moment, he could find a lot for his money.
30 seconds left, Nick, with 9 players still alive in this server. And again, the Soniqs are going to run headfirst into this brick wall, slowly chipping away at the utility from Ninjas in Pyjamas. But man, oh man, there is no tension right now. There is absolutely no hurry. Pino feeds his bullets right into Grixer. Super picks up kill number 5, but not more than that as Julio swats him away. Diffuser surrendered, but there's way too many angles to look at. Kill holes aplenty. Rexon good enough for 1 onto Julio. He's going to stat pad, but add a loss and a death to that as well. Well, that's it for this bomb site. They won't be going back down there. Church goes twice on this defense in favor of Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, I think we can add another reason as to why he's called Super, because if anything, he's like Superman. He's like dodging bullets. That shotgun point blank didn't even take him out, although it did do a fair bit of damage. Sonic in that late round basement attack is struggling to find the openings. They tried this time around with more time on their hands. They cleared the jammer, they cleared the mirror window, but once that happened, it kind of stalled out. Pino hit close on the breach, swung out and killed Yeti, and it was a nightmare there from forward. I do think, again and again and again, I think it's so hard to challenge Church, especially if you're low on time. There are so many corners, so many power positions, and they're not running a whole lot of grenades because they choose to bring the IQ, which is a good idea looking at the operator lineup from NIP, but you just have less tools to work with for these power positions.
This is a bar stock defense, by the way. All 4 bomb sites now being played by Ninjas in Pyjamas, and this is an intriguing one. The couple times that we've seen teams attempt bar stock, it has not been particularly fruitful for the defenders. But some small changes to this map, like we said, make it easier to potentially defend. We'll see if NIP has what it takes. They are a crafty team, they are a strong team in the strategic department, and I would argue even stronger in the shooting one. Both of those will work very well on any bomb site, but sometimes things are just indefensible, and sometimes bomb sites cannot be defended as well. Ninja in Pyjamas will roll the dice on this one. We'll see if the Soniqs are crafty enough on their own to be able to pull off a successful attack.
I think this bomb site suits a team like NIP. It is arguably a little bit less strat oriented because it's not all about the walls and the breaches. It's actually a lot about defenders extending out on the map, and you see this from NIP. They're going up above and they're also spreading out down below, and once Soniqs, they take the top floor, they will just move back down, assuming that they don't get killed, of course, and then spread out into the strip side area, the stock side area, and then all of a sudden, Soniqs have to clear a whole nother floor afterwards, and there's no real way to do over a direct attack, because you would need the kitchen hallway, the strip side. You can't just walk into one breach in Jacuzzi or one breach in server, like we saw on the Soniqs' 2 successful attacks so far. So, they will need to actually contest with this, whether they like it or not.
EMP going off as the mute jammer on Jacuzzi wall has been disabled for a moment. And now Grixer will hunt for more electronics from above. The EMP that we used to see on Clubhouse way back, as strong as it was, you just drop it on the roof, it blows up the electronics for good. But now you can't do that anymore because it only disables these gadgets for a temporary period of time, and then you need to act upon it. So hopefully the IQ works out in their favor in that regard. Julio loves playing down by the bar, and he's going to be there yet again down below. But on the bomb site, still most of NIP are invested in a roam off. Some on that top floor, which is what Soniqs are trying to clear out now with half the round to go.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult because if this was a bomb defense, or a gym defense rather, once you get this wall open, you feel pretty good about yourself, but it is a bar, so there's a minute left and they still have only really gotten to Jacuzzi. They have not been in this position yet for the side of Soniqs, and, well, we have been here once before. That is the opening kill for NIP. Psycho takes out Yeti. He's the second time that he's fallen first, I believe, but besides that point, Rexon finds Julio as well, so now perhaps we'll see some swings and execute coming through, or at least a fight here for Grixer.
Rexon, also known as Richie, has been an absolute standout performer for the Soniqs. Sometimes it takes him a little bit longer to find his footing. Grixer has also been a standout performer. Musi knows that he's positioned up right there. A run out from Psycho does not net much. That Valkyrie on Psycho is such an iconic operator for Ninjas in Pyjamas. You might fondly recall the amount of times Psycho's name was shouted the last time he played Valkyrie at an international event, or one of the last times. Smoke gets tossed out now with 20 seconds left. No real urgency from Soniqs yet again. They do some damage to Kamikaze, whose yokais might still be up and very much in play. Super knows where he wants to plant, and there's still a default cam up, but he's wary of the player on main stairs. And oh, he swings! Super is an absolute gunner right now. Through the wall, down goes Super, cans and falls, and there's no recovery onto that diffuser, even if Rexon is still alive. It's 2 in a row, and Bar stock works out for the defenders of NIP.
A deadly red ping through the wall to close out the round for NIP, but Super doing all the dirty duties. Interfragging, shooting the default camera, running through the map, getting sprayed through the smoke, shot from the main stairs, and even finds the echo behind the bar, and somehow Super still comes out on top. He is doing every single role simultaneously, and it's actually quite impressive. 3-2 for NIP as we're gonna go back upstairs to Gym. So, you know, Soniqs basically attacked Gym bomb site, or so it looked like for a brief moment, until they just went to go down below in strip and go for a pool table clear. They were missing out that kitchen hallway control, and it punched them right back.
Well, you talked about how the Kaid ban is going to influence which bomb sites can get played out. Kaid is also a very pivotal operator when you look at bottom floor bomb site, Nick. And yet, Church went in favor of Ninjas in Pyjamas twice, so even without the Kaid, they were still able to hold steady on it. The walls without the Electric Claws are far more susceptible for 2 reasons. Number 1, Thatcher being unbanned, but also the fact that the Mute Jammers have been changed out. There's a very good reason why the Soniqs banned Bandit, and that's because they want to get those damn pesky walls open. And they've been doing a remarkable job of it. The pacing of the Soniqs to open up the walls where you need to apply pressure has been phenomenal. And despite the scoreline, this really is anybody's game. The Soniqs could have quite easily taken Bar, and also could have conceivably taken one of those Church takes had things gone a little bit better for them, especially in terms of Rexon's coverage at the tail end of that very first round. So we'll keep our eye on what changes when we change halves, but we still got a full round to play, and Jim was successful for Soniqs way back. They got the first kill, they got the diffuser down. They looked very strong on this map, or on this bomb site last time.
Certainly agreed, and I think, as you mentioned, the Bandit kind of speaks to the fact that Soniqs, they want to go for these direct takes, and the Bandit stops them in their tracks because of the Maverick ban. If the Maverick was open, that would change things up. You can just Maverick the wall despite the Bandit being present, but the way the ban's played out, this is the case that we're left with. Super opening up both walls, one in the single wall construction and the other on Jacuzzi. There is a bubble Maestro camera opposite of that breach, which means Kamikaze and the rest of NIP is going to have a great lot of intel, and they can peel off the Selma charges from Yeti, which I suspect is the reason for that camera.
Speaking of Yeti, the team has played without him for the last 2 rounds. The last time we saw a good look at a Yeti was the Flawless back in round 3. Yeti died early in rounds 4 and 5, so he needs to stay alive in order for his contributions on this team to be maximized. While Yeti might not be the sexy player on the team, maybe physically, but not in terms of the gameplay in the server, Yeti's role is vitally important, and he is someone who can also frag well if the top 3 of Soniqs aren't playing up to their potential. Right now he's sitting at a 3 and 4.
Yeah, one of the things about Clubhouse is that there's a lot of harmony required between the two Heartbreakers, so Super and Yeti. You got the close range breach of Thermite and the ranged breach on Yeti in this case. Could be the Ibana, could be the Ace. Of course, here we see the Ace, and of course the Thatcher. So out of 5 players, you have 3 that are super important for the strategical part of the game to breach out those walls, and then you have Grixer with the grenades, or Kansan as they play 2 sets of grenades in this case. So everyone is extremely important for the round to go on. No one can really afford to die, but you also need to work your way inside the building, which causes deaths. But you see the execute, Grixer jumps into construction, and now Yeti will make his way in the breach as well.
Down goes Psycho. Grixer gets that lead-off pick, swings around and pulverizes Julio. Really strong play by the Sonics to take this up. So Musi, realizing he's at a deficit, he's going to have to swing, but his attention is elsewhere. Pino, wonderful play with the TCSG, gets one, but he doesn't get out of there alive. Kamikaze in on it as well, and now he'll need to clutch out. 1v3 for Kamikaze. Super getting the diffuser down. The 6-2 Super, by the way. But unfortunately for Super, you're not going to be able to stat pad. Nothing to go with your cost, and no objective, because guess what? Grixer gets the kill inside of construction. The first half in the books, and Clubhouse is a perfect 3-3. It's not usual that we see this map tied.
I want to give a lot of praise to Grixer on that final round. He jumped in through construction window, he found 2 kills, and instead of overstaying his welcome and being aggressive, he dropped down the connector hatch, walked all the way back up the white stairs, and came back into connector. And that's crucial because he could just have been another casualty, as he had no backup from his team. He was only meant to find 1 kill, he managed to find another, and then chose that that is exactly what I needed to do, if not more. I am no longer needed, I can drop down below and keep that mad advantage going, and the fear in NIP's head as they don't know his whereabouts. CCTV is where we are headed. When NIP played this bomb site, they did not bring the mirror, but Super wants to say, hey, let's shape up the map a little bit different. And there's many different ways to approach the mirror on this bomb site. The first variation is that you can put them below into lounge. Kinda requires a castle. You see this wall right here into garage. That's something you can do. You would need a castle to help out those angles, so that's not what we're gonna see as there is no castle on the board. All 4 walls in garage being reinforced. So, where do the mirrors go? Well, the catwalk wall is not gonna be it because it was reinforced from the inside, so we can nullify that. On the breach we go. We've seen this a couple of times before, and Kansan has the impacts. Yeti has 1 spare as well. You can then use the mirror window by opening it to deny the breaches that might come through from NIP. So it's almost like a bandit, but it's explosive and it's a little bit safer as you can do it from distance.
Starting with the tail of the tapes before this round gets underway. That first half, by the way, for Ninjas in Pyjamas, their rotation was to go to church twice, gym bedroom twice, CCTV once, and bar stock once. The bomb sites that they won were church twice and bar stock once. Those top floor bomb sites where we see Kaid and Bandit be so crucial were won by the attackers. No wonder when those pivotal operators were taken out by both NIP and the Sonics. So I imagine the struggles on that top floor will likely befall Sonics. They're going to be in tough shape. I don't know how they're going to recover, frankly. Mute is likely going to be a mainstay on most of these defenses. They haven't run with it this time. You noted the mirror pick. Somebody's got to go to take that spot, and I think this was the decision to be made. First minute now in play, and, well, the Sonics are still roaming. I don't know if they know that Yeti's in this position. He knows someone's up there, and it's Kansan to assist. What a play that was. There's still somebody else down there, though, so Yeti's got to be very wary of who could be playing on Repel. Musi's not too far off, and the Sonics find the first pick yet again.
That was a nice harmony between Kansan and Yeti. It looked like Yeti was in trouble for a brief moment, but Kansan says, I got you, buddy, finds the opening kill into Julio. That is the Thatcher off the board. Now, unfortunately, there is no wall deny, there is no mute from the side of Sonics, so these EMPs are not technically needed, although they are always nice to have on hand. Musi with a yellow ping coming out, cooking up that grenade, tosses it, it goes wide, but actually, in fact, the bounce off the wall finds Yeti's booty, and he will fly away. Rexen playing the smoke on the catwalk with the FMG in hand, not something we see very often.
NA actually likes to do this a lot, though. They like to stick different players up there. Bosco's done it a couple times. Rexen falls to Pino, still taking charge, looming large inside of garage on that catwalk position. 3 players from Sonics. The last 3 remaining are all in the same spot inside of Cash, and that's a beautiful nade by Psycho to do some significant damage. Kansan and Grixer will look to hold down the fort. adrenal surge goes out. Julio's still the only person who's died on NIP's side of things. They haven't got the control that they want of the bomb site, though, and if they try to go through it, Kansan will be there, prepped and waiting. He gets droned out, but he knows that someone is going to aggress because of those spam marks going in. He loses the fight to Pino, as so many people do, and Kamikaze takes out Grixer. Like we said, taking this top floor seems to be easy peasy lemon squeezy for the attackers, and that continues. No team has been successful on defending the top floor thus far on Clubhouse.
Yeah, especially without the mute being played, of course, it is a choice that you can make. But outside of that, I think the crucial part of this round that really went in NIP's way is that they got the catwalk control incredibly easy with all things considered. 20 seconds before the smoke fell on those rafters, you had Yeti down below in blue, you had the smoke on the catwalk, and all things looked quite alright for Soniqs. They had the man advantage, statures off the board, and as I mentioned, they had good positions. One nade from Muzi changed everything in a span of 10 to 20 seconds, and it made this ripple effect through the round where NIP just took the ground.
I mean, the focus from the smoke as well looked towards the breach and seemed to also be over by construction. Pino didn't really need to sweat all that much, and you said they took control so easily. Pino threw 2 flashbangs up there and then just casually walked up the stairs and suffered really no contest in that engagement, even if they do have the FMG in hand. That's a pretty strong weapon, a deceptively strong weapon, actually, with one of the higher DPSs in the entire game, and yet it did absolutely nothing and will do absolutely nothing if you're looking the wrong way.
Very true, and as you said, very deceiving, because typically people say, the FMG is not that good, you know, it's a nerk and a tank and operator, but statistically speaking, as you said, the DPS, the damage per second throughput of that weapon is actually incredibly high, and not something that you should mess around with, or at the very least, you shouldn't underestimate it. Mute being brought out, that's gonna help them on this extended roam, as they want to slow down the side of NIP, and one thing that's gonna favor them massively is that there is no Thatcher from NIP, which means these jammers are going to have full effect, and NIP will have to find a different way than just throwing an EMP on the ground, rather. So, whether it be explosive, verticality, or just taking the risk and walking in, outside Valkyrie camera, that's pretty nice indeed. Of course, no IQ either. Soniqs, they did pay respects towards the potential of the Valkyrie, so they ran the IQ most rounds on Grixer, and they made pretty good work of that, I would say, as well. And it's kind of ironic that it's Grixer and the Valkyrie as well. It's like you know where the cameras might be, so you play the IQ, you can work your way around it, but you also know where all the good camera positions are. So when you play that Valkyrie, you can put those exact cameras up too.
Rexon on the roam, and Yeti just falls off. Poor timing, but he's not aware of how close he came to an early pick, and I say early because there's still 2 minutes left in this round. It's been quite slow going at the moment.
There's like no one on site from Soniqs, I don't believe, in this case. Yeti's just coming down now, but it was pretty bare bones for a moment.
That is really surprising. Really quite surprising, given the way that this bomb site gets to be played. How many teams have droned out Dirt or have droned out Blue and said, oh my god, there's nobody in sight, let's go, let's hit it. Hit it, boys! And then they're down Blue, and they're down in as quickly as they can. So.
Yep, but you need that information to make that decision, and clearly NIP did not have that piece of info on hand. They even opened up their tunnel, but they almost think there's a guy right next door waiting for them to swing, but there isn't. It's just Yeti down on site.
Still there, by the way, and NIP are being really respectful of this,
but comes down the main stairs and hatch is being opened. However, Soniqs have retrieved back to site. They're reading the situation quite wonderfully.
So there you have it. The only person who's roaming right now is Super. He's 6-3. He's allowed to do that with that stat line, by the way. We've bestowed upon him the right to roam as he's hitting all of his shots. The Super Soniqs, as they are right now. Final minute, and as you talked about, those hatches being opened up, the Soniqs realized we've wasted enough time. We held map control for a sufficient amount. Let's get back to the bomb site, because this is when the wave starts to crash into the shore.
Yep. Muzi here might find a freebie of his own hiding at bottom main. Could be a crucial position for him. It is a 5 versus 5 as we're entering the 30-second mark. This almost looks like a Sonic attacks against NIP, because it's gonna be crucial and very difficult, because the jammers on these church walls are gonna stop them from opening it up.
And there's an air jab that goes off as well. I don't know who got knocked over from the Soniqs. Grixer the only one to take some damage on his team. Now Yeti joins too. Smokes will go off, cutting off vision towards the B-bomb, and the grenade from Yeti doesn't connect. The drop from Kamikaze is good. 2 nitro cells for the trouble. You can't blow up the diffuser, gentlemen. Krickster takes out Super. That's a bit of a mistake. Kansan goes down as well. Musi dropped. Side art out from Julio. He can't run. He's got a lesion mine in his foot, and he knows he's not going anywhere. Pino down 2. An act of desperation inside of Moto. He's unable to kickstart a single thing on the final seconds of that round. And again, these teams are tied up at 4 rounds apiece.
It's a bit of a deja vu. Similar fashion, sub 30 seconds, can't open up what they want to do. NIP opted for that kitchen hatch drop, which I would argue that Sonic should have done. The difference maker here is, however, that Sonics were ready for it. They had 3 people holding the hatch. The dirt door was closed, which is a great idea to do, as the walls and dirt were left soft as well. That way you know if someone's gonna be in there. It was Pino on that Hibane, I believe, so once you open up that door, well, they know his whereabouts. He has to reload before going through, and it kind of disjoints the entire push. Once NIP dropped down the hatch, they got shut down by Yeti. 2 C4s came out and a team kill from Sonics, but it didn't really matter. They had the stronger positions, and NIP didn't really have a solid way into that bomb site.
It gets chaotic.
It does get very chaotic.
It gets absolutely chaotic. So, as we have seen throughout the course of this match, the bottom floor is money. 3 defenses of Church down below, all 3 successful on behalf of the defenders. The tough point for both of these teams are those 2 top floor bomb sites. I think NIP assessed that pretty early on. I think that's why we saw the bar stock defense. They said with Abandon and the Kaid off the board, with Thatcher available, defending the 2 top floors, bomb sites will be an utter nightmare. So let's go to bar stock, and maybe, just maybe, we're able to throw them off and win around there, because it's an almost guarantee that we're going to lose the top 2 bomb sites. The Sonics haven't agreed with that decision just yet, because it's going to be yet another attempt to defend CCTV, and well, how about a good start? Knock the Thatcher out in the first 10 seconds. Nick, you are young enough, but also old enough to remember the early days when kill Thatcher, win round was the literal win condition of early Rainbow Six, and it might just be the win condition for this round. Julio 3 and 8, dramatically underperforming his typical stats, and now no Thatcher for Ninjas in Pyjamas for the remainder of this round.
Yeah, the only reason why that same logic doesn't quite apply here is that back in the day, you'd always run that Bandit, all that Mute, and Sonics did not bring it, which means, yes, the Thatcher is down and out, but there's nothing to stop them from opening up these walls. Now imagine for a moment that Sonics brought that Mute from the basement bomb side up above with them on CCTV. They were in for a great time, but in their defense, I don't think their strategy was, let's spawn peek the Thatcher. It was just one player from Rexen that went for that spawn peek, and it was luckily that he got the Thatcher. So it's still gonna be a troublesome round for Sonics, but Psycho might just sneak up these stairs. I think Yeti's hurting me. He's at the angle on lockdown, and Yeti finds the freebie of his own. 5 versus 3 now. Map control in hand, and NIP is looking rough.
It's very apparent with the lineup that Ninjas in Pyjamas is bringing that they wanted to put a typical hold onto that CCTV wall, open it up, and have the Nook as the split push. But, I mean, it's very tough to do that when you don't have the Sonics worried about the main push. You know that unless they go underneath and get any potential denial that might be present, or deal with anything, in this case there is no denial that is here on the Sonic side for the 2nd time in a row on this bomb site, but you know that you're not going to be able to open up those walls as easily. You're not going to be able to take care of all of the gadgetry that's around. And the thing is that while the Sonics aren't running denial, to great effect they are running the Valkyrie cameras. They always seem to know where Ninjas in Pyjamas are. And I mean, all they know is where Kamikaze is, and he's outside. Kansan wants to go for it, so he gets a little bit kill hungry. Greedy? Maybe. Rexen pops up. That was 2 kills from Richie on that particular spot. This is a close one. 5-4 now for the Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a flawless round in my books. Kansan didn't have the discipline to see it through, but if we look apart from that flawless round from Sonics, the slow-mo Nuke peeks up the stairs, gets shot by Yeti and shot down. I think you made a good point where there's the main push from one side of Server Breach. The Nuke can come from behind, but it was read, seen, or heard from Sonics. Yeti in particular did a great job shutting it down. Imagine that gunfight went a different way. Imagine Rexen didn't find the EMP or the Thatcher on Julio. A lot of things could have been different, and I think NIP's coach agrees. A tactical timeout has been called, and they're going to talk about the shenanigans here at hand. They want to figure out how they can get a more consistent attack across the board, and what I want to see from Soniqs is more mute play, and you guys can see this, I'll tell you. Mute is being hovered by Rexon, so we might just see that. And of course, gym defense works out, I would argue, even better than CCTV due to the nature of these bans. I don't think CC is the best top floor bomb site, but I do think that gym is.
Well, we have an update for you, by the way, and spoilers for everybody inbound. This match, no longer of the same significance. As it may surprise you to hear, Team BDS have qualified for the quarterfinals on Friday with a commanding 7-1 victory over Invictus. That means that the Soniqs are joining 2 other North American teams and going home. NA, known as Near Airport, seems to be living up to the billing. Unfortunately for the Soniqs, despite a hell of a match against NIP, and they are really pulling out all the stops to defeat the defending world champions. It's all for naught because the Soniqs are going home regardless of the results of this matchup. And I don't believe the Soniqs know that, by the way, because they are playing in a separate part of the arena.
Yeah, so 2 things. First of all, I called in our green room with the other talent that it was going to be a 7-1 between BDS and IG. And why, you might ask? Well, every single game today on the B stream, spoiler alert, has been a 7-1. I thought BDS can keep that up, and so they did. I agree. I don't think Soniqs knows this fact because there's no way for the coach to get this information while he's behind them on stage, and they're not in this building where they have like a screen showing the live standings. So looking at this match, it changes nothing. Soniqs are fighting for their lives, and even if they knew, I still stand by my point. I think Sonic wants to prove something and make a statement that they are not to be underestimated, and they are going to be maybe possibly sent home, but they're not going to be the worst North American team here. They refuse to take that title, and they want to prove it. 5-4 is they're in the lead on that gym defense, and NIP going to make swift use of the server breach. Thatcher still being played by Julio, who's, had a rough couple of rounds, died first twice in a row to my memory. Grixer, these cameras are doing so much work. You'd almost think NIP would pick up the IQ at some point.
I mean, this is something that we've had issues with NIP in the past. One of the more memorable matches that we casted was all the way back on Coastline, Ninjas in Pyjamas versus FaZe Clan. And what did Nip Dot do? Nip got destroyed by FaZe Clan 7-0 at SI to send Nip home. And what happened with Nip? They were getting overrun by a Valkyrie, throwing cams outside. FaZe Clan were just eating them alive. And what did Nip never do? They never ran an IQ. Now, as for whether they need an IQ or not, it appears that the Soniqs needed a little bit more than just a Wamai on this one, because the grenade catches Rexon, down he goes. Ninjas in Pyjamas get that very first pick. They've got half of the round to work with at this current moment, and while they're taking their sweet time and not doing too bad of a job of getting this map control on the gym bedroom defense that we see from the Soniqs.
Yeah, and I want to also point out that I said that they should pick up the IQ, but I also want to defend NIP here and any other team that follows that same trend. But Psycho says not yet. Let's take a quick peek first onto Yeti. That is a nice second kill for NIP on this round. Back to my point is that it's very hard to fit the IQ in your lineup because you have to sacrifice something important. The heart breach, the grenades, or the EMPs. Remember, Soniqs didn't really play the Thatcher, so therefore they didn't really need that space in the lineup. They could run the IQ more freely without sacrificing anything crucial. Now, Soniqs with a minute left, down 2 players on this gym defense, looking kind of rough, and I would say NIP are happy with the time score right now. A minute left to work with is plenty. It's more than they need. Now, Soniqs need to find isolated targets off the side of NIP. They need to even back the man score. Otherwise, there's just too many angles to watch and too many things to cover. Super tries to make it happen, but not so super right now as Moosey finds his head. Now, Grixer on a mission as well as the last man standing from Soniqs, because Julio is back in the map on this round and finds Kansen. Has to swing the connector door, does not win the gunfight. Flawless round for NIP, and maybe that timeout was all they needed to bring back the momentum in their favor.
Well, This means that we're going to need every single round to settle the score between these teams. Overtime might still happen. The Soniqs are unaware of oblivion awaiting them once they finish this matchup. I think there's a lot to learn from these international events. The Soniqs got a whole heaping amount of knowledge at the Mexico Major, and I suspect that they're probably doing the same here. Playing up against teams like BDS and Ninjas in Pyjamas could potentially gear up the Soniqs for a better run in the NAL next year when we come back.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Parker.
Yes.
Is the Soniqs qualified for the NAL finals in the near future?
Yes, they are.
In that case, I will say they can take this experience right back to the home where they're about to go back to with their NA near airport plane and perhaps show a more domestic surprise rather than international.
Well, I mean, we've spent so many years talking about the big teams in North America. For a period of time, NA was dominated by that Continuum and Rogue roster that then became Evil Geniuses and Rogue. And there was always Elevate and that Elevate core that would then later become, you know, Reciprocity, or, well, technically that team kind of blew up. So where do they go? What's the spiritual successor to it? That's very much up for debate. But those cores, the core of that roster that you had with Laxing and Skies sticking together for as long as they did, those were the teams we always talked about. Slowly, NA started to get a little bit less top-heavy. But for years, you competed against them. It was almost always that Rogue and CTM team with every now and then flip side. NA has expanded now, and now there are 5 teams in North America that are capable of competing on an international level. Now, I know that the word capable might seem a bit charitable here because NA has performed very poorly at this event, but what I mean is that they are usually topping the region and they can go toe-to-toe, and even if they lose, they can still keep it interesting.
Yeah, you know, Parker, Americans always talk about how free they are, and I never quite understood that as a European myself. But after playing North America for multiple years, I finally understand NA is just so free. This game, however, putting up a great fight, a valiant effort. It's a 5-5 tied score line, but they are back in the basement where they had success the previous time around, but they will need to find success again to take this before we get the match point, where they then would have to push it into overtime.
1 minute off the clock now as Julio creeps on up. He sees that proximity alarm, but no more. It was thrown over towards dirt. I don't know if they heard it. It certainly seems like they did. Yet he knows that somebody is there. The jig is up, but where, oh where, are they playing inside of dirt? All those magnets being taken apart, as if you don't use your throwable to get them, you can just simply shoot away at them, and it's quite that easy. The Soniqs are hunkered down on the bomb site that has not yet
It looks like the floor is just rattling down into the bomb site. That's funny.
Okay, you don't need to, all right. You don't need to.
He's holding the kitchen hallway, but for a second I was like Sam Fisher style from that helicopter just appearing on side out of nowhere. That would have been crazy. Maybe a future operator.
How does this even happen?
How does this happen?
But no. This bomb site has not betrayed the defenders yet. 3 rounds played on defense thus far, and 3 all going in favor of the team that has been on defense. Can Ninjas in Pyjamas crack that? Match point awaits them. Match point awaits whoever wins this round, frankly. But if Nip are able to buck that trend, which looks very likely with these first 2 kills, then something good can happen, and we can see that streak break. Still a minute to go, and there's some firepower from the Soniqs. Julio softened up, but so is Grixer, as he searches for his second kill. Down from Kamikaze as Rexon finds his marks. 3v3. Julio and Rexon on low HP. Grixer on low HP now as Rexon is punished, vanquished to the Shadow Realm. More work will need to be done from Grixer, but that's it! It's almost a flawless round again for Nip as they find the very first attacking victory on the bottom floor bomb site, and it's match point for the Brazilians.
Yeah, and what looked very tight became very free. No pun intended with the previous statement, but now Soniqs will have to take it into overtime if they want to bring this back around. Again, the points granted to Soniqs, if they were to into overtime, they will get 2 for an overtime win, 1 for an overtime loss. It won't really make a difference. NIP, again, guaranteed for playoffs. They probably don't care too much about the points either, but both teams do want the title of a winner of this match. And we see something different coming out from the side of NIP, as they're looking to bring out the Flores. Not some... Oh, I take that back. They're 6ing it away.
They had the Flores on the previous round to open up that dirt tunnel, but it was also the first time that we got to really get a good look
that's
at
actually
that operator.
that is a true point.
Remember, the
I saw
Flores
that.
was repelling.
Yeah. Oh, he was. Yeah. You know, short-term memory. It's like, maybe that's why I retired, because I kept asking the same questions to my teammates. Like, we just spoke about this, so perhaps I should pay more attention on my own behalf and clock that inside my memory. I will try my very best. So will Soniqs. They're gonna go back up onto CC, where, well, there hasn't been much success up here just yet. I don't believe it has been won by either team yet, based off my statistics. So that means that Soniqs have to break that curse to get the first dub, and they're not looking to do much different in terms of lineup. They still don't bring the mute. Yes, the Thatcher's open, but maybe it will spawn pick him again. Who knows? I imagine similar mirror windows will be placed in Kansen. Now, on the Valkyrie, it's been Grixer, it's been Kansen's back and forth, outside cameras. Every single round getting that juicy information, and they will need to work with that. Rexon trying a spawn peek once again. Can he find Julio on that Thatcher? That is the question.
Well, fires away, and then he falls off. Nobody in the line of fire, so say goodbye to that opportunity. And you've given your position away, and that's information as well. They know that somebody's playing inside of Garage.
And we're gonna peekaboo down for the Featsaroos here on the Stock Kennel's door. So I go about this 51 window. That is one way, by the way, if the bandit was open, you can throw a grenade from that window into the server racks, onto this wall, and destroy the bandit battery, and maybe get a kill. Not needed this time around, as bandit's off the board and banned out by Soniqs, so the wall will get opened up really quickly and swiftly from NIP, and they look like they know what they want.
There goes the wall as well, opening up ever so gently. Not gently when there's explosives involved. Rexon here on Catwalk is going to be the focus for me in particular. If you recall, on the CCTV defense before, NIP did not struggle at all to take that map control. They breezed their way through Garage and then up the Catwalk. And it wasn't Rexon in that position. It was the smoke playing off it with the FMG. If you remember, back turned, looking over the deployable shield. Super with a late mirror window, now understanding where the execute is coming in, and he'll have a good vantage point to look towards Garage.
Yeah, I love that. Keeping one mirror window in your pocket. We spoke about them in one of the previous matches where you can put down the first one, but keeping that second spare means you can use it with knowledge, knowing where the push will come from. Now it all comes down to Rexon on this catwalk, but I say that, but look at the flank from Yeti. It gets shut down by Psycho. He is there. He wants none of it, and now Rexon is all alone inside of catwalk rafters, and he will need to go absolutely huge for Soniqs if he wants to save this round.
Well, Yeti down again. He's been the opening death now on numerous occasions, but it gives NIP a little bit of breathing room, and they will now hit the juice and run in as best they can. Musi sustaining some damage.
Kansen out for the fight here. Musi wants none of that gunfight play. Gets the adrenaline surge in and boosts up the rest of NIP. Pino takes the injury, super shuts it down. Refract coming in from Soniqs, but it's still dire. They need more help. Brooks is on the way from Master Bedroom. Second nade from Musi down below. He makes his way back up. 40 seconds left. 4 versus 3. Catwalk is now granted to the side of NIP, but they need more. They need to find the plant, find the kills. 2 C4s left from Soniqs. They can make it happen, but Psycho looking for the explosives. Fine super from down below. That is one of the 2 C4s off the board. Now, Grixer looking for a vantage point. Wants to find a kill. They need the man count to be even back down. 1 C4 left from Kansen. It gets tossed. It goes wide. It misses. Grixer's on the floor. Psycho finds the last, and Soniqs will be eliminated. They will be sent home. North America has 1 team left standing, and that is SSG, to no surprise.
Now Ninjas in Pyjamas still undefeated in regulation. 5-0 for the defending world champions, looking like the best team in this event thus far. And
undefeated.
They've got the statistics to back it up. The only team that has not gone to overtime or lost. This has been a remarkable event for NIP, and I feel like there are so many storylines here, Nick, that we aren't really focusing on Ninjas in Pyjamas as a team, but we absolutely need to. They could go 6-0, undefeated in groups, as they go up against BDS later today. Keep in mind that BDS has never been able to topple Ninjas in Pyjamas in these international competitions. So, if NIP really wants to give them the gears, this could be an easy 6-0. And I gotta say, after all the chatter about, oh, it took us a while to get used to the recoil, and oh, we had some shakes in Mexico, this is Ninjas in Pyjamas proving to everybody that it was a one-off. The best team in the world at SI, the world champions, are back, and they're here to
put everybody on notice.
That they are, and I'm not gonna lie, I had my doubts going to this event. I thought NIP was actually on a downfall because of their domestic play, but now we can go to think that there are saving strats, which I know a thing or two about, and I will say they've done a damn good job at that, pulling out a flawless record so far. Keep an eye on them as they face BDS later, but not just yet.
We got a break for you ready, and then the analysts will be coming in to totally dissect that matchup. Unfortunate for the Soniqs that even with this loss, it didn't matter. They were already eliminated because of BDS's 7-1 victory over Invictus earlier. There's plenty of matches, more to come, so sit tight. We'll be right back. What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jess Goat, and I'm joined by Fresh here at the Rainbow Six Major in Sweden. And I think it's probably not a surprise that another North American team is on the plane home soon, I'm going to say. But I do want to say that NIP is undefeated so far, so it is not unheard of that Soniqs would struggle against a formidable world champion level team.
And actually, it didn't matter, the result of this game, because BDS came through, they got that win. Oh,
wow, this man doesn't care about your spoilers. He wants you to get absolutely spoiled before you can even... Wow. Is that not a rookie mistake or what? Well, ladies and gentlemen...
I was due one. I'm so
Spoiler
sorry.
alert.
Spoiler alert after the fact again.
Sheesh. No one's ever going to trust our duo again. They're not going to call us Fresh Goat. They're going to call us Get Out of the Desk Goat. Get off of the desk, Goat. I'm coming up with something else.
We're not inside the desk, we're on it. Get off it.
We're on it. I'm on 3 boxes, by the way.
Yeah,
so
you are.
Speaking of, but we unfortunately just spoiled for you the fact that BDS won their game very comfortably against Invictus on the other stream, which means that, of course, Soniqs cannot accrue enough points to be able to catch up. And as all of these replays raid across your screen, something that we really should point out is that Soniqs put up such a heck of a fight. They knew going into this match that, of course, they wouldn't know the outcome of the BDS game, which was going on concurrently with theirs, and they had to try their damn hardest just in case there was still an opportunity.
They did put up a hell of a fight.
They did.
But it's the same old from Soniqs. We saw this in Mexico, and we're seeing this here, is that what have they got to shout about from this major? They beat a team with a coach on, and they went 3-3 against 2 good teams, 2 better teams than them.
See, I know you see a particular part of Soniqs, but I have a soft spot for them because I enjoy objective-based play, especially on attack.
I have a soft spot. You know, the way they play, and when in NAL, they look like world beaters.
They
come internationally and they can't mix it with the good teams.
It's a bit of a shame because this is a well-rounded roster full of great leadership and objective potential, and then some serious gunners. There was quite some fearsome replays throughout that package just then. Unfortunately, it's a consistency game here for Soniqs for a lot of their players, as you can see in the match summary right now. Kansan, who oftentimes pops off, then has really lull games. Same to be said about Yeti. I mean, the whole roster right now. I mean, if Super is one of your top fraggers, there's a problem.
Yeah, Super has actually been fragging. Considering his NAL stats, he's done so well in the kills department, but that also means that there's other players in the team that haven't been. Switching it up, going across to Nip though, 5 regulation wins out of 5.
Yep.
This team is world champions for a reason.
Yep.
They are just so composed. Even when it looked a bit shaky, it looked like Soniqs are going to win. They find 3 rounds out of the bag right there at the end to win it, and again in regulation. They've not gone to overtime. They've not been beaten yet.
Well, the World Championship team of Ninjas in Pyjamas is hoping to be able to zoom their way through as they are confirmed for the playoffs. For this group, that does confirm every team, just so you guys know, and I have it on my list here, I'm not getting it wrong. Ninjas in Pyjamas are through to the playoffs. BDS are through to the playoffs. And of course, the 2 remaining, Invictus Gaming and Soniqs, cannot go any further. Speaking of, did we manage to work out whether or not that match would go in our favor prediction-wise? I mean, our predictions don't really mean anything, but I like to beat you in things.
You do like to beat me.
We are very
Quite a lot.
competitive. So let's have a look at who got things right and wrong. We all got the Rogue Oxygen game wrong. That's okay. It was max OT.
So
It's
did
always
chat. I saw the socials being like 92% to Rogue or something like
sheesh.
that in that game as well.
So Pengu took a stab in the dark there for Soniqs. He was the one that believed in them, and I almost changed my prediction earlier on as well, knowing full well that I thought Soniqs might be able to pull this in the bag, be the only team to be able to take advantage of NIP, but that wasn't the case. So far, you and I, 2 out of 3.
Not too
That's
bad.
not too bad.
Not too shabby. What I will say is Pengu's later on in the day, he's deciding to take just the opposite stand of what Parker's gone for.
I did hear that Parker had asked him, and I'm going to out Parker here. He did ask Pengu, what did you put in your predictions? And then pretty well went the other way. So I.
Oh, okay, so it was Parker to Pengu, not Pengu to Parker.
Correct. So I know there was like a Chiefs pick and something else in other areas as well. And
okay.
just so you know, for the Australians out there, I am very hurt in my heart to say that I don't think he picked it because he genuinely believed it. He picked it because it was the opposite of what Pengu did, which is very sad. And I
He
mean,
just wanted the opportunity to dunk on his duo, right?
yeah, I mean, go nuts.
I know.
That's what you want. We've gone rather similar, but that's okay because we're coming up to the halfway mark of today's games. This is the last day of the groups here at the Sweden Major, and well, that means that you are going to learn exactly who will go on to the big stage here, and I hear it's a very, very impressive one. Before we go, though, let's update you on the standings as they currently exist, because this is, as I said, the last day of the groups, so you need to know your top 2 teams. Group C, done, solidified, nothing will move around. This is exactly what you will have coming out of Group C. Ninjas in Pyjamas and Team BDS will be moving into the quarterfinals, but we still have Group D that can absolutely shake things up. There's a lot of close contenders in that one. The top 3 there vying just for any spot in that top 2, and it doesn't really matter. They just want in.
They just want in, and it's worth saying for Group D, it's coming up next. Literally every single team in that group can still make the playoffs. There's nobody in, there's nobody out. That everything is in contention, so keep your eyes on both streams coming up next.
Well, there you go. That's the standings as they currently exist, and you and I are splitting off here. We're splintering off because you will go have a little bit of a break before you kindly end the day for us. I get my man Milos in here, and we'll do a couple more games together before I can then go and enjoy my rest.
Getting an early night tonight.
I am getting an early night tonight. Well, I say that, I'm going to prepare all my notes for the playoffs because you and I will still be here for the playoffs, which is such a beautiful thing to say for your very first international event. I'm like the proud mum who's like, hey guys, it's his first international event. This is incredibly exciting for me. It is a pleasure to have you by my side, my dude. And of course, we have many more games to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with some more Stream A games.
does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the stream. We're live again. I'm Elstamatic, and with me is Jess Goat. And today we got a lot still to handle because we have not yet decided the teams that make it through the 8 in total into the quarterfinals onto the playoffs on Friday. Jess, hell of a day so far, isn't it?
I know. You're just joining me all beautifully fresh-faced. I'm sort of just getting into the trenches now.
I love your lashes.
Thank you very much. Shout out to our beautiful makeup artists who have done a fantastic job so far and will continue to throughout
Not much
the
to
week.
do, Jess. Let me be clear.
Camilla is always so nice to me. That's so nice. Nevertheless, I do enjoy the eyelashes, but probably more important than my eyelashes, a lot more important than my eyelashes, is that a lot of the groups have already been decided, but the group that we're digging into today is one that I have a vested interest in, purely out of the fact that it would mean that certain regions are strongly represented throughout the playoffs, and other regions not so much.
Yeah, it is all still on APAC. And it's the possibility to have 2 APAC teams in playoffs for the first time since SI 2019, Fnatic and Norengo, who went up to play against one another at the event. That's how long it has been. So let's talk about our 2 teams. Of course, FURIA versus Damwon Kia, and up first is FURIA. LATAM, they came in and they actually looked pretty good, but lost a lot of points in day 2.
You know what? You could have fooled me in thinking that FURIA was actually much higher placed, had a lot more points than they have, if you had just showed me some of their rounds without the score on it. That is how close FURIA seems to get, and they're on the precipice of greatness. And I know for a fact that, yes, maybe Fresh refers to them as fantasy esports rather than FURIA esports, and that's a fair enough assumption due to the fact that they haven't performed consistently as a whole cohort. So that is the one thing that they are going to have to work on here. Do you know that even with the points that they have, they are still within contention to make the top 2? Which is unreal because they have 2 points. They have 1 overtime win. That is how close this group is. So they have a lot to play for right now. Obviously, the cards would have to fall in their favor, but their opponents at Damwon Kia, they are like, whoo, they need to win this, Milosh. They need to get some kind of points from this.
The pressure is definitely on Damwon Kia in this because, as you see the division, it's 8 points for Damwon, 8 for Spacestation, 6 for Empire, and 2 for FURIA. Everybody is within striking distance. It just depends on who beats what. Imagine FURIA wins here and Empire beats Space Station. Oh my good God.
Stop.
It can go genuinely either way. But there's Damwon Kia again. Katsang, Ring, Yas, Wookieman, and Coated. Saw them this morning as they're getting ready, getting their PCR tests as well in the middle of the tournament. And you know what? They looked very comfortable, very cozy. And they just seemed unshaken through the whole tournament, which, frankly, it makes a lot of sense. They've got 8 points in their position in such an incredibly tight group.
They have SSG, one of the best teams inside of, let me just backtrack. They're the best team coming out of North America. They have one of the highest rated LAN teams from Europe in their group. They have a severely strong team from Latin America, FURIA, in their group, and they are still topping it. That is how dominant Damwon Kia has been, and if you had to fight through the trenches to get yourself to playoffs, Damwon Kia has done that. I will say, though, we criticized them in the 6 Mexico Major, and we said, okay, what was their weakness? It was their minimal map pool. I know we'll get the map videos up soon, and I think they've fixed that because I'm looking over their maps for the past, few months since June the 1st, and I am seeing a lot of plays on a lot of different maps, and are we going default?
Huh.
Okay.
Right. That's honestly a way to kind of prove yourself and just say...
You're going on Rin's turf, though.
Yeah, I mean, most maps are Rin's turf, and it just depends... Is the other team making mistakes? If you make mistakes, Rin will pounce on you immediately. You cannot falter when Rin is on the other side. But Coated, Katsang are also showing up, and Yas is always the champ on the team. A lot to look at here for Damwon Kia. Of course, we get to cast. We have the pleasure of casting Damwon Kia, and despite seeing what they're doing in APAC sometimes, in APAC North, and some of the failures they've had here in Stage 3, the way that they qualified, pretty much squeezing through the APAC quals in here. Internationally, they seem to have learned a lot from Mexico, but we're still in groups. If they can make it out to playoffs, that, in my opinion, will be the real first test for them here in Sweden. But FURIA cannot be underestimated under any circumstance.
Absolutely not.
It is a team that can pounce on you at any point. And, you know, Fresh mentioned this and really mentioned it on day one, which fair enough, is fantasy esports as FURIA. But everybody showed up on the team.
I will say, like, we saw Miracle. I mean, we often say it's sometimes the lender show, the fantasy show. I want to shout out to Miracle, actually surprised me convincingly in a couple of those matches that he too deserves to have that spotlight sometimes. I want to say about that map, Vito, before we sort of get into the nitty-gritty of things, is that this map does heavily favor DWG KIA, but in their last 3 appearances on this map, they've gone to OT. So it is a map that they struggle to close out in regulation time. So is that something that FURIA is looking to? Maybe, but if you're looking over to FURIA and how they perform on Clubhouse, the last time they played it against MIBR, they got smashed 7-1. Like, MIBR used them as a vacuum cleaner and was just like wiping the floor with you. So I'm not sure why in a match where you have a last shot to get yourself back into the top 2, you decide to go to the stomping ground of one of the most fearsome players inside of APAC North, and you go, let's try our luck here.
Given how things have been also within Copa Elite and the entire LATAM structure, being smashed 7-1 on Clubhouse by MIBR is nothing, it's not pretty. That should not be happening if you're here. Sometimes you have a bad day, you know, it happens. Best of 1 series have the potential to show this sort of thing. But you know what? I think it's time to leave it then to our casters and see exactly how it goes down in Clubhouse. That's me, and Jess will be back in just a bit to break things down. But for the game, it's a wonderful Hanover, and it's FURIA versus DWG KIA. Enjoy.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome as we get ready to start our next match. We do have a little bit of a technical delay, so stand with us here for a moment, but we will be starting the match momentarily. And I've got Ace here with me, ready to deep dive into this rematch, of course, from earlier in the tournament. And what a rematch this will be, given the current state of this group.
Sorry, I just swallowed.
All good there.
I'm
a little too excited for this match.
Well, exactly that. I'm just getting myself back on a level here. FURIA versus DWG, as you said, this is massive. The last group that we've got left to sew up is right here in Group D. So there's another match going on the other stream as well that are going to be looking intently at this one. Empire versus SSG, 2 of our biggest names, obviously. They're going to be looking to see what happens with DWG KIA here. If DWG KIA get the win, I'm not 100% sure mathematically whether they guarantee themselves through, but it's getting very close, and they're going to be locking down one of those spots, and that is not good news for SSG and Empire. We're going to lose one of our potentially biggest names here at the Sweden Major if that's the case. So FURIA, it all rests on their shoulders. Can they spoil the party? Can they keep this group alive? Can they keep the fire burning until those matches later on?
Not to mention, of course, Space Station, one of the last North American teams still in contention for the playoffs, also fighting for survival for that region as well. So once again, folks, if you're wanting to check that match out, be sure to go ahead and follow along with it over on our Bravo stream at twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo or /Rainbow6Bravo on your preferred streaming platform of choice. We can talk more about this matchup, though, which is going to be a little bit different than the last time we saw these 2 teams play, mainly because of the map being different this time. Last time we saw these 2 teams go at each other a few days ago, that was on Coastline, a very, very different map, both thematically and in terms of playstyle, to Clubhouse, which we're going to be going into here in just a couple of seconds.
I'm looking forward to a Clubhouse game between these 2 because it's one of those maps, you know, I'd put it in the bracket of every team needs to be able to play Clubhouse. Simple as that. It's one of the staple maps. Yep, you've got teams that'll, you know, maybe have a good villa or a good cafe. Those can be your outliers. That's fine, but you better be able to play on Clubhouse if you want to come and win tournaments, is the top and bottom of it, because the likelihood is you're going to be seeing it when you get through to that best of 3 stage in particular. This is going to be an absolute belter, I've no doubt. As you say, it was a great game the other day, and I think we're going to have more of the same here. FURIA, they've got a little bit of a speed bump to get over in that they're having these great starts in games. We saw them get the rounds against Empire, but then they just seem to be switching off. They sort of get figured out halfway through the game, and teams are able to just have a really good run at them and just come back into it and get it over the line. DWG KIA, we sort of don't know what to expect a little bit. They came into it like a firecracker. They just came in and really lit things up, got themselves a few big wins on day one, and everybody was like, wow, what's going on here? And then they've just slipped a little bit day two and shown that they are beatable, and that's been one of the problems for them in APAC North. Great performance, off performance, great performance, and just lacking that consistency a little bit. They can't just rely on Yas, they need the others in there, particularly Rin. Want to see plenty from him. Damwon, this is your opportunity.
The good news is the last time these two teams played, even aside from Yas as well as Rin, we saw an amazing individual performance coming out from Coded, who served virtually as a sniper from the outside for this team when they played on Coastline. Now, probably not going to be able to find as much efficiency playing that very, very similar play style on a map like Clubhouse, mainly because, first of all, FURIA are not going to be as aggressive in the early round. They're not going to be trying to go for things like window peeks and hop outs. This is just not something you see that often, especially in an early round scenario on Clubhouse. So we'll lose a bit of his potency there, and we'll have to see, once again, those other mainstays that you were talking about, like Yas and Rin, try to pick up the pacing there. At the same time, FURIA has shown a tendency on occasion to be a little bit reliant on that aggressive play to make things happen, so we could still see a little bit of it on some of the sites, such as the basement extended room, as well as a few others. We're going to go ahead and bring up the... We're going to go ahead and go into the break, I believe, here, folks. So give us just a moment, and we'll be back with the start of this game, as I believe we are having a little bit of an extended issue. So stick with us, and we'll be back in just a moment. Oh, excuse me, never mind. We are heading in game. So let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be DWG Gaming going up against FURIA here, as DWG KIA currently controls the fan vote 60 to 40%. Let's go ahead and see who will come out on top of this one as we get into the map.
It's absolutely no surprise seeing the social vote there. You know, the performances that we've seen so far. I honestly think FURIA can feel a little hard done to here. They can feel a little bit unlucky sitting down at the bottom of the table. They've given us some amazing entertainment, as FURIA always do. If anybody's settling into this game thinking, I've not really seen too much of FURIA, not really seen too much of DWG KIA before, what am I expecting? Tell me all about it as well. The reason that I love these two teams are, they are for me great neutral supporter teams. You know, if your team is maybe one of the other big names, maybe you're a DarkZero fan joining us, maybe you're a FaZe fan joining us, and you're just looking to have a bit of fun, quality siege, that's exactly what you're going to get from both of these two teams. Fantastic entertainment value. They are going to come in here and throw absolutely everything at this to try and win it, and it is never a dull game when these two play. Flores, Thatcher, Valkyrie, very standard pretty much there. The Flores, a little bit more of an outlier maybe, but we know how valuable he is as an operator. Interestingly, the Kaid left in with the Thatcher ban. That's going to make the Hatchers pretty difficult to be getting through. The Maverick, probably going to be a pretty essential pick.
Yeah, certainly the case here, especially on a map like Clubhouse. The Flores one is probably going to be the one that changes up the gameplay the most here for DWG KIA inside of the first half, just because we've been seeing teams be so heavily reliant upon Flores for that utility clear on very utility-heavy defensive setups, such as what we tend to get over inside of CCTV and Cache and the basement setups as well, where the attacking team may not honestly have another opportunity to clear it out except during their execute, which is obviously going to be a very chaotic scenario. So this will certainly increase the pace with which DWG KIA will need to execute into the site, but they'll already be making up for it in huge dividends here by bringing, of course, the Zofia to bring those lifeline charges into play, and quite a excellent spread of frag grenades as well to also deal with that utility. So they shouldn't have too much of an issue just adjusting the playstyle back to what we would normally do before Flores ended up coming into the meta. Either way, we'll move into the first round now. We're not going to be going to one of those utility-heavy sites, well, not super utility-heavy sites just yet, but we will be going over here into gym and bedroom for the first setup for FURIA as they have the defensive start.
An interesting start from FURIA, going to take on the west side of the top floor to begin with. Got Mirror available, which may well have played a little bit of a part in this decision as well. Obviously, the standard setup there inside a bathroom, mirror window on, and you can watch over that jacuzzi wall. We may see one played elsewhere. We'll keep an eye on Lender as the setup continues. Sometimes you'll get it from logistics into construction. It's a little bit easy to deal with from the hatch sometimes. You also have it looking back into sight sometimes. We'll see what they do with it. We're going to have some defenders positioned out on the east side as well. We can see that deployable shield at the top of red stairs. We've got the double reinforcement on the wall, stacked with ADSs in there as well. So I would expect an absolute lockdown of those red stairs. FURIA not going to want to be pushed out of there, and the second mirror window does go onto that logistics wall as expected.
So it's for Damwon Kia here. It's the slow build-up as we would normally expect. Nothing crazy coming out inside of these first few moments or so. Going to see a big emphasis on droning out the setup now with the next minute or so here. Now that they've reached the initial entry points, they're going to try to use Rin, for instance, of course, investigating the big window by Billiards to start looking for a clear path into the first floor. And we'll continue to do so with the panels outside of the bedroom too. But Highs wants to challenge that. Even spots one of the members of Damwon Kia outside. I believe that's Rin himself. But Rin will get the large majority of the damage off in that situation. Highs will be very low. Definitely not going to be peeking that again anytime soon.
No, and I think that sends a message to FURIA there that, you know, yes, we know that you want to be an aggressive team. Lender, he's going to bring the aggression to courted there, taking the headshot onto the Hibana, and that could be particularly important. Blue Hibana, one of the options to deal with that mirror window. They're now going to have to brute force their way through jacuzzi wall. Whatever's open is likely to be the limit, and I think I did call that one as well. Difficult to play around that mirror window with the logistics hatch open. Yas going to get himself a first kill there for Damwon Kia. Lock things up at 4-4. They take the foot off the gas, back onto the drones, see where they're at now, but that jacuzzi-sided mirror window from bathroom could prove to be a little bit of an issue for them now.
So for the members of FURIA here, they're going to be left a little bit weaker now as we drift towards the end of the round here. As Highs also, for those who caught it at the beginning of the round, still going to be very low. You can see he's crouching around the windowsills there to make sure that if anyone from Damwon Kia is in the area, it's a little bit harder to spot him and, of course, finish him off. Big issue here, once again, for Damwon Kia is the fact that the members of FURIA know the case is still down at this point, but Rin as well, trying to look for a quick counter to that. Excellently done as he pops out the floorboards from below and ends the threat of the mirror window that Lenda was bringing to the party up until this point.
Great problem solving from Damwon Kia there. As I said, losing the Hibana could have been an issue. They've recognised that FURIA don't have anybody underneath, and they've taken full advantage of that, getting in there, using the soft floor, the verticality, and getting that mirror window open. So that allows them now to keep pushing from that west side of the map. Yas manages to find one onto Highs, and Damwon Kia are starting to break down this defence now. You can see the angles are covered. They've got the windows, they've got the kills. Yas with his third in the round. In it comes Rin, able to just walk in, find that final kill out of logistics, and that was a really nice attack from Damwon Kia. They've just problem solved it. Right, we've got a mirror window from logistics, deal with it from hatch. We've lost our Hibana, right, get Rin in underneath. All these things have been answers to problems, and well played from Damwon Kia.
All right, so some excellent stuff coming out there from Damwon Kia, and the issues already starting to show in the first round for FURIA's playstyle here. We talked about it in the pregame about how FURIA were going to try and take some more aggressive gunfights at the beginning of rounds, obviously much less so than they did on Coastline when these two teams played last, but we already saw it right from the beginning there. One of their players getting lit up down to such low HP due to the overwatch from Rin, and that wasn't the only player that had success in doing that. As we saw later in the round, more members of FURIA went forced out of their safe positions, forced into a fight, had to try and take those duels, and Damwon Kia was ready for essentially every single one of them. So Damwon Kia takes a dominant first round here. FURIA is going to go for a tectonic shift in their sight, back down to the basement here, as well as a different playstyle in terms of operators. They're bringing lots of trap operators now in play here. Capcan as well as Legion on top of the Malusi that was also present in the first round.
We've got a lot of work going up on the top floor already. We've got the Capcan up there, we've got Miracle opening up the rotates, opening up the hatches. I would expect, therefore, to see at least two of the FURIA players up there trying to play this extended roam. They're not going to throw too much utility away up there without doing so. You can see the mute jammers are down there, particularly there to force Damwon Kia to go in here blindfolded. They don't want them to be able to get the drones in. They don't want them to be able to find exact locations of where these roamers are. You want to force them to to face check everything, take that risk, make them poke their face into a room to see exactly what is going on. We're doubling up on door frames with the Kapkan traps as well, because again, if the drones can't get in there, Blue, you can't spot the traps on the door frames, and it could well be a good opportunity for FURIA to just get themselves an absolute free bit.
In order to fully utilize these, however, we're going to need to see FURIA really drain out the timer down to its minimum, so Damwon KIA are forced into a rush and won't be able to check every single window, so a little bit of a dangerous situation there for Hyze in the meanwhile, as he's holding an aggressive angle on the blue window, takes a hit or two. Not sure if Damwon KIA are going to notice it, but they will now, as Hyze throws out a couple bullets through the window, and will now have no choice but to back away into the depths of blue itself, where to be fair, he does have quite a bit of traps set up here, some of the goo mines being placed down there to give him extra advisory, and of course extra gap room between himself and his opponents on Damwon KIA that are soon going to be trying to breach in here once the top clear has been complete. That's going to be a big top clear though, as you guys can see, but they're doing good work on it. Coded resuming his sniper role from the rematch as well, taking down Fantasy to start this round off and eliminate the Kapkan.
Great start there for Damwon KIA. Lender needs to be careful here, but in fact it's Coated who does not apply enough caution. Lender just spotting him out there and hitting a wonderful headshot, and boy does that slam the brakes on this top floor clearance from Damwon KIA. They were progressing so well, Blue. They'd got in there, they'd got the opener inside the first minute, and they were really pressuring FURIA, but something was needed. It was brought by Lender, but ultimately going to be shut down by Katsang. 1 minute 20, not really enough time wasted here from FURIA on that top floor roam. Diffuser is down, that'll be retrieved quickly enough by Damwon KIA, and they can continue pushing here. The only problem they've got is there isn't a hole in that jacuzzi wall that they can fit through, so it's going to be a bit of a long run for somebody, but they'll get themselves out there and get it back. But it is pre-play C4! No,
Kapkan trap, EDD. So Yas now has to waste time running back up here. This is where the utility comes into play. This is exactly what FURIA wanted to get out of these Kapkan traps here. It's working out perfectly for them so far. And the case being down on a jacuzzi balcony without a large enough Habano hole is really just the icing on the cake here right now. Damwon KIA's caution is going to cost them easily 30 seconds or more here that they have to run back and get it. Keep in mind, they still have not successfully retrieved the case, and they only have 30 seconds left now to make their transition down into the basement. Maverick is going to torch open this wood hatch here, trying to get the team down below, but they are very quickly running out of time. They'll get the information on the position of Hyze, but once again, there's no guarantee that leads to anything. Either Rare can still support from the inside of Church because he has very little pressure coming from main stairs. You can see it building up. Only one player at this point trying to come from that direction, but we've seen Damwon KIA work these rounds before into a 4v2, soon to be a 4v1. It all falls to Rare, but he has time on his side now. 5 seconds left, one plant denial, and he might get it. There's the first pickup from him, stuck in the corner. They're going to try to get this down on the ground. They have secured it. He's got the first and the second, and Rare will clutch it out huge for FURIA.
Unbelievable play from Rare. 1 versus 4, dropping them one after another, and the diffuser goes down in the midst of it all. He wins on the clock. Oh boy, have we had a big first 2 rounds there, Blue. Absolutely unreal start from both of these teams, and you just feel like it's going to continue tooth and nail throughout this.
Excellent, excellent job there by FURIA. Not necessarily winning it in the way that they necessarily thought it was going to work out, but they waste an adequate enough time on the third floor roam. Those traps do the work they do, and the missteps from Damwon KIA come back to bite them. Despite that fact, Damwon KIA still nearly is able to make it work for themselves, but the heads-up move from Rare to go into Moto there and hold the aggressive position, especially opening up the rotate from Blue, gives him every angle he needs to close that down. And as we saw, Damwon KIA did not expect him to make that forward move into Moto, so he surprises out in those final seconds and shuts down the 3 players needed to win the round.
I've said it about FURIA before, I'm going to say it about them again. FURIA just do not know when they are beaten. Whether it's in a round, whether it's in a game, whether it's in a tournament, they will fight until that screen says that it is lost, and Rare has just proven that there. 1-4 locked inside of Moto and just absolutely dominates Damwon KIA in round 2. We're going to head up to CCTV and Cash this time around. Going to be pretty standard setup. We've got the mute jammer on the east wall. We've got the reinforcements, deployable shield on Cash Doris. I like that. It's just giving the opportunity to just be a little bit aggressive coming out of there. They need to be careful because it is a Vulcan shield, and to be honest, we do see those flames being more of a problem for the defenders often than the attackers. They can be used for area denial and things like that. We're actually going to see it relocated, so that's an interesting choice there. We'll see how it pans out. The reason that you would play a deployable shield there is to allow one of your Cash players to challenge onto that East breach. But as we can see, FURIA just significantly concerned about that west side and push as well.
We are going to see a quick opening here. That electric claw that you heard clank onto the wall is going to happen far too late. So exothermic breaches really early on here with only about 40 seconds used up in the round. That's checkbox 1 done for Damwon KIA. They've got about 2 to 3 more though before they're going to feel the confidence needed to work onto the site. FURIA's got a couple tricks up their sleeve as well, it seems here, as they're going to lurk a few players into the basement for possible wraps around, maybe some play from the oil pit. Obviously blue stairs is going to be an option here as well. A couple things that they could try to play out.
At the minute, it's all shaping up to be an east side and garage push here from Damwon KIA. They haven't played anybody over to the west side. FURIA need to recognise that, and they need to be making sure that the manpower is rotating back at a suitable time. But it's a bit of a judgment game for FURIA here, because they don't want to go too soon and give up that area. Now then, the challenge comes in. That's garage controlled, gained for Damwon KIA. Big play from Woogie Man. Yas coming in as well and getting himself one. 5 versus 3, already a difficult round for FURIA here, and we're not even at the halfway mark. We've got the East breach open. We've got garage control. Damwon KIA have got everything they need to start thinking about a plant, but they're not rushing it. We can see they're on the drones. They're trying to find out what's going on. Miracle in no man's land there.
Miracle just running out. I'm not sure if he was trying to go for an aggressive pick and just hoped he wouldn't have been expected there, but you have to under these situations. Damwon KIA's had their number every single time they try to make an aggressive play, and that extends back to the very first round of this game. Nitro should deny this plant, which Heiss is going to be able to land that one successfully, but that's the only trade FURIA has found so far in this round. They're going to overwhelm the numbers here in Red Hall very soon because they also have the garage control due to the nice drone placement that took out Fantasy earlier. Nades going in. Yas is going to take a little bit of damage as he tries to get this plant down onto the ground, and Katsang will also get dropped, but Boogeyman and Rin will clean it up. And Damwon KIA take a very successful counterattack here upstairs as they claim their second point.
Yeah, really nice from Damwon KIA there. They just had answers to absolutely everything that FURIA were trying to do. A little bit of over-aggression from FURIA, particularly there, Miracle stepping out into Cash. He's trying to take the peak, he's trying to take the initiative, there's nothing wrong with that, but he's left his team then in a 2v4 situation. It's always going to be difficult, and I don't think at 3v5 it's maybe the right time to be playing that. But the garage control and the East breach from Damwon KIA there was absolutely clinical. Inside 35 seconds, East breach is open. Done. We expect it to be done quickly. A lot of teams are now even foregoing the denial on the wall and choosing to bring utility that they can use elsewhere because it is very quickly cleared out. But still, 35 seconds, that's some going. Straight onto garage, no messing about. Catwalk cleared out as well. The Capitao, a really solid pick for doing that. Just forcing the man to move. They pick up the kill. Absolutely fantastic, because from there, they know all they need to do is hold the lines of sight onto Cash, because that's where the rest of FURIA are going to have to come from. That is where they come from. Damwon KIA just make it look easy.
All right, so let's get into it here now. It's going to go back to the gym and bedroom. The initial defense from FURIA that faltered in the final moments for them due to the great push coming out from Damwon KIA. And again, good reads on the more aggressive swings that we occasionally saw from FURIA on the outset of that round here. FURIA is having a rough time so far on these upstairs holds here. Basement obviously going much, much better for them due to the utility spread out. And of course, the missteps made by Damwon KIA here. But so far, Damwon, when it comes to these upstairs attacks, have been near flawless on both of them, with only very minor missteps happening in the middle of the round there. So let's see if they can pull off just a successful one this time, or FURIA have finally learned their lesson, bringing this more direct confrontation to the table, specifically with Clash, as well as a few other changes also.
That's it. It just suggests to me that maybe FURIA feel like they're getting bullied a little bit. They need something to get up in the faces of Damwon KIA and slow them down, and that's what you're going to hope that Rare will do. But he's already taken a chunk of damage there, Blue, so needs to be careful, because if they throw away that shield too soon, if Damwon KIA are able to remove him, that is a big problem for FURIA here. Of course, you know, the majority of what Clash is bringing along is that presence, so needs to be there. Not much of a contribution otherwise. So for the time being, just looking to front up to those windows. We saw a couple of kills coming in from that direction. Katsang was able to play on that south side. I think a little bit of a presence inside of Cash, CCTV would be helpful for FURIA, because of course it is that threat that stops players playing on that south side and balcony. For the time being, they've not got anybody over there, I don't think, or they may be one man just over on that east side. Need to try and keep that lockdown.
Someone's going to activate now that they have dealt with the mute jammer sitting on the wall here. Took about a little over a minute to accomplish that. And you can see there's a big emphasis, almost an entire emphasis from DWG KIA here on pushing in from the jacuzzi balcony. So FURIA, once again, has the right defensive setup to counter this one out. How is DWG KIA going to breach past this is the big question here, as Rin takes up position over by the windows and will try to add a second angle to this pressure. But again, still no easy way to work their way in when the Clash will be blocking so far their only breach and their only path forward. It's so good work from FURIA here to hide the Clash for so long, as now it's a big obstacle for DWG KIA to try and work past it. I don't know if they're going to be able to quickly come up with an alternative plan. We'll see. Obviously, the lifelines are available for Rin, and they're going to immediately use that, but Miracle starts fending off these players. Woogieman is caught trying to play the Logi hatch, and Rare still very much in position now. The lifeline is faded away.
I know the mirror's not the only problem on that side, but last time we saw DWG KIA deal with that mirror really quickly and easily. Rin went in underneath on the Sevilla, popped the floor open, job done. There's nobody from FURIA playing on the underneath. Rin could do that for free once again. There's nobody inside a gym, so even if the hatch is open, not too much of a threat. But they've chosen not to. We'll see how much of an impact that has as the round goes on. For the time being, there's been 2 kills. Yas has actually rotated downstairs. There's your answer to that one. So that is good from DWG KIA. They're just looking at that and thinking, right, is there an opportunity to get in there and clear some utility out vertically as well? 4 versus 3 as it stands at the minute. 4 versus 2, the hatch drop comes in, and once again, Blue, they're able to just start surrounding FURIA here.
Rare sneaks one away, but remember, Rare has no support anymore. He's off on an island here, and he'll finally go down into the depths. Highs is going to be the only one left standing here for FURIA. Still utility pressure being deployed by DWG KIA, and finally, the cutoff from Rin as he picks up all the side kills here, all these flag pickups as he moves into the second player to take out that one hiding over inside of Logi, and then finishes things off against the one trying to hold the rotate with a nice quick rotate himself, moving over to Jim. Excellent work again from DWG KIA, and let's be honest, that was a very tough situation they had to battle out of. Great usage with the frag grenade there to bank that in and take out the player hiding behind the mirror window, and following that through to bleed out the pressure that was being thrown onto them one by one.
I've already picked up on the problem solving from DWG KIA, and it continues there, and I like to see it. It's, you know, we're pushing from here, right, we've got this issue, somebody rotates, deals with that, and they're not scared to move, they're not scared to try and mix things up. We're going to have a tactical pause coming in from FURIA here, and not before time, I think. They definitely need to be looking at doing something. They just haven't got themselves started here. We've seen them win one round, but other than that, they've been losing so many of those gunfights, and they're just not really competitive inside of this one at the minute. It's not the FURIA that we know we've seen. It's not what they are capable of. They know they can bring more. They're going to have a little chat with the coach Twister now, see if there is something that they can change up going forward.
And to be honest, the FURIA here, I think they are making the correct adjustments there. We saw that a much different playstyle being deployed into that second gym defense. They kept it held back. They wanted to play this very turtley defense and did a very good job of doing it, but unfortunately lost the plot. A couple of holes were left open after they took down that first player through the Logi hatch, for example. Didn't really seem to believe there was going to be a secondary threat coming from that area from Rin later on in the round. So that's one example of how DWG were able to quickly adjust things and obviously change their own status quo, opening up more of an advantage for the team to push in. Once that player's down, as well as the frag grenade kill taking out Lenda, hiding on the Mira behind the window there, suddenly all the support for the Clash is gone, and that's just kind of a player standing there in the way and not much else. We obviously did see the Clash able to fall back and actually pick up a kill, which credit that player for doing so, but ultimately, again, not much of a defense left at that point, so didn't really have any other choice, and still ended up faltering because there was not nearly enough support to continue to play out. So DWG KIA successfully take that third round, that second attack upstairs inside of Gym as well. The good news for FURIA is it has been 2 rounds since they claimed their initial, so they finally unlock the site they've already claimed for themselves again. We're going to be heading back to it now as they go down into the depths of the basement for another try at it.
Important to remember, though, Blue, that whilst it is the site that they won, it was a 1v4 that won it for them. You know, you can't rely on that. You can't think, oh yeah, we locked that down, because they really didn't. DWG KIA went in there and picked them apart, but unfortunately, the clock got the better of them. They had to rush into what was a difficult situation for them, where they were just trying to throw the diffuser down on the ground with seconds left to go. This time around from FURIA, what do they need to do differently to avoid that sort of a situation? Well, the top floor roam, as much as it got a kill, it wasn't really effective enough last time around. It only burnt about 1 minute 20, 1 minute 30. You need to be looking more towards the 2-minute mark, and also you really don't want to lose both of your players up there on the top floor. You want one of them at least returning back to site if at all possible, take a kill or 2 with them, and then you are burning a lot of time on the side of the attackers. So if they are going to commit to the roam game again, we need to see it have a little bit more success. We need to see Fantasy getting himself into this one. I try not to focus focus on him too much. FURIA are not a one-man team as much as it might look that way sometimes. They do a great job of facilitating Fantasy and allowing him to play his game and get those kills. But at the minute, that's not the case. If they can activate him, get him into the game, then things might start changing a little bit.
FURIA going to bring a very different style to the table this time here, both in terms of operator selections and their overall setup, as they will, for the most part, hold on to Eternal play downstairs. I say that, but there is going to be a bit of aggression that you're going to see now built up over here towards the blue stairs. It's not just one player doing this either. Usually the Jaeger just plays this position, but it's not only going to be Fantasy, but it'll also be supported by Lenda. Fantasy has not been having the best go of it so far inside of this game. As you can see, at 0-4 at this point, as an extra support coming in from Lenda was going to be appreciated, but now they'll have to pull it all back as Rin gets the first kill of the round yet again, knocking out Rare. They are going to go for this preset Nitro cell here, and Lenda will make the call out for when to implode it. We'll see in a moment here. He tries to go for that, but it won't more than likely be some time, as DWG KIA is still working on clearing out the second floor just to make sure that there isn't any surprises hiding up there.
That's it, they're just looking to make sure that they can be confident they've got the full map control. But look at the time, Blue. It's inside of the first minute, essentially, that they've got that control. Not only have they got the control, they've got a kill as well onto Rare. So right now, FURIA are on the back foot because DWG KIA are going to have an awful lot of time. They've got utility, they've got the sledge, they've got the Maverick in order to open the hatches. There goes the pre-place. Doesn't do any work, but I tell you who is working. Coated with a beautiful headshot onto Lenda on main stairs. FURIA, their day is going from bad to worse right now.
Much less impact so far in this game than we saw in the first match between these two teams, but Coded, the kills he is getting, once again, I'll emphasize it, the sniper, man. He is just knocking these guys out, not giving them a chance to even spot him, although great opportunity there for Lenda to try and at least fire back. Doesn't lead to too much. Highs will take a little bit of heat here from the frag grenade, but thankfully notices it and backs away to avoid the large majority of said damage. Will take the mantle behind the mirror window now, and of course has the capability to aggressively swing in it, but soon he's going to have pressure building up on him from the possible Moto hatch drop in addition to main stairs, and he will have to be very careful of that. You can see Blue at the same time is also not going to be as actively defended as it has been previously. Fantasy now playing from the outside, so it's very possible for DWG KIA to sweep through that, put the additional pressure onto Highs, and knock him out fairly easily here if the DWG KIA roster is aggressive enough to make it work.
Bit of pressure coming in from everywhere right now on the DWG KIA side, and that's what I love to see. Get in here and force the defenders to move around, force them to take challenges like that. Fantasy having to take the peak, trying to do something to get his team moving, and gets shut down. Highs forced away by utility, but as you can see, they're just twisting and turning, Blue. Everywhere they go, there is another gun pointing at them. Coated's getting the diffuser down. Rin finds a kill. It's all up to Miracle inside of dirt, and that's exactly where he's going to find himself being put, in the dirt, along with FURIA. DWG KIA take another round, 4-1 now.
We do see, of course, one more player going down there from DWG KIA, but never fully killed, so it ends up being a flawless round for DWG KIA at the end of the day. They take the full control they need there and continue to excel on this attacking side, and again, in the same exact fashion we've been seeing them use previously, just through perfect reads of the situation. They know exactly where to find these members of FURIA, and these executes when they move in are so quick and so clean. FURIA has just not had a single chance in the large majority of these fights so far.
No, they really haven't, and like I say, it's not characteristic of them. We know that they're capable of more, but right now, they've just not turned up to the races. They're not involved in this one, and that's something that they need to address quickly, because it's going to be one of them games that just completely gets away from them. We've seen a couple of 7-1s already today, Blue. Wouldn't surprise me to see another one. Earlier, it was one of the LATAM teams, two of the LATAM teams, in fact, that were on the beneficial end of those 7-1s. Team 1 and FaZe, of course. FURIA right now, they're looking to take it in the other direction for the region, as it is slowly getting out of hand for them. And the thing is, you worry about them because getting onto the defense here, DWG KIA, if they come in 5-1, is there not one site on here that they can lock down? Because that's all they need to do to get the win. And you look at it and think, you know, absolutely there is.
5 seconds to go.
All right, so FURIA going back to the basics once again. This will be their third attempt of trying to hold the gym and bedroom, and they will go for the extended play. It looks like over into cash as well, though still trying to see what the setup looks like. Only one reinforcement remaining, so yeah, they did get the double reinforcement onto the security walls, so it is going to play into that extended setup. The interesting big thing with this, though, is DWG KIA has not generally tried to execute from this side as of yet, so I'm a little bit...
nowhere near.
Yeah, I'm a little bit mixed on how effective this is going to be. Obviously, if DWG KIA end up going this direction, then of course it'll work out perfectly, but they've almost always been attacking from the Jacuzzi balcony side, so more than likely this is going to be abandoned around the minute-and-a-half mark and barely used.
This is it. It's a necessary evil. You have to do it. You have to go and have a presence over there. You have to go and put the resources, because as soon as you don't, DWG KIA are going to recognize that, be straight up with the sledge straight in there, and they're going to push you from that side, and it's going to be a problem. So it's sort of like FURIA can't get away from that, but they need to not sort of overcommit to it, because as you say, DWG KIA have been much more focused elsewhere. But this time, there we go. Looks like they are going to be playing into it.
The drones will be working their way in this time, so FURIA, once again, sticking to the main game plan here is going to work out, is obviously about to put the extra work in to clear this out. DWG KIA has, of course, realized the issues that have plagued them in trying to clear things out from the other side, both with the direct clash contestant group with Lenda, and in some cases, Highs as well from, I believe, inside of Logi. So going to try and, oh, Fantasy nearly getting caught there as Rin takes garage control. But yeah, once again, they'll try to switch this up and still end up catching Fantasy. Fool me once, apparently he lives, fool me twice. He dies as he tries to pass through another open window, leading to his demise.
And it's frustrating, Blue, because I'm asking questions. Why is Fantasy playing on Echo, rotating around, trying to take challenges? He's playing on the east side of the map inside of Cash to begin with, where he's going to be fronted up by DWG KIA more than likely, unless FURIA were just doubling down on that bet that DWG KIA weren't going to push from that side again. So they thought, right, let's play the Echo out there for safety. But Fantasy, he's one that taking your gunfights, and that doesn't line up with taking the Echo. They've lost an essential piece of utility far too soon. They lose another operator now, Rare. He's able to get one back, but it's still advantage DWG KIA. 4 versus 3. They're starting to get some site control, and they are starting to push towards FURIA now, who are winning a couple of gunfights, but there is a long way for them to go to win this yet.
This frag grenade could lead to another quick kill, but thankfully the ADS has saved the day here for Lenda as he'll maintain his current position, still sitting behind the mirror window out on the Jacuzzi breach. A little bit of a tense one here for DWG KIA after a few missteps and trying to clear out Logi. Nearly another one there for Rin, but we will see that lifeline allow Coded to get himself in on the attacker side of the mattress defense here. Highs, though, is going to be able to rotate out. We'll see the Nitro going, but an instant exchange, and Highs will nearly lose himself here as well. Stuck in a corner now, but at the same time, DWG KIA running out of time. They need to push in. Woogieman gets the second. Rin is lost, and Rare, once again, with the clutch here, shuts down the final 2 from DWG KIA to finally put a second round on the board for FURIA.
Well, FURIA definitely needed that round. They needed somebody to come in and grab it, and once again, it was Rare finishing off the round there. We saw that 1v4 for him earlier on, and he's just had a beautiful finish there as well. I think DWG KIA, there's a timeline where they should be winning that round realistically. 5 versus 3, they were really starting to put the crunch onto FURIA. They'd got rid of the Echo, they'd got rid of Fantasy in the same breath, and it was really looking like it was going their way. FURIA dug their heels in, showed that mental resolve that we know that they've got. It was that movement from Rare on main stairs, gets that first kill, and then finishes the round as well with a couple of his teammates helping him out on the in-between. So FURIA, they're going to switch over onto the attack. They're going to have to show us something different to what we've just seen on the defense.
The main stairs kill was super unfortunate too, because I believe the member of DWG KIA that was trying to clear that out actually looked at that player, but the model on his scope like blocked that little corner there, so he wasn't able to fully see him. So we saw Rare get away with one right at the beginning, and then obviously able to work himself up and pick up the next 2. Just a little slip up there from DWG KIA. Once again, cost them big. We saw similar things happen back in the second round as well, when Coded died outside without a full breach on the Jacuzzi balcony, causing a massive slowdown for the members of DWG KIA.
It happens. You know, we're talking about fine margins here, and like you say, getting somebody lost in your scope whilst you're in the ADS can literally be the difference sometimes between a round 1 and a round loss, and DWG KIA coming off on the wrong side of that one this time. But they're going to be heading into round 7. They're defending down in the basement. They've got a couple of players out on the roam here. DWG KIA obviously feeling confident, going to try and find themselves some kills in this early round. Katsang just dropping back to main stairs now on the Kaid, but Rin and I imagine Yas are likely out in the map looking to get aggressive.
See here, DWG KIA, as you said, looking for those early kill opportunities. Already a contestation made against Fantasy, so Fantasy will be proceeding quite slowly here. He'll have the chances. Oh, the timing. He looks right away from our member on the defense here. It's going to be Rin making that aggressive push, and he's not the only one. KatSang with the TCSG as well, but it's quick revenge from Highs as he pops open the rotate from above with the skeleton key and a quick switch to take out KatSang. Fast exchanges from FURIA, and they'll still be in this now at a 4v4.
Of course, we've got a big game on the other stream going on. I can hear Parker in the background, so it sounds like an exciting one for NA. Spacestation Gaming versus Empire at the minute. I don't know in which direction it's going to be exciting, but of course, both of these teams are going to be looking at this result and thinking, ooh, DWG KIA, if they get the win, it means they're scrapping over that remaining spot in Group D almost certainly. So there's a lot riding on both of these games. Now then, FURIA making good progress. 4 versus 4, they've got themselves in. 1 minute 15, they're starting to open hatches up. So time, they are absolutely fine for. They need to be careful about any potential rotations coming out from DWG KIA, but I don't think we're going to see that. Hey, there's one in Garage. There's one in Garage. What? Yes! Yes! How do you do it? Finding the kill onto Rare, dropping oil, and getting himself back into sight. Rin onto Highs. Honestly, DWG KIA right now, if they're going to start winning fights like that, Blue, they just look unbeatable.
Rare's upset after that one, I think, to say the least.
I'd be very upset.
I would be upset for sure. He had that kill dead to rights, and we see Yas just spin around, basically a 180 against him there. Beautiful work from Yas, to be fair, of course, but very unfortunate, as now it's caused the loss of the Capitao as well. They need that in this final minute for the execute utility, whether it's to use the incendiary bolts to burn players out of blue, the micro smokes to block off the POVs going into church on the blue push. It's all gone now, and they don't unfortunately have anything else to easily make up for it here between Miracle and Lenda. Yeah, they've got a frag grenade which could burn someone out, flashes which could cause a momentary delay, but you still have a 4-player setup from DWG KIA. These guys could be behind anything and could be anywhere in that site, and FURIA as well only have 4 drones left to investigate this. Thankfully, 3 of those are sitting on the players that are alive right now, so still quite a bit of capability that could come from that, but the time is getting too low. The player count is getting too low as well, as DWG KIA wrestle control over the opening round here of the second half.
What I like there, Blue, there was a little thing that happened towards the end of the round. I think it was about 45 seconds left to go, and we spoke about DWG KIA on the attack and their ability to rotate, to change, to flex and move position to solve problems. And what I like is they're bringing that to the defense as well. We had KatSang relocating a deployable shield after over 2 minutes there because they'd got a couple of kills. And this is the thing, within a round of siege, the landscape changes. If you're then finding yourself in a 4 versus 2 and you know they're both pushing from towards blue, you can start thinking, right, actually, we just need to focus our utility there. So relocate if possible, absolutely. And I love to see that from DWG KIA. Very well played, very flexible, even on the defense. Good round from them. There was no chances for FURIA there, realistically. They just absolutely shut them down. A lot of it did come on the back of that Yas kill, that much is fair to say, but it's just showing the ability to turn on his heel, get that flick headshot. You've got to argue the kill should have gone the other way, but ultimately, if you're not going to land your shots, it's a split-second battle in Siege sometimes. There was the opportunity there, didn't hit the head of Yas, who managed certainly
to hit his opponent's head.
Yeah, and that's it, it's over.
And that pretty much was the beginning of the end, as we said. The massive loss of execute utility there without the Capitao didn't really leave a whole lot left over for the other teammates as well. And unfortunately, barely had even touched or even investigated with drones what the internal setup of the site had looked like. So DWG KIA had nearly every advantage they could ask for in the final seconds of the round. They're not going to go for the expected second site that we usually go to on this map, which of course is on the other side by CCTV and Cash. They are instead going to feel themselves at the moment here, feel confident about their current position in this game, which why shouldn't they have a 5-2 lead, and go over towards the gym and bedroom defense instead. A couple aggressive operators also coming into play. Yas specifically here, going on to the alibi now, going to see if they can get some positional info, placing those clones in front of the windows here, and obviously capitalize on FURIA, shooting those out in the opening moments. Woogieman as well will have his own setup inside of Logi there, and as usual, we'll have to be slightly cautious of the hatch play.
I think it's a good choice on the site, because at this point, you know, if it is your third choice site, you get the win, but then look, it's not too much pressure on it. Yep. You know, if you get the win, you get the win, but then look at what happens in that final round. If they get the win here, they get to go to their second choice, CCTV and Cash, on the match point. You know, that's a big confidence boost for them. So I think Good idea. DWG KIA, they are going to be holding down this top floor as much as possible. You can see they've got a presence inside of Cash. Blender taking a lot of damage there from that exact location. Ring going to take a little bit of chip damage as well, relocate himself up to the top of Red Stairs. They will have the Montaña of Rhea to deal with here. He's getting quite aggressive and going in, but I tell you what, the aggression is matched by Rin, who just steps out on them blue, takes the peak swing or B swung. He gets out there, gets the opener onto Lender, and that leaves the Montaña of Rare absolutely floundering with nothing that he can do to support his teammate. Rin runs away back to site, job done.
Fantasy! Fantasy!
The backpack!
Fantasy so close to picking one up right there, but is not going to be able to connect the kill here, as unfortunately it doesn't work out. Thankfully he corrects it though, with a good frag grenade going in to take down Katsang here and knock him out. Rin as well, saying goodbye to Rare as he fell back, as you were mentioning there. Just leaves the Montaigne with nothing to do but kind of wave at that Jaeger as he runs away. Another nice frag grenade coming in, this time from Miracle as well. So FURIA getting the job done after all, as they try to push themselves forward. Rare also putting the additional pressure onto Rin. Now will force him to rotate. Rin, of course, has noticed that there's... Oh no, the timing for Woogieman here, as he also had an angle. This is such an unfortunate round for both teams so far, as they're missing so many close opportunities. Highs is now going to start to push into Logi. Like I said, Rin caught onto that. He's backed up, but he may not be ready when the push actually comes his way here. There's another pickup from Fantasy. FURIA are crunching down on the remaining members of Damwon. And here we go. Coded the only one left. Highs finishes it off, and FURIA get a very successful attack going for themselves here on the gym defense.
Really important win for FURIA there, getting themselves the round in there aggressively, especially after losing that opening battle that we see on your screen there. It was an aggressive play from Rin, but then they were able to shut them down, especially with the grenades. If you're not winning your gunfights, let's try and use your utility. Let's get that energy in the team up with a couple of kills, and they managed to find themselves 2 inside of that round. Fantasy also getting a couple of kills to his name, which is going to help things. If he can get himself rolling here, then maybe they can start this fight back. DWG KIA, they're going to head over to CCTV and Cash. As we suggested, maybe a third choice site there on Gym Bedroom, but give it a whirl whilst you've got a good advantage. Now, straight over to CCTV Cash. We need an opportunity to close this out. If they can get that defensively, they can also go back to Church and Arsenal, because the rotation away is finished, and they're going to feel a lot more confident in locking this one out at that point.
Here's going to give us a fun operator here as well to try and give them the execute capability they need to get into the site. It's going to be a Ying brought to the table once again by Rare. This has been one of the more prominent players on FURIA. Currently top fragging for the squad at 7-5 as well. So certainly going to add quite a bit of aggressive play to this execute. That's assuming, of course, FURIA is able to once again get the appropriate amount of angles open. They need to access the site. You can't just open up balcony and hope to rush everyone in from there. DWG KIA will have a 2-way split to shut them down from that point. They need to clear out garage, maybe construction as well, if they want to barrel down onto the site and overwhelm DWG KIA the way that they'll need to try and pick up their 4th round here.
By contrast, when we saw DWG KIA attacking this site, they were able to deal with that garage catwalk position very, very efficiently. So if FURIA are going to push the east side, that's something that they need to consider. We've seen the power of it. Even if you're going for that construction into Cash push, you need to be very aware of that catwalk, because with the holes that have been opened up, you can see them on your screen there, it's possible to challenge onto a construction plant. So either way, garage really needs dealing with. For the time being, it's all about opening this east balcony up. Now then, interestingly, it took 25 seconds for DWG KIA to achieve that. It's taken about an extra 15 seconds here for FURIA to burn it off, and they'll open that up in a moment with the Sophia, I would imagine. You'll hear the pop of that explosive. Highs is on the book over on the other side. Sorry, there is no Sophia. I was assuming that Fantasy had brought the Sophia along, but no, they're going to need somebody to come and open that soft wall. Book is on the other side of the map. FURIA burning time here. It's sort of there, it's ready, it's waiting, but for every second that ticks by, DWG KIA are able to move around inside.
You can see Fantasy as well here, still keeping Overwatch on that area just to make sure that DWG KIA aren't going to abuse the fact the soft wall is still there. And again, keep in mind, FURIA still need to try and clear out this garage position or push in from construction. Does seem like they're leaning towards the clear, over towards the gym side of things, but High's actually having to shift away from this and finally moves in there to take care of the balcony panels. So that will open things up, open up the execute options here for FURIA, and of course limit the rotation capability for the members of DWG KIA. Here as FURIA tries to work their way in, and we get closer towards the end of the round here. Rare will be inserting himself over the construction side. Indeed, we've got a few other members of FURIA pushing to that way as well, while the other two keep overwatch on the breach that's already been made from the balcony. Fantasy actually going for a very, very long-range hold here. This will probably be a good thing, too, because we can see the aggressive swing coming out from Rin here in just a few seconds, probably.
It's all building towards that construction-sided push at the minute, and interestingly, DWG KIA have actually left the wall soft, which is always a fascinating one for me because Yas is now in a killer position. It was something that I saw, first of all, in LATAM. NIP particularly used to use it. Julio would play that position, and it gives you the opportunity to peek onto bedroom door, but you've got to win those fights, and Yas is not going to. Miracle able to take him down from the window. They've managed to outplay them there. They've shut down a lot of the resistance that would have come onto that construction push. So now there's an opportunity to FURIA to get in there, get established, and think about getting that diffuser down. The next job for them is to try and get that wall open. It is soft, so the Buck can do it. Out comes the Nitro, but Corted's going to find the kill first onto Miracle. 25 seconds left to go, and here come FURIA.
FURIA working their way in here now, trying to execute, and once again doing great work with their utility to overwhelm the DWG KIA setup. Rin finds a first response to make the numbers a bit easier here in a 2v3. Rin has to fall away though from this fight, and Katsang with the TCSG. It's hard for him to fight this. Oh, a revenge shot from him to shut down one, but it's not going to be enough as Fantasy immediately exchanges it and shuts down the round on another successful execute here from FURIA. They're holding on in their attacks as well, which has made this game suddenly a lot more interesting.
Hasn't it just? We feel like now what started out as a little bit of a one-sided affair with FURIA not really contesting on the defense is becoming a little bit of a thriller here, and I can just hear all those Space Station Gaming and Empire fans just breathing a collective sigh of relief. The breath is held at the minute, and they are just hoping that FURIA can bring this back and get the win, because it really does just keep this group alive. Both positions still up for grabs then. Obviously, there's a game going on the other stream as well that is all going to play into that as the points shake down, but boy oh boy could this make it interesting. FURIA have now got 2 in a row, little bit of momentum. They've won Gym, they've won CCTV, likely to go back down to Church and Arsenal for DWG KIA after this tactical pause. There's going to have to be something changing for DWG KIA here. They got the win on Church and Arsenal last time around. They've decided that they need to slow the pace down a little bit, but FURIA are looking like a little bit of a different side right now.
You know what's really interesting about that other game that's going on the other stream right now? Spoiler alert. It's got the same exact score as this game does.
Oh!
It's actually probably a little bit further along than that now, because obviously I just checked it out on the Twitch stream with a little bit of delay. But yeah, same exact scoreline as this game at the moment at 4-5. So
yikes, in favor of...
Oh, I didn't actually check that. Hold on.
Gotta see who's coming out on top of that one. But either way, it is very, very close.
SSG.
SSG leading then against Empire at the minute. Empire for me have been a little bit up and down at this major so far. They've either come through and absolutely blitzed a series of play like we saw against FURIA, where they just had that massive comeback, or they've just not really shown up. So SSG for the time being need to maybe take advantage of that round lead and just get it finished off before Empire really wakes up.
All right, so here we go into our 10th round in the meanwhile. That one of the other stream well past, I think, at this point by the time that you're hearing it from our mouths. But either way, we get into the action once again. Another basement hold for DWG KIA. And they'll be breathing a sigh of relief that they get to go back here, because so far, this is the only site they've been able to control for themselves inside of this half. FURIA having the same exact statistics, I believe, on their own defensive half as well. So these two teams, so far, neck and neck in terms of their contributions to wins on the defensive side. Definitely going to be favoring a turtle setup here for DWG KIA. We can see the play going into blue right now there, with most, if not all, of the ADSs supporting that. Obviously, Rin will be playing from that position with a little bit of extension out for the stairs to try and see if he can get lucky with an opening pick. But away from that, it is all delay here. We've got the smokes, we've got the Malusi Banshees, we've got the Evil Eyes as well to provide intel when they start working their way downstairs. And of course, the Electric Claws to reinforce the hatches as well. DWG KIA want to play this as slow as possible here.
DWG KIA want to play it slow. FURIA are having absolutely none of that. Highs is already inside the building pushing forward, but he might just come face to face with Yas here. A drone forces him back, so that is well played from FURIA, using that intel, using that information to their advantage. But Katsanga's just snuck his way back up here, Blue. It could be a cheap one for him, but no. Highs, we might not know just how lucky he is as he just skips away towards pool table, but he's very, very conscientious, watching those main stairs, knowing there's a challenge like likely to come in. I think FURIA are pretty happy at this point that they've got the control they need. They've a man inside a garage, man inside a bar. That is actually very, very quick progress from FURIA to be confident enough to be established inside of the first minute. They've got Rare on the Montagna as well, just pushing in there as that bully, as that intel, trying to move any defenders that are currently in position. And here we go with the vertical renovations. Buck's going to start opening things up. This is going to be a long 1 minute 45 for DWG KIA.
Certainly will here, and unfortunately, because the Maverick is left in play and not banned out, there's not really anything they can do to prevent the hatches from being open, even with the electric claws in play. The kitchen hatch, a little bit different, of course, because of the top-down angles being open and the potential impact tricking, as well as just killing the Maverick that could occur if he tries to attempt it there. But either way, they have the Hibana to help them out in that department, so we'll see that used a little bit more accurately later on. That electric claw also potentially being pulled back from Moto if the need should arise, and they can more than likely put that down on the triple church wall if, once again, the Maverick is going to quickly open things up there. And he should be able to open too. Rare in the meanwhile, okay, does have a way through. I thought for some reason that breach wasn't going to be enough, but yeah, he is able to make it through on himself, and now Coded will have to fend off the pressure coming from that direction here. Thankfully, he's on smoke here, and he has the Toxic Babes, which should make very quick work of pushing back this Montaigne. I think he just wants to make sure that there's not any support before he starts wasting away any of those gas grenades.
Yeah, it's a perfect setup from DWG KIA. They've almost predicted this push down dirt. They've got the deployable shield, they've got the Toxic Babe, they've got everything they need to be able to deal with that Montagna pushing down there. Rare is going to need some support, and it's here in the shape of Miracle. Out goes the nade. There was an ADS to be burnt, which I believe has been done. The deployable shield, however, still stays in position. I think Miracle maybe going to have to focus more on clearing that utility to allow his big shield to keep pushing down in front of him. But no, here comes the aggression. Look at that blue. He's just hurdled over that deployable shield, gets the kill onto Coated, and with 15 seconds left, he's inside.
They're going to push for this now here. They've got the access point they need as well as their push to the inside, but Miracle's going to be lost here. Rare, however, not being stopped on the plant so far here. Fantasy and Highs are holding on, and the plant goes down inside of Church as they're able to successfully secure it for themselves. Excuse me, Arsenal. But the Pokeball takes down Rare and evens out the numbers. The problem now here for DWG KIA, these post plants are going to be so strong for the members of FURIA. They've secured it, but no, Fantasy can't get a grasp on the scenario here. It's all going to fall to Highs with the top-down angle, however. This will be tough to breach, but they'll open it up, do some great damage to Highs. They're going to go full aggro on this one as well, running straight up the stairs to contest him, but Highs is smart. Highs has the read on this, but so is DWG KIA. They're not going to immediately contest. Yas is going to try to draw the attention away. Highs still ready for the fight, but he's got to interrupt it, but no, Yas gets the cutoff, shuts him down instead, and the round will go to DWG KIA as they push on map point.
What a retake from DWG KIA in that 2v1. You called it perfectly, Blue. The fact that the teamwork was there to say, wait for the challenge, wait for the challenge, I'm hitting the diffuser, go. And it was just so perfectly timed. You saw how helpless Highs' situation was. I like his line of thought. That was quick thinking to think, I need to drop this hatch, because he knows that the man can't come off the diffuser or it's going to be a big risk for him to. If he survives that hatch drop, he probably wins the round. But Yas hits his shots as Yas always does. DWG KIA take a bow, because that was a beautiful round of Siege. I like what FURIA did, the aggression from the Monty straight over the deployable shield and gets the kill. He shouldn't be able to do that. But DWG KIA, they certainly weren't rocked by it, and they were fully ready for that post-plant retake.
In all honesty, an amazing round for both teams there. Both teams really playing it to the fullest extent. Came down to just raw individual player skill, as well as teamwork, of course, on the two players still alive from DWG KIA to be able to clutch that one out. Beautiful stuff from Yas. Another player been performing quite well here. It's been a little hit or miss so far this tournament. Rin has found fantastic impact inside of this game, leading the charge for the squad at this point at 14-4 with a plus 10 KD on this matchup. Now, I'm sure you guys have already noticed it by this point, but we're finally going to mention it. DWG KIA are not feeling those upstairs defenses anymore, so they're going to throw us a curveball for what very well could be the final round of this map. It is going to be the bar defense to see if this will finally push them over the edge onto their 7th round.
It is bar, and interestingly, they're going to have us scrambling a little bit, or they're going to have me scrambling a little bit here, because things are a little bit different, Blue, than we might normally see. They've got the castle brought along, they've got reinforcements out on the strip side, so they're obviously very conscious of a push coming in from there. They're actually going to play men out there. There's not as strong a top floor hold as we might expect on a Baron stage from previous. There is utility, there are players up there, but it seems like a little bit more of a token force than we might normally see. You know, quite often we'll see 4 players up there trying to hold it down with vertical angles, but no, just a little bit more spread out here, and sort of liking what I'm seeing, but so is Fantasy as he comes in with a big opener onto Rin. Rin was one of the players playing up above. That leaves Yas alone now, so this is an opportunity for FURIA to move in and get vertical control, which may well support them in getting that diffuser down.
Once again, this Montagne is going to be a big key piece of that as Rare takes on this role. Once again, it's interesting that Rare's going for the Montagne considering his prominence so far for the team inside of this match, but specifically in clutch scenarios. Thought they would have wanted to maybe place him on something a bit more aggressive, but obviously, again, FURIA has this all worked out, so they can't really change things up on a whim in game just off of individual player performances. Either way, though, Woogieman potentially ready for the challenge inside of Lodge. He's going to have a lot coming his way as well, and it's not even going to be coming just from Logi. Also, Lenda tears apart both the players. Woogieman and Yas both end up going down in this upstairs hold, and suddenly the site defense is going to be incredibly weak if there's really anything left of it at all here. Coded as well, immediately contested against Fantasy. Fantasy not ready for the fight, but still able to reverse the odds and take him down, and yeah, Rare will just come in there and quickly one-tap him to finish that off. Katsang, not any chance at all of fighting shape for the rest of this round, so he will get knocked out very quickly with those shots through the main door, and the rounds are going to bounce back once again here. We see our defensive-sided team only able to close things down on those basement holds.
Damwon KIA trying something a little bit different there, getting themselves set up. They used utility out in strip. It was wasted, is the top and bottom of it, because FURIA just didn't push into that direction at all. There was just no attempt to move through. And it's not unusual for attacking teams to come in and try and open that wall into billiards and to push through and apply pressure in that direction. But FURIA just didn't have any of it. I like what FURIA did. They recognized, hang on a minute, there's only a couple of them upstairs. Let's just flood upstairs and find those kills. That's what they did. They got it locked down, and as soon as they had that control, it just fell apart piece by piece for Damwon KIA. So FURIA fighting back, taking us all the way to 12. At the halfway mark, didn't look like this would be possible. It wasn't just about the score. You know, yeah, quite often if we see a 4-2 or a 5-1, we might see the team flip it back and just do the same thing in reverse. But for me, FURIA weren't playing well in that first half. They weren't really contending a lot of the angles they should have been, the gunfights that they should have been. They were finding it difficult, but they've woken up, they've got themselves back into it, and we are in round number 12.
If you guys don't like spoilers, go ahead and grab your remote or grab your mouse for a second and get ready to mute for the next 30 seconds or so, because we got an update on what happened over on the
you've said happened, Blue, and it was 5-4 to Space Station.
It's been updated again. Space Station.
They must have got the win.
Have won the map.
They've got the win. They've got the win.
Have taken the map, meaning they are still in contention for the playoffs. They're maintaining, I believe, a second place spot as of this point in the tournament here. So, Damwon KIA also trying to fight here to maintain their first place. But again, they need to close out on something else besides a basement hold. And very, very well, we could end up in overtime here. FURIA is able to carve their way through another upstairs exercise that Damwon have gone for themselves. Miracle as well, just doing a little bit of aim training here as he gets himself up on the roof. And the team starts to get ready to clear out the first balcony, the first point, which they'll push into this site with when we get down to the last minute.
As you say, CCTV going to be the final opportunity for Damwon KIA to close this out in regulation time and secure those oh so important 3 points that they need to try and get themselves through to the playoffs. Lender's just going to hold a real long angle there through the CCTV window, see if he can catch anybody on the rotate, on the movement. Miracle going to take some damage on the Maverick as he tries to get that wall opened up. Will be successful this time around, so that will now allow the soft wall to be peeled off. It was something that FURIA left until quite late in the round last time. They decided to do other jobs instead, get themselves into construction, try to contest elsewhere. They did a good job of it.
This time continues to tick down here. FURIA limiting the options for the defense one by one, as you said, already taking out the balcony hold, and now needing to figure out whether either the garage or the construction setup to properly have enough leverage over the site to be able to push in. Use the construction push on the previous attempt, but this time it's looking like garage presence is going to be the way to go here for FURIA as they carve open one of the bottom corners to sneak in and begin putting that extra pressure onto Katsang. Katsang not playing from the usual position we see players go for, however, as instead he's going to be positioned position a little bit closer to the actual rotate into the site. Nades will go in, dealing with any utility or hopefully players that would have been positioned closer to the red stairs hallway, and Rare as well. We're going to be forced back after he makes the crawl upstairs. Players will exchange blows though, including Katsang getting leaped off the balconies. You saw his corpse go flying there. That's the garage presence now gone, and there should be no issues preventing the Montaigne from moving up any further unless there's going to be another Gumai. Lenda as well walking right in. Rin fully in the open for the hold on the front door there. FURIA executing with pride once again here as Yas steals away a trade against Lenda to at least even things out, but it's not going to stay that way. Fantasy is hot on his tail and has downed Yas as he falls through the hatch.
Going to be nobody to collect him. Yas will just bleed out in the depths of the map there. Can offer nothing more to his team. So effectively now 3 versus 2. Woogieman's being bullied here, but he starts to fight back. He manages to land the melee hit, do the shield break, and get the kill. But Fantasy, once again, rescuing FURIA, comes in with a double kill. One of them would have been the downed Yas at the end of the round as he found the final one in sight. And that is FURIA taking us to overtime. Empire fans, Empire players breathing a sigh of relief. Done some quick maths. The way it stands at the minute, SSG will have moved on to 11 points. Damwon on 8, Empire on 6 with only 1 game left to play. So if Damwon take a win here, they will go, even in overtime, on to 10 points. 4 points clear of Empire with only 1 game left to play. So they will be qualified, as will Spacestation Gaming. So Empire, it's essential here for them that FURIA get this win and limit Damwon to 1 point.
Let's see if they can do it. The good news for Damwon fans at home is, okay, they can head back to the basement now that we're in overtime. Sites have been unlocked, and they can again fall back on this site that they have claimed every single time they've played it. But so has FURIA, meaning we're more than likely in for an immediate repeat as we go into the second round of OT, as we'll expect a lot of basement to be seen here over the next 5 minutes or so as these teams duke it out. More than likely, the third round will be what decides this overtime between these two teams, unless one of them has found the winning formula to finally breach past this hole downstairs.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. What a 3 rounds we have in front of us. If FURIA get the win here, as I said, it should keep Empire in the mix. Damwon KIA will have to get a result in that final matchup because, of course, Empire have already won a game against Damwon KIA. So it is going to be a close finish. For the time being, let's not worry about all of that. We'll get you the absolute breakdown of it later on, but right now we just need to focus on these 3 rounds that are ahead of us. We've got Damwon KIA out on the roam, at least on the clear. Now then, Fantasy's going to get Katsang. Can he get himself a second blue? Yes, he can! Going to get the headshot onto Woogieman as well, and this is Fantasy stepping up exactly when FURIA needed him most.
Even the drop down from the upstairs roam here, but no, look at this, no! Lenda holding on! He's not able to save his teammate, but he's able to save the round share here as he knocks out Yas. The last bit of resistance coming from the upstairs hold has been dealt with, and only Conan's left alive, but we've got the sniper in play, and he's got the quickest gun kill in the game here to try to make this clutch happen. A 1v3 set before him. He has so far denied complete presence inside of the basement, but it's going to be very, very tough to continue to play things that way for another 2 minutes, especially because, again, only the 2 toxic babes remaining. If he continues to spam them over on the main stairs, he's got at most another 30 seconds or so before FURIA come barreling down against him. That's not even considering the drone to come out here from FURIA to figure out his exact location. And then again, these remaining 3 players should not have much of an issue locking him down. There's the spot. They'll catch out his position. They'll know he is rotated into church now. But once again, Conan's been smart about this so far. Good deployment. Conan rushes out, kills the main stairs player. What a play so far from this one. Now he's got to isolate the final 2, and he has a chance right here. That's the case going down. Conan only needs 1 more, and he's clutched this out in a 1v4. Hot pings coming into his system as well. Miracle has the same from the drones at the same time. A frag grenade ready, but he lets the duel out right, and Conan fails on the final player. So the round instead goes over to FURIA.
You've got to feel for Quartered there. What an effort from the Damwon KIA player, but Miracle able to step up and lock it down for FURIA. The most important kill of the round there, just coming in those final seconds. Yes! It could have been so different from that main stairs flank. This is just unbelievable siege that we are witnessing right now. And FURIA, qualified or not, are a team that have delivered that time after time after time. I said it at the beginning of this game, one way or another, win or lose, it is always entertaining to watch. And boy, are they delivering. 7-6 now. They move on to the defense. DWG KIA, they feel like they're falling apart a little bit here, Blue. It's there. It's in their grasp. It's going to come down to a lot of maths at the end of things. They have a win against Empire. Empire have a win against them. So it's going to no doubt come down to things like round differences, win percentages. It's not going to be a straightforward situation if Empire win that final game and DWG lose here. But for the time being, they need to get the win. It's as simple as that.
FURIA really breaking the mold with how to approach that previous round as well, completely ignoring the extended play upstairs on the second floor, and instead directly contesting the first floor retreat, which had happened after they, once again, just pop open a few of the walls upstairs there. Beautifully done by FURIA, and great coverage as well, because they knew those top-down players were going to immediately throw pressure onto them. A series of exchanges, yes, but they immediately caught the more aggressive ones from DWG, trying to catch that aggressive play. So excellent, excellent work from FURIA in that previous round, finally breaking through the setup. And a surprise for FURIA here is they'll work themselves onto a second floor hold for what could be the final round here. It's going to go over to Cash and CCTV one more time as they feel they've got what's needed to shut this one down.
So we see immediate presence over on that east side. Last time around, DWG KIA attacked onto this site and got that east breach, got that garage control very, very quickly. This time, looking at things a little bit differently. There's some pressure going out towards construction side of things. We can see the exothermic there, the thermite just taking advantage of that mute change to be able to get it up towards the top of the reinforcement, get the wall opened up. There are still laser gates in place to prevent any sort of quick movement through there, also to burn some utility as well. Woogieman starting things off exactly as DWG KIA need, with an opener onto Lender. That is the Roma cleared out from the bedroom side, so DWG KIA now have an opportunity to pinch this site if they want to.
Another one found as well as Fantasy will be caught in movement. That's the Jaeger eliminated from play by FURIA. The good news is all the mission critical utility ops, there's really only one of them unfortunately for FURIA here, are still going to stay alive, as the smoke most importantly will be available to cause delay, but this is a lot of kills only inside of the first minute and 20 seconds of the round. FURIA just barely missing an opportunity to catch one of the members of DWG KIA. Oh, it is going to be the Gemini, so not too big of a deal there. Chaos once again just investigating about what specifically is sitting up on top of that catwalk. You won't find a whole lot under these circumstances here, as FURIA has to go very, very passive here for the remaining few moments. With that said, still holding presence downstairs in areas as we see there, like the front lobby, and of course, storage, but we need to possibly pull that back relatively soon here, as members of DWG KIA are coming very, very close to their own execute. Maybe not, though. Rare moves out, gets 1 and 2 as he takes down Cat Sang and Woogieman. Suddenly the numbers are even yet again, but we've got DK pushing into the site at the same time. Coded nearly losing his life due to a toxic gas grenade, but he finds the hole needed to start his plan. However, Nitro out, it's way too far, though. They're not expecting a close plan here, so he sneaks it in, gets it down, and even escapes back outside into a post-plant position. Rare snipes out Yas, though, and takes away the garage control for FURIA here, or rather DWG, as they're going to start the counter defuse. Where's the presence from the breach? They don't have it because they went for this close plant. The members of DK have no idea, so FURIA just steal the counter defuse, and they steal this map out of DWG KIA's hands.
Another huge, huge round from Rare. FURIA really do all the win to that man. The 2K with the SMG, Blue. The shots were just off the charts. DWG KIA, unfortunate. A good decision from Courted. Moved quickly, took a lungful of that gas, but got the diffuser down anyway. But then the smart heads-up play from FURIA. Blast the hole in the wall. Get that disabled done at a distance, safely, and what a game we have just witnessed. And Group D, Blue, it rumbles on until the final game tonight.
Giving me memories of that Empire game on Cafe. It was either at Raleigh 2019 or at SI 2020, where they were able to close out a very important round themselves through similar methods there, opening that up. That's going to do it for the two of us for right now. We're going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have your analysts ready to break this absolutely amazing match down.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible game we just had, and actually a set of matches in our group of death. I'm most Medic. With me is Jess Goat, and my God, just put the replays through as we talk over the action that happened, because Jess, I think you needed a minute to just take a breath.
Yeah.
After watching that final round.
Yeah, I don't know if through the microphones of the casters you could hear me just outside the door, but I was screaming my heart out through that overtime, especially. Yep. The fact that, one, FURIA had the wherewithal to bring it all the way back and into overtime. Shout out to FURIA. But for me, being a DWG KIA fan, I'm sitting there absolutely gut-wrenched that they weren't able to pull out those 2 points, because obviously we'll go into more detail in a second, but the group standings are not favoring almost any team in that top 3 right now. There is too much to play for.
No, and we're actually going to spend more time talking about the standings at the end, because we've done the math and it is not as convoluted as you think it is, actually, but there's still hope for teams in the group. But I gotta say, one thing that was very impressive from Damwon is how they're getting openers very consistently.
Yes, good opening frags.
But then that late round situation just...
I will say, in regards to that, there was a lot of intel game being used by FURIA. Probably one of the major strengths that FURIA had both on their attack and their defense was I saw more yellow pings from the team of FURIA than I've seen in this entire group combined. And that is how important their intel game has been. They had drones everywhere. That round that Coded almost clutched in OT 1v3, he only lost that, in my opinion, because he was being yellow pinged the entire time. FURIA's intel game is something, it's just a force to be reckoned with. So if you want to know where the strengths lie with FURIA, it's that drone game, it's that intel game, and unfortunately that is where DWG KIA really couldn't come to ropes with it.
Yep, and droning is such a huge part of Siege, but also you can have a lot of information, but this is something that casters will know very well. I know there's quite a few aspiring casters out there that are listening. You can know a lot of things, but if you don't know how to communicate them correctly, it might as well not exist. And this is a double whammy for FURIA, because not only are they good at gathering the info, but also to communicate it between them. You see Rare topping the group here, 12-10, 14-10 for Fantasy. Really the team putting their all in this. And Yas and Rin going ham for this at DWG KIA. Unfortunately, that comeback from FURIA that got them to overtime, the moment we saw the Monty, Hap just turns to us and he's like, they look really desperate picking up the Monty. Like, what else can you do?
I absolutely agree, because even when Ring got that opening pick against the Monty with the player coming in from platform breach, and I thought to myself, the Monty did nothing. Unless those yellow pings are able to, you know, stab through your opponent, really you're not doing anything because you're too far away to communicate that to your team. Rin has the sharp shots and that's just what it is. But I do think that we bring in the standings up on our screen, that this is the storyline that everyone needs to focus on right now.
So let me lay it down for you, everybody.
Yeah, lay down the law.
First up, Spacestation Gaming. They're good. Nobody can take them off of their qualification into the playoffs.
Solidified.
Yes, it's solidified. Top 2, good, right? But Space Station can play gatekeeper. Very important. Team Empire are playing later on to see how deep they can go.
Last game of the B stream will be that game.
So there is a lot to play for in this. And why do I say that? DWG KIA have 9 points, 6 for Empire, 4 for FURIA. FURIA, no way to get out of this. It's done. FURIA get to go home tomorrow. Okay, 3 more points you can collect. DWG KIA, should they win, they get 3 points to go above Space Station. 12, 11, Space Station KIA are out. They move through to the playoffs. However, Team Empire actually hold the round advantage against DWG KIA in their matches.
It's awful in that regard, yes.
Exactly. So DWG KIA plays Space Station Gaming. Space Station are already qualified. They can choose who can go through. Essentially, they play gatekeeper. So DWG KIA, should they get any point, 1 point at all over Space Station, they are good to go. Team Empire just cannot do it. They have to tie in points with DWG KIA to advance over them in total round count to make it to playoffs. It's going to be a difference of 1 to 2 rounds, by the way. It is such a tight squeeze, and we won't know until the end of the night.
Well, that goes to show that every single point matters, even in overtime, loss, win, it doesn't really matter. Long story short, if DWG KIA get a singular point, they're good to go. And Empire, they are hoping on the demise of DWG KIA for that game. And I tell you what, I will be on the edge of my seat because this is one of my last games. So I get to go cuddle up in my blanket and watch it because that is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, I know you wanted to rest, but there's no sleep.
There is no resting. Tonight. My heart is not resting tonight.
100%. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us on Game 4. We still have 4 more to go. So, Jess, go get some rest.
I think I'm on the next one.
Are you? Yeah, it is Game 4.
This man's trying to get rid of me early.
No, this is Game 4.
And I do Game 5. I do 5 games in a row.
Yeah, that's true. There you go. So you can snuggle up in the green room for a few minutes until we come back for the next game. So see you in a moment.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. 1 more to go.
must get handed. Wounded by the way you took out for me. No point in being here at all. This friction has no place in this relation. So tell me another way. Caught it on that slide, a bird-side tip. And I can't wait to finally get out of here. 'Cause I feel like a freight train running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe. I want the moment just enough to survive the winter. Time is elusive. Our days are getting shorter. It's now or no way. 'Cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending. It's not in our course at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, to death do I. 'Cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe. Mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst desk. We're here. We talk about death metal.
Yep.
Already, one of these teams is dead in the water, and the other one is out of the water.
Wow, that was a really good segue. I wasn't sure where you were going with it, but I was there for the entire ride.
Host of the year, by the way. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Milos. This is just analyst of the year, by the way. So we're going to break this one down. A game that, in the grand scheme of things and in the smaller schemes of things, doesn't really matter much.
Say it like it is, man. This game means absolutely nothing.
Yes, I'm
As a
glad
result,
that you
I'm gonna take the reign on that one, my friend. This game means nothing, literally nothing, other than they get to bless my eyes with some pew pew. That's it.
Well, SANDBOX, they came in. Game one looked more like litter box, but they actually went in, and now they're through to the playoffs, and we're close to having, for the first time ever, 2 APAC teams in the playoffs. And I say first time ever in a while, because last time that happened, that was Fnatic and Norarengo back at 6th Invitational 2019.
Oh, don't remind me of that
By the
event.
way, oh yeah, you got knocked out of that event.
I got knocked out by a top 4 team, please. Please.
Look,
I got my
semantics.
money.
Okay. I got my money 2 years later. SANDBOX Gaming is in first. Of course, they are getting ready for their game. On the other side, it's DarkZero from North America. And tell me about DarkZero and NA, Jess.
NA stands for Near Airport.
We're
Also,
an hour
I'm
and 20
sure-
minutes away from the nearest.
Yeah, I mean, with the there's only one North American team going through to the playoffs. You know what? We can just get one flight for all the rest of the teams to go back together.
Yeah, they'll have a little powwow on the way to
I
Vegas.
know, just charter one flight and you can ship them all home.
Oh, this reminds me of the Katowice finals, a year 2, season 1, where NA had their own wonderful little system that, a team that later became NA Rogue. That's a time. Decider is Bank.
Oh, cash money.
Honestly, I am very excited to see Bank on this because there is nothing to play for in this matchup. And what I just want to see is a good, clean game between DarkZero and SANDBOX just to kind of close off their current performance here. So,
No
final
memes?
thought, lobby's ready?
I want memes. Give me memes. Give me something fun.
Fair enough. Canadian UMP all day, every day. I want to see it. Jess, thank you very much. This is me and Jess. We're going to sign off for this and come back to analyze it after it's done. But we're going to go to Bank, SANDBOX, DarkZero. See you in game.
Welcome back to the stream then, ladies and gents. SANDBOX versus DarkZero. A game that, again, before this competition, Tim, I feel like I said this a lot in the last 24 hours. A game that if you'd said on paper ahead of the event they were going to be, will be casting, I'd be like, wow, really thrilling game, super exciting. Slightly variable scenarios here. SANDBOX, earlier on with their win today, have found themselves going to SI. They've got themselves going through to playoffs. They are living on a high right now. DarkZero, not quite the same story.
Absolutely not. Not really delivered what we might have expected out of the North American side here. They've just not been able to show us their best. We also hoped after yesterday's performance that we might see a little bit of a DarkZero resurgence coming in today, but they just haven't been able to deliver. This is going to be the last opportunity to put some more points on the board, at least. As you say, it's not going to impact on their qualification to the playoffs, so or not that is done and dusted. They're not going to make it, but it is just an opportunity for them to come in and just lay a stake down and at least say, look, we've got wins in us, we can be competitive on the international stage, and that's something that I really feel DarkZero need to be doing here.
Yeah, nice and close in terms of the votes. Whether or not Bank plays out in the same even fashion remains to be seen. We're getting underway with the last round of games from this group. And I'm really excited because towards the end of today's show, once we've gone through all of these games, Tim, we get a live draw of what's going to happen in the playoffs. Get to see who's playing who. So we've got that to look forward to as the day progresses. SANDBOX starting off on the banning side. It's going to be a Sledge taken away. Something a little bit uncharacteristic there, but we have plenty of Sledge players in the pro circuit at the minute. Given the changes that came through to Buck, historically taking away the frag grenades, of course, Sledge stepping in and being very, very popular.
Interesting ban. We're going to see the rest of them rein in. SANDBOX obviously taking Sledge away to begin with. Maverick will be DarkZero's choice of attacker. Going to keep those hatches safe. We know that there's, well, they're going to try to anyway. There's obviously Hibana as well. We'll see whether that might just lead into a Kaid ban here, because obviously you don't necessarily, if you SANDBOX, want them just completely sealed off. So Kaid would make it very difficult without the Maverick to be able to clear those hatches. So we'll see just what happens here. But there's going to be operators sneaking through one way or another. I
think what I've realized here, what DarkZero is going for, we saw them ban away on Coastline yesterday. They banned away Wamai and just brought tons of grenades every single round, usually 4, sometimes 6, and one round they even stepped into bringing 8, which is why it gives a bit more context to seeing those bans coming out. The Sledge, especially as the ban coming in from SANDBOX, you look at it and think, oh, you kind of get it now. They're looking to take some of those grenades away, which the Maverick also then doubles up on. So you won't see as many grenades flying in here. Maybe you'll get an Iana and Finka being brought along as a collective, which of course give a good number of options. But it's interesting how the ban phase has essentially revolved entirely around frag grenades.
Absolutely that. You know, it's just looking at that previous play and exactly what teams have done before and how it's going to play out. As I say, if we have, we're going to be going down to, it's going to be Archives and Tellers actually to begin with. So it's going to be the first floor site. They're not going to be going into the basement. I would expect when we do go down there, we will see that Kaid brought along. There is the Thatcher on the board, of course. So that will clear the hatches out to a degree. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see how we go, but there's going to be a potential there for a little bit of electroclaw tricking going on as well to try and keep them closed if they do choose to bring that operator along. For the time being, there's going to be a top floor presence I would expect from SANDBOX Gaming here. They're going to be looking to keep themselves wedged in, as you can see. We've got the deployable shield, we've got utility being expended up on the top floor. Bank very much a roaming map. You're welcome to get out there into the map and try and make it difficult. Verticality also important. No Sledge available, of course, so that's going to limit to a degree the verticality that can be found. We've not got any soft breach available, with no Ash, with no soft breach charges, no Zofia on the side of DarkZero, so maybe a little bit more of a sort of lateral push from them.
Yeah, very possibly. We'll see as it develops from here on out. Pambazoo with a nice little cheeky drone sat tucked away inside of the leafage, or the foliage inside of lobby. Just to help give us an idea. Leafage, yeah, that was a new one.
Certainly new.
Yeah. Leafage.
Leafage, new to the English dictionary as well.
Like the edgy 16-year-olds that are like, skillage, XD. That kind of vibe? Nah, it's not going to stick. It's definitely going to be foliage moving on here out. I was going to say for Pambazoo, you're likely going to see him playing on that East Rappel for most of the round. Think back to Julio, for example, from NIP when they played against IG on this match, or on this map. Just sat up on that rappel, watched through the Kanto wall, and gave challenge to anyone that stepped into the long white corridor. I think you might see him looking to do exactly the same here. There he is. And NGR out towards the east. Again, it's what I love about international competition. It's the division in styles where IG had all 5 members pushing from lobby. Here for DZ, you're seeing the split. They've got a couple in lobby, a couple on windows, one pushing out towards square. A very split setup, but it gives them a lot more map control a lot quicker, assuming they can get inside and start making things happen.
Canadian just being cautious there, making sure to give Elevator a good look over before pushing forward, making sure that it is indeed empty. He's going to start moving his way through the officers here, just trying to find any of these top floor roamers and just displace them. It's about forcing them to move around, just pushing them back, and if he can get them rotating into that elevator corridor, if Pamba is still out on the rappel, it could be a bit of joy for him, but I'm not sure that he is at the minute. Shyol playing there. Hyper is going to find an opener for us. It's going to be a headshot onto Envy Taylor. Canadian just pinging out that utility as he goes, forcing players to move around. There it is. I said Shyol out in that elevator corridor. Pamba was on the rappel, just waiting for his opportunity, and boy, does he take it.
Such a solid power position. Already mentioned what we saw from Julio there. It'll be Brede playing it for BDS. You will always find a support player there. NJR up at the top of square, knows at least one is down here. Don't think he quite sees the second, but this could be a flawless round coming in. Indeed it will. NJR closing out with both, and DarkZero with a fantastic start here on Bank.
Very solid from them. They recognised exactly what the setup was from SANDBOX, and they just played into it perfectly. Got the Monty up there, Canadian, just pushing them around really well and just displacing them. And the key factor there is that they were set up ready for it. When those lines of sight were able to be used, they were used. Pamba, as soon as Shayol peeks out, bang, he gets the kill. As soon as Monty is pushing defenders around, there are people there, crossfires established, ready to get those kills.
What I like about it is it's such a stark contrast to what we saw between these two teams when they played, I believe it was yesterday morning. We had SANDBOX against DarkZero on Coastline. And at the time, we raised the concerns of DarkZero are arguably the most structured kind of... I want to say their approach to the game is like chess. You know, there are certain things you can do and certain things you can't do. You can't break those rules. They're not really a team that's going to step in and start swinging everywhere compared to what European teams might do, APAC might do. Even Oxygen in their own region sometimes employ that kind of play style. So it's different in terms of how they approach the game. And I always thought going to Coastline on a map that does revolve on being a little more aggressive and being able to take more, you know, risky plays, that it might come back to bite them. And it did yesterday. I'm glad here at least we are stepping onto a map that's a little bit bigger. It's a little more controllable. There is more room for DarkZero to work with.
So we're going to be heading down to a basement defense this time around for round 2. SANDBOX deciding it's time already to bunker down on that basement floor and see what they can do. Haven't chosen to bring Denial along for the hatches, so it's going to be straightforward here for DarkZero to get in.
Here's one that's going to tickle your brain a little bit. Look at the secondary gadgets they brought along. There's no C4 present at all. There's 2 shields, there's a bulletproof on mute, which is something you very rarely get to see, and a bunch of impacts being stacked up as well. They're not really looking to play the Denial game outside of the smoke being used, which makes me worry a little bit. The C4s normally being layered on top of the smoke will help you burn through about 45 seconds, but here relying solely on the smoke canisters, a much more limited window. If DarkZero can move with some pace and get control of server, which they will do with the Monty on side, this could be a fantastic round for them. When you've got the Monty to protect you, no C4s to come singing through, you bait out the smokes, it will be easy. But look at Harper, he's trying to contest it really aggressively here, but they can see everything on a drone. They know exactly what the game plan is from SANDBOX. They know how to deal with it. And at this point, it's just the information gathering while someone else sets up elsewhere to make a play. Static onto NGR, traded out just a second later by Bambazoo. And Canadian still having this dancing game, drawing out the smoke canisters. One came out earlier, the second came through, and 2 kills have gone the way of DarkZero.
That's it. All that Canadian had to do there was burn enough time for Hyper to get himself into position, down those blue stairs, and start picking up kills. Exactly what he's done. DarkZero working that very nice. I'm interested to see how they deal with these soft walls. There's covering at the normal plant spot. Canadian's been down there. They've got no soft destruction realistically to be able to open them up. They're just having to blast their way through them, which they've now nearly achieved. They can get themselves in there to get the diffuser down.
It's very clever. If you're wondering why it looks like Swiss cheese, it's because you can't put a soft breach on that wall. You can't really do much unless you've got range destruction outside of shooting it out, which DZ have now done. So maybe you wager it's a bit of a pointless waste of time, but either way you look at it, that clock has ran down to about 60 seconds left. They've got 1 smoke canister out. They still have a second in the back pocket. They've got an impact nade. They've got goo mines they can throw out when it comes online, but that is what they are going to be relying on. And you've got Pambazu looking to play in from above to start threatening them inside of Orange. Hyper finding one onto Envy. This is a great round coming in for DZ. 1 more smoke coming in, going to ring out on towards Eclipse, who's going to stick this out, I think, unaffected. In fact, no, he is being hit, but he sticks the plant, won't go down, gets away with 1 tick of HP remaining, but that'll be more than enough to make sure it's committed. DZ are off-site in a 4 versus 2, and SANDBOX have got a lot of work to do to save this round.
Great decision from Eclipse there, just knowing that he was able to stick through the damage that was coming out of that Toxic Babe and get the diffuser down. Shayol tries to move his way all the way up to that top floor hatch, see if he can get anything going here, but very unlikely. He knows that there's one inside of Archives, gets shut down by Pamba though, and Eclipse will finish the round off. Where have this DarkZero been for the last couple of days?
Let's not get too excited just yet, Ace. We're seeing the Monty plays coming in here, and that was a very direct-to-site setup, which was very good. And the prior round, they did, you know, what's expected. You get control of that window rappel to look down towards Kanto. You have the shield very safely push up main stairs and start feeding you information. It's looked good, and it's looked solid. I like how it's a lot more controlling than what we saw back on Coastline. But on the side of SANDBOX, those are the team. That's the team that you're now turning to and saying, all right, guys, what's your response? What can you do to impede DarkZero? Because so far, you've had an Ela challenge you up in towards server tunnel. outside of that, there hasn't really been any massive challenges or obstacles put in front of DarkZero. A very big difference to what we saw on Coastline.
Straight into a tactical pause here for SANDBOX Gaming just after 2 rounds. I mean, an answer that I'd expect to see to the Monty coming along, maybe. You've sort of got soft answers in things like goo mines, traps, making it difficult for Canadian to progress. Yep. You could go for the hard counter, bring along a clash and just front up to him, because for anybody who doesn't know, the electricity will still damage Monty. She is a direct counter. If they go face to face, the clash is likely to win. So it is another option to deal with it. And if you do that for a round or 2, then maybe Canadian thinks twice about bringing the Monty, and they have to start changing up the gameplay a little bit.
Whenever I think about Monty versus Clash, interestingly, someone who's with us working on the talent team, Pengu, will remember this one very well back when he was on G2, their game against Na'Vi on Cafe last year. When G2 were pushing in with the Monty consistently, the response from Na'Vi was, let's bring shields along ourselves. They brought along the Clash. They met the Monty up in the top floor in White Corridor and basically just kind of followed them all the way down throughout the map to the stage that G2 had, I think, about 10 seconds on the clock with no information of what was on site, had to go for a Hail Mary and got absolutely sprayed down. And sure enough, that's the response we're seeing coming in. Static, living up to his name and bringing something a little bit more strong than static electricity. He'll be zapping that Monty all day long, assuming it was still here. But on the side of DarkZero, I think they've read into this. You know, for 2 rounds, if you've caught them off guard with the Monty and they can't respond, you can just say, well, they're likely going to have a timeout here, talk about what they can do to counter the Monty, and then we just change up what we're doing entirely.
Well, this is the thing, Des. If I've thought of it, the likelihood is I would hope that DarkZero have thought of it. And that is exactly how it looks like it's played out, as you say, just foregoing that Monty now. Don't get me wrong, the Clash is still not necessarily a bad pick. They've brought it for a reason. That reason is no longer there, but it could still serve a purpose, and Static could make it difficult for DarkZero to push forward here. That said, they do have the Thatcher on side with NJR, so again, direct counters in place, and that's what Siege is all about. It's counterplay to counterplay, and just how do you outmaneuver your opponents?
Absolutely. Small things here, and looking towards the side of SANDBOX, they've got quite a bit to waste time through. You touch on the castle, the mirror, also looking, of course, in towards the Clash. As long as we don't see a silly death coming in against Static, this could be an excellent time-wasting comp. And I think for DarkZero, they haven't looked, again, as I mentioned earlier, challenged in either of those first 2 rounds. They pushed up and taken the ground they want for free outside of that initial challenge from the Ella inside of server. There has been nothing else in those prior 2 rounds. So I don't want to see Static, for example, getting a little bit too aggressive and finding himself tagged out from a silly angle they haven't considered. We've seen that happen to a couple of teams over the last 24 hours.
There you go. As I said, the EMP grenades just being utilised there to force the Clash back. You can see the timer down on the bottom of your screen there as the EMP effect will wear off, then the shield will come back online and the electricity can be used, but that's not the whole purpose of Clash. The fact that she's there is still a stopping point for DarkZero until they get rid of her. They don't have anything really to break that shield away from her, such as a Kali, such as a Sophia, to actually get her moving in that sense. So still a difficulty to deal with. They might need to outmaneuver Static.
Normally, if this wasn't a Clash, absolutely, you wouldn't be able to play where Static is currently holding, right? You'd be forced back from playing up towards that north side of the long white hallway. You'd be having to kind of step back up towards the top of white stairs, get back on site, play inside of Janitor. It just impedes you a lot. But Pambazu, again, is getting the same angle opened up, and I like this because now you've got the push coming in essentially from stock office, where you can challenge in through the window. You've got the Kanto spot being opened up to come up the other direction as well. Essentially, walking down this corridor right now is going to be a death sentence, and that is step 1. The big issue is it's taken them 90 seconds to get to this point. That's a lot of time to clear out one hallway.
And JR does deal with the Clash. That's going to be taken down now. 5 versus 4. A nice entry for DarkZero there. It was, if they could have chosen a first operator to take down, I dare say it would likely have been the Clash. So NJR doing great work for them. Nova just looking to make a nuisance of himself on square there, but it's too late, Des. Like you say, Eclipse is in. He's got the cover from 2 windows. Out comes the Nitro, way short. Not going to have any impact. Too late is the cry from Nova as he tries to get himself up the square. square skylight stairs there. The diffuser is down and activated, and DarkZero are attacking well here.
I don't think Nova realizes where he is. There's a man on the window and he can't see the one behind him either. Surely the Twitch sees him first. Nadian now knows. The call will be screamed that he's sat on the stairs, and sure enough, Eclipse responds in kind. NJR, another one coming in. Pamba closing it out. It's a flawless round for DarkZero, and sure, it took a long time to get the white hallway clear, but once that was done, the rest was at lightning pace.
Exactly, they knew where the sticking point was, they knew what they needed to deal with, and the thing is, they didn't panic, they didn't worry about the fact that the clock was ticking down. They knew exactly what they're going to do. The gameplay was in plan, and they executed it fantastically. They did. Round number 4 then, DarkZero are going to find themselves attacking onto staff room and open area by the looks of things. So SANDBOX just taking a full tour of the map here, Des.
The thing is, DarkZero can just constantly look to mind game them in a way, in the fear of them. Oh, I tell you what, I like this pick. Oryx we've seen a bit, so far in this event. We used mainly as a roamer, used to smash through walls. The introduction of the Thunderbird has made him a lot more effective to bring along because you aren't risking dying to one less bullet by charging through a wall. You can get yourself juiced back up. But let's not also forget what Oryx can do. Can knock down Monty. Now, I'm not really expecting DZ, once they realize there's an Oryx, to put themselves in a position where Canadian's going into a 1 versus 1 against an Oryx. They'll make sure he's got backup. They'll make sure he's got cover in case the Oryx does step forwards. But it's just a consideration. If Charles can get in the right spot at the right time, they do have an effective counter to the Monty.
So we do have Taylor on the Mozzie there, just looking to deny some intel as well. No surprise with the top floor presence. They're just wanting to get as many surprises for DarkZero as they can. Shio just using the run there, I think, to clear out some of the balustrade on those stairs, the handrail, yeah, all cleared out. There you go.
A lot of teams remove them away just in case they're getting in the way of, vision for a start, bullets soaking those up, whatever you want to call it. Helps remove those away. Opening up the hatches, of course, so you can use Oryx's signature ability, the hatch hopper himself, able to take himself up and peek over hatches or climb up them entirely. I don't think I've ever really seen in professional play someone just hop up to take a look. Because if they see your head pop in there like a weasel, guess what? It's whack-a-weasel, whack-a-mole, whatever you want to call it. That head's being taken out clean.
The reality is you're only jumping up a hatch if you're confident that there's nobody there, because like you said, at this level you're almost certainly going to get slammed straight back down if there is somebody present. So the Oryx there just always looking to try and get onto the flank. For the time being, Shio is going to play up on the top floor. Needs to be careful, did lose his life there previously to the Pambazoo rappel, but it'll be the same job. Opening up the elevator wall, so Shio needs to be careful here. I don't know if he's just going to peek out and try and make a challenge onto that window. I don't think he will. He's likely to just stay in position. They're just trying to avoid that top floor control from DarkZero coming in here. But once again, Canadian's back on the shield. He's moving upstairs, and they're just doing this dance perfectly around SANDBOX. Bring the Monty. When there's a clash, don't bring the Monty. Bring the Monty again. It's just been great so far from DarkZero.
I find it really interesting they left that hard breach at Skyros down onto the right side of the elevator wall until the Monty was at the top of the stairs. I'm not sure if they were nervous about giving an extra angle for a defender that would be sat inside of elevator to challenge the Monty as he was pushing up. But it's a small little thing there that clocks in the round that I thought was quite interesting to note. Shile playing downstairs, the hatch hopper himself, we touched on him already. If they aren't aware of his presence downstairs, he could play massive spoiler here. Hyper, Canadian, both moving on past him, in fact charging their way forwards, and Shile maybe being a little bit defensive so far, but he hasn't got to go just yet. Envy doing some great work from below, and here he goes on the jump up.
That's perfect, because Envy's just taken Pamba down, so Shio can get himself up there. He could have pushed into corridor if he wanted to, but he didn't need to, as Hyper came to him, made the challenge, and we've just seen it there. There's that ability used in order to get a kill and hit Hyper on the flank. Well played from SANDBOX, and the Oryx has been a good call there. Eclipse, however, gets himself inside of Tellers there and manages to find himself a kill onto Envy Taylor, bringing us back to 4 versus 3. But there's still a lot of work for DarkZero to do here. They've got about 30 seconds to get themselves inside a site and into a position to be able to think about getting this diffuser down. And Shio's going to play spoiler, Des. He's just waiting for his opportunity. He's going to creep up those stairs in a minute, and he's going to hit them from behind hard. Here he goes. He knows they're inside. He sees his man. He gets one. Can he find the Monty? Not before Nova does. And there's the final kill from Static. Much better round from SANDBOX, and it was the unpredictability that did did it. Shaol just making a nuisance of himself, not covering a lot of ground, but covering all the ground that he needed to.
We spoke coming into the competition about the effectiveness of the Envy Shaol duo, right? You think about, like, I don't know, Citizen and Virtue as a pairing in Europe, for example. These guys are that, but in APAC North. They can be terrifying on the right day. We haven't really seen that duo shine for much of the last year. It really was, you know, back to the finals at the start of this year when they were last as terrifying as they've always used to be. That round there, you saw them coming together and not pushing around together. It's not really their style to literally sit on top of each other, but they'll both be out on the roam or both be on the entry looking to cause some trouble. And in that round there, a perfect example. Envy drawing attention downstairs inside of Archives area. You had Shaol dancing around as well, quietly off to the side whilst the focus was on the upstairs. Between the both of them, just kept DarkZero guessing, asking questions, having to push areas they didn't want to push into. Very effective round, and it finally gets SANDBOX on the board.
Going to be heading back to Archives and Tellers then. It was the round that we saw them defend first of all. DarkZero were able to pick apart the top floor hold that they had and then work down, and it was pretty straightforward from there. Opening up the rotation will be Envy Taylor to allow some movement between Office and the Janitor's Closet there, but Canadian this time not on the Monty, Des.
10 seconds left.
They used that quite effectively last time when attacking this site. Pamba opened up the line of sight from elevators, but Envy Taylor dealt with that. I think it was likely from a garage run out because we saw him hovering around garage previously, and I think he was probably down there again. It might just send the message to Pamba that, you know what, we're not going to get away with that. We need to dip away, or it's at least going to burn another DarkZero body to be able to watch that run out.
In contrast to how they defended the downstairs, we've got a couple of C4s coming in. The Pulse also being on side here to play from below. The consideration coming in here for Nova is while he's playing on the downstairs, waiting for a C4 to come through or the opportunity for one to strike in, he can see exactly how many members are on the rappel. He can have an idea if anyone is trying to push him from out towards the west as well. There's lots of information that he can feed back to his team to then push forward and act on the back of, and hopefully that nets them a couple of C4 kills throughout the round. For DarkZero, business as usual. Pamba starting himself out towards the west, getting elevator wall opened up, and Hyper looking to come in from square side. So a two-prong push coming in. The only issue is the man that's playing here inside this little 90 corner Shaol has got support from inside a Janitor. So Hyper can't simply just walk up to him and go for a frag. It needs a bit of support from the other side too.
So some utility cleared out there that is going to help this top floor clearance. Pamba's got his line of sight. Hyper's able to move into square skylight. So it's all poised at the minute for a little bit of a flashpoint here. Shaol's going to be very conscious about stepping out from behind that vending machine. It's providing all the cover he needs. But the last time he did, he was cut down by Pambazu. He's not going to want a repeat of that. Now Canadian just looking for the vertical angle down into open just to make sure it's not being covered by somebody in there. And it's not for the time being. He's safe to move in. But Harper gets himself a kill onto Eclipse. Shaol manages to dip away. Pamba unable to impact on the man moving around the elevated corridor. So right now, SANDBOX not looking bad.
Shaol has masterclassed that. 90 seconds holding on this side with Pamba at one end, Hyper at another, and just as Canadian gets into a spot to be able to challenge, he's dropped down the hatch. He should be dead to rights. Hyper and Pamba should have had his number. He should not have been able to get back into Janitor and away from sight, but he's pulled it off. It's a master heist inside of Bank here, and now there's about 55 seconds for DarkZero to play with. They're down a man, and Harper not spotted. They have no idea.
They've missed him.
Know that he's there, Tim.
Definitely missed him. And he's just going to hold on to his position now. Is Harper. He's just going to wait for this push to come down main stairs potentially. And he will play spoiler. No, there goes the drone. So they've spotted him out. Harper's going to have to do something here because he's going to find his challenge.
He's gone.
Dropped. He's gone. And this is it. SANDBOX are doing this fantastically, Des. Every time they get picked up, they've got a rotation. They've got the next move. Nova's got his next move and he's gone 2 steps ahead as well. A kill onto Pamba, a kill onto Canadian. 5 versus 2 now. SANDBOX are fighting back, Des. They're looking to level out this half. The diffuser's down cold on the ground. There's 12 seconds left to go. Nova with a third. Can he make it 4? He sprays him down. Can he finish the job? He goes to pistol, but no! Harper takes it from under his nose, but SANDBOX won't mind that. It's going to be round 5 going to them. 3-2 in favour of DarkZero, but SANDBOX fighting back.
Imagine DarkZero are writing a strongly worded letter to Steam here to report that this game should not be down as an FPS, it should be down as a horror game. All game round chasing shadows, always wondering where'd that player go. We saw him 2 seconds ago, but they could just not catch anyone. It was like trying to punch smoke. It wasn't happening. Really, really well played by SANDBOX. Again, a couple of tweaks should maybe make as DarkZero there. The pinch onto Shyle in the first place was the massive slip up they made. They could have made that a 4 versus 4 after Eclipse had already gone down, but just couldn't quite catch him or the mirror in time. Again, can't stress it. Brilliant play by SANDBOX.
SANDBOX reminded me a little bit of, you know, those animations where you'll have like 10 objects and they all move in a certain way that they just miss colliding with each other, and it just like repeats itself over and over, and you just watch them all sort of just miss each other. It was like watching that, the way that SANDBOX, every time DarkZero came near to them, they just had that next move, and they were just slipping out of the way, and they were just onto the next path, onto the next challenge, and it was really, really well played from SANDBOX. Very, very nice.
It was indeed. Again, a couple of things DarkZero can improve on there, but after how the groups have gone for them so far, they know they've got a couple of things they need to look at. Let's see how the next round plays out here. A nice defense inside the base, by the looks of it. Potentially a setup coming in inside of open area. As wonderfully pointed out by our observer, you can see up the floor holes that have been opened inside of the stock office. So if someone tries to vault in and someone is in open area, well, that could very comfortably be a freebie. The reinforced wall suggesting that you will see someone up here.
As you say, the extension is pretty comprehensive.
Mute jammer behind the desk as well. They've got one watching the door, and one that's... Let's go look, medics, here. Look behind the desk there, inside the room. There's one on the actual door itself and one behind the desk as well. You're not going to see that. You're not going to know on a quick drone arcade there's definitely one on both sides of the door. No, that will catch a drone or two if you're not careful.
Absolutely it will. And as you say, that's what SANDBOX are banking on here, because as we said last time around, it was the movement, it was their knowledge of exactly what DarkZero were doing and just keeping themselves just off their radar, and that is going to support them in doing it as well. Static, though, has been pinged out by the Jackal, something that DarkZero have done to try and mitigate that problem. Canadian switching away and being able to track those roamers as they're moving around. But Envytail, he's going to have himself a little peek hole. Is Hyper going to get caught out here, Des? I don't think he will, as Envytail takes a few warning shots and dips himself back away. But they're not going to be confidently aware of Envytail's position here because of those mute jammers.
This is going to be one of those rounds I really want to go back and map out the setup from SANDBOX. I think it's really intelligent. They're stopping them pushing in from the west side out towards lobby and in by those mute jammers. And then you're thinking, okay, well, our sweeper's going to come in west side. It's where they so often start, and they want to get inside of open area. To stop that, you've got other setups coming in inside of Tellers and Archives itself to contest into that hallway coming in from Lone Office. And then you've actually got a proper setup inside of open area itself to contest upwards. Shyle, bro, what a rat. Sat inside behind the printer, waiting for them to take control of open area, and he will spring in at the right time. I don't think Eclipse has seen him because there's no soft bottom side of this wall. They don't know that he's here, and he could play massive spoiler if left unchecked, and there he is finding one. Pushing out for a second as well, sees one more inside the small office, but Canadian strikes first. So what could have been massive has been reduced somewhat. Static, one back onto NJR, but the work has been done by this roam strat. 2 minutes wasted, 2 members dead on the other side. It's a good start for SANDBOX, but DarkZero are starting to warm up.
They certainly are, but the question now comes, where is the point of execution for DarkZero? They're opening up those hatches, but where do they drop? Do they go directly into site? Do they go to vault? Where is the push going to come from? Because the problem they've got is that SANDBOX are everywhere, Des. They've got a man over in vault, they've got one in server, they've got multiple angles covered, and it does feel a little bit like DarkZero aren't confident of exactly where to go. Plenty of smoke utility left yet, 2 canisters yet to be burnt. Nova's going to play them from inside a site if he gets a chance, but he won't because Canadian just rushes in, Des, and that's the answer of where the push is going to come from. But as I said, they were going into the middle of a crossfire from SANDBOX. They had 3 men all in different positions, and DarkZero just ran straight into the middle of that kill box.
There's a famous saying in a couple of games that I used to play, or still do to some level, it's better to make a stupid decision and commit to it as a team than to all have different ideas that maybe are better, but you're all doing them independently. I'm never too sure how happy I am about all 3 members dropping in through a hatch and trying to push in sight at once. But the initial outcome worked. Nova had no idea that was coming, and fair enough. You've got a smoke out on the field. You don't think, okay, they're going to see the yellow smoke. There's just no way DarkZero drop into that. You're wrong. They give it a good go. But as you mentioned, sandwiched in by Harper, who was sat inside a red. Another one who was sat inside a vault. Became a little game of ring around the roses towards the end. But another good round by SANDBOX. Excellent final 3 defenses, thinking about how poor the first 2 were.
Absolutely. Absolutely, it's been a fascinating game so far.
Yeah.
As you say, SANDBOX really showing an ability. The thing is, what we're looking at here, you know, yes, we're not talking about qualification to playoffs or not. That much is done. What we are looking at here, for a team like SANDBOX, who we're going to be seeing on Friday, maybe Saturday, maybe Sunday, Des, who knows? It depends how far they get in those playoffs. But we're looking at a team like SANDBOX now and thinking, right, what are their abilities? What are the strengths here at this tournament? What are they going to bring to those playoffs here at the 6 Sweden Major? You know, are they going to light it on fire, or are they going to be able to be played around? And right now, they're showing great adaptation to what DarkZero brought, and it's been a lot of fun to watch.
It's another one of those that I look at and think, is it the right idea? We hear about teams all the time saying, okay, we've qualified now, save strats, don't show everything you've got. And take, for example, their really cool setup there they had inside of open area that I really liked, even though initially, to begin with, it did get picked apart with a couple of members going down to DarkZero. That's the kind of thing I thought that you might try and save for getting into playoffs, but also on their side, they may turn around and say, well, that was an old strat that we employed, say, 2 or 3 months ago, but we aren't running it at the minute. We've got new juicy ones ready for playoffs. So that may be why it's a bit of a bait and switch. Teams can look at it and have to play that guessing game of, is that a go-to strat for SANDBOX, or have they got something else up their sleeve waiting for playoffs? It's a whole like mind game of its own.
Oh, it really is. Like I said, it's always a little bit of a weird spot for teams to find themselves in, is the games where they've qualified. You know, do you keep that momentum? Do you keep playing your best, or do you try and cover a few things up? You know, where do you go with it? But for the time being, SANDBOX are going to the rappels here. They're going to try and get some angles. MV Taylor actually all the way up to the rooftop there. You know they're going to have to do a little bit of a top floor clearance. They are attacking onto an open area defense here from DarkZero. Immediate challenge from Pamba on the castle, who's playing inside of Tellers at the minute. So looks like SANDBOX are getting themselves some good top floor control here, can start opening things up. They do have the book for soft destruction, and they are starting to pick apart those defenses. But as you say, Eclipse, what's he going to do from this elevator?
Being supported by some information from below with the Pulse 2, just to give him an idea as to how many there are, where it is they're pushing from, what the go-to game plan is. Canadian feeding that back up on Static here, stepping out on his swing, and they're trying to, well, they have got it open at this point. The mirror window being popped open gives a lovely long line of sight for Static, where he can see basically all the way through this first floor. Eclipse, I think, is still unchecked here. I don't believe they spotted him out, even with Iana, Jackal, the Zero, everything. And finally, the C4 comes out from Nadian, finds Static for free. And again, we see these mirror windows being incredibly impactful. Hyper sat all the way back. Now might find himself with more challenge with Harper opening up from above.
Big mistake there, allowing that death to come in
Shyle.
from Canadian underneath. You've got to get in there and clear the pulse out. If not, you can't play on the hatches. They're the only dangerous location, Des, and he was just up too close to it, is the problem. But Shyle comes back in, rescues the situation, reacts well. This is what we've said. Reaction has been great from SANDBOX. They recognise them pulse underneath, they go and deal with it. NJR manages to get a very late trade for those two, taking down Shyle.
Envy,
Taylor knows he's there, he's got to win the fight. But no, somehow Pamba manages to win that one out. Hyper onto Nova, 1v3 now. It's all up to Harper. He's got 15 seconds left to go. He's facing castle barricades, he's facing utility, he's facing potentially challenges. But for the time being, DarkZero just dipping away from these fights. They know they don't need to take any risk. There you go. He runs straight past Pamba. Easiest kill of his game. And that's going to be DarkZero taking their first event.
There's one above as well that was going to shut him down regardless. I don't even think it was the man to his left that got the kill. Was indeed the one from up on high. That 2K flurry in the middle of the round that came for Charlotte. Thought, okay, now things are really moving. But I know, MV.
I feel your pain, MV.
He hasn't had the best game. He's had a good tournament so far. I think actually he's the only player from SANDBOX that is currently in our top 10 ratings across the whole competition. So he's having a knockout tournament, just not quite a knockout game, and that's okay. No one's perfect. Look at some of the strongest teams you've seen here. NIP day one, almost being knocked down on bank by IG when they went down 5-1. BDS yesterday, some of the, I don't want to say the worst games we've ever seen from them, but in recent memory, that's some of the worst performances I've seen. People have down days, and that's okay.
Thing is, you're going to have a quiet game when do you want it? In the last, the last group stage game when you've already qualified, or in the quarterfinal? I know which I'm going to pick.
Envy Taylor, I sleep for this game.
Exactly. You have a rest, Envy. You've played very well so far.
Real?
Give yourself a little rest. You don't worry about it. So, heading into round number 8 then. 4-3 now, DarkZero. They move on to their second defensive site. It's going to be down in the basement once again. Lockers and CCTV. But a big mid-floor presence. It's something that we're seeing more and more is that extension. It's something that we saw in EUL use pretty well. Na'Vi very effective on this roam game when they were downstairs. We're going to see it here from DarkZero all the way up to the top floor. They've got utility, they've got jammers, they've got alibi decoys, they've got everything going on up there.
A lot of info, but equally the same can be said for SANDBOX, and it was the same lineup as we saw in the prior round. A little bit of a tag coming in from Charles, I think, there, but not finding himself out. I do think Zero's really interesting as an operator. You know, we look at it, and I don't think anyone sees it and thinks, oh, that's basically Valkyrie. Yeah, it's arguably worse than Valkyrie because he's got the 4 cameras. Sure, no C4 on side, but a decent primary. Double hard breach gadget now coming in. And a few teams did say you'll likely see Buck and Zero being brought along an awful lot. And in some cases, and we've seen it from a couple of teams already, completely foregoing bringing any form of hard breach except for the double hard breach gadget coming along on the Zero and the Buck. In this round, it's only the double on Nova. Envy still playing with the flashes, but it just goes to show how those changes have really opened things up now, where you aren't saying we must bring 2 hard breaches on most maps. You can afford 1. Static, a freebie onto Canadian, who was none the wiser as to what was going on there. And even worse to note, it's a smoke that they've lost to start the round off, Ace.
Honestly, I absolutely love a cheeky garage push. Get yourself down there and just mix it up. For some reason, it's just one of them things that's not always expected, and you just get that sort of a situation. Canadian just exposing too much of himself and taking the loss there. Pamba looking to make this challenge on to the man who's still causing a nuisance for himself. There you go. Static finally taken down, and of course, Envy Taylor lost along the way as well. DarkZero still 4 players here, and still plenty of presence out on the roam. Shiol trying to hunt down the man on the top floor. That red footprint is going to give him a good length of time, pinging out the alibi. NJR is just trying to be mobile here, but look at him, Des. He's surrounded on all sides. He's hit through the softball by Nova, and that levels us up 3-3 now. And SANDBOX Gaming can finally start focusing on that bottom floor.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a while because they've been trying to deal with what would be a Roma and NJR for Canadian getting pushed out in Garage. It was initial early aggression that maybe was a little bit, I don't know, it's opportunistic by Static, right? Like the rest of the team weren't in position to capitalize off his aggression, but he found 1 kill onto the smoke, no less, as well. A fantastic first pick to find, and then progress forward from there to drain more resources from DarkZero. Impact nades, 2 players having to try and play for a trade. Great response by DarkZero to send those 2 players after him, but it did mean elsewhere around the map, things sort of slowed down for a while and were out of sync. We're into the final 30 seconds. It is a 3 versus 3. Only a couple of drones on side for Nova and Co here, so a bit of work to be done, and it might even just be a drop straight down inside the vault, as if he's still alive from that one as well. Knows the one's inside the vault, but Harper comes on the flank, a great pinch push, and now they've got the left side control. Sees one tucked in, what a headshot from Harper coming through. What more can they find? Apparently it's everything. A great round by SANDBOX and a brilliant west side execute.
Absolute beauty from Harper there, just stepping out of elevators, finding his man, and at that point it pretty much ends the round. We see the freebie for Static to start things off there, but couldn't get anything more going out of the garage. He was then sort of rushed by the Vigil and by Pamba as well, so a good attempt from DarkZero, but SANDBOX just once again clinging onto the coattails here, Des, and they just refuse to let DarkZero get any breathing space in this.
It's really, really well played, absolutely. And again, given how shaky the first couple of rounds were, I'm really pleased to see they fought their way back in. We are talking a lot about SANDBOX, but DarkZero are still having a couple of good rounds. How they dealt with, for example, Static inside a garage. I touched on it in the round. Really well played. Lost 1 man, sent 2 straight in there for Static and pushed aggressively. Weren't scared, happy to try and play for that, and they ended up getting the 1-for-1 back, even though it did take a few men to get it through. Let's see how round number 9 plays out. For some reason, Ace, I just can't shake that familiar feeling. You know, one, it's, I don't know, it always seems to creep up about this time in a game when a score sat at 4-4, 5-5, just seems to follow us around a little bit. Overtime could be on the way if this carries on.
It's absolutely uncanny. We'll have to get somebody to do the stats at the end again. I think for the last couple of tournaments we've been the duo with
Wasn't SI like 11.7 rounds per game average?
Like, I think we usually the duo established as the duo with the most the highest overtime rate of any duo. Although I know happens they were have had a good few overtimes and they were the same at SI as well.
It's one of those that, of course, has nothing to do with us. It's just some weird
there's absolutely no control over it, but it just seems to keep happening.
Yeah, it's a crazy one. Let's see how things go for SANDBOX in this round. They've got 2 or 3 of them starting out towards the northwest, 2 out here down towards the southeast. So a nice split coming through for the side of SANDBOX. Spoke about it again earlier on, how their counterparts from APAC in IG tend to all push in from one direction on this map. Whereas for their North compatriots in SANDBOX, they tend to all push in through various areas of the map. Canadian doing his best pulse impression here, as we see so often him playing on the downstairs with that pulse, feeding information across to the rest of the team. He's been taken off smoke duty after what happened in the last round, saying, look, don't play on site now, get out there and give us some info.
I mean, it's probably just down to the side.
It is, absolutely, but it's a funny story, Ace. Let me have that one.
But, yeah, you know, I think...
It's more funny than the Canadians been told off and said, no, you can't play smoke anymore.
I think if they were down on basement, it might have been the same story, if I'm honest. But as you say, you can't be exposing your feet.
You are such a killjoy.
Can't be exposing your feet like that, can you? You can't be giving them back.
You mean like me, with my no shoes?
Oh, you're a no-shoes caster?
No, I'm normally not. Now I am. Leon plays without shoes on, I noticed yesterday. At the end of the game, you always see him get his trainers out and start putting them back on.
Okay then, Shio working his way down the square skylight stairs. Going to meet up with the castle barricade at the bottom, attacking onto archives and tellers. And SANDBOX pretty well established here close to site. There's one of the... It's going to be Pambazoo. I was going to say one of the DarkZero players is trying to get aggressive up onto that barricade. It is Pambazoo on the Kaid. Eclipse it is, however, that finds the opener. That's going to be a big kill onto Harper, taking down the Hibana. So that's removed the hard breach. It's going to be down to 0 if they want to get anything. Here goes Hyper with 1. Can he get any more? Pamba beat him to it with a kill onto Envy. Nova will shut down NJR, but at 4 versus 2, you feel like this is a round that is going in the favour of DarkZero, and we're just getting to that point, Des, where we're bouncing back and forward. Eclipse, he's there, he sees the man. Static has absolutely no idea, gets shut down on the main stairs, and it's all up to Nova now. 40 seconds, 1v4.
I love how they just have the read and they know where they are in these closing moments as well. He hasn't rotated off to lobby, but no, he was coming down main stairs. Unfortunately, a Gon 6 not going to do you too much good at the very end of their one, sadly, Static. But a good round for DarkZero. They pull themselves back into the lead at 5 and 4. This game feeling very, very close. The occasional round like this one, where the flankers go unwatched. It's unbelievable damage coming out from DarkZero.
Yeah, I mean, my concern for SANDBOX here really is, I think what we're seeing, they're not drawn in effectively. I'm not feeling that they've got enough information when they're coming in for attack.
I told you Canadian was off smoke duty.
Think about the kills that they've got. They've got Pulse with a Nitro down in basement. Canadian, he was playing on top of a hatch. They had no idea that there was a Pulse underneath. He gets himself a freebie with the Nitro. Just there, they've had Vigil moving up blue stairs. They don't know they're going to get hit on the flank. Absolutely no idea. Free kill. So for me, SANDBOX, you've got to improve your information game. You've got to be finding these roamers. You've got to be making sure not only do you find them, but that you keep tabs on them.
The scariest thing is, of course, they've got like 14 cameras, right? You've got your 10 drones, you've got your 4 cams coming out from Zero, you've got Jackal, you've got Iana, who isn't really used to flank watch. Obviously, it's not the point of a gadget. It's more aggressive in use, or at least to take control of an area of the map safely before you actually have operators step into it. And even with that, they're still getting slapped on the flank. Of course, Vigil very problematic when that gadget is on. When he isn't sprinting, you can barely see him. If he is sprinting, you get a nice bit of distortion. But outside of that, you may very well may not know that he is on his way. You do get the white line around the screen to indicate, but equally it's not always the most useful in those situations. Let's see how the downstairs defense shapes out. I mentioned again that Troy has been taken away from playing on the smoke, but it's back on that pulse, clearly valuing that information a little too much. And I think this is one of the first, I want to say one of the first maps I think I ever played when I picked up Siege. And Pulse playing in gold bars is like the synonymous position for Rainbow Six Siege for me.
Well, it is, and anybody wondering why, if you've got a Pulse inside of what we refer to as gold bars, it's the room at the end of the red corridor, perfectly. Look, it's full of gold bars, imagine.
Heard that.
So you get a player inside of there on the Pulse, and look at where you can scan to. Bottom of blue stairs, all of server, default plant spot. You can just feed so much information, and all those walls are completely solid. They can't be breached. There's nothing that can be done to impact you on there without dropping somebody into vault. So it's a great power position. You can feed that information to your red corridor player. They can try to either hit the smokes, they can hit the nitro if they've got one in hand. It's just a great play.
Is indeed. I thought for a second we'd see 2 or 3 members of DarkZero pushing their way up the main stairs there and up onto the top floor, but Canadian hightailed it back to side pretty quickly. Shyle in a very precarious position because they've seen him for the last 30 seconds or so, thanks to Nadian, who's still sat here on the Pulse. The cardiac scanner was out towards main stairs earlier. Now he's in that, again, infamous gold bars location, and you can see members of SANDBOX slowly starting to move their way over by the looks of it to a push on the east side. There's a couple of them over there. There's a couple more rotating over. Harper looking to join up with the rest of the team, and that's when you can start thinking about this execute starting to push through. Hardbreach committed onto one of these walls. Nova, information in. All they need to do is for this to open up and they can zap it out, and it could be all too easy. And there's that information we were talking about. They now have a full idea as to what's going on.
A little bit of a standoff that you've got there. Evil Eye Cam sees the Zero Cam, but dare not open up to zap it because the Zero Cam will do the same in return. They're going to open the hatch, open the wall, and SANDBOX in a position to potentially get a diffuser down. But exactly what I described as you had that combination. Canadian's going to have to do something here, but the utility's been baited out. Harper shoots out the nitro. The smoke canister goes in, but there is far too much time for NJR to be able to burn down now. There is no other option for the denial. There's 2 smoke canisters left, and SANDBOX just need to keep pushing this. They've got Nova up on the hatch with the diffuser. He needs to get himself down there and start thinking about putting it down.
Composure here as well. NJR is holding on to those canisters until Canadian makes the call. They're waiting for SANDBOX to try and make the plant happen, but there's one also pushing down main stairs. Envy on Charles' characteristic operator in the Zofia is trying to make something happen, but it's DarkZero finding all the kills. Nova hits the deck. Envy, the last one left standing, a solo kill to his name, and has got 4 to find in the round if they're going to have anything to say about this one. Here in comes for the drop. Knows that they're all scattered out towards the east, and the toe shots, well, people pay a lot of money for those. In this case, it gets you a very critical point, and round on the board. DarkZero up to match points.
Nothing that Envy could realistically do there. It just completely fell apart for SANDBOX. They tried to get themselves in the position, and it was a shame. They had control over server. They had control over the hatch. They just lost those few gunfights. Beautiful aggression from DarkZero in the mid to late round there to get in there and start getting those kills, and it was a beautiful example of Pulse being used in gold bars. We discussed it at the beginning. Canadian absolutely delivered. We'll forgive him his transgression on the smoke, Des. It put him on the Pulse, and he was able to just really demonstrate to us why that is such a power position.
This is interesting. Nova changing off at the last second from the Zero. I was going to say they've run this lineup the entire half. It would be really interesting to make such a big change now. Would have been understandable, given how things have shaped up for them in the last couple of rounds. From 4-4 to 6-4, DarkZero have held their own and battled their way up to match point. At this point, it cannot make a massive difference, but what it does do is potentially have an impact on standings here. Team 1, of course, sat in first place, are playing against Vitality right now. I'm not sure how that game's going, but it could have been SANDBOX potentially jumping into first place if this game had gone their way and Team 1 it hadn't. You've got to consider what this means for potential matchups across in the playoffs as well. Again, a reminder in case you're unfamiliar with how this works. You finish first in your group, you get matched up by a second place team from another group. You finish in second place, you get matched up against a first place team from another group. So there is something to be said for playing your best, getting as many points as you can, and potentially getting yourself a weaker opponent. I say potentially, because there are some scary teams finishing second place.
They really are, but yeah, you know, you never know how exactly that is going to work. You know, look at Group D, for example. It's not finished off yet, but it looks likely to be Dam1 or Empire going through in second. And, you know, you really don't want to be playing Dam1 KIA or Empire because they've both been very tough teams. But as you say, we will have that draw, we will have everything later on. We'll see how that shapes up, and when we know those matchups, you might be looking back to these games and thinking, if SANDBOX just managed to get the win there, they have a different draw. But for the time being, DarkZero, they've got work to do, Des. This one is not done and dusted yet. 6-4, they need one more round. They are defending open area here. They won it back in round number 7. It was their first defensive side. They're going to look for a repeat of that. Static, absolutely shut down by Canadian.
Really big start coming out. Static, not the man to be dying out here as well. 2 frag grenades in back pocket, no longer available. Envy balancing one back. It's definitely not the end of the world for them, and at least he's getting himself a second kill in the game, eh, Ace? 2 and 9 at this point. Got a lot of work to do in this round for a team if they want to get over the finish line. They've all got themselves grouped up inside of White Corridor. Of course, looking up towards the top floor, this is where they're starting things out, but need to start moving themselves down towards open area. They've done the first step. They've lost a man along the way. How many more can they afford to shed before they start looking at the site?
That's the question. NJR just working through that hatch, just conscious that there could be somebody underneath him. I'm not sure that there is at this point in time, but he's just keeping a close eye on it. Mamba as well, working those hatches. All about the verticality so far on this site. Envy Taylor opening things up now, trying to make sure that there's nobody playing inside of Archives and Tellers, which wouldn't be an unusual position. We saw defenders piling back through there into the admin office previously. Try and use that rotation when we saw this site defender. They all taking a ton of damage, but somehow goes into elevator, comes back out and takes down NJR.
I mean, NJR swinging there aggressively and hoping he'll re-peek and get the kill, but didn't land a single shot. When Shyle stepped back out, that'll be a real kicker and one that he'll look back on and say, man, my bad guys, I really should have been winning that one. That could be a difference maker in the round. I know Shyle is on no HP, but it means they can play for trades here. I say that. Nova gets banged off from the far corner. Shyle, he just hightails it out of there. Wants nothing to do with the angle for now. Envy Taylor playing on the upstairs. We're down to the last 30 seconds, Tim. This is where things get a bit dicey. They can't rotate out towards the east. There is a double reinforced door present. They've got a yellow ping. The indication coming in. There is someone hanging around by a printer. They're looking for the angle. Smokes might come through, but this drop could be lethal. There it is. Hyper finds one. A second drops through. It's like a leapfrog. But Pat Bazoo finds his shutdown as well. And Envy, all he can do is look into a pit of despair. It's like the void opening up before him. Doesn't want to go for the drop through. Wants to protect that precious KDA. He's 2 and 9. Doesn't want to go to being 2 and 10. DarkZero take the game. It is a consolatory one. They only get the 3 points. They can't fight their way into the top 2, but a promising sign for the NA team to look towards ending their performance on a win.
This is it. You know, the reality of the situation is these guys don't get unlimited opportunities to play international competition on LAN, so you've got to take everyone for what it is, and that is a precious opportunity to test yourself, to test your strategies, and to give it everything. And that's what DarkZero have done there. They take away a positive message from the tournament. At least they might not have got through to the playoffs, but they've got themselves a good win against SANDBOX, got themselves some more points.
Absolutely. It's a small thing, and again, it gets you on the way up, but hopefully that's something to them to go back and look on and show they can deliver on an international stage. It's just not an immediate thing that can all work in one tournament. We keep on saying, for example, Canadians still pretty new to this roster. They've got a lot of work and forming to do, and I have no doubt their work in NAL next year will give them a lot of that. That's us done with this game, though. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, our analysts, I'm sure, will have plenty to say.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The game is done, and DarkZero got a W, Jess.
Yo, they got that participation prize. A little bit of a nice way to leave. I was trying to say something nice, but it ended up just being really mean instead.
I think you were just very realistic in this case. And we're going to take a look at some of the replays, the action, because honestly, despite this being a match that doesn't really have any impact on the standings, it was explosive. And I think this win meant a lot to DarkZero mentally for them, because you leave at least with something positive. Like, okay, we might not have done it, but at least we could do something against SANDBOX Gaming. Something still to work on, but honestly, when it comes to international play, you will only get better the more international play you play.
You know, it's funny because oftentimes when we're at events like this, and I've been lucky to attend many with you now, we are always talking very short term about these teams. We're talking about on the day, we're talking about playoffs, which are mere days away, but we don't necessarily talk about the fact that, you know, these are some of the players that will go on to play their league, you know, weeks later. They go on to play finals, for example. They go on to do whatever. And as spokespeople of the game, we need to turn around and carry that storyline on for them, for all the viewers out there, to just show that they will be back in the NAL League. Well, I always say NAL League. It's NA League.
North American League.
It's like saying ATM machine.
That's true.
That is my pet peeve, and I'm doing it here with the leagues.
Automatic teller machine, by the way, for those that aren't sure. What is the point? What is she trying to get at here?
Yeah, machine. It's a little bit too much. So for me personally, this is going to be a really big kick for DZ up the butt, which is what a lot of teams need to know that things aren't going quite right. They have finals, I believe. They've got everything else going on. So that's something that we can push the viewers towards. Is if you liked some of what they showed, don't worry, you
watch
can
the NA
catch them.
League.
Yeah, you've got NA League. This is awesome. You can follow this team, and they've got some excellent players on their roster.
Yeah, I mean, you can go check out the NA League, watch DarkZero, watch the Soniqs if you want to. There's a lot to look out for in NAL. Of course, Spacestation Gaming are the only team to make it through into the playoffs. There's our match summary, though, and Pyjamas going up 11-4 in this matchup. Not too shabby, not gonna lie. Otherwise, MV Taylor really taking it slow, 2-9 in this game at 27% cost. So it's definitely a wide margin, but it just all comes down to Pyjamas playing better.
Yeah.
And, because otherwise you look at, you know, 4 players out of the 5 from each one of these two teams, and the dispersion is pretty equal between them. It's just that one person that you need to be on level.
My question now is, considering I know for a fact, because you and I are experts on SANDBOX, not so much DZ, but we are experts on SANDBOX Gaming, and I'm wondering, knowing full well that that was not how they would play Bank typically in any way, shape or form, how they will play Bank moving forward. Now, we've had a few of the maps sort of spread out for a lot of these teams, and this is a discussion obviously for, you know, the playoff days, the playoff desks, of which will be much bigger and longer than we had here through the groups.
Actual analysts.
We'll get some real, you know, nitty-gritty analytics going for you guys, but I'm wondering, just, you know, here on my last desk here on the group stage, will we see teams turn around and go, we have redundancy strats in our pocket because we've already shown A, B, C, D map, and now we need to be prepared to not get countered? Or are teams that confident in their strats, like SANDBOX, for example, that they go, we're going to run it back? And speaking of running it back, we're going to run the standings back for everyone on their screen. Group A and B.
There you go. A and B, FaZe and Rogue have made it through 12 and 11 points each. They are through, of course, to the playoffs. Chiefs and Oxygen going back home. Team 1 here, 12 points, 9 for SANDBOX, 9 for Vitality, and 6 for DarkZero. Vitality and DarkZero will be going home as SANDBOX and Team 1 are already qualified for those playoffs. So that's the dealio with groups A and B. And of course, 4 squads that go up against one another. We don't know how things will be seeded. I say, as a bit of a foreshadowing, stick around to the stream all the way to the itty-bitty end of it. There might be a surprise here and there if you're in search of certain information to satiate your lust for information.
There was a lot of sensual words in that singular sentence, and I mean, I don't think I can say that. I can't say certain things on stream that shine a certain light on my man Milosh. But let's just say he is like the perfect romantic man. His partner is very lucky to have them. So
I am very lucky to have her. She has to
that
tolerate
is true.
with
They are the
my
cutest
BS
couple.
all day, every day.
That is absolutely true. But I will say that since this is my last group's desk here with you, and I've been running it through with you and Fresh tag teaming on that, is that I wanted to thank everyone dearly for tuning in here on the group stages. It has been an unreal amount of competition, and I am incredibly proud as someone who loves this game dearly. And I scream at the games a lot, so I've got a lot of passion for the game, knowing full well that every single region will be represented throughout our playoffs, that every single region has the capacity to make playoffs, and that, of course, outside of APAC South, of course, that APAC as a whole is looking a lot stronger if we include North and South together. So for me, I'm proud of APAC, and I wanted to get that out there real quick for all my APAC brethren out there.
Yeah, not the Chiefs though, but that's another question for another time. Thank you very much, Jess.
Thank you dearly for having me.
Thank you, Milos, for being here and disrupting.
Yeah, thank you, Milos, for being here by my side.
You know, they always say, "Where is Milos?" and not "How is Milos?" You know.
There's a thing we do in EUL. All right, I'm gonna snap.
Sorry, production. We're not.
Yeah, I know. Production's like, shut up. All right, we got to do the snap of the suspenders. Those who watch EUL.
Oof.
Yeah.
Actually felt good, not gonna lie. Though, Jess, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll still have some games to go through. So I hope you're ready for them. See you in a bit.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
days are getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending. It's not in our course at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe, mortify, complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Yeah. to begin. There was never need for us to pretend. When there was nothing beyond the confines of our skin. I know the fellow won't die in the end. There was nothing but time in us for our lives to begin. We always were ourselves. There was no need for us to pretend. There was no need for reaching beyond the confines of our skin. What's left is memories, and the rest will die in the end. Can you feel in your heart? Still letting you from inside, telling you not to be afraid. Can you feel in your heart? Waking up the truth and telling there's still hope for a change.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
We love
to
that
the
music.
stream. Honestly, I dig it as a guitarist myself. This is something that fills my heart with joy to hear metal music being played at a Rainbow Six event. But hey, welcome back. I'm Elstamatic. With me is Fresh.
I'm back.
Jess is back to the hotel. She's chilling. Finally, we can actually get down to business.
Yes. And down to business we will get.
Yes, and actually, the thing with this game is that there is not much business to
No,
be had.
there's not much business for the next couple of games, although on the A stream we will be seeing, the two teams we'll be seeing, and on the next game are all teams that will be in the playoffs come Friday.
So let's talk about FaZe v Rogue. First up with FaZe and what they got in their clan, as they call them. First from Copa Elite, and they are of course through with 12 points, I believe, to the 11 from Rogue. If I'm not mistaken, there might be, plus or minus 1 point. Astro, Cameraman, Cyber, Bullet, and Souls. I will never stop digging the hairdo as well. It looks like a really odd Matrix slash. I really feel that they're about to sing, Butterfly. I don't know if you remember the song from early 2000s.
Are you going to sing it for us?
No, I unfortunately cannot. DMCA
Okay.
will catch.
Got yourself
all
out of that
it.
one.
Yep. But it is good to see FaZe in good shape because, well, it's been a while. They have to perform well with, especially Team Liquid not being here at the event. LATAM looking pretty, and FaZe looking to be the best team out of it.
And this roster missed Mexico, right?
Yeah.
Which was a big kind of disappointment slash embarrassment for them.
There's been a lot of them.
They came back into groups and they came back with a vengeance. Obviously, their opponent's Rogue, no mean feat, but they came, in terms of FaZe, they came back with a point to prove.
And there it is. Prano, Aces, Leon, Rips, and Cryan. Leon, honestly, all it took is a bit of airsoft, a cat, which honestly would make everybody's life better, and Bernadette Meepy in the staff to really pull this whole team together. Cryan went to the gym today.
Did he?
Yes, in the morning.
Fantastic. He's always going to the gym. I mean, look at him.
It looks good, not gonna lie.
I thought he looked at the camera then just to look back, but...
No, I think he's contemplating, what am I doing here?
I wonder what operator is going to play. That's what he's thinking.
Oryx.
Oryx. He loves a bit of Oryx, actually.
Actually, see, it fits well with it. But then which map is he going to play Oryx on? There you go. That's the question we're asking. Look at that camera work to pull out the map, and it's so cool. Clubhouse is going to be on. Cafe Dostoevsky banned out by FaZe Clan and Coast. Before that, by Rogue. Fresh, your thoughts?
Funny thing about the Oryx thing was Rogue actually played Clubhouse against Vitality in the last game of EUL when they were both confirmed to come here.
Yep.
And there was an abundance of Oryx played by Rogue.
See?
They just had a great time. They had a run around on Clubhouse and a lot of Oryx play. So maybe a bit of the same again. But for Rogue, they got burned earlier. They tried to just play a little bit free, and they got burned, losing to Chiefs, so they won't want to do that again.
Well, FaZe versus Rogue. Again, both of these teams are qualified for the playoffs. They'll be playing on Friday, and we will figure out who they'll be playing against later on today. So stick around for that. Prano's introduction to the team has definitely been a bonus in every single way, a positive for the team. Kind of reminds me in terms of what Prano has done to elevate Rogue as Bride did when he joined DWG.
Yes. He raised their ceiling, and he really gave them an identity. And I think that's the problem Rogue had before, is they had some players who were, thinking more Corey and Rips, who were a little bit more reserved, wanting to play Siege in a more, dare I say, proper way. We know how Leon likes to swing things. We know how deadly a gunner aces can be. We're starting to see the potential that a lot of teams have seen in Crime. And Prano understands the aggressive side of the game, and he also understands when he needs to keep those players on a leash. And he's kind of been the one that's tied it all together. And I know we spoke to Meepy. I was actually in the airport with Meepy before we came over here. He said, Prano just does not stop talking. During the round, he just keeps the information flowing, telling players when they need to rein it in, and then telling them when they can, when they can go for peaks. And he kind of just controls the whole process, and we're seeing the fruits of that because he's getting so many plants down there attacking so well.
And actually, I compared Prano, like being on Rogue, to what it was coming to BDS. You can say the same thing to Cameraman being on FaZe.
Yeah.
Because he has brought identity back to the team that has been having a lot of struggles over the past even couple of years. They had some good results, but not at the level where you expect, okay, you hear FaZe Clan and you're thinking, okay, they're like the top 3 in the world, right? Well, they're actually on the way there. They're the best in LATAM, winning Copa Elite. They come here, we're thinking, okay, that game versus Team 1 didn't mean anything. How are they actually going to be? They smack people around here in the groups. So far, so good for FaZe, and Cameraman is just pulling everybody together.
Yeah, these signings that you get, they just elevate the roster. They raise the ceilings of the roster and just enable 4 more players around them. I'll compare it a lot to Secretly from Na'Vi, for example. Bride did the same for BDS. BDS became a coherent unit. Na'Vi, when Secretly joined them, became a coherent unit, and all of the other performances of the team just raised.
It's always, it is a 5v5 game, of course, but the impact that one person can have on the mentality of an entire squad is definitely visible. You can feel it. But an update on our schedule, just in case you missed some games today: 7-1 T1 versus DarkZero, 8-7 OXG versus Rogue, 7-5 NIP versus Soniqs, 8-6 FURIA versus DWG KIA, 7-4 DarkZero versus SANDBOX. And now we are in FaZe v Rogue. 2 more games to go: BDS versus NIP and Spacestation versus DWG KIA. Now, BDS NIP doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but Spacestation versus DWG KIA is incredibly important because at the same time, Empire are playing FURIA, and depending on how these 2 matches go, that can decide the final team to join us in the playoffs. But at the same time, if you are curious, there is a second match going on our Bravo stream. It's been active through the past couple of days and will be on until the end of tonight. So if you want to catch on there, it's twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. That is Rainbow 6 as in the number, and then BRAVO was his name-o, as some would call. Whatever, we're here. We got Rogue and FaZe. And honestly, from the point of view of, well, you're already through.
Yes.
What does this game matter for teams like this from your experience as a coach?
I mean, I was never on. Actually, I was on one team that got through, but then we lost to Fnatic.
Just take it as you go.
It's about practicing skills, specific skill sets. The result is relevant to
staring by my soul.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
I feel like he can see us on the other side of the camera.
He is called Cameraman.
Yep, he knows. Oh, he's shaking his head.
Oh no, he's
He doesn't like what I'm saying, clearly.
Disappointed cameraman. Chat, I'm so sorry. Let's just wrap it up. We're going home. Cameraman's disappointed. That's about it.
Coming back to the point, though.
Go ahead.
When you're in this kind of scenario, obviously this match matters for seeding purposes.
Yep.
That's pretty much all it matters for. But when you're on a team, you want to practice skills. So setting up crossfires, keeping your aim warm, which is something that's probably more of a mental thing for players, but it's still relevant. Keep your aim warm, keep your communication warm, practice your teamwork, and also get a sneaky look at your opponent, because whilst, you know, these shouldn't be against each other anytime soon, semi-finals, potentially grand finals, they could come back against each other. So there's lots of things still to learn, and it's just about making sure that you don't halt your momentum, because a couple of bad losses, as much as you're already through, if Rogue lose 2 games today, that can start affecting the mental side of the game.
Yeah.
And as you can see, the mental side of the game is significantly important. It's why we speak so highly about Bernadette on Rogue. She does such good work to keep their mental strong. That's what it's about today, is keeping their mental strong.
And unfortunately, this is something that you cannot quantify as an analyst. It's just, how do you quantify the mental unless you are a registered psychiatrist that has experience in sports psychology, and then using that going through, and you can't heat
I
your
think
eyes
Leon's
like
mental's pretty good.
I think the mental's out of the building. This is
In the bin.
In the bin, exactly. Those are hand warmers, by the way, for those that are not sure. They are great to have to keep your hands.
You actually had some in your, so you was wearing some really nice boots that I hope come out on the playoffs later in the week. You actually had some inside your boots yesterday.
Yes, and they kept my feetsies really warm.
There we go. It is very cold in Sweden, so they are much needed.
Yesterday it was, snow melted 5 minutes later. Who would have thought? Well. Fresh, thank you very much. Our lobby is ready, so ladies and gentlemen, thanks for sticking around with us. We got FaZe, we got Rogue. Have fun.
Let's get underway with our matchup between FaZe Clan and Rogue. This one is purely for standings and for bragging rights. Both of these teams have qualified for the playoffs that'll be happening on Friday. Nick, do you think we're going to see a real spirited, competitive matchup between these two teams?
I mean, this is a surprising part because, as you said, they're both qualified, and in the game of Rogue Oxygen earlier on, which went down on Cafe, it was a bit of a frag fiesta. But we are playing Clubhouse, which is typically less of a frag fiesta map, but I think they'll put on a show for us, Parker, one way or another. 61% of you folks at home said FaZe Clan takes it home, and 39% in favor of Rogue. So it's semi-close, I would say, but Latsum reigns supreme, as they have been throughout this group stage for the most part.
Operator bans coming in now with FaZe Clan starting on defense between these two teams, and I wonder if we're going to see any funky bans here.
I think we'll see a few funky bans. I am curious if the Thatcher still goes through. No, the first funky of the kind is Hibana, albeit, it's not a crazy funky one. It basically makes the basement bomb side a lot better for the defenders, but with the Thatcher still on the board, I am curious as if to Rogue will take it out. They say yes, we will. So not so funky after all, perhaps.
No Thatcher allowed to be in action here on Clubhouse. These bans are a little bit more ordinary overall.
Maybe they actually want to play for bragging rights. They want to say that, Rogue, we're on top, or FaZe Clan, we're here to stay. Either way, regarding of this result, we'll both see them in the quarters and forward, or at the very least for the quarters.
who knows, depending on where they end up, they might only go to the quarters and not go much farther.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, you can still make that joke about Rogue regarding getting first rounded. Sure, they made it out of their group stage, but there's still a quarterfinal, which technically counts as a first round of playoffs. So I will hope for their sake that they make it to the semis at least, but we'll see about that soon enough, as we have a break tomorrow, and then the day after that is when the quarters, they kick off.
Operator bans are in, by the way. Kaid and Valkyrie will join as those two that are not allowed to be played. This is the first time that you and I will actually be casting both FaZe Clan and Rogue here in the event, so that'll be fun to watch.
Surprisingly enough, yeah, and I mean, at first I thought, you know, Rogue, what are they gonna bring to this tournament? But they have really, really impressed me so far, and Prano in particular has been an outstanding member both in the EUL, which is one thing, but also here at Sweden. He's been doing a phenomenal job both in the fragging department, the planting department, and just overall cost and value that he's been bringing onto the table. Speaking of Pranos, speaking of Rogue, got Leon gets on Sophia, rips on the floors, Prano and Thermite crying on the sledge grenades, and Aces on the secondary heartbreach of Ace, who will bring those Selma charges. And on the defense of FaZe, we got a typical lineup. We got a Jaeger, Melusi, Smoke, Cameraman on the Mute, and Astro on the Wamai. Not that Souls and Bullet and Cyber don't deserve an introduction, but it is what it is. You know who they are. They're all great players here. Pretty standard setup so far. Of course, FaZe will play on that aggressive roam as they most often do. The Latam aggression is no different from FaZe, although this is a very different team than the FaZe clan that we knew of just 6 months ago, when Cameraman got picked up again to join FaZe, as he's been here in this organization before. They kind of restructured, and Cameraman took over and took control and made the team a lot more organized. If I could put a name to them, I would say that FaZe is a European-ish performance, but with that Latam explosive twist. And I'm sure we'll see more of that as this round progresses.
So, with Rogue's lineup being what it is, they'll have plenty of soft destruction at their disposal, ways to clear utility as well, given the fact that there is no Thatcher allowed. No fun whatsoever, Nick. Not allowed at all. I don't know why I sounded almost Australian there for a second. Not allowed.
Not allowed.
Oh no, and Leon Gids isn't allowed to play either. The Zofia. Down bad. Cyber jumps out the window, kills Zofia, and gets right back into blue and then runs down Secret. That is a fairly bad blow for Leon Gids and for Rogue early on.
Yeah, Leon Gids has been playing with our camera crew here at this event, but that round in particular, he was the one to get played by FaZe, and it's the opening kill for Cyber in particular, and FaZe on a strong defense, opening kill for them, 4 versus 5, and that is a bit of explosive gone from the side of Rogue. That means that Rips on the floors will have to step it up and take control where Leon couldn't, as he will be one of the few explosives left, of course, outside of Kryan's grenades. Prano sitting tight on 2 smokes. Those will be crucial when we get to the execute, but right now Rogue are looking to make something happen. C4 comes down below, and Aces somehow manages to escape with his life. C4 was not blown, but it was right beneath his feet and would have been a kill if detonated. Very unfortunate for FaZe.
Oh, and there's a kill from Rogue coming in. It's their very first. Aces takes out Super Astro. I actually do miss that Super trend, by the way. Super Liven, Super Bibu, Super Astro, everybody that used to use the old Super name, and then Big Bad Nadian as well when it would show up. On LAN, you can customize your name, and this is what the fools choose to go with. I think it's quite enjoyable. Down, though, it goes Astro, the Wamai not available. All the magnets that are out will be all that's left. No more to be thrown.
Yeah, Rogue realized that they have to do something else, as that kitchen hatch is not going to work. It'll be a blue take instead on the blue hatch and the blue stairs. Nick comes out to swing with that indeed. It will be the injury from Aces, but he gets shut down by Caraman a second for his trouble, as he shuts down the entire push from Rogue with the pump from the shotgun. Bullet finds one, but Prano says goodnight. It is a 1 versus 3, and Prano will have to walk down the blue stairs straight into the crossfire of FaZe. This is a very deadly situation. Barbwire is still on the ground, has to be dealt with. 2 punches it will take, as he has no explosives to deal with that. The smoke Toxic Babes comes out, the smoke gets traded out as well, but Cyber now will swing and stay true to his name as the aggressive Latin player, and he will also win the gunfight. FaZe takes the first round. Rogue got destroyed on the kitchen take, but they rotated, although it was denied.
Well, really well played on their end by FaZe, not breaking much at all in the process. Seemingly having every advantage going in their favor. That first pick, obviously, just the first bit of snow that led to the avalanche. Leon gets going down meant that there was less soft destruction. There was one less body as well to work on flank watch. And when you know that you get the first pick on defense, you can flank much easier because of that numbers advantage that you have. The opposite works on attack. On attack, you get that opening pick. You know that unless they're desperate, you don't need to worry too much about a flank unless it's already been baked into their strategy. We say this because on a map like Clubhouse, it's entirely possible that you've got 3 players roaming on that top floor while defending the bottom floor. So you might still have to worry about your flank, but that's not because of the fact that they're at a disadvantage in numbers. That's just the way the strategy boils down. That said, round number 1 in the books. The second opportunity for FaZe to see if they can still remain perfect on defense. We'll go upstairs to CCTV and Cash.
Yeah, I just want to give some kudos to FaZe Clan. With the Hibana being banned from them, they started basement, and we spoke a brief moment about that. Hibana being gone basically makes the basement bomb site the preference for most teams, and the reason for that is, of course, that Hibana is the master when it comes to destroying hatches. She has a bunch of pellets, can do 2, 4, or 6 at a given time, but with Hibana being off the board, it can be very tricky to use the Thermite or the Selma charges from Ace to actually get those openings. One could argue maybe the can openers, aka the secondary Heartbreach gadget, could be useful, but even then, if you play the impact denies on the defending side, even that won't matter too much, as they will just get cleared. Now, Leon went from Sophia onto the Ash, perhaps wants a different gun, or perhaps just said, you know what, I didn't have enough fun, so back to the old school roots of the Ash main himself.
Well, I mean, that's a formidable role to be on, and you still got some of that explosive potential that comes with a Zofia, albeit far more limited. You also don't have the disruptive ability that a Zofia brings, and those concussives can be arguably more valuable in certain instances than any explosive may be. Down goes one of those proximity charges. Leon gets to the rescue, as now he's on blue, but he can't be outdueled by Super Astro. Good thing he's got Rips there with him to gun them down. So a refrag comes out from Rogue, but still that first kill does go in favor of FaZe, albeit for only a few seconds.
Yes, it's honestly really nice to see Rogue having a tight formation. Leon did end up losing the gunfight despite the yellow ping coming through, meaning that Rogue did know the whereabouts of Astro on the flank. Rips manages to make sure that he did not die in vain, as they can trade it out peacefully. There was a jammer on this wall. You can actually just repel upside down and then put that exothermic charge on it. With the mute jammer change, it got reduced in height. It will no longer reach the exothermic charge if you repel on that wall. Bullet from FaZe has been seen on this flank. Rogue knows the whereabouts because Prano has been doing some phenomenal drone work, and Aces has to make a flick onto the big pool table window as Bullet ended up going down below.
Just a bit of quiet now as FaZe still on this roam from down below. Like we said, no numbers advantage there for either team, so utility clear for Rogue is the focus. They've got a presence inside a garage, and that's Ace that's going to be watching the catwalk. Bullet is still on this flank position, and Ace has been given away by Souls, who loses most of his HP. Where are you, Bullet? You need to come to the rescue. It's a joint effort to take out Souls on top of the catwalk, and Prano is an absolute monster, and Bullet might be a little bit too slow to do much. It's just him and Cameraman left on FaZe's side of things. The likelihood of staying perfect on defense all but evaporated, but we've seen crazier things happen. There's plenty of time for Rogue to get sloppy and give up a single kill or two on behalf of FaZe Clan. And there's one of them to start with, but Cameraman is not long for more than a single kill. Rogue with control of the bomb site. Bolt will need to retake through Cash. Doesn't have access to any kind of denial, so he's just gonna hop through, but Aces has it lined up watching that vantage point, and Rogue answers back with a round of their own.
Yeah, I mean, Bullet just had to try there and jump through that rotate, but ultimately, you mentioned it, Bullet had to help his comrade up on that catwalk rafters. The help was not found as Bullet kind of stayed a bit passive, ended up going all the way back through the main stairs, up through master bedroom, in through connector, and then into Cash. But at that point, Cameraman had already fallen on site, and Bullet is left 1 versus 3 with no deny. And of course, he couldn't just have gone below because Rogue controls that area as well. Remember, this entire engagement from Rogue was made by Prano, the support player. But he's not just any support player, he's a very lethal one at that. He can plant, he can clutch, he can kill, and honestly, he even caught Bullet on that flank on his own drone inside of master bedroom. This is just a Prano diff so far, and he is up 3-1 so far, top fragging with Aces on their team.
You sang his praises, by the way, before we'd ever even seen a single round of him in this matchup, and I'm glad that he's living up to the billing for you. Aces tends to dominate the conversation. He was one of the highest rated EU players for a long period of time. Leon Gids the same way. When he was on I Don't Know, and then when he was on Team Secret, Leon Gids is capable of making an absolute mess for his opponents. Having a support player who can frag well is indispensable. We've seen a couple of them in EU, and I would argue they seem to be most common in your home region. I don't know what exactly it is over there with Europe, but when you see people like Shepard and Bride and Kendrew and yourself, for the record, there are a lot of players who can carry that weight while doing the thankless tasks. Prano is looking to add his name to that list, and well, he might still be a relatively new-ish player to the top level, but he's already made quite a sizable mark.
Yeah, if Prano keeps this up for a season more or two in the EUL, I definitely think that his name can be put on that wall, at least for consideration. But the only thing to consider right now is how did Cryan die? Well, it was up from above from Cameraman with that SMG-11. Great use of verticality to deny the entry points from the attacking side of road. Leon Gids, another formidable player that we spoke about earlier, might have to prove the point to us right now, and he's looking to get both a frontal attack and an attack from the back. Cyber is on the roam, looking for something. Here's the Claymore being put down, and as Leon Gids falls off the stage, Cyber finds him from behind. No bullet gets fired back, and that is simply just a free B that Leon Gids has been provided, or has provided once again. Having a tough start so far from the UK lad, but I'm really happy to see Leon back on land events. He brings a lot of joy and fun with the camera crew that we have here, and I'm all for it.
A couple more rounds like that, and the catchphrase isn't going to go from Leon Gids isn't so great. Are you kidding me? You weren't kidding. Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
So Leon, if you want to live up to that copy pasta that all of them like to spam in Twitch chat, you gotta improve on that. Another kill happened, by the way, while we were talking. Rips us down. There goes an exothermic charge onto the jacuzzi wall.
Yeah, so that's what I was referring to earlier. If you repel upside down the top end, the jammer won't reach all the way up, and that's the difference that you can use with thermite. This also works for the server wall, so not just for jacuzzi, which essentially means that thermite is a pretty good operator here. You can, of course, also use either the Hibana, that's banned this game, ignore that, but the ace in this case at the very top, that will create a hole. You can then throw a grenade through that hole, destroy the jammer, and then continue on with your day. So you can almost argue that against the jammers from mute, the Hibana and the ace is almost like a mini Maverick, but it's not a feed hole, it's like a top end hole. We're left now in a 1 versus 5 as Prano has a tall task ahead of himself, and he has to make it work. He will have to take a timeout here.
This is your boy.
It's my boy, and he's
your boy.
He's vibing right now. I mean, he's looking in one direction, talking to his team, I'm sure, and saying, "Hey guys, what happened? And why am I left alone all out here by myself?" And you know, he hasn't moved yet. I think he's a gargoyle cosplayer or something, Parr.
I heard the gargoyle reference earlier by Dez, by the way.
I had to steal it.
Prano's just waiting and trying to pad his stats. They might collapse on him here on the ground. There's a 4th kill, 5th kill. There's no recoil on the Thermite 5.56, eh? But, oh well. They managed to finish him off with the SMG-11 in hand, and FaZe Clan, as we already knew they were going to take the round, they make it official.
Yeah, I mean, Prano just wanted some more kills, and to be honest, I don't blame him, because you want to make sure that you're on top of the scoreboard if possible. I mean, it is a team game after all, but if you can shine a little bit superior to your teammates, you might feel a bit better about either the loss or the win, as you might feel like you have contributed more. Of course, don't let your ego take the better of you. Always keep that in check. It is great to praise yourself, but it's even better to praise your teammates and keep them up when their spirits are low, and that is what Cryan and Leon Gids and maybe even Souls from FaZe could use a little bit of now, as they have yet to be activated in this game. They are all three sitting on a 0 amount of kills.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but it is early days. We just started out round 4, so only 3 rounds have yet to be played, meaning that they will still have their chance and still have their turn, and, you know, if anything, we'll maybe see an explosive 4th round, and he'll all join us along on the scoreboard.
I mean, these teams understand that they're only playing for seeding. And I mean, seeding might actually be quite important. It's something when you have a set bracket, if you know who you're going up against, you can actually play really well, or maybe take some time off if you think there's a more favorable matchup by finishing in a certain position. For example, some teams, and I have heard this from players before, some teams realize that going in as a second seed can actually give you an easier path. This was especially true when APAC was around. If you're a second seed, it means you have a chance of going up against a first seed APAC team and having an easier run through the brackets. And I remember this back in Atlantic City and onwards when teams like Fnatic, teams like Norarengo were not on the same level as the APAC teams are today. Now I say all this knowing that Norarengo made it to the, I believe they made it to the semifinals, if I recall, of SI way back. But at the same time, I mean, APAC has come so far. We've already seen that. That DWG KIA versus Spacestation game later today could determine whether a second APAC team will make it into the playoffs. That said, oh my goodness, Leon Gids, are you kidding me? Again, he is the opening death, a commanding 0-4, the human equivalent of beans on toast. Because beans on toast is awful.
Oh, there it is. I mean, again, that's your opinion, Parker. You're free to have it, but I think Liam would disagree, although I think he is very unhappy with the timing of that situation. He was actually holding the angle for so long, he looked away for a brief moment and then got taken out in the back once again.
I will want to say for the record, so that nobody thinks I'm being mean-spirited, I am a huge fan of Leon Gids. I think he's a wonderful person. And he gives great hugs. I actually haven't gotten to see much of the players because of the quarantine/bubble that we are currently in at the moment, with the teams playing in a different location from us. But boy, oh boy, those Leon Gids hugs, they hit differently.
They are good indeed, and I have yet to see my man Carl, aka Alemo, and we gotta figure out a way to meet up at some point. Maybe it's gonna be during playoffs, maybe on a day off tomorrow, who knows, but what I do want to know is that I want to see some players, meet them, talk to them, etc. I think it's one of the best parts about LAN events, that you get to see and talk to people that typically is just like an online relationship, and given how long ago it's been since we've had proper events, besides Mexico of course, it's something that I very dearly miss.
It's a Nitro cell that goes out and does not connect at all. And I'll echo what you said. I do absolutely miss the social aspect of it. As the events have gotten bigger, it's harder to see members of the community, and it's much harder to see the players as well, especially when we're under these circumstances involving a pandemic that is still ongoing. So, with that said, as much as we'd love to hang out with the players, I'm sure that they're having a good time with less distractions and less socializing. It should lead to sharper gameplay. Certainly in this instance, it's helping FaZe out quite a lot. They traded out one player, but then got it back by killing Aces just moments ago. Cryan knows that there's one playing down by dummies, but he can't connect with it. And if he peeks through that double doorway on the right by Moto, is Cyber holding this tight angle. Cryan will dispense of one of those grenades, but it goes off a bit too prematurely, and a nice shot on the Cyber. Cryan was prepared for that. The Renaissance that is Cryan isn't quite nice to watch. Prano in the middle of the site, he surrenders the diffuser, but a punch back from Rogue leaves Cameraman in a 1v2. This is a particularly damning situation. He has to drop, but he gets cut off by Cryan at the rotate. Well played by Rogue. Ice in their veins. Fist bumps from Meepy, and Rogue take their second round to tie the game.
Very nice. Mimi saying, whoa, whoa, good job, whoa! Cryan getting 3 kills that round, as well as saving it as we were closing in on that 0-second mark. As the kill came through, the cover at the very last moment helped Rogue take the round. Rips with a nice shot as well in the injury from Dirt. Prano did a nice job inside of Blue, delivered the diffuser even into the hands of his teammates, although he did get shut down. Rogue playing a nice, beautiful game of trading back and forth. However, it was Cryan from the main stairs who had to find 3 kills pretty much alone to win that round. So well done to you, Mr. Cryan.
I was talking about the renaissance of Cryan. You'll recall when he was brought in on your team and the heavy scrutiny that he was under on G2. But since then, Cryan has gone through, he went through the wilderness. He wasn't playing at a top level and wasn't competing up to his potential. He comes on to Rogue, and he has looked like one of the missing pieces of the puzzle for this Rogue team. His performance on this squad has been a sizable improvement over what he got accomplished with you and with amateur teams. And it's nice to see him at this level again.
I fully agree, and it's something where if a player gets brought in and they don't do a particularly amazing job, whether it's their fault or the team's fault or whichever, doesn't matter. My point is, often they'll just get like lost in the system and eventually fade away, and you gotta forget about them and teams stop considering them. And I was actually a bit sad for Cryan because I like the guy as a person, I liked him as a teammate, but in our team back when he was in G2, joining under those terrible circumstances that he did, being a really
short replacement, not having a lot of time to mesh with the team, and not really playing the role that he deserved. I'm happy he found a new home and could prove himself properly this time in Rogue.
Well, there's only 2 rounds remaining for FaZe Clan here on defense. They've already taken 2 rounds, but the good news is Rogue is where you want to be if you're an attacker on this map. 2 rounds for Rogue, despite what is a very heavily defender-favored set of bans. Kaid and Valkyrie are relatively typical here. Mira's available. We haven't seen much play from her. Now, finally showing up on the CCTV defense for FaZe Clan. About time to see what kind of havoc a Mira can wreak.
Yeah, it seems like the classic approach from teams these days is to put that mirror window onto the server breach to the outside wall, and it doesn't really have a crazy effect per se, but it does pressure the impacts that we're seeing from both Astro and Souls. 2 sets of impacts making 4, so if Rogue tries to breach this wall, they can try and make use of those. Cyber finds the opening kill onto Rips. That is FaZe contesting the injury points on the Master and Office side of the map, and they'll make sure that Rogue doesn't just get this completely for free.
You're at a point now where if you're Rogue, you just give up every single opening pick. The only time that FaZe hasn't indisputably won it, and they will continue, as Leon Kids is now 0-5. Absolutely snake bit at the moment, though Ace does trade back. Ace is, and Prano has one of his own. Though through the barricade, blind firing his cameraman. Trying to soften up the players from Rogue, but not being successful in that endeavor. FaZe Clan have gotten the opening pick in every single round, including round 2, though there was an immediate refrag. I can't believe Cyper just got that kill and will now continue to walk away on the other side of the mirror window, but he breaks it smartly so that there's no vision on him. Very well played here. 2v2 with a minute to go. Cyber playing off of this doorway over by Logistics. Rogue have to get to the bomb site. They have time to do that. They've got access to the diffuser. Prano, by the way, support player, 8-3 at the moment.
Very much indeed, Parker. This shield right here is going to cause trouble. As I say that, it gets taken out by the Selma charge. Cyber on the prowl on the flank. I don't think Rogue knows his whereabouts. It doesn't matter. Souls finds a heads up Aces and looks with that Alder going brr, brr, but it does not matter. Cyber found the flank regardless, and him punching in that mirror window earlier really paid off for him. It almost looked like a gym defense for the majority of that round, as 90%, or should I say 80% of the entire round and all the kills and deaths actually happened on that part of the map.
Absolutely. It didn't really seem like CCTV was that much of a focus, right?
No, it didn't, from either team.
Everybody was happy. The killing field was all the way in gym and bedroom. So, final defense for FaZe Clan, and they're going to go to gym and bedroom, the site, quote unquote, that they might have just been able to hold had the bomb sites been somewhere else. And like we said, it was the scene of the crime for the murder of Rogue. Rogue still looking for their very first opening pick. Leon Gids still searching for his very first kill. He's the only one who hasn't been able to get on the scoreboard. Now, interestingly enough, on teams in the past, when Leon Gids doesn't get kills, that does not bode well for the success of his team. The good news is that Rogue has quite a bit of depth, and I would say that the top 5-6 teams in the EUL all have that same level of depth where 1 or 2 players can have an off day, and that's okay, you can still remain competitive. But how different would this matchup be if Leon Gids woke up? Hopefully for Rogue fans, he does better on defense, because right now, no matter what he tries on attack, it is just flat out not working.
Yeah, it is a good point, and perhaps that's just the support effect that we have in Europe in those top teams, is that if you have 2 players not showing up, well, if your support player can also show up when it needs to be, like Prano is doing in this game right now, then all of a sudden you have 1-man player more in your power field, and that might just make or break the difference. As you said, Leon gets yet to find any success. He still has the final round on attack, but if not for that, he will need to show up on the defensive side. But knowing Leon, I do think that he's going to enjoy the defensive side against FaZe, as he can start moving around the map where he owns the turf.
Cyber doesn't have 2 punches into that window. It looks like only 1, so if he wants to go for the jump out, he'll have to do something else. A complete reverse of what we saw on that previous round. Teams focused over on gym bedroom, despite the fact that it was CCTV. Cyber obviously needs to spend some more time shooting at those blue balls in aim labs.
Astro doesn't see the jump because his scope is blocking it. It's like on the left.
Oh, there there's Leon Gids finally kickstarting an attack by the motorcycle in Garage, but he's not more than one. A single kill for Leon Gids is all he's going to get before he gets dragged down to the grave. Cyber has his teammates back and immediately pivots up towards where we saw Astro playing on the top of the stairs. The only downside is that if Astro had a nitro cell, well, he died with it. It's not going to be available, and there is no plant denial other than the C4 from Bullet. So you've got one opportunity if you're FaZe. No backup, no recourse if you miss. Ace is now walking right in the CCTV and continuing over towards Cash. Remember that this bomb site is Gym Master, despite where the current attack from Rogue is.
Yeah, a big confusion there. I even put in my notes that last round was in Gym, but I just swap it around in between as we are now in Gym. Before was CCTV. Bullet looking for a sneaky flank. He doesn't want to go too quickly here, as there is still 1 minute and 13 seconds left on the clock. You want to make sure that you flank at the right moment so that the attackers are busy looking into the wrong direction. Bullet knows this, so he takes his time, doesn't want to sprint, but Aces seems to have figured this situation out. Could be that drone below from before that we saw that Astro didn't find, and then Leon Gids took him out. And got 1 minute left, not much happening. I think Rogue are kind of feeling out the waves, kind of figuring out what's going on, but they figured something out because Cryan found Cyber from that off his hatch, but there will be another player to hold the drop in case Cryan goes for it.
I don't know how he was playing in logistics, but Cyber, the type of player to provoke a fight on that particular hatch. Not smart for him if he wanted to do that and give his life away with reckless abandon. Cryan gets taken out from that same hatch, by the way. Cameraman is the one in charge of contending it, and he's looking to see for a drop, as now Prano and Aces are going to walk right in. But on the ground, Cameraman out-dueling him. This is such a cheeky angle to play off of. Securing, but can't accomplish much more. Goyo with him side by side as Rips is looking for the walk-in. Prano takes out Cameraman. That's his 9th kill. Looking for double digits. Bullet shreds through Cryan. There wasn't much left, so he finishes the job. And now Prano will need a 2v1 clutch. Can he get one? He breaks 10, but an 11 almost available, but in the 50-50, Souls walks away with it. The first half, 4-2 in favor of FaZe.
And it's surprisingly close given what happened earlier in the round. It was quite unfortunate. Cryan got injured on the hatch, so Prano went up above on the rappel to help him, but then Aces went into office alone and got injured as well. And all of a sudden, Prano has to drop down the hatch as a single man standing as Cryan falls shortly after. And maybe Rogue should have just taken more moments. Said, do we rest Cryan? Do we not rest him? Do we go for it or do we not? They went for a bit of both and they ended up paying the price. But nice try from Prano as he almost found both remaining players from FaZe. It was not enough. It's a 2-4 side swap. But now we're going to see Rogue on the defense and Leon Gids with his signature Vigil into the 6th pick of Melusi. So aggressive, but a little bit more laid back as we're going to go to the basement where, sure, you want to be moving, but at the same time, you don't really want to completely build your strat around running around too much, at least.
A reminder that if you have Prime Gaming, you can get your 7-day booster before November 22nd, as it says on the bottom portion of your screen. Yes, you heard that correctly. Not only do you get esports packs by watching this here esport, but if you are a Prime Gaming member, you can also get access to that 7-day booster through the Prime Gaming service. There's lots of other goodies. There was that great Hibana skin not too long ago. We also had a bevy of operator skins that came out way long ago. Jackal, Kavera, I think Twitch had one, etc. So always a nice perk, and the 7-day booster is invaluable if you're going to sit down and be a gremlin and grind out 7 days worth of Rainbow Six. Nobody's judging you for doing that, by the way. Get all the value out of that free 7-day booster.
For sure. So I guess what you're saying is any primers in chats? Anyway, the skins are getting better and better.
I was not saying that, actually.
I'm saying that then. Any primers in chat? Round 2. The skins that we're getting with these prime drops are getting better and better with the times, I would say. And better is Astro also getting it as he finds the opening kill onto Aces. That's the orange off the board, and maybe soon after, Leon Gids will follow. He punches the window and gets shot in his side once again. And it looks like the defensive side of Leon Gids will follow the attacking side of him as well.
And that's not exactly the right person you want to follow into the dark there, Nick, but that's exactly what he does. Leon Gids at 1-7 now, and just doesn't exactly seem to have that awareness that is atypical of a Leon Gids style of game. Rogue got the very first pick back in round number 6. Technically, it was Leon Gids who got that opening pick. That's the only time the First Blood has gone in their favor. And FaZe Clan saw that and said, and I took that personally. So now they're back right at it, trying to get as many as possible. Though a nice roam from Rips down below, over by the strip door. And, well, you have to say goodbye to Cameraman. The Jackal won't be able to inflict any damage on you. No, sir. No, ma'am. Not at all.
Rips choosing to go into strip to hide and bide his time. I think that's quite smart from him because the FaZe is going to know that he's on the roam now. He's going to waste a bunch of time with that Jackal off the board. He'll either have to drone in completely or just wait around. Crying up above still. FaZe Clan not having the up above control that they wanted. I thought they had it. It appears they didn't. And Crying strikes back. Now it's a 3 versus 3, but there's only one player from Secret on, or sorry, one player from Rogue on the side, but no diffuser for FaZe. So how much value does this bomb set actually grant you? It doesn't matter. Quiet founds one, and Prano just swings up in the hallway, leaving Astro, the one person to find the opening kill earlier on in the round. Last man standing in the kitchen hallway door. He can almost taste the diffuser, but not quite, as it's inside of bar. He'll move to stock and make his way around. He's got the scope in hand, the better gun against the mirror, but Rips says no. And the round goes in favor of Rogue, despite the, I would say, horrible early round from them, as Astro and FaZe found 2 opening kills.
It is really remarkable how Rogue were able to turn that one around, given the fact that it was 2 kills for FaZe to break this wide open. But the 5v3 lead is the most dreaded lead in all of Rainbow Six.
It is indeed. I'll say Rips did a really good job. He was up above, first floor, went into strip to hide, came back to bar, held diffuser, so he was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Ryan came back to connector up on top floor and provided great cover as well, basically keeping FaZe in the dark and had to keep guessing on the whereabouts of Rogue. And it was a slippery slope as they kind of just went through the hands of FaZe, as I was under the impression that FaZe actually got full top floor control, but I was in the wrong.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
Round can. 8. CCTV we go. And let me see here. There is no mirror on the board this time. Okay, check. There is a smoke. It's Prano, top fragger for his team. Check. Rips on the Aruni. He likes the gun on that on the Aruni with the Roni. I was going to say that sounds super weird in my head, but that is the case here. Crying on the Melusi this time around as Leon Gitz has found himself on Jaeger, perhaps thinking that maybe he can just put down the ADSs and at least protect his teammates that way, because his gun is not going to do that much protection in this case.
10 seconds to insertion.
I was trying to think of a way to do the potato you did earlier, but some say Rooney, some say Roni, but then I realized it doesn't really work.
Aruni. He has a Roni weapon.
I don't know, I was trying to see if it would work out. It does not, in fact, work out. Now you just look like a fool.
Oh, I look like the fool now.
No, I look like the fool.
Oh, okay, I was going to say it was your idea.
I was going to say you look more like me, which is foolish in this particular instance. So we are looking at what might be a defender-sided clubhouse. And this might surprise most of you because this is such an attacker-sided map all the time. They're going to open up some of the wall here over by CCTV. There's an exothermic charge up there as well. And Astro for FaZe will get his team another opening duel. Really exceptional stuff to give them an extra bit of mileage. But Leon Gids answers back. I don't know what Bullet was doing, and I don't know if he just simply got shot through that opening that was created on the wall of CCTV, but he falters and then he falls to Leon Gids.
Yeah, the wall got opened up. Well done for FaZe. It was a 1-for-1 trade, so honestly, no one really came out the victor necessarily. FaZe still has the grenades in hand, and those will come in crucially if they want to go for a garage take, as they will need to find a way to remove Leon from these rafters. We saw earlier FaZe, when they played the catwalk, they were lacking assistance, but Aces down below will make sure that Leon Gitz is not left alone. But FaZe might have a different idea here as they're going for that single connector wall. Could be for a distraction, could be for a late round flank, for all we know, but that is what's going on right now.
As the wall inside of construction opened up as the second exothermic charge goes off for Souls. He's used both of his. You see that line cut through the top of the reinforcement over by CCTV. Right there, look at that. Oh, hey, would you look at that? I said, would you look at that? And it's opened up wide. As such, Rogue has vacated most of the bomb site. You see them hanging out on what we refer to as the peripheries. One's over by, one's in garage, one's over by bedroom, and it's a gunfight to end the server right now. Cyber's the only player from FaZe who's been felled in this ensuing fray. Aces and Crying in a 2v3. They're waiting to get back to the bomb site, and they're putting in some good work to do just that. Cryan takes out Cameraman, but then gets felled, and Aces will join him in the afterlife. FaZe had a bit of a scare, but they make it work, and their lead stretches back to 2 rounds as they close in on match point.
Here is nice done from FaZe. That single wall in construction getting opened up eventually just created a lot of pressure. I believe it was Astro or Cameraman, or someone, I think it was Cameraman on the block, flanked, and it came with a great value. Leon gets on the rafters and 90 holding the breach, and they got swung from the garage door instead. There's something about these catwalk players looking in the wrong direction that's been like kind of like the vibe of the day today for the games that we've seen so far. Overall, FaZe with a nice strategy and a nice round indeed, and something just came to my mind. We spoke about Prano quite a lot, being the support player to do it all. You know, it's like with the Brid, like the Shepherd, like the Kendrew, like me, as you said, Parker, etc. But Souls from FaZe is actually of a very similar situation. He is also what I call the Bride of Latam. He can frag, he can plant, and he clutches all the time. It is not weird for us to see him top of the leaderboard, and FaZe is pretty even. 8, 5, 5, 7, and 7 kills across the board, so Souls is not too far behind. Not quite pulling a Prano being the actual kill leader, but do remember that Prano got 2 free kills the one round while he was being a gargoyle outside Jacuzzi, so realistically Prano is 9 and 6, not 11 and 6.
Nick, you're a caster at the moment.
At the moment.
At the moment, and I just want to let you know that you are not allowed to praise a player as much as you have been for Prano, because now you are going to get angry people in your mentions telling you that you are a fanboy, that you are biased, that you are a biased caster, that you are biased for a region, that you won't stop talking about one player in particular, etc. And I just want to let you know that that's what your life is now, and I'm just going to let that marinate for a second here.
That is why I spoke about Souls, about evening out the numbers, comparing support player to support player, thermite to thermite, and good player to good player would devalue the bias.
No, they won't remember that.
Alright, well in that case, I'll make sure to either be nice to every single player or be nice to none at all. Right now, FaZe making good work of that wall, also opening up the garage door. Cameraman opening up the Jacuzzi wall. Again, FaZe setting up for the possibility of coming from both sides, keeping Rogue guessing. Rips will see the destruction from the default camera. Now you have to guess, is that the only destruction they've made? Have they gone into the gym? Have they opened up that wall? Could they be inside of master bedroom now? Those are the thoughts of Rogue at the minute.
Cryan gets droned out. I didn't know if he was going to see that, as it's on the little half landing before the billiard table by bathroom on the first floor of Clubhouse. They could have hunted him down, but Cryan is now retreated over to Strip Club. He's got Aces down below to assist. Now Aces is not going to be able to get up to the Strip Club that easily. He'll instead head for Secret and go up blue stairs. Over towards Lounge if he so chooses. Cryan now has an avenue back because of the rotate, so he'll get out of the spot that he found himself in. No sticky situation. Easier to rotate than it was before. I don't like the way that FaZe is clearing this out. It looks like they have no intel on Secret.
Yeah, it seems a bit weird. Like, even Cryan, feared for his life, ran all the way back into the strip just to impact himself out, looking for an opponent, expecting them to be there. But Cryan is all alone. FaZe does not give a damn. Now, Ace is looking for the play, chooses not to go for it, understanding that Rogue in a decent position in the 5 versus 5. They, however, FaZe that is, FaZe will need a way to break this. It will either be the garage, the straight push from the breach, or just the push from everywhere. But right now, it's not very clear what they want to do unless Cameraman finds the opening for his team. It'll be Astro instead from FaZe, finding the likes of Cryan, and now the XQ comes through.
And down goes Aces. Leon Gids is on the floor, bleeding out as well. Prano and Rips in a 2v3 because Bullet is downed as well. Technically a 3v4, but now Rips is gone and Prano's the last one alive. You praised this man a ton, but he's about to be blind. And is he dead? Cameraman wants to secure, and he will do just that. FaZe Clan not just secure the final kill, but they secure match point as well with it.
Oh my days, though my discs are just like doing a lot of unintentional team damage today. We saw one of the earlier matches with Empire, like the Almighty's caught a grenade, destroyed everything on the defensive side, and now poor Prano got blinded from it as well. Not much you could do with that flashbang change, where as long as you're within a certain amount of distance from the flashbang, no matter which direction that you look upon or look in, it will still blind you. It doesn't work to 180 or look away like it used to, unless you're very, very far away. Jim is up next. No timeout from...
Sorry, hold on. What was that noise?
That was like the intro beat for the round by the start. It was like... cue. It's like the intro cue, if anything.
I have never heard that.
My headset's been making that sound all day. You haven't heard it once?
Locate and defuse bombs.
Your headset's broken, Parker. That explains a lot of things if you ask me. Anyway.
Explains my casting.
Okay. Anyway, we are on gym defense. Leon gets on the mirror, so perhaps we're now seeing a more passive and laid-back Leon gets, or maybe he just wants to use the Vector. Maybe he thought, you know, the 416 carbine from Jaeger didn't do it for me, Melusi's MP5 didn't do it for me, and now he's seen himself on the side of a very high-firing weapon with a fair amount of bullets and a fair amount of damage. Overall, decent DPS. Of course, Rogue extending out to the CCTV side of things, nothing weird about that whatsoever, and Aces will make sure to put down the jammers to make sure that they are safe and sound inside their small little castle that is called the Cash Room. Now, the one way that FaZe can deal with this quite easily, well, there are actually two ways, three if you count Sophia. There's the vertical from down below, the Maverick on the wall, and of course the Buck vertical as well. Although Rogue hasn't reinforced a whole lot of walls, they've actually chosen to leave one of them soft, playing a more aggressive style of this cash hold. I thought they were gonna go for too hard, but it's only one.
Rogue have used all their reinforcements, though, so the question then becomes, if they've left some walls soft, where did they ultimately throw them all? That they don't have any remaining, Nick.
Well, they did the one on catwalk wall here to enable the catwalk precision, so that is one. They did the outside two walls there, that's three. They got two jacuzzi, one connector, one on the single wall in metal, and bathroom should be, and yeah, there it is. That's all 10. Thank you very much.
Quick maths, as we want to call it.
Yeah, that's 10. I didn't count, but that's 10. It has to be.
The only denial available right now, Aces on the mute, can very easily stop any of the hard breach from happening, and I want to know what's going on over there again.
I was gonna say.
I hear it, and they absolutely go off, and that's the OXG Chiefs match. That is going to be, that would be a hell of a
They're
show
both
to
going
watch.
home as well, so they might just be giving it 110%, Parker.
Well, I mean, it sounds like the casters sure are, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, they want to make a good show out of it, and I think that we're getting a decent show over here as well, but not as exciting, I will say, as the supposed game on the twitch.tv/Rainbow Six Bravo stream that is going on as well.
Go give our British comrades some time of day, as there's obviously some huge animation and excitement over there. That said, FaZe Clan are very close to being able to close the door on Rogue taking first in this group. This Brazilian supremacy that's going on. NIP in first place in their group. Team 1 in first place in their group. I mean, we are here for our LATAM overlords, are we not? And they look destined to take first, as long as FaZe can survive the next.
Very nice from FaZe using that, but Aces reads it, takes the head off of Astro instantaneously, and FaZe looked like the smarter team, but Aces made them look like fools.
And there's going to be more killing going out now, but FaZe is the ones credited with these kills. Look at that kill feed. It's blue so far. Souls finally falls to Prano's gas. Bullet will hop out the window and reposition. Over on the gym side of things, that's where they are. What can they do?
They're slowing down for now, seeing what they can do. Cyber very low on health, and so is Bullet. There is one guy on the window, one guy inside of construction. Make that two now with Cyber joining up as well. Diffuser has been picked up, but look at Ace's position. There is no chance they know his whereabouts. They don't know what's inside of office, and Aces will make quick work once they make their way through. Even though Cameraman has the full health, no, Cameraman is just a better player. Bullet finds one as well, leaving Prano as the last man standing. But FaZe, they take the game, and they will be the top victor of their group. They solidify themselves with a win over Rogue, and they want to prove a point that they're going into playoffs looking strong. Clubhouse is a map where Rogue, they thrive, but FaZe looked very much like a thriving team as well.
Well, very well done here. And in Group A, FaZe Clan solidify their spot. No dabbing allowed. Sorry, Cyber, you can't do that. So FaZe Clan finish off the group stages 5-1, but that 1 comes all the way in overtime. So great job for FaZe Clan to make it out of the groups with all the points that they can get. And obviously, they're very excited about that. And nice Batman jerseys, too, if I do say so myself. I'm a fan of Batman,
Agreed.
so there you have it. That's it for Nick and I for the group stages. We'll be back for the quarters, but there's still more matches to go. We're just going to say goodbye as a duo to you here in the groups. The analysts will be hopping on in just a second to walk you through what we just witnessed. But of course, a break. We'll be back in just a few. does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show. I'm Alex Medic. With me is Fresh, and may I say, I love the collar on your shirt.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice. Can we get some appreciation for the stylings? And we are still in the group stage. So don't you worry, on the playoffs, everybody's going to look even snazzier. So let's look back on what happened in this matchup, specifically with our replays. So went down between FaZe and Rogue on a Clubhouse, the most classic of maps, Fresh.
Yeah, and it's one that Rogue play well, but FaZe simply just better. They're another level.
Honestly, built different.
Built different,
yeah. FaZe Clan, of course, with way more experience internationally as a team, despite some of the changes that they had roster-wise over the past year. Rogue, of course, I know a lot of people have been talking about, oh, it's the first time Rogue actually got out of the group since forever. This is not the same Rogue. Literally, Ace is the only person that's left from that, and you kind of have to dig back into the one-up days of SI 2018 to find kind of the rest of the squad, and then Leon to IDK all the way in the day in Valencia 2018.
Did you see that little graphic that somebody did about the Rogue team that mapped it all out? That was so good.
If the person who made that graphic that was posted on the subreddit is watching right now, thank you very much. Actually, a beautifully done
just to see the links of the players and the teams.
Genuinely, there's a lot of creativity in this.
There is.
The entire Siege community, but especially in the esports scene. So I think that definitely helped a lot of newcomers and people that were not around in the 2018 era of Siege.
Yeah, because Rogue of old did have this LAN curse of being grouped and whatnot, but it's an entirely different team. There's a different coaching structure with Arkuf, Meepy, Bernadette, coaching, management, team structure, support staff structure, that's the word I'm looking for, and just so many new players. So
yep, it really has changed completely, and you see there's a lot of difficulty trying to peek through that hatch into logistics and through into the mesh, and it still is able to work out for Aces, one of the most talented players in EU, but even that, it is just not enough to go through FaZe Clan in a match that, like we mentioned before, only matters seeding-wise, with Cyber at the top, 10-6, 11-7 for Cameraman. And it was a comfortable performance by FaZe. That's the thing, is they've played excellently throughout these group stages, unbeaten, not unbeaten, but played very well. They're going into this in a good run of form. We talked about Rogue. They had a couple of losses today, and we talked about how that can halt the momentum and what it looks like going forward. Obviously, they still don't know their opponent yet. There's still matches to be figured out, groups to be figured out, but a difficult day for Rogue all round and a very good day for FaZe all round. All right. So FaZe and Rogue, like we said, are already qualified to the playoffs. This is a seeding matchup. So let's take a look at the standings to kind of close out their group completely. So on the screen, and here it goes. Again, FaZe Rogue, 15 points for FaZe Clan, 11 for Rogue. FaZe with 5 wins and 1 loss. honestly, it's really impressive. They went 41 rounds to 13 lost. That is incredibly impressive. And that's even on top of the fact that they opened day one with 14-0 on Monday.
Yeah, that's the thing. Take that loss away. Take 7 rounds away, and obviously the few rounds that they won, I think it was 7-5. So you're talking, what, 35-8? Like, that's sensational. They put in a shift in this group stage. You can talk about the Chiefs being from APAC South, potentially a bit of a weaker region internationally. Inexperienced new players. There's only Ethan we've really seen before in that team. Oxygen standing with a coach. But you've still got to turn up and beat what's in front of you. You've got to keep your mind concentrated for 3 days straight, and FaZe have managed to do that.
It is a lot to push into a team, and of course, that inexperience you need just time. That's it.
Yes.
Sometimes you can be the most talented players ever, but obviously that have been such rare events over the past 2 years since the finals in Tokoname that it's you just need time to get back into the swing of things, learn things, and if anything, this is a learning experience for all the teams, the ones that go to the playoffs, but also the ones that get knocked out and have to go home after this event.
Yeah, and it's coming back to the Chiefs particularly, the time that they will have had and the scrims they've been able to have with EUL and EUCL teams while they're here. I know they've scrimmed some EUCL teams. I've spoken to a couple of CL coaches just about how that competition's going, and they're better for that because they find practice hard to get over because of the geography of the region they're in. So whilst they did finish third, they're disappointed. They will have gained a lot of experience.
All right, well, you know how you can gain some experience in terms of preparing you for certain situations in the game where you have to hit your opponents in a certain way and also practice your aim before you go into your nightly ranked session. Well, we got AimLab, our sponsors here in the entirety, pretty much the entirety of the league, and especially for our event here in the 6 major Sweden. And our good friend Sua that now works, or your old coworker, now works at AimLab, who's helped develop, even as the old coach of G2, a lot of simulations in the actual client, which is quite cool.
Did he create the blue balls? I wasn't going to let you get away with it.
I think Jess has created quite a few of those. Ladies and gentlemen, let's then toss it to our ad. It's AimLab. Check them out.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
was never need for us to pretend. When there was nothing beyond the confines of our skin. I know the fellow won't die in the end. There was nothing but time in us for our lives to begin. We always were ourselves, there was no need for us to pretend. There was no need for reaching beyond the confines of our skin. What's left is memories, and the rest will die in
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the stream. I'm Milosh, with me is Fresh, and we got BDS versus NIP on the chopping block. Our second to last game on the stream for today and for the entire group stage. We're almost there.
We are. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret, actually.
Wait a second. What?
The set, when you come to playoffs, so make sure you watch it on Friday, it is beautiful.
The stage, like you say, is something else. I know it's always an exciting piece where people are like, oh, what is it going to look like? Oh, you better be ready. You never are ready for it, let's be honest. Everybody's expecting it. Everybody's expecting it to be really cool.
I took a little sneak peek earlier and it looks great. Honestly, they've smashed it.
Cool piece. Well. Both of these teams, oddly enough, will be on that beautiful stage. So
yes, they will.
Don't you worry about it. BDS is up first, of course, our EUL representative, Shaiko, Renshiro, Rafal, LMs, and Bride, and they are just ready to go, on fire. BDS are looking to not just recreate their semifinals plays from Mexico, but also to take it to the final and also to win it all.
That's got to be their ambition. It quite literally has to be their ambition. They've been to a lot of these events. I think they were 4th at 6 Invitational 20. They attended 6 Invitational 21, didn't do so well. They went to Mexico semi-finals. Their expectation is above and beyond. Final minimum, they've got to win it.
NIP with Kamikaze, Psycho, Julio, Muzi, and Pino. Julio hopefully will become a dad within the next 8 to 9 months.
Oh, wow, really?
So it's a great time to be alive, and we'll be a new baby alive very soon.
They're all growing up, aren't they? Like, they're not just
honestly,
these 18-year-old kids that play Siege anymore.
Till 5 in the morning. Man, we really grew up. Well. Our map will be Villa, as BDS have had the last say. They banned Bank and take us there. So how does this bode for BDS and NIP for Villa specifically?
BDS are doing it. They're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. They do not particularly like Villa, but in a match in the group stages, they want to force it, they want to play it, they want to put in a good performance on this so they can tuck it away in the playoffs and not have to play it there.
All right, then, Fresh. We're going to have to watch this very closely. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. It's NIP, it's BDS, and we got seeding on the line between these two. They're going to go to Tuscany. It's Villa. See you in a bit.
Welcome back to what is going to be a pretty fun game I'm expecting to see here between BDS and NIP. It's me, Fluke, and that is...
Hello! Someday we're gonna do a fully rehearsed intro.
I like that it's a little bit rough and ready. And as we find ourselves ready and raring to head into this Villa, listen to the growly voices that Villa is. It's an 80 versus 20% prediction. Surprising, I would say, seeing as their last showdown did not goeth this wayeth.
No, it did not go that way. That was NIP that got the win here today. But let's just put the stakes up.
Throw me some stakes up.
Let's throw them up. NIP currently first place, 15 points. It's their last matchup.
I'm going to add some growling like for the thing if you want to make
All right, yeah, no, sure. Continue going on. Oh, yes. BDS, their opponents. It's going to be in 11 points. And they are secured second place. You know what that means? That means that this match means nothing for those standings here. NIP are confirmed first seed, BDS confirmed second.
I don't know how the person on our musical key does it for so long.
Kind of accurate for a while, though.
It was accurate for a while, and then I sort of lost the plot, and then I lost all the breath in my lungs.
Yeah, I think that's the main issue.
And then I could no longer...
volume of air that you can have in your lungs.
Yeah, right. Like, what we need is, like one of those sort of things. I was going to say a metal singer, is it? It's not technically metal. I guess it's...
I think this was folk music. Folk music?
Folk chanting.
Something like that.
Music. We need a stat. How do we get them here? Well, we don't get Malusi, Valkyrie, Thatcher, or Flores here. A fairly put forward removal of the operators as they set themselves up ready for this deep dive into Villa. As you said, what they're playing for is
absolutely nothing.
What are we here for?
Well, for some fun, actually. That's what we're here for, because it is still a matchup. It will still be played out. And, you know, maybe both these teams are going to try and feel out some of the strategies or some of the, you know, weaknesses or strengths of the other player in their base game. Because often when there's nothing left on the line, your default rotation continues. You still have your jobs to do, your step list to go by, as in something we've seen, for example, quite often from LMs with the Sledge. It's just opening up these default holes, opening up these default angles. That still happens. That is still something that goes on, and that is something you can learn from.
Now, the last time these two teams met was on Cafe Dostoyevsky, and obviously there was a lot more to play for at that point. It was a very important game in terms of dictating who was likely to be ending top of the group, top of the seeding. It has come at the full cost, and sure, NIP have since then gone on to keep their train rolling, as a lot of Latin American teams have done. But here, BDS with the mantle of pressure off, as you said, and as I think we're about to see, probably quite a fun game between these two teams, because it's not even a seeding match. It's a game to sort of stretch the legs, a little bit of stress out at the end of a long 3 days before they have a day of preparations, and then all of it to be locked in the playoffs themselves.
You want to have another fun fact, Emmy?
I love fun facts.
And the 16 teams that are here during the group stages, only one is currently unbeaten. It is NIP. They have not lost a single map here.
Where are you going, Alems? The pace of a madman, screaming his way through here, ranting and raving to see if they can get a quick lockdown. He suddenly found himself stacked up to try and take the mantle of the undefeated. The grenade underneath pops open an angle, but he's not going to play that so directly. As the mirror window gets dropped, Musi is going to see if he can stick himself in. The drones come through. He's going to buy some time here. Has some safety and semblance of swing on the angles, but realizes, well, they're probably coming to that connector. There's the connector, and Shiro swung away with a pre-fire to see if he can do some damage. But look at this sheer pace. Everybody's moving. Pino and Psycho have gone to see if they can retake some of the pressure as Alems tries to scream their way up onto the astronomy stairs. Well, this is off to a start.
It's off to a start indeed, and not a single victim yet on either side. A minute has passed and BDS have taken control of the northern side of the building. We'll try and continue on from here as Rafal now joins them as well. Claymores are available to lock off those back stairs. Normally, for example, a Nomad or a Gridlock could do the job, but as those are currently not within the setup, within the operator lineup, the Claymore will just do as well. And on a replicator just inside the vault there, giving away some of that information as NIP is slowly starting to receive some pressure from BDS.
I'm curious where they're picking up these parts of utility and replacing them. The ADS just in the middle of the door. The Toesies, Renjiro is trying to put some damage down, and the spray starts to come through. But as I said, maybe that was originally at the top of the stairs that are about to suffer some pressure. And Julio is suffering some of his own. The grenade's underneath. 3 people on the billiards table pretending to be the balls, but closer and closer to being pocketed by the encroaching sticks with bullets at the end. Shaiko, however, is the first to find something to land in the pocket of Musi. It's an explosive. He's off the board. Finally, the first kill comes through as the minute mark pops. Pino is almost close to follow him, and Kamikaze suffers too. No BDS member has been scratched yet, and almost every single NIP player has suffered in one way or another.
One more Nitro cell remaining here on the side of NIP that they can use, but also 3 smoke canisters, so Brede is by no means safe to go for the plant here in this situation. Gemini Replicator does not get far, as the Lambs in the meantime will be entering from the study side. Brede goes for the plant. It doesn't seem like they are aware. The smoke canisters are going the completely wrong way, and that means 45 seconds left on the clock now. Julio will find a response to Brede, and that leaves them in a 4-on-3 situation.
Well, now still buried inside the single room, Julio is getting a great kill. I was about to say, I'm not sure entirely what angle he has, but whatever it was, he made it work. as he gets the spray and the lockdown. They're steadily trying to creep their way closer and closer. The pair of them, and now Kamikaze 2 are going to go for the swing onto the red door. Hey, Sledge, goodbye, Sledge. He pulls back but drops it off. Alems is now buried in the corner. They have the split on the diffuser plant. They've got to swing both ways, but only one is the one that counts. Rafal with the double.
The double to come in, and BDS somehow managed to sneak in that diffuser, get it planted, whilst there was still plenty of denial on the board. 3 smoke canisters and a nitro cell, none of them used to try and stop it from happening. Of course, one of those smoke canisters went... Okay, technical pause. I was really confused. Are we going for a tactical already? But no, it's a technical for now. Problem doesn't seem to be with BDS, it seems like. Or are we going to see another monitor clean? Because we've seen that one before.
We have seen the monitor clean. You know, gotta keep it up. No.
No. Seems to be the problem with NIP here. Monitor.
And he's calling the second referee.
Yeah. Audio issue.
An audio issue. So, we'll hopefully have an audio fix. Talking of audio issues, did you see the tweet from Envy Taylor earlier today where in
yes.
the final game, he had left his in-ears in the practice room, so...
Man played without sound. That, you know, impressive. Of course, they were already qualified, so they're not really... Okay, I think these desks can be raised electronically.
I know. Or the magic that we saw earlier in the day...
Is still active.
From Speakeasy, I believe, is still active.
It's on BDS and NIP, and I don't think
that powerful.
Yeah, he just raised both the middle tables there.
He's that powerful. They're working it out. Thumbs up.
So,
Green's on board.
If you're the one in the middle there, and you sometimes have the issue that someone swipes like onto your keyboard, you just raise that table and suddenly they can't do it anymore.
And they just really hurt their hand.
Yeah. I don't know if that's better, but...
Well, I mean, we've already seen a Latin America player hurt their hand on a table on FaZe, and as everything seems to be good and golden and ready to go, we're back in onto the second round here. A very quick strike of BDS, but again, big old grain of salt on every single one of these rounds because these two teams are both qualified and neither of these two teams position in seeding or whatever the system is. Because I think, I don't know if is there surprises there?
What?
People supposed to know what's going on? I don't know.
No.
Okay.
That's why there has been an item placed on my desk that has not been... All we were supposed to say is...
We're flirting with... We know something.
We know something.
I'm not going to be the one that accidentally says it on broadcast.
I might, but... Not on purpose.
I'm glad you're just throwing it down there. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it because now it's in your mind. But yes, both these teams, they're sorted, they're locked in. This is just a matter of playing FaZe and seeing if they can get themselves sorted across just having a good game and a good stretch of the legs on Villa. It's been an intense and stressful 3 days. There's no two ways about it.
It definitely has been, but both these teams now have a little bit of time to relax. You know, it is getting quite late. It's dark outside already.
It is.
But for these two teams, this match does not really matter that much now. So a bit of fun is what they can have. A bit of relaxation whilst at the same time, you know, trying to poke the bear on the other side. See if you can bait them to show something extra that they hadn't shown before. Just so you might have a bit of an advantage on it in the playoffs. Would you meet them sometime?
This is also what we're getting in this game, is look at the movement between the two teams, the exceptional pace that BDS is putting down, the confidence of I'm going to hold this window, I'm going to hold this. They're getting into this as fast as possible. They don't want to play a slow game. They want to get some stress out and get themselves dug in, zapping the player with the Twitch drone as well, as more and more utility gets thrown into the top corner. Also, the way NIP is playing, we saw very early aggressive peeks towards the windows from Julio. He pulls back, but Pino is the first that can't get anywhere else. Shaiko locks off that opener and now is going to set their sights on swinging the main door itself from the bedroom. The shield gets it dropped. Muzi's going to step up and absolutely beam through Shaiko's brain.
Kamikaze ready with a nitro cell, but decides to put it back in pocket for now. And PDS, they've lost Shaiko, they've lost their entry frag, and now still need to find a way into the actual side as the nitro comes over, but doesn't really deal any damage to Rafal. And now looks to go a bit more aggressive, but Muzi, waiting around in concrete here, is looking to go aggressive himself as well, waiting for a potential drone to come in, because that usually is being followed up by a player aggressively swinging. Keep in mind, though, Alems from below is going to carry these grenades and is trying to find a player or two, and will find Kamikaze to start it off with. And that brings the man advantage back towards BDS.
2 players have now gone either side of Alems, and he's about to find the first, but Musi is coming around on the backside too, does not win it against Julio, and now they can both hot-footed and hop back up as Psycho keeps a lockdown inside the corner of the hole. Now they just decide to go the other route, not break via the bathroom, which is the word I forgot for just a second there, I swear. I know what I'm talking about, and they know what they're doing. Bride especially, as he hops back off the diffuser, finds the first, and he needs it now in the 1 versus 1, drops the default.
Oh, Bride!
Second! Oh yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Bride, we call him one of those players in Europe that has incredible clutch potential. Either he plants every round or he clutches them up, and you see a small example here. Just a 1-on-5. Perfect timing from him to go off there. Deciding to go for the fights instead. Julio going aggressive, of course, as well. And Psycho, trying to go for a bit of a swing. Unfortunately, not hitting the shots. And BDS, as a result, now leads 2-0. NRP, they will continue their rotation. They are not going to run it back. The infamous strategy that has a special place in my heart, but not in a good way.
Every show.
Every single time I'm mentioning it.
Yeah.
That's how deep it sits with me.
Mm-hmm. Dining room and kitchen.
Yeah, dining room and kitchen. We're going to the bottom floor. Of course, there's 2 sides. However, we do not very often see the living room and the library. There is a couple of teams who have tried. There is a couple of teams who have shown. But not now. At least not yet. Who knows? Maybe we're going to get to see a 4th side. Some of the teams also like to do that. I believe that was them on Kia, who is still in the race for a potential spot. And Vitality, but they're unfortunately out. So we are not going to be seeing 4 sides from them anymore. They have played their last game. Now we'll probably serve as a bit of a scrim partner to the teams who have made it, considering they will not be meeting each other anymore in the playoffs.
That's it. That's sort of narrowing down, and obviously finding out where you're going up against and how is going to be that big build and a breakdown. Lems is going to see if he can creep his way towards the person playing on the close corners on Art. Are they aware? Well, he's definitely putting a bit of caution, and yeah, well, that's Psycho hot-footing it out of there. He's not going to risk the mantle of, do they know? They might, but they definitely know that they want to put bullets towards Art, so no point sitting around. Goodbye, Psycho Memorial, and that's all that's left standing as you blink and have no idea what happened.
That's it, right? It's going to be Deep Pulse often playing and often active on this site, usually to, well, work top down, but also to make sure that the laundry, for example, stays under control, and exactly that happened here. Spotted out the hat, went for the pre-fire through the barricade. Managed to pick the entry kill here. As in the meantime, hatches are being covered off by BDS. They know that this might be a very important pressure point. Opening right above the reinforced wall, though, might guide or might lead into a nitro cell to be tossed in soon, as the red pings will not be close enough. The nitro does get pulled and will blow up. Will not hit the C4, the Claymore though, so that one will stick for now, and no damage done either.
More feet, more drone holes, and that pole's still working away, and I love this game. It is just players throwing themselves at each other in the site itself. Pino, are you going to pop up for a second? You know that they're getting closer, but they're much more aware of what is otherwise coming up against them as Lems creeps up the back stairs. Fire prep and pantry goes for the clarity to make sure nobody else is there. Who is he going to spot first? Nobody. NIP's tucked away, so he's going to do the same. Puts himself on the stacked shells like a delicious yet dangerous can of preservatives, and what he's hoping is preserved is his hold for this. The drift by, but Musi says no. I don't want preserves. What I want is fresh. So he's going to see if he can keep hunting.
Bride, in the meantime, is trying to take the spot now as Psycho will be picked up. Musi actually with a pickup there. It's going to be a pretty clean round here for NIP. Just a singular kill on the side of BDS here, and it all started off with the pulls. Pretty clean kill onto Psycho through the barricade. And now, round number 4, BDS currently still leading 2-1. We are probably going to go back towards an Aviator Games. Exactly that is currently being hovered over by the side of NIP. We'll be bringing it back. Just a 3-site rotation, not a 4-site rotation, what we're currently seeing. Even though they have lost 2 of those rounds, there was definitely room for improvement, definitely ways to make sure that those the next time around will be going your way. Now, I'm a bit conflicted.
Okay.
The tournament so far has been pretty attack-sided.
It has.
Defenders, protect your bombs
However,
from being
Villa
used by attackers.
is known to be one of the most defensive side of maps.
It do.
Is that the right? I don't know.
Continue.
My English.
Keep going.
Is this good for BDS? You know, they have 2 rounds now. Normally we would consider this as job well done. Let's see if you can get any more right now to make your job easier in the second half.
I think what we're going to see is...
Not much that makes sense, maybe.
Okay, it's always one of those situations where you have to take the weight of the stuff that goes into the game. It's that conversation everybody has. What matters, what doesn't, what's on the cards, what isn't. There is still the toughest game ahead for both these two teams. There is still an entirely different stage, an entirely new opponents that they've got to step themselves up against. This is still a match, sure, and you want to bring a bit of a fight, but look at the way that both teams are approaching this. They're just trying to keep themselves hot and active. They're not really stretching or stressing their strats. Sure, they're putting down holds and seeing if they can lock something in, but it's more about this. Quick action, quick movement, and just being sharp on the firefight. I'm not saying it's a TDM style warm-up, and I'm not saying it's a game entirely devoid of strategy, but what it is focused in these players keeping the fight and bringing aggression throughout it. That's why it feels so fast, even for a Villa game, because consistently and constantly, they're looking for a fight.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to find these fights early on, and all over the map as well at the very same time. There's multiple different entries going on at the same time as Rafale fails to enter his drone inside. The objective to try and get the mirror window, so we'll have to go for a bit of a longer way around. Fortunately, the drone gets picked up, and a second one will have to be used. The shock drone. It doesn't really help if you shout it out quite loud what you're about to be doing there. Of course, they don't hear that, don't worry. But they need to find a way in with that throw. Important to mention, by the way, BDS does not really like Villa overall. Banned 6 times, got banned 3 times against them as grenades are being tossed in right here to hopefully dispatch the mirror window. This might just be them trying to, well, try out this map yet once again.
Well, Shaco finds 1 and 2. He really just swung that way around. It wasn't misplayed by either Musi or Pino. One of them took the fight and the other one was a bit adrift, went for the attempt on the response, but the transfer from one to t'other was well put and placed by a player who has had big rounds so far. And a big day, to be fair, in the game that mattered for BDS earlier on to secure themselves a playoff spot. So it's good to see that momentum continue. A minute on the clock now, and they're going to pick themselves up and try and head potentially towards Study to just give themselves a back to the hammer that they want to smash against the anvil on the opposite side. They need to try and draw these NIP players back into the room the same way they did before, but look at the difference of the NIP hold. They're not entirely falling into billiards instantly. They still have Julie on the extension in the vault, and Renshiro said he wants to try and flirt with the idea of taking over strategy tape.
3 members of NIP all in the same room here. The vault's currently not being occupied by any of them. Long angles are being watched, so there's no way they can get into those big stairs as that is Shaiko to be picked up. He tried to go aggressive there and impacts on the wall. Not really working out for them as Renshiro now gets in that concussion nose when it's closed around the corner. But Kamikaze basically unimpacted. With 20 seconds left, Bride will want to get in soon, but the mirror window is going to be a very big problem here.
Bride is going to put the stick down and hope it lands as a C4 is really wanting to try and tear its way across. They baited the first one there, and Renshiro takes the kill anyway, and Rafale saves the life of Bride. He's going to crawl their way into Study. Probably not very far. There's almost the kill. There's now a body watching it. Just couldn't make it. Now a split either side. One on one door, but it's the other that gets it. I love the play there with the C4.
Yeah.
Baited the sound because they knew that a player would be ready to watch it and try and aim for something a little higher, and then took the swing on the fight itself. Clever plays. Didn't quite work out for them, but still, that little moment there. Well, it came through the second time.
Also good stuff on Renshiro. He basically had to sacrifice his life there to allow Bride to go for that plant. So he was holding a mirror window. That is not really 50-50. That is not in your favor. So, you know, all he could do is try and go for the pre-fire at the very right time. Of course, it was at a bit of an angle. You know, you could look a little bit further into the bar. So he had a bit of a better opportunity to try and counter it. Successfully did so in the end, though. Nitro came out, managed to get that kill. Never really exploded. Then Bride managed to get the plant down. And with that, BDS, they put themselves up to 3 rounds. All they can really do today, though, if you have just tuned in, is close the gap towards NIP, but not overtake them. You can see it in the live rankings above on your right top of the screen. BDS stays second, NIP stays first. Does still mean, though, that both are qualified. Both are going to the playoffs, and nothing will change in that either. Even if NIP will be winning it with 7-3 from now on. Just playing to have some fun or to try and figure out how the other one rolls in certain situations. You can see it. It's just the game has a lot less pressure on it on either players. NIP as well. They try. They're trying to bring the gunfights up, and they successfully do so in some scenarios. But they don't really need to perform right now, and it shows. Whereas BDS, you know, they want to go for a bit of a comeback. They want to make sure that no one is going out undefeated in groups.
Someone's got to bleed at some point. And I guess that's what they're trying to make happen, as you said. And here, to be fair, it's been a great lead-in for them. They've been able to obviously get themselves 3 of the opening 4 rounds. They've driven hard in on their attack. They're putting the pressure in. And a lot of it is just finding these fights in places you wouldn't always expect. The consistency of Alem screaming and charging his way into the building is pretty high in terms of finding the entry. Here, obviously not so much because I'm making a reference to it, so it's not going to happen. That's what casting is. But still, look at the way that, I guess in the early rounds, BDS were just sort of like, this is territory. All right, let's go for it.
It's definitely some territory indeed to be gained here. Kamikaze yet once again is aggressive around the concrete areas. Rafale tries to sneak in a Twitch drone yet once more. Sometimes things change. Sometimes they stay the same. ERC7 is activated though. Psycho from below will be at least giving away some information to the side of BDS, but I think he might be in astronomy now. So requires some extra clearing. Waiting for the effect to be running off here, but it gets activated and deactivated, you know, with this second like that. Psycho's going to be able to at least, you know, keep it active just a little bit here, but at least keep them guessing at the same time.
Now, obviously, we saw the first fight come round against the shield before, and Julio knows the crouching pressure. Oh, hey, it's you on the far side. I said Alems keeps finding his way into the entrance, and finally, that comes true and true. Pino's going to see if he can offer the cover. As they're able to get the kill on the far side, it means all of the BDS pressure is suddenly headed over to just Astronomy and to just the bathroom, and Pino's keeping a keen eye. There is also still, obviously, the Vigil, the potential for them to cause problems, but there's a trade-off. One apiece, and Psycho now is this back line. He is toying with the idea of, do they have somebody else on this side? Do I try and go for something else, or do I just bury myself around as a backline? Keeping the blurred lines up to make sure they don't have the full clarity of what is and where is on site is an important part, but with 50 seconds, it's only a matter of time, and you can see the yellow ping start to come through.
They seem to be aware of the position right now. Some sound potentially to come in here and guide Shiro towards a potential kill. But there it is. Muzi on the other side was going to be of a clutching factor. It's going to be another pickup here as Kamikaze just tries to run past, and oh, they all just get cleaned up. Not quite sure what happened there. The rotation was questionable, but BDS win yet another round. Put themselves up 4-1 and have an opportunity to lock off this half quite convincingly with a 5-1. But then I'm going to mention it again, how often have we seen those and they have turned around? I mean, sometimes they don't turn around because there has been quite a lot of 7-1s just in general.
I was going to say, tournament. What we've either had in this tournament is a 5-1 half and then a sweep back, or a 7-1.
Yeah, so it's not the two.
Yeah, there have been a couple of games that are back and forth in rounds, but I feel like the statistic of games that ended with an even half of 3-3
is very low so far.
Is very low so far. Compared to what you'd usually see in national leagues, it's one of the comments that we sort of talked about before, is statistically, the meta that we're in is one that good attacking teams thrive in, because of the creativity and the pace that can be offered, because you've got to look at not just what they have and the changes that come through, but also the most common style of defending in general regional play in Siege right now is big openings, is angles, is ways of, instead of locking off and turtling like it used to be, seeing how much of a stretch you can do, and not just built by mirror windows, but the combination of Castle, Aruni, Mute Jammers, yada yada, we've all seen the games and the operator selection rates. Then you throw that sort of meta and that sort of idea into a system where we're seeing teams improve that play, because that style of attack of long fights is becoming sharper. Suddenly that regional idea of, well, we know how X from our region likes to play, so we play them all the time. We're great. We go back and forth. Everybody knows it. Here, they don't. And those surprise strikes just keep dropping them from range.
You know, and range is really where the weapons of the attackers come in. They generally just hit a little bit harder than the majority of the SMGs that are on the side of the defenders. The IQ this time coming around. Maybe they're going for a bit of a bait here. Won't see him anymore, so expects a bit of a peek to come through. Not the case, however.
Bomb has been located.
Cardiac sensor also being pinged. I never saw it. I never thought I would see the day. Oh, this is a smart one for Pino. He knew that he was going to get countered here, but does give away some information.
Yeah, they have a lens to watch it from above. He's a bit cautious of whether it was above or below that it came from, art or study, and he's going to make sure he has an idea, but in the meantime, Pino has actually pulled their way back. Rafal is steadily trying to apply some pressure elsewhere, and this is the usual run of the Pulse on this site. They're not always in Art Studio or trying to find the fight at the windows, regardless of how successful they were before. It's this play against those C4s. Muzi suffers here, and Jaiko's going to see if he can lock it down, and there is one on the top, dropped and rocked as they swing round to see if they can pop one more. The Nitro just catches the tip and the end of a Lems and slips away from a fight. There is a man waiting with a pistol, seeing if he can catch the Pulse. They're both aware of each other, and Lems should be able to be recollected, because as long as the IQ is able to put pressure onto the player down there, they won't get the pickup. But they're a bit cautious from the holes. There goes Bride. He's off to save a player, and the spray is dangerous as Pino played the waiting game.
There isn't a Nitro cell available. I believe Kamikaze has just pre-placed it, waiting for the call to blow it up here now from the Pulse. Lem's almost bleeding out, but will be picked up at a very final moment. Now, do not bunch up. Keep your spacing, because you do not want to lose 2 or more players from that same Nitro cell. That is still, I believe, in play. He's trying to rotate around as Renshiro now gets dropped as Julio. And it's going to be able to pick him up. 4 on 4. Time starts to dwindle. 55 seconds left on that clock, and Kamikaze just looking through all these vertical angles are being created, and Lem's trying to establish and extend on them as well as it continues to go on with that hammer. But so far, Kamikaze is sitting quite safe.
Now, the more holes that get open, sure, it gives you a little bit more to work with, but it also gives the defenders more of an idea and an angle, and SMGs can absolutely rip and tear through a distance of what is less than 10 feet. There's Kamikaze, though, taking out the first and getting that bit of an explosive lead as Laundry pops open with rotation. 20 seconds, and Bride's going to have to make a move.
Pings.
We talk about SMGs ripping and tearing at a close range, and he's about to see if he can make it land. Rafal says, no, wait, I've got this one. Let's go deeper. Julio has the crossfire from the mudroom and takes an important take onto Shaiko. It's a double, but there's the Pulse. Drops down on the entrance on the door. They're going to see if they can stick it. The cover is still there, and he's up and he's down. Bride and Rafal with one apiece.
What a clutch that is there. Really, you can say that 2 on 4 situation coming through, and they managed to win it out there on the side of BDS. The plan's going down. And it all started, of course, a bunch of good kills to come through, but a bit of a struggle if it comes to verticality. Openings were made from above with that sledgehammer, but unfortunately they worked the other way around. No real defender was picked up as a result, and you know, as it was NIP dancing around those holes that were being created, they at the same time weren't really afraid to challenge them if it worked their way. Now, 1 to 5, we said it before, this can go 2 ways. We either get a 7-1 or 7-2.
Yes.
Or it turns to go and become an overtime game and we go to 15 rounds.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
It's either of the two. Which one it will be, we have absolutely no clue yet. But we have seen that there is absolutely little in between so far. And that will all change, of course, from the Friday on, because then we have the 8 best teams remaining, all in the different groups, and best of 3s will be on the board as well before we get to decide on final SI points and, of course, the title.
BDS, 2 rounds to lock out this villa, and, well, I'm assuming the NIP attacks are about to be as fervent, as pacey as what we've seen from what you've just demonstrated. Now, obviously, as we said, the holes are one that have holes because they're not fully stretching and stressing their tactics. They want to play a game to win, sure, but the game they're playing is a gun game entirely right now. And it's still very exciting to watch because of that. There's no stakes, there's no pressure, there's just the chance at winning against the other team that's qualified from your group, maybe getting a bit of revenge, maybe ruining their unbeaten streak, but also getting yourself warmed up, getting yourself sharp. There's no better DDM warm-up than against one of the best teams in the world.
See, I'm going to throw out a crazy theory here.
Let me hear it.
BDS does not like Villa, right? They normally ban it themselves quite often, actually. If they manage to beat NIP here 7-1, it looks like they might be very good at it. I mean, maybe people will ban it against them. Who knows?
That is a very crazy thing.
Maybe it's a free ban. Maybe.
I'm not going to tell analysts and coaches to do their job.
But do your job.
But I wouldn't read too much.
Of course not. No, don't read too much into this
I mean,
game,
or
but
maybe it's a double fake.
Maybe it's a double fake. Maybe they're just pretending like they don't like this map just to try and fake it out by winning it 7-1, making it seem like they're really good at it. And then people are like, they just don't want to play it. They want us to ban it. And then suddenly you're playing Villa in a best of 3 during the playoffs, and BDS actually seem to be very good at it. You know, it's like, could be out of 2 as Rafal. Just escapes death there. A grenade just landing next to him. It's definitely going to be making him aware, though. It's a bit of a wake-up call that they seem to be aware of his current position and he might need to move.
Well, that grenade just rocked a little bit of Shaiko. Came in from underneath. That'd be the call that they've got some power here. We've seen BDS playing around staircases that have otherwise been taken quite well here by NIP. So far, BDS haven't lent into the fight as much, but this is about to change. Down the red corridor, Psycho is waiting for Alems, who's on a bit of a creep and crawl. There is still one more underneath on red. Rafal is going to play off. There's 2, actually, and well, that's going to be the read potentially onto the site.
Now one just rotated back up though. Trinchero going for an aggressive peek here as well. Goes for a second time around. That does not work out. He gets picked up and that leaves BDS with just 2 men left as Julio picks up yet another kill. It's Bride and Shaiko left though. I don't think there's any 2 other players that you would like to have in a situation like this, as Bride does take quite a lot of damage, but he manages to get the first kill in. Gets downed by the grenade that just popped up. It was quite far away from him, but he needs to be picked up now as a result, and Shaiko will do so. Could be another grenade to come in, however, that would be the death of it. Bride is picked up safely and can play this close corner with a shotgun now.
All 4 players just got Finker boosted. You can see Psycho is making his way to the main stairs. The grenade is going to roll close, but not quite close enough. Bride's going to see if he can put some pepper back in the fight as Shaiko opens it up with one of his own onto that red door. Everything is popping and exploding either side, with the cold diffuser means they got to be hot on this entrance as Musi suffers next, but Psycho gets the drop on Bride and Julio gets 1 more for his tally.
Shaiko really locked off there as after Bride died. Maybe you've looked the wrong way at the wrong time. Wasn't really able to go for the reply onto the man walking through his door. Shaiko doing his best to stay alive, hoping to close out those last couple of seconds, but it all started up there. Psycho picking up the kill onto Alems, who came running around the corner. Maybe if there was a bit more HP on Bride after that first firefight and not him being down by the grenade, you know, maybe he would have been able to get some shots in as a response and at least alleviate some of that pressure. But we will never know. We will never know when we're heading over to the Aviator and Games room. Yeah, once more. Running it back, the strategy of BDS here. And there is quite an easy way. Do not lose 2 players very early on. That's basically it. Do not come running around the corner if you do not have the information on whether or not it's clear or not. If you've surrendered that northern part of the building, assume someone is in every single room from that point forward if you're trying to move towards that area. That's how you prevent from being picked up like that. So, BDS now setting themselves up yet once more, seeing and looking if there's any small changes to come through. I mean, we do see No More Legion, we do see the Thunderbird to come in with the Salvation Stations, as you like to call them.
They are.
I like how we're all bringing in our own names. Like, I never knew that the Heartbridge gadget was called the Can Opener.
Can Opener.
Yeah, so
bringing the cute little names.
We got the Sam Cams for the Argus Cams.
Sam Cams.
So we're going to be introducing the Salvation Station.
Yeah.
Checkers. Right? It was Checkers, I think.
Yeah.
It was.
And how the drone rolls.
And how the drone rolls. That's how the drone rolls.
If someone says something about C's, something goes that way, it's just how the drone rolls.
Exactly.
Starting shock drone.
Okay, NIP on the creep and the crawl underneath in the kitchen to see what's a cooking. Nobody is going to play and put up a fight here. To be fair, Rafal is on a bit of a drift above, and that Twitch drone's about to find a friend, and well, Rafal's not going to try and stay friends too long. Drops 1 on his escape, and they're just going to call that as a bit of movement and momentum, and he goes all the way to find some pressure coming from Study's side. NIP is doing a steady take here. They're not really meeting too much adversary, but it's also worth looking at the knowledge that they had in the previous round was every single flank they were aware of. We saw them prep and hold the angle. We didn't see the kill and prep, but it seemed well aware that they had that lockdown. They know the game that they're up against here, and I love that they're still building that network of information and making sure that they're fully aware of where the boots are running.
Not just building their own network of information, but also denying the opponent, because that's what the Twitch drone is currently doing, taking out those default cameras. It's step one to any attack ever. Make sure you give them as little as possible, as Rafal literally does not give much to the side of Muzi, but Psycho in a position to instantly go for a refrag. This time, however, the first frag is retraded. That is a big change already, but the grenades from below could be dealing some damage. The Salvation Station lives for now, and Shaiko gets himself healed back up. Oh.
Well, healed back up and dropped back down. The call will be that he's almost dead. They're going to see if they can get the angle here, but both grenades were used, so it just has to be the spray, and it doesn't quite connect from the body and the player underneath.
Oh no!
Some help, and
no!
there it is!
They stole the Salvation Station charge right there, but in the meantime, we do see some trades to come through. More grenades even from below. They're so effective here, and it's only up to Bride now in a 1v3 situation. Has the potential to heal himself back up at some of these positions, but it seems like NIP is starting to try and climb back here. Drones are definitely being used right now. A bit of a zap coming in at him right there. One kill coming through, but he's being pinched at the very same time. And that will be NIP winning yet another round.
Stole the little delicious paintball.
He stole that paintball and that got Shaiko killed because the second grenade came through.
Yep. I like how we saw on day one the Villa clutch.
It allowed Bride to live, however.
It did. It was like me for you. It's that like the trade.
It's like I'm gonna pick you up, but I'm gonna take your paintball to stay alive afterwards.
I'm gonna pick you up so I can watch you die. Yeah, we saw an amazing clutch with the Salvation Station.
Yeah, we have actually. That was still play so far.
Maybe play of the tournament, let alone maybe play of the year.
Yeah, who knows?
From a certain astronaut on Spacestation Gaming. It's Rampy on round 2 of their showdown on day 1. Was it the second game of day 1?
No, it's not the second game, I think. It was, I think
it
would have been the last, one of the last games.
Yeah, it was definitely late. I remember it being dark. Either way, go watch it.
It's dark early in the morning as well. So
if you haven't seen it, it was just phenomenal. The first round of the game was an ace clutch for Space Station.
Yeah, just watch the first 2 rounds.
And it somehow improved upon an ace clutch. It was just so clever, the game sense. I could talk about it forever, but I'm not going to, because we've got a game instead in front of us, and it's 5-3. Now, NIP, they found a couple of attacking rounds. This is going to be one of those games that goes all the way because, well, that's how the drone rolls.
Why not? You know, that's why the drone rolls. How the drone rolls.
Why the drone rolls?
Oh, that is a different reasoning. There's a couple of thousands of meter wiring inside. I think that's a Twitch drone actually. Yeah. And I'm starting to go out. That's why it rolls. That's why it zaps. And now suddenly it can jump. Twitch has done an OS update onto the drone. Also a bit of hardware. That's why it jumps now. Doesn't just roll anymore. By the way, Pino inside the wine cellar starts opening up and heads down towards the red stairs, taking care of the camera first. Because the camera could have been looking down at that wine cellar that just had been bashed in, so just as well take it out. I know I've just said, always take care of the cameras. But if you're trying to be sneaky, sometimes it's better to just watch them, see if they go on, and see if you can sneak through the room without even having to shoot it. Sometimes, not always.
Not always. Rafal is playing the roam game. For now, he's going to see if he can cause some trouble on the Jaeger across the top of red stairs, waiting for an approach here. Lems isn't too far away to offer a shoulder cover and make sure that they don't just slip by and behind him. But NIP is keeping themselves at arm's length for now, steadying away as they try and remove as much intel and utility as possible from the defender's side. Muse is going to make his presence known quite early on the connector window on 90. He's going to see if he can get an angle towards the pillar and try and isolate the rotation possibility, but no give, no take.
90 seconds left on the clock. NIP still from below. Look at the amount of grenades still left on that lineup. 6 of them. And have been quite impactful so far, quite explosive as well. Been able to find members of BDS time and time again, and especially if you're using them vertically like they have been. And well, BDS again playing on that second floor, they might be quite prone to these grenades starting to hit them, especially with Shaka running around like that. Ping comes through, or at least there is going to be a potential of that one hitting. First one fails, however, there's going to be a second attempt, and that will probably be used here to get rid of the Electro Claw, but fails to do so. Mirror window stays open. Shaiko tries to challenge just shortly, as the mirror window does get opened up. Yeah, there he goes. Does get opened up indeed. It's Psycho now to come in with grenades to try and take his job instead. Oh,
Psycho plays with the pocket mirror, and Psycho isn't quite aware. Goes for the other side, and well, the pocket mirror strategy.
Our concrete was safe at least, so didn't really have to worry about that one. But Muzi and Pino in the meantime are starting to rush in and are starting to pick up these kills. Suddenly it's a 3-on-5 situation as Psycho not really seem to be aware of the kamikaze outside, and Muzi now trying to come close around the corner. Brede, the only one on the side, is suddenly being surrounded here as Rafał gives away his position and hopes to at least fight back for now as it gets picked up.
10 seconds to go.
It's suddenly exploded down to just a single player, and there's too many different sides there. It was, I guess, the great take on the far side of the two players that once again keep continually stepping up as aggressive lead-ins, and obviously Psycho just going for a bit of a walk, a bit of a wander in the master bedroom. I thought there might be a presence potentially inside the bathroom or inside walk-in, but they were still out on the window, and it was an easy pickup for that fight to come through at that moment in time. NIP drove themselves towards the fight and the site the same way BDS did on their attacks 5-4. The gap gets ever narrower, and we go to a repeat on the site.
The repeat on its way. Trophy statue, again, I run it back. We've seen it the second time now. BDS is doing it. Really starting to test my patience here. Hasn't worked out yet. I'm saying
this is
it.
the game that tests your patience.
Need to locate and defuse.
You know how many banks we saw?
It's just being trying to be like Dez, who gets like triggered as soon as it's coastline.
Dez gets very emotional about stuff. You know how many we saw? You know how many bank memes Bartosz had to make for the Twitter account?
How many did he make?
At least a few.
Very accurate number there, Remy.
He's
at least a few.
He's done at least a few.
Bartosz, if you're listening to me, can you post a picture of just the content
I wonder
of the bank
how
folder?
big Bartosz's meme folder is.
Yeah, just show us how big the bank meme folder is. That's all we need to know. Just so we know whether or not you prepared for the event properly.
Take it to the bank.
Take it to the bank.
Bomb and defuse it.
5-4, BDS in the lead still, one round. And remember what I said before, it either becomes a 7-1 or a 7-2.
Yeah.
Or we're seeming to go to next rounds.
Yeah.
The last seems to become more and more likely here. However, if LMP continue their trend currently of complete dominance on their attacks, it might just well end up in a 7-5, who knows? Especially if BDS keeps running it back.
I mean, there's always the possibility. It's a set gun game, and they are generally gifted with better guns on the attack in terms of those big angles. Sure, SMGs can absolutely rip and tear in the right hands, and there is those heavy-hitting one-tap rifles that you do have the option of bringing, and then things like the Alder, who cannot forget that in the hands of a Lems. But at the same time, you're looking at, again, 10 very talented gunners. There's nobody in this lobby that does not know how to click heads. And that is consistent with the scores, with the fights that we're seeing across the board. All of them are trying to dig into the opposing team right now. And it's so far been as attacker-sided as we predicted and expected.
I think the gun of K, the AUG and the or AUG, I don't know. What's a proper naming for it? Is it AUG or is
I'm
it
the
AUG?
wrong person to ask. They need to ask that dude who does the videos where he breaks down guns in the CG.
I'll ask him. Either way, and the grenade from below. But it's a Lems that moves just in time. Will escape with his life there. A bit of a sigh of relief as he will continue to fire on a little bit later. More information is being handed out though by Kamikaze as he gets his drone inside. There's going to be even more grenades to be tossed in from below. See Pino, Psycho, those have both moves on, but it's going to be Shaiko instead that picks up the very first kill. The Alda starts spraying around the corners. In the meantime, the prep and the push up to the solar stairs is being used.
The spray through towards Shaiko, who still wanted to swing onto it, but it's Brede that gets the double here with the AUG as the grenade rolls a bit closer. One more take for Shaiko. Beamed that laser beam that Vector can be right into the skull, and that suddenly leaves just Julio outside with the F2, which is a hell of a weapon in the right hands, and his surely are, but still there's only been bits of damage done to 3 of the 5 remaining players. There's still a C4 in 2 different players' hands, and at least 2 impacts just between those being hoofed in the right direction is more than enough to end this. The smoke canister goes towards the break to see if he can get away past the breach. He's hoping that somebody swung into him, but they did not have to. Shaiko secures themselves map point.
Shaiko on Mirror.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not something we see very often. It's just pointing it out.
Do you remember when we saw Shaiko on Monty?
Yeah, that was during European Open Clash, I believe.
Yeah.
It's a very long time ago.
I love how... So we watch a lot of Siege. That's
and a lot of European Siege.
And we watch a lot of European Siege, especially. And we watch a lot of Siege, and we write down a lot. Everybody here does.
Yeah.
And yes, when we point out something like Shaiko's on Monty and Clash, there's always still people that are like, you don't know what you're talking about when you say that they don't know what they're doing on those. It's not that we say they don't know what they're doing on those operators, but that they're not playing their hardest game when they're on operators like that.
Yeah, so
not specifically Mirror, but it's still.
Yeah.
It just reminded me of that.
That's the thing, right? Like, some of these players, they have these signature operators, and as soon as they start deviating of them, it's either because they found something they like even more,
like Finka,
something that Shaiko picked
Iana.
Yeah, you know, you went from Ashe to Sophia to, well, from Hibana.
It's the pipeline, yeah.
We start there. We started at Hibana, which was suddenly an entry fragger rather than a Heartbreacher in the hands of Shaiko.
Yeah.
Turned into an Ashe, into a Sophia, into Yana, now into Finka. And that is how Shaiko's career on the attack has developed. Who knows, maybe we get to see even crazier picks in terms of the operators later on.
I always like to see it.
I like to see it as well, but you know, just to build up to your story as well, as soon as they start deviating from that, and it's not because they like it more, it's because the game doesn't really have that much pressure for them.
Yeah.
Because they don't need to win it per se.
And that's it. And as a strange way of putting it, it's one of the best ways that teams often hide their main strategies. It's because everyone knows default holds, everybody plays a lot of this game, and everybody's seen a lot of older holds and things like that. But the easiest way to say, well, we're not playing our hard game is to juggle the operator selection of who's bringing what and then go for an old school default hold and just sort of throw yourself into it. So when you see Shaiko playing the Mirror in that sort of position, and when you see them trying to find fights in those sort of locations or just wandering around through Master Bedroom, yeah, they're playing to have a good time.
And it's not quite yet that Brede is on the entry frag roll. So it's not...
I would love to see that.
I would love to see that as well. I mean, he has crazy gun skill, so I would really like to see him play a game like that as it slams to get the opener here from the vertical above. Julio gets taken care of. No longer any feet will get scanned to give away the location of others. And Pino now trying to go for a bit of a refrag here. Spotted an opening, seems to decide that he wants to go for it, but not quite sure yet. So a quick upside down rappel to scout out whether or not there is going to be a goo mine or a frostmat underneath. It's going to be giving him the opportunity to go for that jump in as he does right now, but no one seems to be left here, and he quickly tries to take that ground.
Pino's going to see if he can get some angles open down towards Memorial. It's a common spot to try and find a fight nowadays because very often there's a player playing inside. This time it's Brede, the C4.
Oh, perfect timing there. He knew where he was going to be coming from and just waited for the right moment to hit that detonate onto that old phone and managed to hit it as well. Muzi in the meantime, though, trying to sneak around. Is going to get picked up by LMs as well. It's a 5-on-2 situation. It seems like it might be ending there as Kamikaze just jumps over the Frostmat, but not over the actual goo mine. Gets spotted. Shaiko goes a little bit aggressive right here. He's debating whether or not he should drop the hatch or hold it passively. As it's Kamikaze now to do the exact same. Hold that hatch, try and see if Shaiko goes a bit too aggressive so he has an opportunity of picking him up.
That Frostmat, if it was a foot further out, might have actually been able to get the kill there because he didn't know it was there, and I think he was as concerned as us that he was about to land on it, hit the other side of it, thankfully for him, and that still gives them a body extra. Now as Psycho's trying to clear above, they obviously still have a grenade and 3 flashes, and they want to see if they can make it connect to the same pace, but look at this. The concern and the pings are coming through, and obviously there's still the danger of we can kind of see you. The spray's on the door, just lying in front of it, and Psycho didn't expect that as much as we did, and well, here's just still that information being bled through. 10 seconds, 5 players to get through, and they know exactly where you are. You're almost able to take the first fight valiantly, but they get revenge. Here it is, double down. BDS get a win against NIP. Nobody else has been able to do that this tournament so far. Okay, this game was a laugh. It was a gun game, and it was 2 qualified teams whose eyes are on a bigger prize, but still, what a fun game.
Second dream has ended then here. You know, first FaZe had the opportunity to go for 14-0. You know, after day one, it's like, are they going to drop around? We know that they're going to be dropping around at some point, right? But it's always fun to start playing around that. Maybe, you know, just maybe it happens. And if it happens, you could always say, I was the first one to call it at day one. Either way, after that was NIP. That didn't lost a single map yet, but that has now changed as well. It is BDS that has won their last game of their groups. Not quite sure whether or not the other game has already ended. That is, of course, over at the Bravo stream. As Em is quickly listening, and I believe I hear It's Blue doing some quality play-by-play. And you can go watch that on Rainbow Six Bravo. We're going to go watch it as well, but we're going to be doing it whilst this stream is adverts. See you for the desk soon.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Desk. BDS or victorious, and it makes all of us EU League shills very happy to see, despite the fact that this was only a seeding game. It doesn't really matter in any way, shape, or form, except for the seeding. That's about it. Fresh, your thoughts?
Seeding matters, right? And I've actually got something to say to BDS because I've been learning a little bit of French.
What did you like to say?
Tu es très bien. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Is that you are very good?
Yes.
Yes, there we go. You are very good. BDS, you are very good.
But to correct it, to be that guy, tu es très bien is something that can also mean, you know, you're looking very good. Wink, wink.
Oh, well,
when you say it that way,
wink, wink.
Normally to a team you say, vous avez bien fait. You've done well.
I'm not there. Vous?
Vous avez bien fait.
Fait.
Vous avez bien fait.
Vous avez bien fait.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, we are learning so much here, and we're learning the dominance of EU. Again, despite the fact that this is a seeding game, BDS went up against NIP on an extremely tactical map in Villa. Came out positive on the other side, 7-4.
Yeah, and I think the play style of the game obviously speaks to the fact that it was a seeding match, and this is one of BDS's lowest preference maps. And I want to preface what that means. So that means BDS tend to ban it more often than not, although they clearly have a full 7-map pool. They will take any team to any map. But for them, that now means they put in a good, convincing performance. They've beat the world champions on a map that's less favourable to them, which is huge for them going into playoffs, because whoever they should face on Friday might want to ban it away from them. So it was kind of forward thinking. I know the siege was a little bit more free-flowing than it normally would be on Villa, but everything's gone right for BDS.
Yeah, it's kind of like having a buffet and liking everything that's on it, but you like some things more than others.
Yeah.
Right? And in this case, you know what? Let's just do something we don't usually get to eat, enjoy. In this case, it is Villa, where BDS nom-nommed on NIP's behind. And like you were saying, this was very much a frag-heavy game. We heard it also with the casters being here. This is a game just about showing off raw skill. And obviously, both of these teams have it in the bucket loads. But in the end, BDS getting all 3 points from this one. Regulation time puts them at seed 1 here and really holding on to it. Bride 10-7, 11-8 for Shaiko, who at the start of the entire tournament here on Monday took it real slow and warmed up as he usually does. And on the other side, it's 10 for Psycho, 8 for Julio.
And dare I say Shaiko's still not activated. Dare I say that he will be coming good towards the end of the week.
You've only had 10% of my power.
Yeah, Shaiko unleash.
Yeah.
For NIP, again, it's a very similar story in that this was a seeding match. It doesn't matter so much in the grand scheme of things. Both of these teams that you've seen today have had excellent group stages right throughout the 3 days. They've basically only lost to each other. And it speaks to the fact that they are the top 2 in the group.
All right, BDS victorious. But how does it look like overall when it comes to the groups? That is the standings page. So, drum roll, please. I don't think it's really needed, but there it is. C group. That is the one we're looking at. It's NIP at 15, BDS at 14. So still NIP holding on to the first seed. BDS with... What is it? Am I missing something? Yeah, no, there is the OT win. That is exactly what I'm missing. My brain sometimes cannot function correctly. There's 1 point difference between them. 5 times 3, that makes 15, which is correct for NIP. 4 times 3 is 12, plus 2 is 14 because you get 2 points out of OT wins. I went to university for that.
And those teams are by far and away in Group C the best 2 teams.
Oh, for sure.
If you look down their 3rd and 4th, there's a win column for Invictus Gaming International, which means they...
Is it done?
That must mean...
No way.
Sorry for the leak again. That must mean that Invictus have gone and beaten Soniqs in the final game of the day, which would be absolutely incredible for a team playing with a coach to, turn up and get the win if that's the case.
I'm just trying to double check here if that actually happened, because when we came in, they were literally like 5-5 or 6-5, whatever it was. So let me check.
Yeah, and I know if that is the case, that is huge for Invictus, because obviously playing with a coach kind of does that to you. And again, another disappointing one for Soniqs. I know
Invictus did indeed win.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's huge. That's huge. And I know the Soniqs were happy with their performance.
Who's quoting tweets all over the timeline now?
There was a lot of positivity from the players saying, "Oh, we've mixed it with the best teams in the world," and they've lost to another one, Invictus Gaming International. Sorry, that's my last dunk on NA, because we get to talk about the one good NA team going forwards.
Spacestation Game, of course, 11 points. 9 for DWG KIA, 6 for Empire, and 4 for FURIA. That Group D is the group of death. Spacestation Gaming are confirmed to be out of the group, but which seed will it be, first or second, we don't know yet. That all comes down later on, our final matchup.
I can't wait. It's genuinely, I've been waiting for this final matchup to decide who goes as our last playoff team all day long.
Honestly, I cannot wait, because we've been talking about, different regions and all, and how it all is going to melt together once we actually get together here on the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, how about we decide which second team will join SSG out of Group D and into the playoffs, our final matchup of the day, of the groups, and of this entire first 3 days of the tournament. We'll see you in a moment.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
begin. There was never need for us to pretend. When there was nothing beyond the confines of our skin. I know the fellow won't die in the end. There was nothing but time in us for our life to begin. We always were ourselves, there was no need for us to pretend. There was no need for reaching beyond the confines of our skin. What's left is memory. control sound effects speak just too loud. Their spite for percents creates a storm cloud. By their parasitic predatory lifestyle, spreading emotions only to manipulate, to satiate, to compelling it, to dominate. It showers sentiment and distorted mind, and imagery is signed to carry out design. Disregard for human life to make this destructive frame of mind. Life putting at the end of the line, marching towards the end of mankind. Disregard for human life to make this destructive frame of mind. Life putting at the end of the line, marching towards the end of mankind. Hiding behind the academic gap, while the white-collar criminals are calling the shots. You're covering the profit, not power. Trading the money out, drop it from the top. Beating up the weak and selling out lies. Rip the answer on late path for a while. Indulging in synthetic appearance, drain the money out. As the waves crash over me, and it burns in my heart and it's back to the sea. As the waves crash over me, all the trouble thoughts that washed away from me. Short-term gains, a long-term pain. You can try, but it's never gonna change me. I got hard and now I'll stay strong. Forever true, what is a promise worth keeping? The earth will not forgive. With it now, it's essential to be home. Lights you a cancer right through the wells that are being raised while the world is sleeping.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the stream. I'm Alistair Medic. With me is Fresh, and we are close to the end. We're actually one game away from all of it being done, but this game is definitely the most important, pretty much, that we've had all day. It will determine so much here for Group D and for the playoffs and careers, livelihoods for a lot of players. Sit in the way where somebody's going to be, off by the end of it. That's not the case, though.
Yeah.
In video games, that is.
We've got our 47th and 48th best of one over 3 days. And I quote that because that is a lot of best of ones. That's a lot of seashore.
Oh, yes.
We've got SSG against DWG KIA, which is on this stream. And we have Empire against FURIA on Rainbow Six Bravo. And I encourage you to watch both streams simultaneously.
Yes.
Because these two games will decide who goes into playoffs out of DWG KIA and Team Empire.
Simple as that. And just also a couple of things to keep in mind. First up, 48 games that we have in total in the groups. I'm asking you, chat. Type it in here or tweet it at us, #6major, and tell us, because we can actually put your tweets up on the screen during the matches if you use our #6major, scrolling down below right here in the ticker. How many of these games, or the 48, have you watched so far over the past 3 days? I know a lot of you have told me that you've taken the whole week off so you could actually watch the entire major, so kudos for you to doing that. So, hey, let us know. But one more specialty that we have to talk about, I think it was already mentioned on the B stream. We have a draw at the end of this match. We do the debrief for our match here between Spacestation and DWG KIA.
Yep.
And then we're going to pull out exactly which teams will be facing off against who else within the playoffs. So 8 teams in total that make it through it. That'll be on the stream here. It'll be Fresh and I that have the honor to do this.
So if your favorite team get a really easy draw,
you can usually blame me.
Or a hard draw, then you can blame me and me last year.
Yes. Last time I did these draws, it was me and Tero in Katowice, and we ended up drawing Pentasports versus EG at Pro League Season 7 finals. So yes, not gonna lie, I think it left a bit of sour taste in people's mouths. But that said, it's kind of our preface here before we go into our game. Let's talk about our rosters. SSG is up first, who are actually sitting pretty. They can play gatekeepers to DWG KIA and to their opponent's Team Empire. Here at first place in the group, even if they lose this game, they're still confirmed to go into the playoffs.
Yeah, and they've been the only shining light of the whole North American region. Like, that is a whole region that now needs to rally up, get behind this team. They've played very well. They beat Empire twice. They ran it back on Villa. And SSG looking very comfortable. They've got a 7-map pool. Of course, they have maps they don't like in that pool, but they will play all 7 maps. They trust each other. They're staying calm, cool, collected. They're knowing how to pick up rounds, even when they're struggling. They're knowing how to pick up the rounds and then just grind out these wins.
And on the other side, it's their opponent's DWG KIA from South Korea and APAC North, the APAC representative here. We already have SANDBOX, also a Korean team that has made it through the playoffs. Damwon KIA look to be the second APAC team, the second Korean team, and for the first time ever, 2 Korean teams making it out of the groups, and for the first time since Six Invitational 2019, that 2 APAC teams make it out of groups of a major event. That back in the day, that was Norengo and Fnatic that progressed, and Norengo had their semi-final run back in those days. Damwon KIA, they just need any point.
Any point.
This. Even if they lose in overtime, that's okay. All that needs to happen for Empire to be able to get that spot off of Damwon KIA is for Damwon to lose in regulation, which is in the initial rounds that we have. So the initial 12 rounds that we got. And in that case, Team Empire, they just need to win their game against FURIA, get to 3 points, and the division between them and Damwon is something like 1 or 2 rounds in total in the separation, and that will boost Empire just above.
Yeah, it's 1 round in total. So Empire beat Damwon KIA beat Empire 7-3. Empire managed to beat out Damwon KIA 7-2. So the head-to-head is 1 round. That's what it will come down to. If we were even, we would be talking about tiebreakers, but it isn't, so we're not. And we will see Damwon KIA be victims of their own map pool again, as we will go to Clubhouse, and they're taking the OG Clubhouse team to Clubhouse once again. It's worth noting they did play them there last time, so they've ran it back again. Teams keep running it back against SSG and getting burned. We saw Empire do it. Clubhouse, it's a victim of the limited map pool that Damwon KIA have, and it's pretty much the only map they could have gone to in this scenario.
Yep, they played it yesterday, as you see, and it was Clubhouse 8-7 victory for Damwon KIA. It could have gone either way, but what will happen here? If this same situation was to ran back, that's 2 points, Damwon KIA out. 1 point, losing in overtime, no problem. Damwon KIA are through. But if they lose in regulation, it is all done and the Koreans go home. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're as excited as we are. Damwon KIA versus Space Station. It's Clubhouse, it's Hanover. Have fun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to dive deep into this final matchup here on the Alpha stream. And if you've got a second monitor, make sure you open the Bravo stream as well. These games are equally as important, as this is the only group remaining with playoff contentions still undecided here. Damwon Gaming KIA looking for just a single point out of this matchup to secure their position. Empire, over on the other stream, must win in regulation to even have a chance. So let us see how it will go. I'll be joined by no one else other than Fluke for this final cast of the tournament for me. I'm so excited to get into it. I can't even complete my sentences.
See, this is something that I've known and noticed over this. You've been introduced to the world of Damwon KIA, haven't you?
Absolutely the case.
Oh, they are fun, and that is the main drive here, is when everything is on the cards, when the pressure is there, sure. In league play in Korean region and obviously inside APAC North, they sometimes have these little damp moments, things don't quite connect, but over the course of this, it's just so fun, and everybody is keeping their keen eyes on the highlight player of Yas.
Let's get into it and see how Yas will be able to perform. Some other highlights on the team as well, such as Rin and Coded as well, having himself a good game or two with a little bit more hit or miss. We're well into the bans though, and it's gone to Clubhouse. Damwon Gaming KIA choosing to challenge SSG on somewhat home territory. Not as strong of a map for them as it used to be, but definitely still one where we can find quite a bit of success for the North American mainstays. The only hope remaining in the tournament for that region. Thatcher and Habana are going to be your 2 operators knocked out from the attacking side. Pretty straightforward there, no surprises. We've seen very similar ban pools on the Clubhouses played previously. Cade also will not be a surprise, as it's going to be a common response to those 2 bans.
Now, obviously, the last time we saw these 2 teams met, it was all the way. It was on Clubhouse, and it was a heck of a fight. The game was intense. SSG was pushed and pressured, but SSG didn't often get off to the smartest start. They sort of stumbled, which are nowhere near as bad as a lot of other people. We're talking about a team that has qualified. They are the only NA team that has qualified. They have some gumph. They have some chutzpah. They have some momentum, but what they now have is a rematch against a team that took them the distance.
And we're going to see once again if Damwon Gaming KIA can look for that potential revenge here, if they can come out on top of this one. A rematch against SSG, though, where SSG has been excelling on all of those maps that have gone back to the original match between the two teams there. So we'll see if they can come out on top once again here. And they'll very much want to as well if they want to allow Empire through into those playoff positions for Damwon KIA. They are fighting for survival here, as we can see. A loss for them potentially pushes them into third place if Empire once again comes out on top of their game, which is also live. Going to be reminding you of it quite a bit, folks, so get used to it over on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo or /Rainbow6Bravo on your platform of choice. Make sure to tune into that game, as it's just as important as this one.
One of the things that's also worth looking into is, although we harped on and talked a lot about how this entire tournament has often led itself very well into attackers, this showdown before was actually one of the only games to heavily be weighted into the favor of defense. It was about 5-1 either time and either half in terms of getting it locked down and keeping your opponents away from you. A bit of a split with the usual statistics that we'd often seen. It opened on the same halves as well, with Damwon KIA leading on their defenses, and again, as I said, opening it up with the 5-1. If they can try and match that, well, all it guarantees is that we're still on the same pace to a max OT. So it's down to see if SSG can step up and maybe put a little bit more pressure on this opening half.
Damwon Gaming KIA with a lot of players out in the open here for the first few seconds of the round, as SSG are just going to be moving in to clear things out themselves. We do have those extended positions from Rin and a few more players, I believe, playing around with main stairs positioning as well to try and see if they can catch any of the members of SSG unawares as they go for their initial clears. We also have this extended dirt tunnel setup that's going to come out as well from their smoke being played by Coded that they'll have to pay attention to.
Hot and Cold, who hasn't quite been as hot as he was inside NAL, looked like he was flirting with the idea of pushing down the main stairs and seeing if he could find the fight at the bottom of it, but no, just drops a bit of crowd control. That air jab is going to make sure no one can go for a quick swing back round, and again, it's still this weighing and weighing up game, but look at the timer. Only a minute has passed, and SSG is already trying to put pressure and get a bit of a mantle of control over the entirety of those staircases. They want to make sure Damwon KIA doesn't have the confidence to go for the big roam swing plays that they often do, and here, as we start to hear some hatches pop open, this is pacey from SSG.
Absolutely the case. The Valkyrie camera is being positioned down below, or allowing for Damwon KIA to bleed out some of this drone count from SSG, but they still have plenty to burn out here, with 6 remaining at the halfway point in the round, so pretty much on pace for what you'd expect here. Damwon KIA now just sitting back in sight as they pull back all aggressive positioning into the actual site now, and are simply waiting for SSG to make that transition. That transition, however, is oftentimes the most difficult part of the round for attackers here, as they'll lose quite a few on the way down, and then they still have to push into the site from there, possibly opening up one of the church walls or another avenue to work their way forward. We're going to see the beginning of that descent made now as Fultz begins the push in through blue.
Makes the difference and looks towards the bullet holes, but the canister's going to push him back, and an air jab pops off. Does not get caught, though. Locked off by the hard structure of the utility box. He's able to move back behind the ADS and make sure he doesn't quite get caught by whatever just clicked it back into life. Yas has the cross cover all the way down to the bottom of the oil pit to make sure if the Americans try to take it over, there will be some resistance from those guns that are angled back towards it. Hot and Cold is the man who picked up the mantle, and all he sees right now is a smoke that blurs the vision towards the back line of 3 boxes that are filled and lidded with Korean gunners waiting for a sliver and a chance to find anything. But this is that tough break you talked about. At one point, you just have to try and drive yourself into this fight, and Damwon KIA, they're still set up quite pretty. They're waiting with the stretch underneath as Bosco takes the fight at the top, and Hot and Cold and Fultz want to take it at the bottom. It's a 3-2-1 drop, but Rin opens it up. Skies, though, head down, stick it, 7 seconds. He's got halfway, and the pings are coming through, but the cover is there from SSG. Bosco gets it, and the diffuser is down. A double from Rin, and Skies is on the floor. 4. It's suddenly a 4 versus 2 post-plant, but the verticality is still in their favor. The diffuser going down was the most important part, and now this rotation has to come back up. There's the double bait on the air jab. They've played it off, but there's both players. There's a very important take and a revenge kill. Bosco's left. Bosco gets it. They're going to see if they can stick it. Is he aware? They pull off. 20 seconds, they have all the time in the world, and Woogieman is looking to see if he can get any sort of angle on this. It's dropped. Bosco gets that player. It's a 1 versus 1. 11 seconds, he goes for the pickup. He has to stick it, has to get the cover. Bosco looks it out, and SSG somehow keep it in their favor.
In a 2v4 post-plant with virtually no real estate near the counter-defuse position as well. Beautifully done from SSG as they steal away the first round right out of DWK's hands here, as they had everything built up in those final seconds, but were too distracted by the hatch drop. You could see Coded turning around, realizing the push was still coming down dirt, but wasn't able to react in time to the push itself, so gets knocked out. That's suddenly 2 angles where SSG has control alongside of their plant, and it continues to downfall from that point forward. Beautifully done by our attackers as they take the opening round.
Very important moments there, and again, it boiled down to that verticality. They had that control, and they had a confidence. It was a split second between that diffuser being locked in and Skies being knocked out of the round, and it could only be a moment of what else could we have done? Off the board, build from it, DWG KIA. You know how important a singular point is, and already SSG have matched their attack performance against your previous time here on Club.
So time to see now what type of resistance we'll see out of DWG KIA on the follow-up rounds, as they're going to immediately move to a new site there. Had to play that setup incredibly passively and still could not hold on despite the good presence they had going into the dying seconds of the round. So instead, it's going to be an upstairs hold coming in next for them. A very similar flare in terms of the upper is being brought to the table here. Lots of utility mitigation split between both Jaeger and Wamai. They'll bring the Mute to temporarily block off access to the walls, although again with the change that's been made to Mute, that's not going to be a very long block whatsoever, especially since we have the exothermics being brought by Skies. And away from that, the usual remaining kit of defensive utility to try and hold things off and delay the execute from SSG.
One of the things about that hold was DWG KIA, as I said, the space was controlled very quickly. SSG was so sharp in making sure that, okay, this staircase and this staircase are locked. Now let's go towards the hatches. They limited a rotation play. They made sure that what they pulled out of DWG KIA was exactly that, their freedom of movement, their freedom to find places. They were locked in and it was close, but it's a very important moment that could have very much dictated how they felt going into it. Here, DWG KIA have made sure they had a little bit of a stretch at first, but again, the pace in getting this wall open, it is wasting no time from Space Station. The drone's already busy on the gym side.
So opening up that balcony, that'll be step 1 accomplished for SSG. Steps 2 and 3 still a long while away, though, as they'll want to be clearing out either garage or construction to be able to open up a cleaner path to the site and hopefully more angles to work with here when they move in for their execute. We'll see the construction wall get breached open with the Selmas there, giving more options over to SSG as they continue to take more control on the construction side of things. Foltz as well, chucking in some of these lifeline charges to open up the soft wall between Cash and CCTV, again, fulfilling that same purpose that I was talking about before of SSG trying to build up more and more angles and gain more and more intel before they're eventually forced into their execute into the dying seconds of the round. For instance, the push that comes out there from the Wamai. They know Yas will be playing near that doorway now, and that'll be actionable intel over the next 30 seconds or so as they begin to break down the walls.
Yas is just trying to keep a mantle of pressure inside construction. He's making sure that any of those drones, they're met with at least a face that's saying, no, 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 this isn't territory you can take like the rest of this. That's going to force Bosco to start to open a bit of width here as they get those Selmas popped. Gives Rampy a bit of an angle, a bit of an entrance, and a bit of chaos he can try and create if he wants to go a bit bolder with anything like those grenades in his pocket. Here, though, Foltz is the opener. Finds the player right on the top on the backside of Garage and opens up a huge swathe of land very quickly. All it took was an angle and an idea, and suddenly DWG KIA's got a massive glaring hole on the backside of their site.
DWG KIA still looking to hold on here, but as you said, a massive hole opened up there with the elimination of Rin here and the utility that's been utilized by SSG. Bosco still waiting for an opener here to actually get him into the window, and quite a few members of the team seem to be waiting for that. Foltz, though, lurking right in, walking right into the site. No one's even noticed him as of this point here, and he's going to find that Cash is open for the taking. They'll hop in the window as they know security's just as clean. Where's DWG Gaming? There they are. Now Katsang will also rotate in from Cat as Coded and Woogieman pick up 2 additional kills, leaving it all all on Fultz and Bosco here now. Locked out of the site with only about 15 seconds left to play this one up. Yas shuts down on Fultz, and Bosco is all that remains. Nearly clipped off right there by Coded, and returns some of the fire onto it, but time is getting too low, and finally Coded seals the deal as the response comes in, and we are tied in the second round.
I have curiosities. I have questions. I do not know how Fultz was able to crouch walk so far past. Okay, they had an idea and they sprayed some fire towards him, but it was then the C4 that locked that round out for them. It was almost the second time that SSG looked towards a part of the site and said, well, let's just take it and see what happens. Lead in with the confidence of a team that has qualified, and they almost found success from it. It got scrappy. You still had Fultz, but he was now a little bit more isolated, and then suddenly a lot more isolated. It's a risky game, but DWG KIA have all the pressure. SSG do not. It is entirely going to reflect in how those plays come together, and those little mistakes are, well, just smooth opportunities for SSG.
That was actually some really cool stuff to see from DWG KIA, because we saw the top-down POV on the site. Pretty much zero presence from DWG KIA inside of really either site in those dying seconds of the round, but they're still able to fend it off. SSG give it a bit of a false sense of security in their own capability to move on and attempt to plant, and as a result of that, they're drawn into the trap, which DWG KIA is able to spring for themselves here and take control of their opening round. Obviously, we'll lock that site away, so can't go back to that one just yet. We'll have to wait until round number 5 to try that one again. But what they can do is move over here to their next defense, which is going to be inside of the gym and bedroom. Basement as well is still a little bit too risky for them. They'll wait until the next round to try that.
SSG, you're playing kind of cool and calm, and you know, it's something that we've put as an asterisk in all of the games, but you're bringing yourself into this. DWG KIA's worst enemies right now are potentially themselves. There's a bit of a caution being played in a team that was otherwise so carefree, and to be fair and unfortunate in saying that that caution was what often made them struggle inside league play. When they got inside their own heads, when things weren't connecting, was when things started to fall apart. They need to keep themselves active in the fight here. I think they need to keep driving and pulling a bit more pressure into it. They have the stretch of the Banshees, they have the call on the information. Yas is now still out there roaming, trying to find some freedom and trying to find some aggression. But Rampy is actually the first that almost meets it.
Rampy having a little bit of trouble getting the swing to hit there. That LAN hammer coming in hard for Rampy, as there's always a little bit of an adjustment period for players moving on to the LAN client where they get used to the way that some of the mechanics work, although the NA players should have the least amount of trouble with that, given they play on the LAN client all the time for the NBL. Either way, DWG here still looking to maintain pressure, but Katsang taking that little bit of heat is going to force them to play a bit more passively here in his next few moments as Skies begins the work of clearing out parts of the site there, manages to get the jacuzzi balcony open, and that's going to be a big hole for SSG to try and use here to put pressure on the site in the next minute or so.
Rin is curious about the opener that is otherwise over CC Balk, but without the current wall that's about to be cut now being rotatable, they weren't under the intense pressure to move. At some point, you assume that will start to fall towards them, as with logistics hatch open, with that window on the connector gone, it's only a matter of time before they decide to either try and catch them off and force them to hit the rotate and construction, where there's 2 different angles that will be waiting for them, or just try and put the pressure on them themselves. Try and force Rin into a mistake. The first drone drops, but the creep of Fultz is able to free another 2, and Rin goes for a rotation, takes 1, reveals the game, the spray comes through, and this is so far good time wasting. A bit of a stretch of DWG KIA is coming back over to try and offer an arm and a leg and a little bit of support, but how much of this will break down onto this first Firewhite? Another drone, another chance, and the fight finally goes away from him.
Fultz able to win the duel there on positioning, dancing around Rin and eventually finding the target necessary to take him out. That's the opening kill of the round, just being found now at around the 1-minute mark as well. Plenty more work to be done here by SSG as they begin to encroach on DWG Gaming's territory, getting closer and closer towards it. Fultz with the second one here, and a nice nade to knock out Woogieman as well. The pressure is boiling in, and Katsang so far, the only one from DWG KIA that's able to respond to it. He'll fall back, create a punch hole to play off of, not necessarily going to use it though. Coded also put into a tough spot here as finally another 1-to-1 exchange comes out. Leaves it all on Coded now in the 1v3 clutch, and oh, what a shot to save his own life here against Houghton, but a lot more work to be done. He might just do it though as he shuts down Fultz, and now it's him versus Bosco. Bosco has the intel he needs, but now so does Coded. He knows where he'll be pushing from. He knows how he needs to approach this. The case is down on the ground. He has full overwatch on it, but Coded messes up, reveals his legs as he goes prone, and that will give the round to SSG.
Little mistakes, and that is one of them. The pressure was hotter than it ever could be. The 1 versus 1 clutch, low health, but an SAS shotgun and a close quarters engagement like that, it's choose a lane and stick it. And unfortunately, that little moment, that little voice in the back of his head that said, is there a better option? Do I take it? No, is the answer that SSG responded with, dropped him by the reveal of the legs. A frustrating way for it to go, but it's blow for blow, back and forth, 2-1. SSG find their second, and we head back down to Church and Arsenal room.
As we'll see how that basement defense will go. Once again, DWG Gaming KIA is not going to try and mess around with the repeat on the site. Want to make sure we're updating you guys on what's going on our alternative stream as well. That also has massive implications into the playoffs. You can actually see it reflected currently in our live rankings. As spoiler alert, make sure you mute the stream if you don't want to know the results just yet, even though we're going to give them to you at the end of the game anyway. Empire currently leading 3-0 over FURIA.
One of my favorite quotes out of any of this so far was by Joystick, where he said, Russian teams only show up when elimination is on the line. It is on the line right now more than anything, and not just for them winning, but also every single Empire team is also currently waving a little astronaut flag and cheering for SSG, because DWG KIA, again, don't even need to win this game, but they need 6 rounds to make it to OT. A single point guarantees them that final playoffs place, gets them the head-to-head on the equal points, regardless of the 3 that Team Empire might take. Anything less than OT, and DWG KIA will be, well, probably a bit concerned with that 3-0.
Also important to note here, DWG KIA is still playing for SI contention as well, and I believe getting them to the playoffs will push them very close, if not in range of the top 16, knocking some other teams out of it. Katsang getting aggressive at the beginning of this round, though, finds the impact first as he knocks out Hot and Cold, who again is struggling in this game with an 0-4 scoreline so far here. Also loses all of the Nomad utility. I don't think a single air jab had been deployed as of that point.
It's one of the things about SSG is whenever you're doing your review, whenever you're coming into this tournament, a lot of us who haven't had the pleasure of being able to watch him every single play day go, look at what he's putting up. These are numbers I'm excited to see. And for me, throughout this whole tournament, and for him, he hasn't quite been able to hit a mark. Luckily, it's a very good team, SSG, and it's fielded its way towards the top. And you know there's still a fair few days left of this tournament for him to really demonstrate just why he is that reigning top dog in a very good region in terms of firefight and tactics. But for now, this game so far, it isn't quite the case. SSG, they're still weighing up their options of approach here and still finding out where they think they might be able to spot a weakness. And to be fair, that was their drive previously. Limited the movement, which they cannot do without those air jabs.
SSG going to begin to work on top-down clearance, specifically around the kitchen area. And Katsang potentially sees an opportunity here. More likely just moving out to take out that drone that was positioned on the main stairs a couple of seconds ago. And I believe that is all that pressure will be leveraged out towards 4. Very quickly, you can see immediately Katsang falls back and will fall back into the actual site here. As we are seeing again, the angles beginning to be opened up fairly quickly around the Moto hatch, as well as other areas as well that need to be cleared up by SSG before they can even consider going down. For SSG, though, there's not a lot of excess time to make all of this happen. As you can see, they're under 1 minute now, so they need to pep step it a bit if they want to get into the site with adequate enough time to clear out the defenders, which is still going to be the full 5-man roster for DWG KIA.
All of them are moving their way back towards it. Even Coded's paying a bit of attention, but Wiggy says, don't worry, the Elder has this on the front door. The long corridor is where Foltz wants to find his next angle of entrance, but we just heard a little bit of utility start to be thrown. Pipes is the call, and Foltz finds himself a victim of Yas, who swings onto the soft wall, and suddenly they are entirely boxed in and locked off. A 5 versus 2, and they know exactly where they are. They at least find one back, and the spray is a little bit aggressive on the close quarters. Katsang is going to go for a slow creep round. They have an angle, and Skies has several different people he needs to try and find a fight with, but they decide to find it back. Bosco, through the smoke, goes for the first. There's a Jaeger, and there is a 2-2.
Risky play there from Bosco at the end, but what else were his options, unfortunately? And as we saw there, a little bit too of a one-dimensional push, ultimately, from SSG, just trying to pretty much send it down the main stairway as well as the Moto hatch, and hoping that the split push through the main hallway as well as into Moto, out into Church itself would have been enough. Clearly not, as DWG KIA was ready for every challenge in that final push, and they will easily claim a second round for themselves. Even better for them, they've unlocked CCTV and cash for play again, which they've already claimed earlier in this half, so they're going to go right back over to that.
CC was a curiosity I raised before, where Volts crouch walked into the site and then through onto the other site. He suffered a bit of damage, but as you pointed out, it was a very reserved hold. It was open. That's a more fitting way than reserved. They locked 2 bodies on the top of red and the single C4 underneath. If that C4 was not there, the plant would have gone down. There was no other position for them to stop it. Obviously, SSG had been able to connect a kill on the top of rafters, so it was theirs to lock in. If SSG are aware of that and they go for that player first, suddenly that's an execute that turns entirely into their favor. Damwon Kia, they probably know they can't rely on that single hold, so I'm curious to see what changes they might bring to the fray.
Absolutely right in saying that the round was an oddity as well. SSG are not going to get tripped up by an open site twice in a row here. They'll know about the off-site presence this time around here, and that's assuming that Damwon Kia tried to bring out something similar, which they more than likely won't. Probably shift them back into a more standard hold. The interesting thing is they've actually brought Bandit into this play here. Normally used to try and trick out this balcony wall, but as you guys at home that play Siege probably know, that's fallen out of the meta entirely as of the past year or so. It is only very rarely brought out, as we're seeing now with Woogieman.
There was a video that the EUL team did at one point during the season where even we were able to explain just how easy it is to open CC wall with standard bans. And if we can do it, the casters, and we can hit those shots, you know that the pro players have a very different approach. It's so dangerous and it's so risky, and all it takes is a body inside lounge or some pressure to potentially come across from the back window with cover on the hop outs. It can be structured. And the start is going to be here. They're going to play around Woogieman, who's just locked in, and Volts will get the read on the drone as they're going to wait for some of the pressure to potentially start to hit. It's a juggle, it's a dance, and it's SSG picking up sticks and handing over to the opposing window to try and burn some ADSs and see if they can roll this in. The stun attempt goes through, hits the wrong wall, a stun is on the wrong way, and, well, that's why people don't really do that.
Pretty much the case. I was actually surprised he was going to actively trick it, because as we were talking about, it's so hard to do nowadays. You do see Bandit brought in occasionally just to kind of chuck the batteries down on Garage and use him that way at least to mitigate control, but still very, very rarely picked in, especially to actively try and move these batteries around. The good news is he can still be useful over towards the construction wall, which is going to be his main job now. Hold SSG out of that position, only allow them the one-dimensional push that they've had issues with in prior rounds.
One of the big problems, obviously, here is the way that they didn't even really try and dig themselves in. Without an ADS there, at least to burn, it was, sure, a cost of 1 blow of utility. They popped everything to get it open in the meantime, but they might have been able to catch something with a late play placed ADS if they knew that a bandit trick was their goal and their idea. Still, SSG, they've got what is, for a lot of teams, a standard step 1. Now they're working on the step 2 on the opposite side. The big important kill was Rafters. That really truly opens up any chance in a dream of a plant on site the site, and change here is Katsang. Doubled up underneath Rin to offer some presence back to anyone that might think they can get an early quick kill here.
Comes the attempts to work their way through. A lot of pressure being put onto that construction wall once again here, but the magnets as well as ADSs are going to hold part of it back. Problem is that frag grenade is going to be eaten up right in the middle of the entire ADS cluster, so once again they'll work their way in. That one successfully tricked out, however, from below. Beautifully done by Katsang assisting with that one, and the other impact thrown out by Yasser, but no! Yasser's going to get fragged out himself, so another attempt from SSG soon to be made here. They're actually going to go for an audible. Moving Volts over, no! He catches Katsang for free, but can't follow it up on the Rin as he quickly exchanges it back out. SSG still have the player advantage, but could very well lose it here. And never mind, Rin himself is going to get lost as Skies barrels in to assist with the garage push. Bosco finding the second, only one more remains. It's Coded looking for a clutch yet again here. He's got the shotty at that long range as well. That's not going to do it here. And now he's got to contend against the plant, but won't even have a chance as Hot and Cold completes the loop and shuts him down.
Step for step, SSG was in the right place at the right time, even when things that they expected to sort of go their way, like the Volts push up onto the rafters, gifted the kill that was supposed to keep a keen eye, sure. That Valkyrie had already gone off and maybe expected someone to drop the hatch and try and hunt them. That's not really the game that you want to play at that moment in time, because you're falling into a firefight they expect. The push from Volts yet again, crouch walking his way into a position where he got the fight. Lost it, but then instantly, there's a trade round on the backside of Rin. They had that rotation in play. They had the split body, one outside the open CC wall, one on the close window. It was just perfect positioning from SSG, and they've guaranteed themselves an even attacking half and have massively improved on their last showing here versus Damwon Kia.
SSG with some great adjustments when they ran into their pitfalls inside of that round. Specifically when they realized construction wall wasn't going to happen due to the bandit batteries, they immediately moved players out of there instead of wasting an additional 20 to 30 seconds trying to make it happen. They make the call. This is not happening, guys. We need to go for garage. And it's that quick switch that gives them the extra pressure they need to barrel into the site and ultimately win that one out there in the trades. Damwon Kia feel that they can correct those errors very quickly, though, and are going to come right back into it, including with the bandit yet again. So let's see if round 2 for Damwon Kia is going to yield success to tie us up at what would be a 3-3 scoreline.
Okay, Damwon, you want to come back to CC, and to be fair, it's been one apiece, but also, to be fair, SSG obviously learned lessons here. You tried to restructure some of the hold here, and you still have Katsang on the loose underneath. There's just a couple of moments and questions. The bandit's back. Are you going to give him something more to work with in terms of stopping Zofia having such an easy entrance? Are you going to put a bit more focus towards the hold that comes here? And, well, is Bosco now adding this width that's going to make any of that approach here dangerous? Because, as we said, there is several ways to open up that wall.
He just wants the top corner, so that explains why he shoots out the second one. If anyone's curious why he did that, you only need this as an angle for your gun. You don't need it as an angle for yourself. So the extra would only make it easier for members of Damwon Kia to shoot out a player that would take it from SSG's side. SSG still working on, again, their initial positioning here, as they're just going to be shooting out a couple of the barricades, opening it up, and then actually working on drone presence, as you can see. Bosco, until a moment ago there, and Hot and Cold, focusing heavily on that. Fultz, of course, working his way through the basement to get himself up to the top blue now. We'll take that control for himself, and that's already going to be a good staging ground for SSG to utilize here as they look around the area to see if any members of Damwon Kia can be spotted out. Rin's can actually make a run of it, but no, he's put down by Fultz, and that's SSG getting the advantage at the beginning of the round yet again.
A very well-timed push here, and it falls away. Coated comes down, doesn't quite reveal it, and Yas cannot connect with Hot and Cold, who's able to upside down repel and drop the single player. The E1D bought them a second of time. And that paid off because they could reset themselves up to go for the trade and revenge. Okay, they've lost Fultz, but he's done his job. Found the first fight, lost the second, but they still have the body balance. They still have everything they need to try and pop open this wall, and, well, they still have a lot of time here. Bosco is getting that width that they need over construction. As the short connector wall gets popped open, they're going to try and angle themselves to a similar direction as they did before. You can see Woogieman is picking up and trying to reconfigure the holds and make sure those bandit batteries are in the right place. They still have ADSs on a bit of a backline there towards the top of red, but we've seen just a sudden swing be all the end of Damwon Kia. Is this width going to be another cost?
This is that adjustment that you were talking about needing to be made. They're adding the additional ADSs and nade resistance to make sure that the bandit play could continue to find its prominence. Interestingly enough, once again, SSG has had control of the lower area for some time, but they lost the most important operator to deal with that in their Zofia. They can't just lifeline out the floor below it anymore and take care of that, but what they can do is use frag grenades to accomplish it. Woogieman in a race with Skies right now. No! Another frag from Rampy! Shuts down Woogieman and shuts down the trick. That's going to open up construction, but they still don't have balcony yet, so they'll need that second facet, or once again have to try and brute force it through the CCTV window and the construction wall.
Katsang's in an uncomfortable situation. He doesn't know that no one's coming up behind him, so he's just going to wait for the call to go ahead and just point his gun forward. The E1D in a 15-second burn gets burst by Coated for a second of the round. There's suddenly a spray from the other side, and Rampy's going to see if he can stick it. Hot and Cold's going on a big run around to the bottom of red for the close spray, and the Deagle gets one more. Coated for the lock-off. Hot and Cold cannot connect with both of them, and Damwon Kia just hold on for an even half.
It's important to note, that's all they need to do inside of this game here. Even if they lose it in overtime, as long as they make it to that pivotal 6th round and can continue to trade back and forth with SSG, they will qualify for the playoffs. And it's a good thing, too, because as a quick update in terms of what's going on with the Empire game, once again, streaming your stream, you don't want to know, Empire is still ahead, 5-1 versus FURIA. And if they take that all the way to 7 and end it in regulation, Damwon Kia needs to pick up at least 1 point from this game.
FURIA are a team that often refuse to lose. As Tim put it, Ace of Pirate, he said, they often don't know that they've lost a game, and because of that, they will fight until the end. So, it is still on the cards for everybody, and Empire still has a game ahead of them, but here, Damwon Kia are proving it for themselves. I still have questions about the double down on the bandit play. It's easy to shut down, and those little mistakes are costing them. Here now, obviously, they're going to see if they can put the pressure on. Last time, they were only able to find a single attack in regulation play, and they got to do much better than that, because so far SSG have stepped up their game massively.
It did end up working ultimately with the Bandit plays. It managed to keep the balcony wall closed that time, but they had to commit all 3 ADSs to the drone hole to make sure that that would end up happening. So a little overkill on the support for it, but it got the job done, so ultimately works out there. And the good news is, DWG KIA don't have to worry about their defensive side anymore, so can take a better look at that one later and decide if they want to continue doing so here on Clubhouse later in the tournament. For SSG, they're going to go right to gym and bedroom, which is not necessarily going to be the usual starting site for them. We'll bring quite a bit of that trap utility to hold it back, and they're also fans of bringing the Clash to this site, as we've seen quite a few other teams do in this tournament, as it's an immediate blockade on the elbow hallway here, which is usually going to be the first point the attackers try to take.
And Clash is often a very tricky question for teams that aren't used to coming up against it. It becomes a very juggled moment of time of, well, what do we bring to this? It might be something that they didn't quite expect to find in certain locations. It's a moving obstacle, and that is sometimes the biggest danger to a team that is full of pressure, full of questions and doubt, because as we saw earlier with a bit of unfortunate breakdancing in the bathroom, doubt leads to death in a lot of cases inside Siege. Here, it's all laser focused towards popping open Jacuzzi, which gets done very swiftly, but the real challenge is Bosco. Locked in with the swing, doesn't have the mirror, but still has audio, still has faults, and most importantly, still has a Clash.
Going to see that first minute go away. As usual, not a lot of action contained inside of that minute. It's mainly an extra info gathering spot for our attackers, as well as a chance for them to open up some of the more obvious pieces of utility that they can deal with at the beginning of the round here. It's exactly what they'll do with that Jacuzzi balcony wall. Yas as well, going to begin to open up some lines of sight and dodge a couple nitro cells as well. We'll see one chucked out there by Hot and Cold, trying to work his way out there and knock out Yas early in this round, but won't end up working out there. Sky similarly is going to get a bit of pressure sent on him from a frag grenade, but once more won't lead to a whole lot. That nice big shield is going to eat up the large majority of that damage.
There is a single SSG player that's sitting around lounge and waiting, because the more time that's wasted, the more powerful Rampy can be. So the slow creep towards CCTV comes together, and Yas might be the unsuspecting body caught out on the windows. It is a slowdown, and a slowdown is danger and death outside this window. That grenade's caught out, and Hot and Cold tries to get revenge. Rampy is still ready to swing out whenever he needs to, and Yas is concerned about that possibility. The decision, unfortunately, goes away from him, and now they find themselves still slowed. The smoke canisters pop perfectly, and this is that wall I talked about. Rin's gonna see if he can be the response here as the Zephyr goes for the pop-up, and Coated just drives in. The zaps come, the Clash goes. A great bait and play in the spray! Rin round the corner, you keep your cursor flat at head level, and you are gifted with results. Rampy tries to get some response, but they have the watch, and they have, importantly, the lead in their first attacking round.
And just walking himself into a couple kills there at the end there as he carries forward into Logi and refuses to stop. It's DWG KIA carve their way without too much of an issue, especially after taking down the Clash here for Rin into this gym site and take solid control over the opening attacking round. 2 more is all they need, and they will have a playoff spot confirmed, irregardless of the outcome of the Empire game.
Church and Arsenal, and by the sounds of it, by the sounds of Desonace on the other stream, via our ears. There's a pause for spoilers. It sounds like the game is over, and the only team that could have won it in that time, I assume, are the Russians, who have probably very swiftly left the stage to open up twitch.tv/Rainbow6 and to keep a keen eye on this. DWG KIA's possibility at taking the last spot. 2 rounds, 2 attempts for them to lock it in. SSG, they need 4 to confirm Team Empire.
If Empire has had a chance to tune in yet, they're going to be shaking if they saw the end of that last round there. That was a statement from DWG KIA and how they approached the ending moments of that attack. But it was also on the gym site, which is not necessarily a mainstay for SSG. It's one of their 3, don't get me wrong, but it's usually the 3rd they will go to. So now back on more familiar territory for them as they go down into the basement, where they are going to commit themselves to an extended roam here, as we can see Hot and Cold upstairs, Rampy joining him as well. So they're going to try a little bit of tomfoolery inside of this first minute or so to see if they can get any early picks against DWG KIA, and ultimately, of course, try to waste time as well.
Yas is trying to get quick into the fight potential here with that roaming vigil. It's obviously the connection. The point and Fault can pull back if they want to and need to. You're looking to try and minimize and shepherd at first, and they're looking to waste as much time as possible. It was for a long time a bit of a steady stock in hold with a single roamer, but then a certain team decided to try and extend that, and that became a little bit more of a given. Katsang is given a bit of pain as they're popped and pre-fired out from a bit of a swing round, and they're giving it a little bit of food for thought. But in that, they're sort of trying to call attention. They're saying our presence and pressure is coming down towards the site. You gotta move. They're hoping mistakes happen, and mistakes might lead to players being dropped.
Rampy ready for an aggressive swing. If he's given the opportunity to do so, he's going to block off the rotate with a Goo Mine, but no! The shots ring in from Coden instead as he catches that Goo Mine. Toss it! Oh! He's ready for a second one as well! Hot and cold, tries to get revenge, but instead he's made the situation that much worse. Rin as well follows it up with one more as he's also cleaning up the aggressive play from the main stairs. SSG have fallen to pieces, and DWG Gaming KIA haven't even touched the basement yet.
Well, Bosco and Skies are all that is left down on the basement. There are open holds, and they're going to see if they can step up some of the pressure. DWG KIA, the pressure they have is can they make sure they connect? They have been good at those do-or-die debonair pushes that they've often thrown into the final 30 seconds of a round, and here is one where they still have some structural work to do first. There is a bit of an opening, a bit of an extension, and a bit of a prodding, and all the two remaining SSG players can do right now is sit and wait and maybe move away from destructible ground as you're scanned out by a Jackal.
Jackal going to make things a little bit more difficult here for SSG as they try to maintain some type of positioning in this final minute, and that's the big reminder. There's still a minute left for DWG KIA to clear these two players out. That is infinity in Siege terms here, so all they have to do is properly utilize that time bank to fish out the last two members of SSG. We've seen this get messed up in the past, however. SSG are not out of it yet. They're in the basement after all. Skies flirting with a possible push out to blue, but decides it's too risky given that the hatch has already been opened. Yas knows he's here, but he's hesitant to move forward here. DWG KIA can't fool themselves. They can't get nervous in this situation. It needs to be commitment, otherwise SSG can come back in these final seconds. Bosco with the first, but he's been exchanged, and now Skies getting caught in the mid-hallway. Katsang does go down to team damage here, so Skies is not out of it just yet, but finally cut off by Rin, moving in from blue.
One more round. DWG KIA, maybe the second Korean team that we will see in the playoff stage. They entered with a tour de force on the first day. They topped a group of death that nobody was sure to expect. And from seeing them play recently in league play, they weren't as strong as they'd been recently. They weren't one of the finalists in the Korean Open in the local setup. Neither them nor SANDBOX were competitors. Korean Uprising? Maybe. But for now, as I said, one more round.
We do have it confirmed now. Empire topping out their game. They are the winner of it outright in regulation. So it's now a necessity for DWG KIA to pick up that final round. Otherwise, they will be eliminated if SSG can run the complete gauntlet at this point. But they now need 4 rounds in a row to stop DWG KIA from claiming that spot, which would allow Empire through. Let's see if SSG can get it done and save the Russians here today.
SSG, as you said, it's got to be a swing. It's not really the big weight on them, and that's the fair thing. Probably the frustrating thing for Empire fans right now is, sure, SSG are playing a game, and they're playing a win. Everybody is, and as we saw, the opening half from SSG was way better than the first time these two teams hit. Maybe that lack of intense pressure that was on that first game is part of that. They've been playing so confidently. Here, though, things haven't quite been as sharp. They're suddenly being struck by a laser-focused DWG KIA. The intel, the destruction, and the possibility being driven through them is a little bit too hot for them to handle as of this moment, but it does not mean that they are not able to step it back up and replicate some of their work in the first half.
SSG is definitely a team that would pull no punches, in my opinion, inside of this matchup. They know that Empire's relying on this match. They know that if they kind of just lackadaisically went about this game, that wouldn't be too sportsmanlike to Empire. So they're going to give it their all. That doesn't mean necessarily they're going to bring out new strats or anything for this one. They're going to be logical about it at the end of the day, but they'll at least give it their all, give it their best effort here to try and stop DWG KIA from going forward and potentially to allow Empire to move through. Speaking of DWG KIA here, making quick work of the Jacuzzi Uzi balcony. Not much resistance being put up on it by the defense, just a simple mute jammer, which we all know those are going to be very easy to get past nowadays anyway. So handled within the first minute, but they've got a lot more to get intel on before Damwon Kia can have the confidence to move forward.
A major change here is obviously the adaptation for more free play around the map. They've tried to claim a little bit extra this time. Without the clash, they've doubled down on the Valkyrie. They have a lockdown here to hope Skies can keep this box entirely under their favor, and they're going to keep the angles and the pressure. Damwon Kia are trying to see what they can find. The first thing, trouble. CC window's been punched. They knew there was a presence there before, but they might not know that this time it's got a lot more support. They've set themselves up in a massive firing line. SSG deep into the gym site. They're sort of saying, go on, take it, and Coded says, okay, let's go for it. They're going to deep dive to the close wall. They can't quite get the angle, the clash, and the castle even has popped open one apiece. And Skies is still in position, but the diffuser, it is now isolated, and Yas is now in sight. A double as he absolutely floods his way through. Hot and Cold has to tear down a very noisy door and take a very long reach with Rampy there too. They're looking for the pings. They're finding the C4, and it connects. A 2 versus 3 now, and it is visible, but they pick it back up. Give themselves a little bit more time, and Yas is going to see if they can get it stuck. Another C4. That one connects too. Space Station living up to their alias and making sure everything is blown up above them to the stars. The third attempt. And there is no more C4s. There is ping. A little bit further back. Not quite connected, and it's a post plant. More than enough to make sure they're suddenly in a 2 versus 2, but Hot and Cold and Rampy are doing everything to bring it back. Rin creeps the wrong side, but catches it. Now it is Rampy that is all the hopes of the Russians. They are watching fervently to see if they can stop these 2 remaining Korean players in a post-plant Overwatch. Would not be the first big clutch, would be maybe the biggest for some players here, but it does not happen. Damwon Kia are in the playoffs.
Damwon Kia locked and secured as our final playoff team from this group. The rest of the rounds do not matter. The victory from Empire does not matter. It is Damwon Kia as we are going to be welcoming everyone from the B stream to the broadcast. Now, you just missed the pivotal moment. Hopefully it caught the end of this round, but that seals it, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of these rounds do not matter at this point. Damwon Kia are through as we are going to see a tactical pause taken from SSG.
Commiserations to the Russians. Unfortunately, although you did everything you can on this final day to try to find your way into the playoffs, Damwon Kia, they did just enough to pip that post and get themselves over the line from their surprise rise to a lot of people at the beginning of this to where they sit now. SSG have fought valiantly though. It was a 3-3 half, a rarity, and a massive improvement on their attacks versus Damwon Kia, where previously on the Showdown Club, they were only able to get